Beep, beep, beep. A sudden exclamation from a woman pierced the silence, followed by ripples in the air, gradually revealing a graceful figure. She stood tall, her long hair flowing like silk, and her jade-like visage smoother than the finest porcelain. Her slightly rebellious brows framed her face, and beneath elegantly arched lashes, her eyes were gently closed. A delicate nose stood proud above full, enticing lips shaped like a diamond. The beauty furrowed her brows, her cherry lips parting slightly, long lashes fluttering as she slowly awakened from slumber. At last, her starry eyes opened, and in an instant, the world trembled. In the pale expanse around her, vibrant colors seemed to burst forth, as if celebrating some unseen joy. "You are awake," a mechanical voice intoned. The enchanting figure placed a delicate hand upon her forehead, her voice flowing like a mountain spring. "What is happening to me?" The mechanical voice remained undisturbed. "What do you remember?" A hint of bewilderment flickered in her eyes. "I seem to recall my name." "Yes, I am Ming Yue." Beep, beep, beep. "System binding to Ming Yue," the mechanical voice echoed, intangible in the void. Ming Yue murmured to herself, "System? Binding? What does it mean? A small world? Host? What is virtue?" Her mind was a blank slate. The mechanical voice resumed, "You do not need to know too much, simply focus on completing your tasks. Please remember the name of this system and apologize to me." "Apologize to me?" Ming Yue echoed, her mind still clouded. The mechanical voice echoed repeatedly, "Please apologize to me. This is the sole request of the host. As long as this is fulfilled, the mission will be deemed successful. Let the transmission commence." Ming Yue was taken aback, her mind brimming with questions, but before she could voice them, the space before her warped, and an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness washed over her. This discomfort vanished in an instant, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing by a turbulent river, instinctively retreating a few steps. The original host, Zhao Ming Yue, was a humble village girl from an impoverished era, belonging to a large family where her grandmother favored males over females. Zhao Ming Yue was adept at agricultural labor, often surpassing the capabilities of the average man, earning her a reputation as the diligent maiden of the region. During the period of educated youth being sent to the countryside, there were two individuals, the scoundrel Yi Fan and the unscrupulous Bai Qing, who could not endure the hardships of rural life and sought to evade labor, ultimately setting their sights on Zhao Ming Yue. Yi Fan deliberately approached Zhao Ming Yue, using sweet words and deceitful charms. The original host, being a naive village girl who had never seen much of the world and had long been neglected by her family, quickly fell for his false affections. She not only shared her meager rations with him, but also willingly assisted him with his work. Seeing that she had taken the bait, Yi Fan feigned concern, claiming that Bai Qing was his cousin, who had been frail and sickly since childhood, and requested that Zhao Mingyue help care for her. In a bid to secure the original host's assistance, Bai Qing conspired with Yi Fan, pretending to shower Zhao Mingyue with compliments and occasionally bestowing small favors. They would often speak of Zhao Mingyue's industrious nature, suggesting that she and Yi Fan were a perfect match, all the while lamenting Bai Qing's own ailments, claiming she could not endure the burdensome labor. Zhao Mingyue, soft-hearted, took upon herself the burdens of both individuals, despite the well-meaning warnings of others. The original owner, deceived by the two with ulterior motives, foolishly toiled for them like a beast of burden. 3 years swiftly passed. Zhao Mingyue, single-handedly shouldering the workload of 3, grew weary and haggard. Her family, noticing the alarming change, scolded and chastised her, yet she stubbornly persisted in frequenting the youth station, continuing to serve the two ungrateful individuals. Frustrated by her obstinacy, her family resolved to marry Zhao Mingyue off. However, as policy shifted, higher authorities announced the reinstatement of college entrance examinations. The deceitful man and woman seized every opportunity to study, eager to escape the village, and they could not allow Zhao Mingyue to depart. Moved yet resolute, village girl Zhao Mingyue finally opposed her family, relocating near the youth station with the singular intention of catering to the unworthy duo. Months later, Yi Fan and Bai Qing both succeeded in gaining admission to university, quietly packing their belongings while Zhao Mingyue toiled away. Seizing the moment, they fled. When the truth emerged, Zhao Mingyue could hardly fathom it. Witnesses testified that Yi Fan and Bai Qing were a couple at school, and both families had consented to their union. Zhao Mingyue realized she had been manipulated, serving as a pawn in their scheme. Overwhelmed by anger and despair, the original owner fainted, only to be discovered pregnant. Mocked by many and scolded by her family, her frail body, weakened by years of labor, suffered a miscarriage. Her reputation lay in ruins, and her grandmother, heartless, contemplated selling her into the mountains. With her heart heavy and spirit crushed, Zhao Mingyue, unable to withstand the weight of public scorn, took her own life by jumping into the river. After her death, a lingering resentment was captured by the system. She felt guilty for betraying her family and for her heartfelt devotion to Yi Fan and Bai Qing, only to be ensnared in their treachery, ultimately leading to her demise. She harbored but a singular obsession, demanding that Yi Fan and Bai Qing offer her an apology. Ming Yue stood by the riverbank, her expression impassive, murmuring to herself, it should be quite simple to compel those scoundrels to apologize. Over the years, Zhao Mingyue had toiled relentlessly, her body weary and depleted, compounded by a recent miscarriage. Without the opportunity for timely recuperation, even a few steps left her feeling lightheaded. She called out to the system within her mind, "Hello? Are you there? Make a sound." Silence prevailed, prompting Ming Yue to huff, "System. System. Have you malfunctioned?" The only response was an echoing stillness. Frustrated, Ming Yue kicked a stone mill beneath a tree, exclaiming, "If you persist in feigning ignorance, I shall abandon this endeavor. What nonsense is this system and its so-called merits? It holds no relevance to me." Beep. "Ming Yue, please remember, you are on a mission." The mechanical voice finally broke the silence. Ming Yue scoffed, "So you've ceased your charade." She continued, "Provide me with a portable space. Didn't you claim to have no memory?" The system's voice held a slight tremor. "How do you know of the portable space?" Ming Yue paused, realizing the inconsistency indeed. Her mind felt blank. So how could she possess knowledge of a portable space? It seemed an idea that had sprung forth unexpectedly. Could it be that she had once been someone of significance? With a mischievous grin, she replied, "That's irrelevant. Hurry and procure one for meth kind that can hold a person." Ming Yue let out a derisive snort. "What do you mean by permissions?" The system elaborated, "By completing specific tasks, you earn points. The more merits you accumulate, the greater your permissions, allowing access to the system marketplace." Ming Yue curled her lip. "So you refuse, do you? In that case, I shall not continue. I had no intention of undertaking any tasks, and I can certainly decline your summons." The system remained silent, while Ming Yue continued to smirk coldly. "Are you going to punish me? Or are we to perish together?" Despite her mind being a blank slate, she inexplicably uttered these provoking words. The system's tone fluctuated slightly as it assured her, "The first task is quite simple. All you need to do is engage your mind, and you shall soon complete it. Once accomplished, the point system will unlock the marketplace, allowing you to procure a personal space." There was an undertone of coaxing in its voice. Ming Yue scoffed, "I want to pre-order one. Don't say it's impossible. If you refuse, I won't cooperate." Her tone was unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation, prompting the system to lapse into silence once more. After a prolonged pause, it relented. "Very well, but this is a one-time concession. You must diligently fulfill the task." Ming Yue remained puzzled about the nature of this system, however. Its willingness to acquiesce to her threats indicated it was not particularly formidable. With a bright smile, she nodded. "Isn't it merely a matter of getting two scoundrels to apologize? Quite easy." The system sternly reminded her, apologies must not be merely verbal, they must be sincere. This system can evaluate the sincerity of the apology, and if the remorse falls short, the task will not be deemed complete. Impatiently, Ming Yue waved her hand. I understand. Now, hurry and grant me the space you may leave. The system fell silent, and suddenly, an entity appeared in Ming Yue's mind. With a thought, she adeptly entered the new space, muttering to herself, "Oh, I know how to use this space. Never mind, I'll figure it out." The space was merely a few dozen square meters, barren and devoid of any furnishings. Soon, Ming Yue exited the space, pouting. What a pathetic space, so miserly. It was unclear whether her complaints were overheard by the system, which continued to feign ignorance as usual. With the newfound space, Ming Yue set her sights and stepped purposefully towards the home of her original owner, where the humble earthen dwelling was topped with a thatched roof. Guided by the memories of her predecessor, Ming Yue stealthily scaled the back wall of the house, where a narrow window allowed for ventilation. Positioned beneath the window, she listened intently. The occupants inside were in a deep slumber. As farmers, they toiled under the sun, their bodies weary from the day's labor, leading to a sound night's rest. The original owner's body, worn from years of excessive toil and having recently suffered a miscarriage, was frail and emaciated. Ming Yue wrinkled her nose in distaste and stretched her limbs. With a deft maneuver, she pried open the wooden beam of the window and slipped inside like a fish gliding through water. The room was enveloped in darkness, yet Ming Yue seemed to navigate effortlessly, making her way directly to the bed where her grandmother lay sleeping, swiftly retrieving a small wooden box into her space before turning and exiting through the tiny window once more. Her movements were so swift that the slumbering individuals remained undisturbed. In the backyard, Ming Yue casually plucked a few cucumbers to bring into her space, sitting atop the wooden box as she devoured them in one breath, wiping her mouth afterward, feeling a surge of energy coursing through her. Oh dear, this body is far too weak. I must hasten my pace. The box was locked, but Ming Yue easily snapped the copper lock open, revealing her grandmother's cherished possessions: several pieces of coarse cloth, a bag of brown sugar, 7 or 8 pieces of steamed cake, and a pair of silver bracelets. Additionally, there was a household registration book and a handkerchief wrapped around a stack of cash and various receipts. Upon seeing the items she desired, Ming Yue grinned. In this era, one needed the household registration book, money, and receipts to venture out, especially to confront the scoundrels and shameless women. For now, she would temporarily borrow them. Taking advantage of the darkness before dawn, Ming Yue set out on her journey. After finishing the rice cake, she strode forward with remarkable agility, hitching a ride on a free ox cart along the way. Upon arriving in town, Ming Yue made her way directly to a restaurant, armed with both tickets and money, indulging in sumptuous meat buns and wontons. The original owner had never experienced such delights in her lifetime. Having satisfied her hunger and thirst, she prepared provisions for her journey and, in passing, purchased an old water kettle, filling it with sweetened water, for her body required ample nourishment. With her preparations complete, Ming Yue secured a ticket and headed straight for the provincial city where the unworthy man and woman resided. The two had deceived the original owner, this naive fool, into doing their bidding, having endured little hardship during their years in the countryside. Due to school obligations, she had rented a small courtyard near the campus to provide them with a new residence. "Young lady, whom are you looking for?" The gatekeeper, noticing the smiling country girl approaching, promptly greeted her. "Sir, my sister studies here. I am here to find her." Although Ming Yue was dressed like a simple village girl, there was not a trace of timidity on her face. Seeing her confidence, the gatekeeper did not belittle her. "What is your sister's name? Which class is she in?" Ming Yue replied with a smile. "Her name is Bai Qing." Then, with a hint of shyness, she added, "My sister was so thrilled to receive her acceptance letter that she rushed to report early, without informing our family of her class, so our mother sent me to check on her." The original owner had an ordinary appearance, but Ming Yue's cheerful demeanor, despite her pallid complexion and slender frame, made her quite endearing when she smiled. The gatekeeper, not wishing to complicate matters, remarked, "Ah, so your sister is quite the eager one." though it is understandable. He opened the registry with a chuckle. There are many like her having finally gained admission to university. Who wouldn't be excited? Wait a moment, let me check for you, Bai Qing. Ah, there is indeed one hero. She is a local. Ming Yue replied with a smile. That's right. Could you also help me look for someone named Yi Fan, who came to take the exam with my sister? The guard pointed downward and soon stopped, saying yes. There is indeed someone named Yi Fan in the same class, and their home address is quite close as well. Do you know him, young lady? Ming Yue nodded. He's my neighbor. He and my sister have grown up together. Her smile faltered for a moment as she feigned disappointment. Actually, she is not my biological sister. They both came to our countryside for work, and my family took great care of her. Sister Bai took the initiative to call my mother godmother and referred to me as her younger sister, making us feel like one family. However, even after my sister was admitted to university, she has never written to us. My mother, worried, asked me to come and check on her. Upon hearing this, the guard's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper became concerned for her. Alas, young lady, having traveled so far, you must at least meet them. He paused. Wait, I shall call someone for you. Observing the young lady's despondent departure, the gatekeeper called out to her. The youth sent to the countryside faced great hardships, burdened with laborious tasks that left them no time for reading. From her words, it was evident that Yi Fan and Bai Qing were being taken care of in the village. She turned around with a determined stride. The gatekeeper exclaimed, Oh, young lady, wait. Today is the weekend. Classes will soon be over and they will be out shortly. Unfortunately, Ming Yue had already ventured far away, and the gatekeeper sighed. Ah, these young people nowadays. However, Ming Yue took a turn, seeking a vantage point near the school gate, where she retrieved a rice cake, nibbling on it as she awaited their emergence. Within half an hour, the school bell rang, and a throng of youth emerged, laughing and chatting, among whom were Yi Fan and Bai Qing. Their classmates, aware of the couple's marriage, couldn't help but express their envy and jest. Yi Fan smiled, while Bai Qing, with a hint of shyness, walked alongside him. Hearing whispers of admiration for their compatibility, they felt a quiet pride swell within them. Ming Yue spotted her targets and smiled, stealthily trailing behind them. She watched as they entered a small courtyard, and ensuring no one was around, she boldly approached and knocked on the door. Inside, Bai Qing was tidying her clothes, humming a cheerful tune. Yi Fan, indeed smitten, took the initiative to prepare a meal upon entering the house. Brother Fan,
let me help you with that.
Bai Qing chimed, her laughter brightening the atmosphere. Brother Fan, you truly care for me. Later, I shall massage your shoulders. Just as Yi Fan was about to respond, an unexpected knock echoed through the door. Knock, knock, knock. The two individuals engaged in playful banter were momentarily taken aback as the dinner bell rang. Who could be knocking at the door? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan chuckled, knowing that his mother-in-law's culinary skills surpassed those of his own mother, thus anticipating a delightful feast tonight. He lifted a basin and began washing the vegetables. Bai Qing opened the door, a smile still gracing her face. Mom. The single utterance barely escaped her lips before her smile faded. Standing at the threshold was a familiar young woman. You. Recognizing her, Bai Qing gasped, but the words that followed eluded her. Ming Yue beamed mischievously, seizing her by the neck with surprising strength, as if she were merely grasping a chick. She dragged Bai Qing into the courtyard, effortlessly securing the door behind them. Bai Qing, stunned, struggled in vain against Ming Yue's grip, her eyes bulging as she attempted to free herself, but to no avail. She whimpered, desperate to call for help. Yet her throat was constricted, and Yi Fan, engrossed in washing vegetables, remained oblivious to her silent cries. With a swift motion, Ming Yue struck Bai Qing on the back of the head, rendering her unconscious and carelessly discarding her. Hearing the commotion, Yi Fan poked his head out of the kitchen. Ching Ching, who's here? Is it Mom?
Ah, who are you?
Before he could clearly discern Ming Yue's appearance, he caught sight of his wife collapsed on the ground, prompting him to rush over. Ching, what happened? Just as he helped her up, Ming Yue delivered another blow, and Yi Fan too succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving the two of them lying silently on the floor. Ming Yue then entered the house, tore a new bedsheet into strips to bind the pair, and thoughtfully stuffed rags into their mouths to stifle any potential outcry upon awakening. Satisfied with her handiwork, she clapped her hands and ventured further into the house, discovering an array of valuable items. Turning back, she made her way into the kitchen, seeking out 6 eggs and a bag of noodles. In the basin lay freshly washed greens, and without hesitation, she began her preparations. The city relied on briquettes, while Ming Yue, who possessed the memories of her former self, was accustomed to using a rustic earthen stove. Fortunately, the scoundrel Yi Fan had already lit the fire. The water in the pot began to boil, and Ming Yue promptly added the noodles. She then cracked in 6 eggs, stirring them with chopsticks. Once it seemed nearly ready, she tossed in the greens, added a pinch of salt, and finally drizzled in half a bottle of fragrant oil, letting several drops cascade into the pot. The aroma of the vegetable and egg noodles wafted through the air. With such a generous portion, Ming Yue carried the pot to the table in the small courtyard, washed a pair of chopsticks, and began to eat. Perhaps it was her gentle touch, or perhaps the noodles were simply too delectable. The two individuals who had been unconscious began to awaken one after the other. The wife beside him shared a similar fate, and he was taken aback, wondering what had transpired. Had a thief invaded their home? Bai Qing also stirred awake, and upon seeing his expression, she suddenly recalled the earlier events and burst into tears. With her mouth still muffled, she could only whimper, desperately trying to signal him. "Oh, you've awakened so quickly? I haven't even finished my meal." Ming Yue sat at the table opposite them, joyfully savoring her egg noodles. The smooth, delicate noodles, generously enriched with 6 eggs, were a luxury the original owner had never tasted in her lifetime. Yi Fan suddenly heard a familiar voice, his body stiffening as he slowly raised his head, locking eyes with Ming Yue's beaming smile. Bai Qing, too, realized it was indeed Zhao Ming Yue. "I'm not hallucinating. It really is Zhao Ming Yue. How did she find her way here?" Ming Yue, with a playful twirl of her chopsticks, slurped up the noodles with gusto. Watching her indulge, Bai Qing felt her own stomach grumble audibly. Her eyes blazed with fury. That wretched girl had consumed all the eggs from their home. Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the smiling Zhao Ming Yue, convinced he must be seeing a ghost. Before leaving, Ming had already leaked some information, insinuating that Zhao Mingyue had issues with her character. If this matter comes to light, Zhao Mingyue's grandmother, for the sake of reputation, would undoubtedly arrange a distant marriage for her, thus preventing her from arriving here. Bai Qing glared at Zhao Mingyue, filled with contempt for this wretched woman who had stolen Fan Gage from the countryside and followed him to the city. Such shamelessness. Ming Yue, however, remained unfazed by the furious glares from the two, continuing to slurp her noodles, which were simply delightful. The two, each harboring their own thoughts and struggling desperately, found their limbs tightly bound. Attempting to speak proved futile, their mouths firmly gagged, leaving them only to whimper, hoping Ming Yue might free them. Unfortunately, she was thoroughly engrossed in her meal, paying them no mind. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the dim glow of a street lamp cast a hazy light upon the small courtyard. Ming Yue savored the last bite, lifting the pot to drink the remaining broth, finally setting it down with satisfaction. How full she felt! Wiping her mouth, she let out a contented burp and glanced at her targets. Yi Fan had been straining against his bindings, but his efforts were in vain. At last, when Ming Yue turned her gaze towards him, he strained his eyes, signaling that he had something to say. Having satisfied her hunger, Ming Yue stood and approached the two, looking down upon them from her elevated position. Yi Fan had already formulated a plan, regardless of the reasons that brought Zhao Mingyue to this juncture. Now that they were in her grasp, They could only bide their time. An unsophisticated village girl like Zhao Mingyue could easily be swayed with a few flattering words. Once he was free, he could gradually deal with this woman. Unable to move or speak, he resorted to conveying his intentions through his gaze, treating Zhao Mingyue as if she were Bai Qing. In the past, to coax her into assisting him, he had treated this unsophisticated village girl as if she were his beloved. Ming Yue smiled radiantly, observing Yi Fan as he blinked repeatedly, casting what he believed to be a heartfelt gaze in her direction. Beside them, Bai Qing's eyes glimmered with menace. Having long shed the gentle demeanor of the kind elder sister she once portrayed in the countryside, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of glances, with Ming Yue's smile growing ever more brilliant, teasingly suggesting their unspoken desire to converse. Do not rush. Ample opportunities await. With one hand on each, she dragged the two inside, closing the door and drawing the curtains, plunging the room into utter darkness. This sudden turn of events left them both alarmed. Could Zhao Mingyue be plotting something sinister? Their whimpers grew louder in the oppressive silence. Mingyue frowned. It's too dark. Do you have any candles? Their only response was a chorus of muffled cries. With a swift kick, she unintentionally struck one of them, eliciting a stifled groan. I almost forgot you were gagged. Ming Yue then pulled back the curtain, allowing a sliver of light to illuminate the room as she yanked the cloth from Bai Qing's mouth. Immediately, Bai Qing screamed, "Help! Someone, save me!"
Yi Fan,
Inwardly cursing his wife for her inability to grasp the situation, quickly grunted to signal that he had something to say. Ming Yue shot him a warning glare and commanded, "Where are the candles?" No more screaming. Yi Fan nodded vigorously, signaling his willingness to cooperate. As Ming Yue removed the gag, he inhaled deeply and adopted a melodramatic expression. "Ming Yue, how have you been? I've been eager to enroll, and with so much going on at school, I neglected to send you word, causing you unnecessary worry. I take full responsibility." Ming Yue regarded him coldly, retorting, "Cut the nonsense. Where are the candles?" "Oh, the candles. No, there's no need. In the home, there exists a light, situated to your left. Indeed, a single pull of the wire illuminates the room." Ming Yue tentatively tugged at the slender string, and the room was instantly aglow, the sudden brightness eliciting a smile from her. The electric light far surpassed the flicker of a candle, but how does one extinguish it? Quite simply, just pull the string once more, and the light will fade. Still entangled in their predicament, Yi Fan naturally played along with her. Ming Yue tugged at the string again, casting the room into shadow, and with consecutive pulls of the switch, the illumination flickered alternately. She resembled a child who had discovered a new toy, reveling in the delight of it, while Bai Qing lay on the ground, unable to bear the spectacle, and closed her eyes. Yi Fan cursed inwardly, yet wore a facade of deep affection on his face. "Ming Yue, how did you come across this?" He pondered, suspecting that the educated youths, envious of his university admission, might have secretly instigated Zhao Mingyue, perhaps even uncovering his address. This thought ignited a silent fury within him. He was well aware of such individuals, who could not bear to see others thrive. Back in the countryside, they had been envious of Zhao Mingyue for her labor, whispering behind her back with veiled remarks. Ming Yue, immersed in her enjoyment, finally recalled the pressing matter at hand upon his utterance. She had no desire to indulge his incessant chatter, firmly pressing a hand over his mouth, nearly causing Yi Fan's neck to twist from his vigorous struggle. Rendered speechless, he could only fervently convey his feelings through his eyes. Ming Yue allowed them to remain on the floor as she fetched a chair for herself, regarding the two with a serious demeanor before breaking into a smile. "You must be quite surprised by my visit today. Rest assured, I shall not pester you endlessly. Just one word from you, and I shall take my leave." Both were taken aback, having long contemplated the worst possible outcomes, utterly unprepared for her unexpected declaration. Just a single sentence, was it all for naught? For eager eyes turned towards me, as if to say, "Hurry up and speak." Ming Yue smiled brightly, demanding a heartfelt apology from you all, a sincere and genuine one. This request was somewhat peculiar, yet undeniably simple. Bai Qing was the first to respond, ready to speak. Ming Yue was pleased with her initiative, as cooperation was key. She too wished to complete the task swiftly. After all, Zhao Mingyue's physical condition was quite frail. She removed the cloth and, like coaxing a child, said, "Come, apologize to me." Regardless of her inner thoughts, Bai Qing dutifully replied, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please release me." She gazed expectantly, waiting for Ming Yue to act. Ming Yue then turned to pull off Yi Fan's cloth, saying, "Now it's your turn." "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Yi Fan complied as well. "Ming Yue, we've finally met. Please let me go." Ming Yue nodded, pleased with the cooperation of these unworthy individuals. It seemed they could wrap things up. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind, announcing that the task had not been completed satisfactorily. Ming Yue's smile faltered as she cursed internally. How is it unsatisfactory? An apology has been made. The system clarified that the host required a heartfelt, sincere apology. The current apology value stood at 0. The system warned that the apology value must reach 100 for the task to be deemed complete.
0?
Ming Yue's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly slapped Yi Fan across the face. That was utterly insincere. Apologize again. The resounding slap left Yi Fan's head askew, his mind bewildered by the sudden aggression. How dare you strike my brother Fan? Help!
Come. Ah.
Bai Qing had barely uttered a few words when her mouth was once again stuffed with a rag. Ming Yue, with a cold expression, indignantly declared, "I requested a sincere apology from you, yet you dare to treat me with such flippancy? Are you saving your energy for the new year? Hurry up and try again." Though Yi Fan could not comprehend the situation, he had no desire to endure further punishment. Zhao Mingyue, accustomed to laboring in the fields, possessed a remarkable strength. Half of his face was numb from the blows. "I'm sorry, I was wrong."
Beep.
The system indicated an apology index of 5, deemed unsatisfactory. Unsatisfactory. A reminder from the system resonated. Ming Yue swiftly delivered another slap, coldly stating, "There is no sincerity in your words. Try again." The system's prompt was audible only to Ming Yue, while the other half of Yi Fan's face succumbed to numbness, leaving him utterly bewildered. Gritting his teeth, he pleaded, "Ming Yue, let us discuss this calmly. I apologize. Please do not hit me anymore."
Beep.
The apology value plummeted to 3. The system's voice faithfully echoed,
Slap. Slap.
Ming Yue struck him twice more, exclaiming, "You should genuinely repent. Yet you still attempt to cut corners? Are you courting death?" Yi Fan, dazed from the repeated slaps, struggled to maintain his composure. He sensed that Zhao Mingyue had lost her mind, and recognizing the gravity of the situation, he could only implore softly, "I know you've been helping me all these years. If you have any demands, just voice them. I will surely comply, as long as you cease the beating." In response, he was met with the gagging rag. Beside him, Bai Qing sobbed, glaring at Ming Yue with eyes full of animosity, had looks the power to kill. Ming Yue would have long since perished. Ming Yue smirked. "What? Are you not satisfied?" With a swift slap to her head, she scolded, "Is uttering an apology so fatal? Stop dawdling and wasting time." Tears streamed down Bai Qing's face as she cursed inwardly. Despite having already apologized, they still refused to release her. It was clear that this wretched person harbored ill intentions. Ming Yue scoffed, remarking, "You two despicable individuals, in pursuit of your own pleasures, have deceived Zhao Mingyue into doing your bidding, and still show no signs of remorse." She declared that if their apologies lacked sincerity, they would continue to be punished, firmly believing she could not be deterred from making them submit. Rising to her feet, she unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the two, causing the scoundrels to writhe on the ground in agony. Had their mouths not been muffled, their cries would have echoed for miles. Both were in excruciating pain. tears and snot flowing freely as they sobbed in submission. Ming Yue tore a rag from her grasp, while Yi Fan desperately signaled to his beloved, under the eaves. One must bow their head and endure, hoping to navigate through this ordeal. Ming Yue, I am truly sorry, I was wrong, I apologize. Bai Qing reluctantly managed to utter, forcing a smile.
Ding.
Apology value. 20. Apology value. 10. The system chimed. Ming Yue felt a vain throb on her forehead, inwardly cursing, what a malfunctioning system. How can such heartfelt apologies yield such paltry scores? Infuriated, she stood up, and the two on the ground shrank back in fear, evidently intimidated by the beating they had just received. With a scowl, Ming Yue declared, your sincerity is insufficient. If you wish to avoid further punishment, you must make an effort. They internally cursed, thinking, what sincerity? You're just looking for an excuse to strike us. Ming Yue waved her fist at them, again. We are sorry. They chorused in unison.
Ding.
Apology value. 30. An improvement at last. The bright moon wore a smile, shaking her fist playfully. Indeed, let's put in a bit more effort, a touch more sincerity. Apologies echoed from the two, yielding to her imposing presence.
Ding.
Apology level at 40. She continued her gentle coaxing. Once more, let's increase that sincerity. I'm sorry. The two remain numb.
Ding.
Apology level at 50. The system's mechanical reminders persisted. The moon beamed at the two, shaking her fist and speaking sweetly. You've spent years in the countryside, persuading Zhao Mingyue to do your bidding. Haven to you? I'm sorry. Yi Fan quickly interjected. I truly appreciate your efforts.
Ding.
Apology level at 60. The moon nodded approvingly. That's right. One must know gratitude. Zhao Mingyue has sincerely contributed, and you have benefited from it. Offer a heartfelt apology. Yi Fan grimaced, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Thank you for your contributions. The system chimed, apology level at 70. The moon felt satisfied. Yi Fan was catching on. Suddenly, Bai Qing shrieked, you wretched person. I see you're intentionally tormenting us. We've already apologized, yet you still resort to violence. You are just toying with us. Brother Fan, do not apologize to her.
Ding.
Apology level has plummeted to 0. The system's notification caused veins to throb on the moon's forehead. In a fit of anger, she slapped Bai Qing's face, causing her to scream in distress. Yi Fan hurriedly explained, please, do not resort to violence. We can talk this through. I apologize sincerely. Please do not harm my wife. Ming Yue seized a cloth and stuffed it into the mouths of the two, glaring at them with a dark expression. Yi Fan's eyes reflected a desire for appeasement, while Bai Qing's gaze was filled with fury. Ming Yue sneered, is it truly so difficult for you to offer a heartfelt apology? The duo attempted to speak, but alas, their mouths were obstructed. Ming Yue scoffed, though Zhao Mingyue is but a village girl, she is still a vibrant young woman. Had it not been for your scheming, she would have certainly found a suitable partner to marry. Even if it meant toiling in the fields for a lifetime, she would have lived in peace and joy. Yet, because of your cowardice in facing hardship, you deceived her with sweet words, luring her with a false facade. How shameless of you to have ensnared Zhao Mingyue only to betray her. Yi Fan felt the weight of shame as he was berated. Ming Yue then turned her ire towards Bai Qing. And you wretched harlot. You have long been entangled with this scoundrel, yet you feign sisterhood. How preposterous. Who would marry their sister? You have no shame. With her words rendering both of them pale, Ming Yue unleashed a flurry of punches, targeting the more fleshy areas of their bodies. The two trembled, tears streaming down their faces, their clothes surely marred with bruises beneath. After a moment, Ming Yue ceased her assault, a cold smile gracing her lips. You may not be aware, but Zhao Mingyue is pregnant and has suffered a miscarriage. She is too ashamed to face the world and is contemplating drowning herself. Yet, in her final moments, she refuses to relent until she receives an authentic apology from you. Zhao Mingyue may have wronged the entire world, but she deserves to be vindicated by the two of you. If I am not satisfied today, I shall not cease my actions." She once again raised her fist in a display of determination, resolutely declaring that if a single beating was insufficient, she would continue her assault until her adversaries were subdued. "I refuse to believe that I cannot bring you to heel. I will continue to demand apologies until I sense your genuine remorse." The two individuals on the ground trembled in pain, a chill running down their spines at her words. Gripped by a profound fear, Ming Yue tore away the cloth from her mouth. Both lacked the strength to cry for help. Bai Qing did not even dare to lift her gaze, and Yi Fan was in little better condition. Their thoughts were malicious and self-serving, yet upon hearing Ming Yue's chilling declarations, they were filled with regret. Particularly Yi Fan, who was acutely aware that Zhao Mingyue had once carried his child, leaving him at a loss for words. Moreover, the knowledge of Zhao Mingyue's contemplation of suicide by drowning, regardless of its truth, stirred his emotions deeply. After a long silence, he rasped, "I am sorry, Mingyue. I have wronged you. I truly have. I should never have harmed you."
Beep.
Current apology value, 100. The system's notification elicited a smile from Ming Yue. How could she detect a hint of dissatisfaction from the system? Shaking her head, she fixed her glare on Bai Qing. "And what about you? Having taken advantage of Zhao Mingyue, you ought to offer a sincere apology. Do you wish to experience the taste of punishment once more?" "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Bai Qing, terrified from the beating, realized that Zhao Mingyue was in a desperate state of mind. If she failed to acknowledge her mistakes, she might be the first to suffer dire consequences. Bai Qing, being more pragmatic, thought of her newfound opportunity at university and the life she had yet to enjoy. She could not allow herself to perish in this manner. "Apologize. I must apologize."
Beep.
Apology value, 100. Task completed. This time, Ming Yue was certain she detected the system's regret. What a ridiculous thing. An apology valued at 100%, yet they were still displeased despite the task being completed. What a pathetic system. Ming Yue scorned inwardly, knowing the system could only feign ignorance. Indeed, their apologies bore a semblance of sincerity, and she was satisfied. Ming Yue clapped her hands and rose to her feet. Upon hearing her satisfaction, the two shared a sense of survival after a calamity, exchanging a glance, both too frightened to remind anyone to release them. They had truly been intimidated. Ignoring them, Ming Yue rummaged through the room, taking any item that caught her eye and placing it directly into her spatial realm. In front of the scoundrel and the shameless woman, she boldly collected items. The two observed in disbelief as Zhao Mingyue touched something, causing it to vanish into thin air, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. This was unscientific. Could Zhao Mingyue possibly possess supernatural abilities? Or was she not even alive? Had she truly drowned herself? Was the figure before them merely her ghost, seeking retribution and able to make their belongings disappear? They exchanged glances, fear reflected in each other's eyes. Simultaneously, they looked behind Ming Yue and gasped. There was a shadow, an actual living person. As relief washed over them, they noticed their possessions continued to vanish, sending shockwaves through their hearts. Unexplainable phenomena were far more terrifying. Ming Yue acted swiftly. Apart from the larger pieces of furniture in the scoundrel and shameless woman's new home, she collected everything else. At last, she bit into a large apple, waved her hand, declaring, "My task is complete. I shall take my leave." With an air of nonchalance, she exited, leaving the two inside the room in a state of shock, wide-eyed and speechless. Once outside, Ming Yue slipped into a secluded corner and vanished into her personal space. With a cold smile, she muttered, "Get lost. Completion is indeed completion. Notions of ideals hold no significance for me." Upon hearing her unreasonable words, the mechanical voice of the system exhibited a slight fluctuation. "Ming Yue, the host requests." Ming Yue retorted dismissively, "What request?" Isn't it merely a sincere apology? I have fulfilled my duty, and your assessment stands at 100. Dare you deny it? The system's voice carried a hint of grievance. Acknowledge. However. There is no however. Completion is completion. Ming Yue waved her hand. Now, may I receive my reward? After a moment of silence, the system cautiously replied, the host wishes to exact revenge on the scoundrel and the shameless. Enough. I demand an apology from you, system, as I have diligently fulfilled my task without any additional conditions, Ming Yue declared firmly. Having inexplicably traversed into another realm, and as an unattractive village girl, I find myself aggrieved. The system, seemingly attuned to her sentiments, dared not speak further. The first task was completed, earning her 1 point. Ming Yue pondered, continuing to wait, after a considerable pause. She huffed in displeasure. Just 1 point? Is there no other reward? What about the merits? Where have they vanished? The system, sounding pitiful, explained, you have prematurely withdrawn from your personal space, leaving a debt of 99 points to this system.
What?
Ming Yue's voice rose sharply. I completed my task only to find myself indebted to you for 99 points, like some miser. The system grew increasingly aggrieved, stating, you did not achieve the revenge on the scoundrel and the shameless. The host is dissatisfied, hence only 1 point was awarded. I hope you will earnestly complete your next task. The bright moon let out a cold snort, biting into a large apple. Surprisingly, the fruit purchased by the scoundrel and the shameless woman was both sweet and crisp. Indeed, the goods from the city are exceptional. With the task accomplished, what was to become of this body? The system, mechanical in its recovery, allowed Ming Yue to choose her fate, to remain in this world until old age or to embark on the next mission. The system fell into a long silence, indicating that the host would inevitably follow the predetermined course and plunge into the river to end her life.
Oh.
Ming Yue was unconcerned. The next day, she quietly exited the space and purchased a ticket back to her rural hometown. With matters resolved, Ming Yue hurried to the riverbank, ready to fulfill her destiny by taking the plunge. Gazing at her long limbs and beautiful visage, Ming Yue smiled joyfully. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in her ears. Ming Yue, do you wish to continue the mission?
No.
I refuse. Out of nowhere, Ming Yue produced an ancient-looking mirror. Admiring her reflection with self-admiration, growing fonder with each glance. Look at me. I am truly the most beautiful woman in the world. The system fell into instant silence, eventually responding after a prolonged pause. Ming Yue, please continue with the mission. Ming Yue scoffed. You elusive being. I wager you are too ugly to be seen. Show yourself. I tire of conversing with thin air. The starry sky rippled, and soon a silver square hovered before her. Ming Yue, preoccupied with her own reflection, cast a fleeting glance and chose to ignore it.
What are you?
Truly hideous. If the system were human, it would have been driven to tears by now. Its surface shimmering as the silver glow intensified. This system was created by the supreme deity. The bright moon still refused to cast a glance, scoffing. Is this the aesthetic of your master deity? I am the one who possesses beauty. What is your name? The system paused momentarily before mechanically responding. This system's full title is, Please apologize to me, system. What a ridiculous name. Never mind, I shall bestow upon you a new one. The moon remarked disdainfully. Given your appearance, I shall call you Square Head. Tell me, Square Head, where is your master deity? What is their name? The system once again trembled violently, indicating its profound inner turmoil. The moon, however, remained distracted, her attention fixated on her own breathtaking beauty. She gently caressed her smooth skin, her eyes and brows radiating delight. Indeed, a beauty is breathtaking no matter how one gazes upon her. The system, stifling its indignation, protested, What is this square head nonsense? I do not acknowledge it. Moon, please proceed. The second task is about to commence. Oh, wait. Grant me a more beautiful body. The moon's surroundings twisted before her, and she could only utter this phrase before vanishing into the cosmos. Chapter 7. The poisoned legitimate wife. Before she even opened her eyes, the moon felt her entire body languid and weak, her eyelids heavy to the point of inertia. Internally cursing, damn that square head for providing such a wretched body. She found herself imbued with the memories of the original owner's life. This was an ancient world where the original owner, Ming Yue, was the daughter of a scholar. Possessing a gentle disposition, married to her father's pupil, Lu Ruo. After their union, Ming Yue managed the household and tended to her in-laws, tirelessly weaving day and night to support her husband's studies. Furthermore, she presented her dowry to facilitate Lu Ruo's journey to the capital for the imperial examinations, and he, possessing a modicum of intelligence, astonishingly achieved the title of top scholar. Under the examination banner, he married the daughter of a high-ranking official. At this moment, Ming Yue's parents had passed away, leaving her without the strength to resist being relegated to a concubine. Though she felt sorrowful, she had always been obedient and, persuaded by her in-laws, understood that she was unworthy of the top scholar. The Lu family did not despise her for her family's decline and still considered her, which could be seen as a kindness. She had no choice but to accept her fate. With a gentle disposition, Ming Yue had no one in her natal family to stand up for her, though she felt a sense of grievance. Her husband had ultimately not abandoned her after his examination. She could only resign herself to accompany him to the capital. At that time, Lu Ruo had already married a Miss Spy from the capital, a woman as beautiful as a flower, yet with a heart as venomous as a viper. She harbored resentment towards Ming Yue for being the original wife, deliberately tormenting her, forcing her to labor daily without providing sustenance. Living in the back courtyard of the top scholar's residence, Ming Yue's existence was more miserable than in the countryside. The three members of the Lu family pretended not to see. Lu Ruo, in pursuit of his future, had long forgotten his first wife, while the elder Lu couple prioritized currying favor with a new daughter-in-law, disregarding Ming Yue's past contributions. Though Ming Yue felt wronged, she silently endured, believing her husband to be her sky. Unfortunately, Bai's disdain for her transformed her life into a series of tortures. The household maidservants, eager to please their mistress, added insult to injury, and Ming Yue soon fell ill. Seizing the opportunity, Bai sent a bowl of poison to end her life. Ming Yue, who had endured her entire life, ultimately met her demise through poison, her spirit restless and filled with resentment, which was captured by the system, prompting Ming Yue to undertake a mission. Upon opening her eyes, she exclaimed, "Another heartless scoundrel and shameless woman. An apology? Just wait." At this moment, she lay in a dilapidated house plagued by drafts, the howling wind slicing through her like a knife. Ming Yue shifted uncomfortably, her brow furrowed. Soon, Bai's maid would arrive with poison, and she had no desire to be forced to drink it. Listening intently to the sound of footsteps, Ming Yue curled her lips into a cold smirk. With a swift movement, she entered her personal space. Within this realm lingered remnants from her previous existence. Ming Yue reclined languidly against a quilt, indulging in a few pieces of egg cake and quenching her thirst with a jug of brown sugar water, which brought a semblance of ease to her weary body. Disdainfully, she raised her hand to examine her emaciated figure. Her skin sagging, she could hardly summon the energy to gaze into a mirror. The system, feigning silence, hesitated before finally speaking. "Ming Yue, you cannot remain hidden in this space indefinitely. Remember to fulfill your tasks." "Scram," Ming Yue retorted with a cold laugh. "With this wretched body, you dare mention tasks?" The system fell into silence once more. Ming Yue enjoyed a refreshing slumber, and upon awakening, she sketched a circle in the void. Unbeknownst to her, the space warped momentarily. The circle rippled and, after settling, appeared to become translucent. Within this space, Ming Yue could peer through the circle to observe the world beyond. Propping her chin on her hand, she scrutinized the outside. While the system within the space was stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment, utterly oblivious to how she had achieved this feat. At that moment, a maid from the Bai family had scoured the premises inside and out, yet the ailing woman remained elusive. Upon hearing that Ming Yue had vanished, Bai was unable to remain still, commanding all the servants to search together. In the frigid depths of winter, more than 20 servants turned the estate upside down, even dredging the water well several times, yet not a trace of Ming Yue could be found. The elderly couple of the Liu family, upon learning of their former daughter-in-law's disappearance, did not dwell on it. Rather, they felt a sense of relief, believing it to be for the best. The specter of the Qian family loomed before them, as if reminding them of the days of hardship they had once endured. Bai concealed her face with a cloth, feigning tears as she lamented, "It is all my fault for not keeping a close watch on my sister. A woman alone in such inclement weather. What if something dire were to happen?" Lu Ruo hurriedly reassured her, "This cannot be blamed on you, for it is Qian who is ungrateful, choosing to flee when she had a good life. If outsiders were to learn of this, they would think our family mistreats her, which is truly despicable." The old master chimed in, agreeing, "Indeed, she should be taught a lesson." Inside, Bai scoffed silently while maintaining her facade. "My sister has caught a chill these past few days. I had little Hong attend to her." Yet during the brief moment little Hong went to fetch medicine, my sister vanished. "I've searched thoroughly, both inside and outside. No one has entered or exited the doors. She should still be within the estate, yet she remains elusive." Lu Ru nodded. "Since you hail from a prominent family and the steward is quite capable, if he asserts she hasn't left, then she must still be here. We need not worry. She may simply be unwell and hiding, and once she recovers, she will naturally reappear. You need not feel overly guilty." Bai had confirmed multiple times that it had only snowed last night, and the area where Ming Yue resided had not been cleared of snow, revealing footprints that indicated she and T left that dilapidated courtyard. It was merely an act. Seeing her husband unconcerned about that wretched woman only pleased her further. She pursed her lips and declared, "My husband possesses discernment. We shall wait for my sister to emerge on her own." The family dined harmoniously, entirely oblivious to the fact that the original occupant, Ming Yue, was gravely ill, and in such frigid weather, she might be starving or worse, perishing in a corner. Meanwhile, Ming Yue, hidden away, observed the comings and goings of the scholars' residence, and as they ultimately abandoned the search for her, she couldn't help but pout in exasperation. Having consumed nearly all the provisions from the space, Ming Yue glanced outside to find it was already midnight, with everyone in the frigid winter slumbering soundly. She chose to wrap herself in a quilt and exited the space, grumbling about the inadequacies of the realm, particularly its lack of teleportation capabilities. The square-headed figure in the starlit sky pretended not to hear her complaints, secretly wondering if she had indeed suffered from amnesia. "Oh, how cold it is!" Ming Yue tightened her quilt around her, contemplating the necessity of stockpiling more supplies in the future. Regrettably, the previous world had been too barren. In a moment of impulse, she had donated the majority of her belongings to Zhao Mingyue's family, retaining only a few edible items and a single quilt, a strategic blunder. Determined, she followed the direction indicated by the original owner's memories and made her way to the kitchen. The scholar's residence was modest, comprising 3 courtyards, and Ming Yue swiftly reached the first anteroom where the kitchen was located. The door was locked, but that posed no challenge for her. She forcefully kicked it open and, upon spotting the food, began to gather everything into the space, leaving not even the raw ingredients behind. As she exited the kitchen and stepped into the courtyard, she noticed the lights flickering on in the adjacent room. Clearly, her door kicking had roused someone. However, the bitter cold dissuaded the servants from abandoning their warm beds, and it took a while before they finally rose to light a lamp and investigate the commotion. Wrapped in her quilt, Ming Yue had not strayed far. She passed through the corner gate, re-entered her space, and sat atop the quilt while sipping the chicken soup simmering on the hearth, observing the unfolding events outside. When the servants emerged and realized there was a thief in the kitchen, they raised an alarm, which soon alerted the master of the house. Lu Rua, donned in a fox fur cloak, appeared with a scowl, demanding to know why there was such a disturbance at this late hour. Upon entering and seeing the kitchen in disarray, he quickly urged everyone to stop standing around and to check for any other areas that may have been ransacked. The kitchen merely contains ordinary ingredients of little value. His concern lies with his wife's dowry, which is of utmost importance. He hurriedly made his way to the inner quarters. The main chamber was locked, safeguarding the Bai family's dowry, which was paramount. My dear wife, have there been any losses? If Lu Rua's family were impoverished, the funds for their journey to the capital were entirely derived from Qian Mingyue's dowry. Securing the top honor, he would soon take a new bride. Having just entered the palace, he had yet to accumulate wealth, and the household's expenses relied heavily on Bai's dowry. Bai smiled reassuringly. Everything is intact, my husband. You need not worry. However, Lu Rua's brow furrowed. He had witnessed the kitchen stripped bare. Who could have done this? Bai's eyes momentarily faltered this. The steward reported that there were no irregularities elsewhere, prompting Lu Rua to order increased patrols. A thought crossed his mind, and he exclaimed, "It must be Qian. That wretched woman, despite having received her share of food and drink, has resorted to such treachery. When she returns, I shall teach her a lesson." Bai secretly rejoiced and feigned concern. Sister must be unwell. My husband need not be too harsh. It is late. You should rest early, for we must rise early tomorrow. Ming Yue, in her space, savored chicken soup and nibbled on the large steamed bun that had been prepared in advance, while enjoying a performance. Yet her body felt depleted, prompting her to indulge in a lengthy slumber within her space. Outside, the food supplies of the top scholar's residence had vanished, and before dawn, the servants had set out to procure more. Bai retrieved bird's nest from the storeroom and set it to simmer. Upon noticing this, Ming Yue stealthily approached the kitchen door, re-entering her space to await her turn. At that moment, a steaming breakfast was being prepared on the stove. The fragrant aroma of cooking oil filled the air, leaving the servants puzzled as the steward arrived to investigate. Yet, no one could ascertain who had caused the mess on the floor. The chef recognized it as the cooking oil that had been stolen previously. The housekeeper, alerted, hurried into the kitchen and discovered that the freshly prepared dishes had mysteriously vanished, leaving everyone in bewilderment. The housekeeper rushed to report to the mistress, while the servants grew anxious. It was inconceivable that the food could disappear in such a short time. Could it be that the household was haunted by a supernatural presence? Mrs. Bai personally came to investigate, meticulously inquiring about the circumstances, her brow furrowing with concern. With a stern expression, she commanded the servants to prepare the meal anew. Her demeanor darkened as she made her way to the courtyard where Qian Mingyue resided. In the frigid cold, after a night of snowfall, faint footprints could be discerned, leading from the dilapidated yard to the front courtyard. The housekeeper gasped, "Madam, these are fresh tracks. Could it be that Aunt Qian is involved?" Mrs. Bai scoffed. "It must be her. But can she truly possess such cunning? Immediately gather people to search thoroughly. I wish to see who dares to shield that wretch." The housekeeper organized a comprehensive search throughout the estate. Yet poor Ming Yue was savoring bird's nest porridge and freshly steamed buns in her own space at that very moment. Despite their exhaustive efforts, even digging 3 feet into the ground of the top scholar's residence yielded nothing. The housekeeper, running briskly, found himself sweating in the biting cold. "Madam, I've searched every nook and cranny, yet there's not even a shadow to be found." Mrs. Bai, in disbelief, slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Impossible! Search again," leaving no stone unturned. I refuse to believe she could have sprouted wings and flown away. The steward could only continue searching, particularly scrutinizing the front and back doors, examining them meticulously several times. The gatekeeper swore with utmost sincerity, assuring that no one had entered or exited, and the large brass lock on the door remained intact. That individual must still be within the estate. There was no way they could be elusive. This time, the steward was resolute, personally leading a team, leaving no nook or cranny unchecked. They even inspected the chambers and storerooms of the masters, but yielded nothing. Mrs. Bai had been vigilantly observing throughout, her delicate visage contorted with frustration. Impossible. The household was of such modest size. Where could that wretched person be hiding? Her maid cautiously suggested, "Madam, could it be that someone is aiding her?" Mrs. Bai, her countenance darkened, commanded all the servants to assemble, determined to uncover who possessed such audacity. Soon everyone gathered. Even the elderly couple from the back courtyard could no longer remain seated and hurried over.
Wife.
What is the reason for this commotion? The old lady inquired, with feigned concern. Mrs. Bai huffed indignantly. It's none other than that vile Qian woman who sneaked into the kitchen at midnight to steal supplies. And this morning she pilfered the breakfast I had just prepared.
What?
Qian possesses such audacity. The old lady gasped in disbelief, realizing why breakfast had not yet been delivered. She immediately unleashed a tirade, calling the shameless harlot out. How can she squander a good life and resort to thievery? Where is she? Capture her. I shall teach her a proper lesson. As she rolled up her sleeves, Mrs. Bai disdainfully curled her lip. A country bumpkin simply lacked decorum. With numerous servants at her disposal, it was beneath her to take matters into her own hands. However, Ming Yue remained elusive, and it was indeed too early to speculate. Where could she be hiding? They had searched the entire premises and found nothing, leading Mrs. Bai to suspect that someone was secretly aiding her concealment.
What? Who is it?
The old lady exclaimed in fury, directing her ire at the servants. A group of ingrates, daring to defy the lady of the house's orders. I suppose you have no desire to live. The old gentleman grunted. Look at who has been close to the Qian family. The servants protested their innocence. They were all companions of the young lady and had lost their senses, failing to support their own mistress and instead aiding a discarded wife. The steward, skeptical, pondered who among them had been closest to the Qian family, realizing it was only the old gentleman and the old lady. Having served as a daughter-in-law for 3 full years, Qian had been in their midst, yet he dared not voice this thought. The steward's eyes darted as he spoke. Madam, the incident occurred so suddenly. The kitchen staff emerged and returned within the span of a short tea break. They did not stray far, remaining in the courtyard. In such a brief interval, it would be impossible for someone to steal without being noticed unless... Unless what? Bai inquired, pressing for clarity. The steward hesitated, prompting her to demand, Speak up quickly. He had indeed overheard the servants' speculations and steeled himself to say, I suspect the one aiding them is not human.
Not human?
Bai was baffled, but the old lady gasped, Could it be a celestial being? Bai retorted angrily, What celestial being? Speak plainly. The old maid cautiously glanced around, muttering, Oh, great deity, do not take offense. To accomplish such deeds without detection, the theft must surely be the work of a divine spirit. Before Bai could respond, the old lady too began to murmur, Amitba, so it is the celestial being who has come. Our family was unaware. Great deity, do not take offense. Do not take offense. One instructed the Bai family and the daughter-in-law that they must not offend the Huang de Xian. Thus, they should promptly procure several chickens to honor him properly. The old lady was somewhat skeptical, yet the situation was undeniably peculiar, so she remained silent. The servants nodded in agreement, choosing to believe in the possibility, for after all, one ought not to provoke the supernatural. At this moment, Bai was at a loss. Though she harbored doubts, the evidence was before her, Qian's inexplicable disappearance and the empty kitchen. Regardless of who was responsible, there must be a trace to follow.
Yet, There was naught to grasp.
Very well. Since her mother was acquainted with Huang de Xian and the daughter-in-law was young and reckless, it would be wise to enlist the help of her mother. She decided to leave the matter to the old lady. Previously, the old lady had managed affairs in the countryside. Although she possessed little money, Ming Yue was obedient and filial, allowing her to maintain her authority and sense of self-worth. Upon arriving in the capital, her son married a new bride. Although the new daughter-in-law brought a generous dowry and their household was affluent, it ultimately depended on the daughter-in-law's demeanor to navigate daily life. Initially, all was well, but as time passed, grievances were inevitable. Hearing Bai's suggestion that she oversee matters, the old lady could hardly contain her delight and nodded eagerly. Very well, I shall handle the affairs. Her smile was gentle, her face adorned with wrinkles that unfolded with joy. My dear daughter-in-law, henceforth, let me manage both the significant and trifling matters of the household. You ought to focus on bearing children while you are young. Do not follow in the footsteps of Qian, who was unfortunate enough to have entered the household for 3 years without a single egg. She completely forgot that when Ming Yue first joined the family, only a few days into their marriage, she had urged her son to study at the academy, admonishing Qian repeatedly not to entice Lu Ruo, fearing it would hinder his academic pursuits. Ming Yue had entered the household for 3 years, and her time spent with Lu Ruo had scarcely exceeded 10 days. How could they possibly conceive a child? Bai, witnessing her mother-in-law's smug expression, felt a wave of disgust wash over her. In her heart, she thought, what a shameless old woman, living off my generosity, yet coveting my authority as the housekeeper. If she truly had the capability, she would not come begging me for money. The old lady, oblivious to Bai's disdainful countenance, cheerfully insisted, my dear daughter-in-law, honoring the great immortal is of utmost importance. Please, first procure 100 taels of silver for me. As for the household expenses thereafter, we shall discuss them once this matter is resolved. Although Bai hailed from an official family, her father had more than one daughter, and she was not the most favored. Apart from her dowry items, she possessed merely 1,000 taels of silver for her marriage. The request for her to part with 100 taels was utterly unacceptable. Seizing the opportunity, the old lady was unwilling to relent, impatiently retorting, how can we manage with just a few chickens? We must have gold ingots, candles, incense, and a variety of offerings. You youngsters lack understanding. Just give me the money, and I shall personally go to the market to procure everything. The current emperor did not believe in spirits. Should he learn that the top scholar's family was making a grand offering to the great immortal, he would surely blame her husband. If this were to hinder her husband's career, it would be disastrous. The old lady remained undeterred, while the old man, growing anxious, lamented the years of hard work spent supporting their son's education, all for the sake of family honor. After much effort, their son had finally achieved the status of a top scholar, allowing them to bask in prosperity. How could they allow such a trivial matter to jeopardize their son's future? Once he spoke, the old lady dared not utter another word. The Bai matriarch, feeling somewhat dispirited, instructed her steward to personally oversee the preparation of the meals once again. After such a commotion, breakfast was deemed unnecessary. They might as well prepare for lunch directly. In the inner chamber, Ming Yue busied herself with her meal, focusing on recuperating her health, completely oblivious to the ongoing skirmish between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law outside. In the presence of her confidant, Bai no longer pretended to maintain her composure. How can I not be infuriated? Within just a few days, she has already set her sights on undermining my steward's authority without even considering her own capabilities. The maid chuckled. She is merely an unsophisticated countrywoman. Why should the young lady lower herself to her level? If she is in good spirits, engage her in conversation. If not, simply dismiss her to the backyard. What does it matter? Bai pursed her lips, retorting, it is easy for you to say that. But those are my husband's parents. If I fail to show them proper respect, and my husband finds out, I shall surely face his ire." The maid began to massage her shoulders, reassuring her. "The young master currently relies on our family as support. How could he dare to blame the young lady? Moreover, with your exquisite beauty, the young master is enamored and would never dream of casting aside his affection." Bai's spirits lifted momentarily from these words. Yet the thought of the missing Ming Yue quickly dampened her mood once more. Where could that wretched woman be hiding? Is it possible that some celestial being has come to her aid? Who knows? The maid replied, "She is nothing more than a base creature, engaging in petty theft. There is no need for the young lady to fear. She has not harmed her. If revenge is to be sought, it will be the Liu family that suffers first." These reassurances brought Bai a modicum of comfort, and she secretly expressed gratitude that the bowl of poison had not reached Ming Yue. The household was rife with anxiety. The steward, standing by as the meals were prepared, kept a vigilant eye, only relaxing once the dishes had been served to the master and remained untouched. He thought he might have been mistaken. There was no such thing as a son. "Something terrible has happened. We have A in our home," she whispered, lowering her voice. Liu Ruo, lately favored by his father-in-law, had been enjoying a smooth career path and was in high spirits.
Indeed.
Abandoning the Qian family and marrying into the Bai family was the wisest choice. Just as he entered the house, he noticed his mother muttering mysteriously, which he found somewhat irritating. "Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? Where did this come from?" The old lady replied anxiously, "My son, you left early and do not know. There truly is A in the house. Last night, the kitchen was completely emptied, and this morning's breakfast has vanished as well." Liu Ruo was taken aback. It wasn't he the work of the Qian family, but where had they gone? The old lady patted his shoulder, sighing, "That little wretch must be hiding somewhere. I've searched the house thoroughly, yet there's no trace of her." Liu Ruo's expression darkened. Could it be that she truly has run away? The old lady said mysteriously, "I suspect the has used magic to conceal her." Liu Ruo felt the veins on his forehead throb and waved his hand to move inside. "Mother, please do not create more chaos. Where is my wife?" The old lady hurried after him. "Your wife has a headache and is lying down. I cannot tell if it's true or not. You entered the house and did not even get up to greet her. How impolite." Liu Ruo, needing the Bai family's support, could not afford to take sides against his wife. "What are you saying, mother? My wife is virtuous and well-mannered. She understands propriety better than anyone. Is her illness serious? Has a doctor been called?" As he spoke, he quickly lifted the curtain and entered, while the old lady, accustomed to rural ways, freely entered her daughter-in-law's chamber as if it were a daily occurrence. Just as I was about to enter, a young maid emerged, followed by the elderly matron. The lady appeared to be suffering from a headache and was leaning to one side. The matron suggested that it would be best to visit again tomorrow. Unhappy, she was on the verge of expressing her discontent when two more young maids came out, giggling and playfully pulling at her from either side. Hearing them address her son and daughter-in-law in such a manner, the matron suddenly realized that this was not the countryside. The daughter-in-law was a lady of status, and her son still depended on his father-in-law's support. Inside, Liu Ruo, noticing his wife had her back turned to him, guessed that his mother had upset her. He quickly approached with a conciliatory smile, saying, "My dear, I heard you have a headache. Allow me to take a look." Liu Ruo responded with a smile. "A colleague hosted a gathering, and I have already eaten." Bai Shi, genuinely fond of him, detected the scent of alcohol on his breath and called out, "Xiao Cui, prepare a hangover remedy for our son-in-law." "No need. I only had a few drinks. A hangover remedy is unnecessary," Liu Ruo replied. "Nevertheless, the kitchen has prepared a longan and lotus seed porridge. You must have eaten little with all that drinking, so it will serve as a good base." Bai Shi amended her order, and the maid hurried away. Bai Shi assisted Lu Ruo in changing his attire, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Lu Ruo quickly grasped her hand, asking, "Why the furrowed brow, my dear? Do you have something troubling your mind?" Bai Shi shot him a sharp glance before revealing the events of the day. As Lu Ruo listened, his expression grew increasingly somber. Upon hearing that his mother intended to make a fuss and seek the blessings of the deity Wang Tai-sin, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Mother is truly becoming forgetful. Even father does not advise her." Being a lady from a prestigious family in the capital, Bai Shi understood his sensitivities and gently reassured him, "I too am at fault. I should not have left matters to your mother out of fear. She has always lived in the countryside and is unaware of the emperor's taboos." Lu Ruo shook his head, insisting, "This has nothing to do with you." After a moment of hesitation, she inquired, "Has the Qian family truly not been located?" Bai furrowed her brow and replied, "Strangely enough, we have searched every corner of the house, even dredging the well, yet not a trace has been found." Lu Ruo, sensing her unease, gently patted her hand and said, "If we cannot find them, perhaps it is best to cease our search. They may have stealthily departed long ago." Bai felt this possibility was slim, but nodded in agreement. "My sister is too foolish. In such weather, venturing out alone while ill is perilous." She sighed. "Well, if she has met with misfortune, it is her own folly." Lu Ruo's voice was cold. In the dead of night, the entire scholar's residence lay in silence, save for 2 servants patrolling the grounds, a precaution taken after 2 recent thefts from the kitchen. They were assigned in pairs, changing shifts every hour. In the frigid December air, the chill intensified as midnight approached, and the 2 servants, bundled in thick cotton clothing, walked through the back courtyard, their breath forming white clouds in the cold. The first servant complained, "This wretched weather is unbearable." The second servant, warming his frozen hands by breathing onto them, urged, "Let us walk faster to stave off the cold." With such a small estate to patrol, they had walked back and forth several times without even spotting a stray cat. "Why must we be made to patrol? It's as if we have nothing better to do." The first servant grumbled. The second quickly tugged at him, cautioning, "Speak less. The kitchen staff say there's a spirit haunting the estate. Do you wish for it to overhear?" The first servant scoffed, "A spirit? Perhaps it is merely a fabrication by the kitchen staff. Could it be? Things have gone missing from the kitchen." The second servant remarked, having seen the emptiness within. "Humph. Perhaps the kitchen has spoiled something, and in fear of punishment from the master, they intentionally deceived naive fools like you." Knowing that the servant is new, they feign the role of reprimanding a junior. "Brother, you have just arrived and are unaware that in wealthy households, the intricacies are numerous and strange occurrences abound." This statement left Servant E bewildered, and he stumbled forward in confusion. Just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of a crimson object darting past the corner gate. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed, "Over there! There's something over there!" Following his pointed direction, Servant Jia saw nothing and kicked him, scolding, "What nonsense! There's nothing there." Servant E, fearing he was merely imagining things, hurried a few steps to investigate, but found the area empty, devoid of anything. "Could it be that I was mistaken? I distinctly saw a large red object scurry past." Servant Jia, unsettled by his words, retorted, "There's not even a ghostly shadow. It must be your imagination." The 2 proceeded to patrol the front courtyard, when suddenly, a red object appeared beside the corner wall. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a person walking while draped in a large red cotton quilt, none other than Ming Yue. By day, she indulged in food and rest within her secret space, and by night, she engaged in mischief. It seems she ought to acquire more warm clothing, as moving about in a quilt is quite inconvenient. Ming Yue muttered to herself, quietly approaching the ear room of the main courtyard, having already scouted the area last night. Knowing that the bride's dowry was stored there, The courtyard was eerily silent as Ming Yue produced a kitchen knife. It was a mystery how she managed it, but she successfully pried open the large copper lock on the door. Pushing the door open, illuminated by the hazy moonlight outside, Ming Yue began to gather every item within the room. In the space, there lay a plethora of redwood chests, which Ming Yue eagerly began to open one by one. Within, she discovered silks, exquisite jewelry, and the finely crafted garments she sought. As part of her dowry, the Bai family had prepared seasonal attire for her, a customary practice for brides in ancient times. The dowry encompassed a myriad of items, ensuring that the essentials for her future life were adequately provided. Since the wedding occurred in winter, the majority of the garments were warm and substantial, a fortunate boon for Ming Yue. She exchanged her tattered clothing, and thanks to the memories of the original owner, she knew well how to don the ancient attire. With great enthusiasm, Ming Yue adorned herself. Though her body remained gaunt and unattractive, she still cherished beautiful things. Draped in vibrant new garments, her hair elegantly styled, she adorned herself with jewelry. Feeling quite pleased with her reflection, the dowry contained only a single copper mirror, its tarnished surface failing to provide a clear image.
Oh,
If only this attire were on my own body, I would surely resemble a celestial being, Ming Yue lamented with a sigh. Suddenly, the space trembled, and a mechanical voice emerged from nowhere, calling her name. Ming Yue, please complete your task promptly. Still gazing into the mirror, she found herself unsatisfied no matter how she turned. Abruptly, she discarded the copper mirror, producing an antique mirror from her belongings. Observing the reflection within, she pouted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "This body is lacking. My eyes are too small, my lips too large, and I possess not an ounce of flesh. How unfair." The surface of the square head trembled slightly, the mechanical voice wavering in surprise at her unexpected vanity. "Ming Yue, please refrain from negativity and expedite the completion of your task." The bright moon glanced around and noted that her current appearance was indeed unsightly. She put away the ancient mirror and shot Feng Tu an exasperated look. "Enough of your incessant chatter. I am well aware." Feng Tu fell silent for a moment. "Are you certain? Please refrain from completing tasks in a hasty and crude manner." The moon replied with a scoff. "What do you mean by hasty and crude? The first task is straightforward and uncomplicated. You are cutting corners, and the host is not pleased. Please rectify this." Feng Tu maintained a serious demeanor. "Humph." The moon sneered coldly. "With so many demands, why not let her handle it herself?" "I'm done." She chuckled and added, "I relish the straightforwardness. It is refreshingly direct." Ignoring the system, the moon surveyed her space, secretly curling her lip. She glanced around, shifted some items to one side, and gestured a few times. Suddenly, Feng Tu felt a tremor in the space, nearly gasping in surprise. The moon seemed to employ some unknown method, forcibly creating a small, isolated chamber within the space, only a few square meters in size. This chamber was subtly shrouded in a faint white mist, distinctly separated from the rest of the surroundings. It resembled a peculiar little room within her personal space, impervious to the outside world while allowing clear visibility from the outside in.
moon.
"What are you planning to do?" Feng Tu gasped in astonishment. "You can't mean what I'm thinking." The moon, as if anticipating his thoughts, grinned cunningly. "Indeed, just as you surmised. I intend to construct a prison." "Moon, please reconsider. This is unwise," Feng Tu urged gently. The moon examined her newly created enclosure, nodding in satisfaction. She pouted and remarked, "This space is still too small. While you waste time with your prattle, think of ways to enlarge it." Feng Tu wished to impart his wisdom on overcoming adversity, pausing momentarily before stating, "Please diligently complete your tasks upon earning points. There will be an opportunity for the space to upgrade." "Understood points, is it?" "No problem." Ming Yue's nonchalant demeanor unsettled Feng Tu, who retorted, You still owe 99 points. The night passed in silence. The following day, the steward arose before dawn and hurried to the kitchen, discovering that the ingredients purchased the previous day remained untouched, which brought him a sense of reassurance. What nonsense about a deity! It must be a case of miscommunication. He urged the kitchen staff to prepare breakfast, as today was a day of rest, and Lu Rua would share the meal with her family. Gathered together, the elderly matriarch recalled past events and anxiously inquired, "There were no disturbances last night, were there?" Lu Rua nodded affirmatively. Everything went well. The old lady murmured, "Nothing was lost from the kitchen." Could it be that the deity has had its fill? Bai Shi had already received reports from the steward that all was normal at home and mused that the previous disturbances in the kitchen were orchestrated by Ming Yue. Thus, she held no belief in the old lady's tales of deities. She inwardly scoffed, thinking that her mother should refrain from uttering such superstitious nonsense, as it could reflect poorly on her husband. The elderly matriarch, however, was undeterred and sought to leverage the situation to gain influence over the steward. "You know nothing. That deity is not one to be trifled with. My dear mother, please cease your remarks." Lu Rua's tone grew stern. "No one should speak of ghosts or gods. Do you truly wish to jeopardize your son's career?" The old gentleman interjected sharply, "You old woman, speak less." In a fit of frustration, she consumed 2 bowls of porridge, feeling dissatisfied. With a cunning glint in her eye, she remarked, "My dear son, you have been married for over 3 months now, haven't you?" Your wife remained silent. Perhaps the housekeeper is laboring too hard. Shouldn't mother take on the burden and manage things for you? Let your wife focus on her health and strive to bear you a strong son. Old man, what do you think? It is clear that the elder also yearns for offspring, and the matriarch has taken the opportunity to sway him. Indeed, the elder nodded hesitantly in agreement. Your mother speaks wisely. You are already in your 20s, yet you have no children. Meanwhile, others of your age have children who are 7 or 8 years old. It is high time to expedite this matter. Bai's face contorted momentarily before regaining composure as she lowered her head to sip her porridge. Lu Rua paused before responding. It has only been 3 months. Father and mother should not be too impatient. Children will come in due time. He offered by a reassuring smile. Fully aware of the desire for children, but also understanding the importance of patience. The elder, upon reflection, nodded in agreement. Indeed, haste is unwise. The matriarch, harboring her own desires, could hardly contain her eagerness for a robust grandson to arrive as soon as her daughter-in-law stepped through the door. 3 months is not an insignificant period. However, this daughter-in-law is not Ming Yue. For now, matters of offspring can be set aside. Yet the authority of the housekeeper must be secured. She declared, "My dear son, I am not overly anxious. It is merely that I worry for your wife's well-being. You saw how she complained of a headache just yesterday. Thus, I shall manage things for you until your wife brings forth a child, at which point I will return the duties to her." Bai listened with a secretive smirk. The child is still but a distant dream, and the time until its arrival may stretch long. The housekeeper and other servants exchanged glances, internally murmuring about the audacity of this woman, who nearly seemed to demand what was not hers. Although Lu Rua yearned for children, he understood the necessity of not offending his wife and was about to decline. Bai spoke up, and since mother had brought it up, the daughter-in-law shamelessly accepted the responsibility. Just as well, for I have been feeling somewhat fatigued lately. It is only fitting that mother take charge. Seeing her daughter-in-law so readily relinquish authority brought great joy to the matriarch, invigorating her spirit. Previously, she had feared that the daughter-in-law, being a government official's daughter, might be unmanageable, yet now it seemed she was no different from the first daughter-in-law. Reflecting on her lineage, she realized that regardless of her background, anyone marrying into the Lu family must adhere to the rules. She had been overly cautious. With a smile, she declared, "Very well. From today onwards, I shall oversee the household." Since Bai had agreed, the Lu father and son had no objections. The matriarch, brimming with enthusiasm, summoned the servants for a lecture. The servants, having already received instructions from Bai, complied obediently, which secretly delighted the matriarch. After all, she was now the mother of a top scholar. Who would dare to look down upon her? After a lengthy admonishment, satisfied with the matriarch's happiness, the steward, hinted at by Bai's glance, stepped forward. Though he feigned respect, he knew well that a countrywoman would not have anything novel to contribute. He added, "What you say is true, madam, but with the master holding an official position, gifts must be prepared for his superiors at year-end. What do you deem appropriate?" The matriarch was taken aback, momentarily flustered. She had no knowledge of such matters. Lu Ruo, aware of his mother's folly, interjected, "Mother, the capital is not like the countryside. One must be meticulous when presenting gifts to superiors. It is best to let my wife handle it." The old master also chastised, "Wife, do not create unnecessary chaos." With no alternative, the matriarch could only sigh, "Very well." The servants received their orders to withdraw and attend to their respective duties, while the matriarch could only silently curl her lip in disdain. Bai remarked with a smile, "Now that my husband has just entered the court, our household lacks substantial savings. I have an ancient inkstone for my dowry. Let me present it as a gift to him." "No. That is a precious item given by my mother to me as part of my dowry. How could I possibly accept it?" Bai laughed. "What is yours and mine? You are now married to him. At this moment he is in need, and how can I be so stingy?" The old master nodded discreetly, approving of his daughter-in-law's graciousness. The matriarch felt pleased as well, agreeing, "Indeed, we are all one family. There should be no distinction between us." She then added, "By the way, do bring out that ancient inkstone for me to behold." Observing her mother-in-law's eagerness, Bai felt a surge of triumph. "Xiao Cui, go fetch that ancient inkstone with the pine and crane design from the storeroom." The maid took the key and hurried off. What transpired next was chaos. As the entire family rushed towards the storeroom, in the main courtyard, they found the storeroom door adorned with a large copper lock, which upon closer inspection revealed signs of violent tampering, rendering it merely a facade. Bai's eyes rolled back, and she fainted instantly. The elderly couple from the Lu family turned pale, frozen in shock. After a long moment, the matriarch exhaled sharply, exclaiming, "It's all over, completely finished."
Bai,
Jolted awake by the maid, felt her body go limp. Her dowry was her lifeline, and with everything gone, how could she endure this? Furrowing his brow, he meticulously examined the premises inside and out, ultimately concluding that the thief had entered through the door and exited the same way. At this moment, the butler and household servants, alerted by the commotion, arrived to witness the storeroom door wide open, revealing an empty interior, and their hearts sank in despair. The night watchman was summoned, yet everyone swore they had heard no commotion from the main courtyard. Even the steward had risen in the middle of the night, and he too had heard nothing. Most bewildering was Lu Ruo, for the storeroom was adjacent to his chamber, and the courtyard housed several maids and servants. Yet not a single soul had detected any sound. Xiao Cui had finally managed to rouse Madame Bai, and hurriedly explained, "Yesterday, the mistress instructed me to fetch Bird's nest from the storeroom, and everything was still there. Later, I locked the door with Mama Zhang." A servant promptly stepped forward, affirming, "Indeed, we secured the door properly." Lu Ruo believed they were truthful. However, he could not fathom how the storeroom, brimming with 18 hefty rosewood chests, could be emptied without anyone noticing. He himself was a light sleeper, easily stirred by the slightest sound, and had awoken several times throughout the night without perceiving any disturbances. This was indeed perplexing. The steward's face turned ashen as he stammered, "The young lady's dowry occupies a total of 18 rosewood chests. Even when empty, they bear considerable weight. It took 6 of us servants several trips to bring them in. Lu Ruo, well aware of this, had been present at the time and quickly contemplated another troubling question. Was there any sign of forced entry at the courtyard gate? The steward's complexion paled further as he pondered how such a quantity could have been removed. Lu Ruo was precisely considering this dilemma. If a thief had broken into the storeroom and taken the items, how could they have exited without using the courtyard gate? Could they have fled via the roof? He resolved to investigate other areas, checking the front and back doors and scrutinizing the walls for any traces. The servants, fearing accountability, hastily set off to conduct their search. The elderly lady suddenly exclaimed, "It must be the work of Huang Daxian." The steward's heart raced. Could this truly be the case? The old gentleman, in a state of agitation, tugged at his beard, distressed over the loss of his daughter-in-law's substantial dowry. Lu Ruo's expression darkened as she interjected, "Mother, now is not the time for such chaos." The servants dispersed in a flurry. The old lady scoffed, "Impossible. That wretched woman is still ill. She couldn't possibly carry away even 1 box, let alone 18. It is undoubtedly Huang Daxian's doing." The old gentleman, losing his usual composure, exclaimed in panic, "How did we provoke a celestial being?" Seeing her husband align with her views only fueled her fervor. "I told you we should honor Huang Daxian properly. Now you see the consequences." The old lady clapped her hands, declaring, "Now that I've muddled my thoughts, steward, hurry and fetch offerings. We must go buy tributes." Fearing his wife's impetuousness, the old gentleman pondered briefly before hastening after her. "Miss, what troubles you?" Xiao Chui gasped as she witnessed the scene. With her fiancé by her side, the maid hurriedly dashed outside. At that moment, the main courtyard was deserted, and a woman clad in red materialized unexpectedly. It was Ming Yue, who had been observing the commotion from another realm. She gracefully entered the main room, her gown swaying with each step. Inside, Lu Ruo had placed Bai Shi on the bed and, upon hearing footsteps, called out, "Has the doctor arrived?" Ming Yue smirked, seeing your concern. "You must be quite the lovesick fool." Her voice was slightly hoarse, yet the inflection bore an inexplicable allure.
Who are you?
The woman felt a flicker of familiarity, yet she was uncertain if they had met before. "This is the inner chamber of the main residence. How did she come to be here?" Ming Yue scoffed coldly. What a heartless individual, forgetting even his original spouse. Bai Shi, just awakening, recognized her at once, exclaiming, "Jian Ming Yue.
You. Ah.
This is my clothing." Upon hearing her astonishment, Lu Ruo suddenly realized, his expression darkening as he retorted, "Jian, you possess great audacity, daring to pilfer the bride's dowry." Ming Yue stepped forward, smiling, "I have even bolder intentions." With one hand on each of the scoundrel and the vile woman, she pulled them into her personal space, confining them within a separate, isolated realm. Lu Ruo and Bai Shi felt as if the world were spinning, finding themselves in a peculiar location, surrounded by a vast whiteness, their hearts racing with unease and fear. "My lord, where is this place? Where is Qian?" Bai Shi clutched Lu Ruo's sleeve in distress. Lu Ruo, equally anxious, replied, "My dear, there is no need for alarm. That wretched woman dares not harm us." Being a man, Lu Ruo managed to maintain a semblance of composure. "Do not worry, I am here." He cautiously ventured forward, but after just a few steps, he collided with an invisible barrier, his expression darkening. He attempted another direction, but after several attempts, they discovered they were confined to an exceedingly small space. Bai Shi burst into tears. "My lord, what is this place? We cannot escape. What shall we do?" How could Lu Ruo possibly know? Suddenly, he shouted, "Qian, come out. I know you are here." Bai Shi bit her lip, realizing it was indeed Qian Mingyue's scheme. That vile woman was donned in her bridal attire, which she had yet to wear herself. Steeling her resolve, she called out, "Sister, please come forth. Let us speak face to face." The bright moon watched the performance outside, chuckling. What is there to say? If it's an apology to me, I shall accept it. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Ruo grew increasingly enraged, exclaiming, Qian Shi, come out. The moon replied with a smile, very well. As the mist before them dissipated, a smiling woman emerged. The moon's smile faded as she declared, let us engage in combat. I am not the cowardly Ming Yue. If it were indeed Ming Yue, even in good health, she would struggle against Lu Ruo, as the physical constitution of men and women differs greatly. With a change of heart, the outcome would be entirely different. The moon raised her leg, and before Lu Ruo's fist could reach her, she was kicked away. An invisible barrier behind her caused Lu Ruo to be knocked back, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, immobilized. Terrified, Bai Shi screamed and rushed over. What has happened to my husband? Lu Ruo's insides churned. Her eyes rolled back, unable to utter a word. Bai Shi wept. Husband, please do not frighten me. You cannot die. The moon was taken aback, thinking, one kick and he's done? What a pathetic man. Bai Shi cried, Sister, please save my husband. He is also your spouse. The moon approached to take a look, realizing the scoundrel still had breath left. Folding her arms, she chuckled. I might consider sparing you, but I have one request. You must sincerely apologize to me. Bai Shi, who had previously looked down upon Ming Yue, an ignorant woman from the countryside, who, despite having some beauty, could never compare to herself, pleaded, Sister, I was wrong. I apologize.
Beep. Beep.
The sincerity value reads 0. It is deemed inadequate. The mechanical sound echoed in Ming Yue's mind. Unbothered, she had traversed worlds and understood that scoundrels and shameless individuals seldom offer genuine apologies. With a huff, she remarked that there was no sincerity in the apology, urging them to try again. I warn you, should your apology lack sincerity, I will resort to violence. Bai's eyes widened in terror, forgetting to wipe her tears. Although Ming Yue wore a smile, her demeanor could shift in an instant. Her husband lay on the ground, serving as a cautionary tale. I apologize. Please do not strike me. If she were in Ming Yue's position, she would never relinquish her status as the primary wife so easily. Closing her eyes to gather her thoughts, she sincerely declared, I am sorry, sister. I should not have encroached upon your position.
Ding.
Apology value at 50. The mechanical voice chimed. Ming Yue was taken aback by the rapid increase. With a smile, she urged, once more, the apology must come from the heart. I need to feel your sincerity. Bai was momentarily stunned, lowering her gaze. She did not believe she was at fault. Ming Yue's shortcomings were irrelevant to her. Coughing violently, Lu Ruo finally regained composure, casting a venomous glare at Ming Yue. Wretched woman, dare you strike me? Do not forget that I am your husband. Ming Yue scoffed, nonsense. You should have heard my terms. Offer a sincere apology, and if it satisfies me, I shall release you. Furious, Lu Ruo retorted, you vile woman who strikes her own husband. I regret not having divorced you sooner. Bai hastily assisted her husband to his feet, whispering urgently, do not anger him. The situation is unfavorable. We must find a way to retreat and consider our options carefully. She leaned close to Lu Ruo, speaking softly. Yet Ming Yue overheard every word. With a mocking smile, she declared that his wife was wise to the situation. Once in her grasp, there would be no escape for them. The only path to salvation was a humble apology. Lu Ruo scolded, wretched woman, release us at once, or I shall ensure you find life unbearable and death elusive. Ming Yue responded with a cold laugh, such bravado. Let us see who truly faces despair. With a frosty demeanor, she advanced, her fierce gaze instilling terror. Bai let out a scream. No. Stay back. Lu Ruo trembled in fear. When had Ming Yue become so formidable? That last kick had nearly knocked the breath from him. And he would never plead for mercy, especially not to a discarded woman he held in disdain. Injured from the blow, he could only evade her. Yet in such a confined space, where could he hide? Wretched woman, do not lay a hand on me, or I swear I shall not show you mercy. Lu Ruo bravely persisted, his words faltering. You do not come any closer. As Ming Yue approached, she interrupted Lu Ruo's remaining words with a resounding slap.
Ah!
His face twisted from the blow, and as he struggled to speak defiantly, he spat out 2 teeth, staring in horror at the bloodied remnants. How does it feel? Care for another taste? Ming Yue nonchalantly retrieved a handkerchief, delicately wiping her hands, her expression rife with disdain, igniting Lu Ruo's fury. Yet, powerless to retaliate, Bai could scarcely fathom the consequences had that slap landed upon her own cheek. With a face of despair, she pleaded, Sister, I beg you, spare us. I shall treat you well henceforth. Lu Ruo understood then that Qian Mingyue was a madwoman. Confrontation would yield no victory, and for now, he must endure in silence. With a faltering tongue, he remarked, Qian, I am aware that you harbor grievances. You have struck us, and it is time for you to release your anger. If you let us go, I shall overlook this transgression and treat you kindly in the future. Despite his words, he seethed with resentment, vowing that once freed, he would ensure Qian understood his true prowess. This was a display of submission, a sensation he relished, as he anticipated an apology directed towards him. Ming Yue's beaming countenance was infuriatingly contemptible. Lu Ruo's face darkened with rage. In his world, no man ever bowed to a woman in apology. Moreover, he felt no culpability. The madwoman had dared to strike her husband and deserved severe retribution. Bai, devoid of her masculine pride, dismissed the apology as a triviality, asserting that it would not diminish her dignity. Urging him on, she insisted that as a family, they should humble themselves and apologize to the sister. Lu Ruo, after much internal struggle, finally acquiesced. Rather than speaking himself, he designated Bai to convey the message. The ancient tenets of womanly virtue dictated that a wife should submit to her husband, and Bai did not object. If they were to apologize, they would do so thoroughly. As she earnestly bowed to Ming Yue, Sister, I, in place of my husband, offer my sincerest apologies.
Ding.
Apology sincerity rated at 60, deemed insufficient. Fong Tu interjected. Ming Yue frowned in annoyance, asserting that she found it quite sincere. Unaware of her murmurs, Lu Ruo and Bai exchanged perplexed glances. Seeing her silence, Lu Ruo, exasperated, snapped, Enough. Your wife has already apologized. What more do you desire? Release us at once. Ming Yue, growing impatient, coldly retorted, Silence. Such an apology lacks sincerity. Not only must she apologize, but you must also express your contrition. You must convey your sincerity, otherwise, do not expect to leave. Wicked woman, what do you truly desire? Lu Ruo is angered as well. With a swift motion, Ming Yue struck him twice. A frail scholar cannot withstand such blows, and he spewed forth blood, collapsing to the ground in utter defeat. With a slurred voice, he pleaded, Do not strike, do not strike. Bai Shi had not anticipated that she would act so violently. Stammering, Sister, let us speak civilly. Please, do not resort to violence. Have I not spoken properly? Ming Yue retorted, her finger nearly touching Bai Shi's nose, who was filled with both fear and trepidation, her eyes brimming with tears. Alas, this pitiable visage elicited no sympathy from Ming Yue. When Qian Mingyue wed this scoundrel, her family was in dire straits, struggling to afford a meal, relying solely on a woman's efforts to manage household affairs, tirelessly weaving cloth to support his family. Ultimately, she had to sell her dowry for him to have the opportunity to take the imperial examination. Pointing at the feigning Lu Ruo, she scolded, And what has this scoundrel done? Supported by a woman, he swiftly turned his back upon gaining favor, reducing his rightful wife to a mere concubine, subjecting her to torment. Should such a beast not apologize? Bai Shi stood speechless, her face a mask of embarrassment. Ming Yue then turned her attention back to her. And you? Not only did you usurp Ming Yue's position, but you also sought to poison her. Such a vile woman as you shall surely meet a dreadful fate. The scoundrel may have discarded Ming Yue for you, but you shall find no fortune in this. Ming Yue serves as a cautionary tale for you. Bai Shi's face turned ashen, for how could she have known that her intentions to poison would be discovered, nor that she harbored any ill will towards her husband's rightful wife? Bai was filled with trepidation.
I
did not. I am not. Ming Yue scoffed coldly. Isn't it clear to you? She continued, remember, never lend a hand to a man, for you too shall be cast aside. Bai wished to retort, yet the words faltered on her lips. It was rumored that Ming Yue hailed from a scholarly family, entering the Liu household with a substantial dowry. Wholly devoted to supporting her husband's studies, only to meet a dismal fate in the end. She dared not contemplate further, lowering her gaze for a long moment before sighing, Sister, given the situation, I have nothing left to say. I am sorry. She earnestly bowed to Ming Yue. Ding ding. The sincerity meter reads 100. Feng Tou's reminder brought a smile to Ming Yue's face. Very well, I accept your apology. You may leave now. Bai was taken aback. Is it truly that simple? Sister, what of my husband? Please, spare him. After all, he was her beloved, and Bai could not abandon Liu Ruo. Ming Yue curled her lips, stating, let him apologize. Provided he demonstrates sincerity, I shall release him at any time. Liu Ruo was incredulous, suspecting Qian had ulterior motives. Humph. I am an official of the court. I cannot apologize to a discarded woman. Observing his self-righteous demeanor, Ming Yue sneered, cannot you say? Then I shall compel you to relent. With a swift motion, she conjured a kitchen knife, leaving both stunned. Bai trembled. What do you intend to do? Ming Yue waved the knife menacingly, grinning ominously. Guess. Someone is being disobedient. I intend to teach him a lesson. I have heard that an official must possess a handsome visage and sound health. She brandished the knife before Liu Ruo. You have lost your mind. Put down that knife at once. Liu Ruo suddenly felt an ominous thought creeping into his mind. The bright moon chuckled mischievously. Let's engage in a game. Allow me to discern the resilience of your bones. She inspected the kitchen knife, nodding in satisfaction. It was exquisitely sharpened, capable of swiftly severing a finger. Let us see how many fingers I can break before you yield. Liu Ruo cried out in alarm. Step away. You lunatic. Bai Shi's complexion turned ashen, her body instinctively retreating, fearful that Ming Yue might inadvertently harm her. Though Liu Ruo wished to flee, the confined space offered no refuge. Summoning her courage, she pulled Bai Shi in front of her as a shield. Bai Shi, lacking Liu Ruo's strength, screamed repeatedly, no. Please don't hurt me. I have already apologized. Ming Yue scoffed. What happened to the loving couple? At such a critical moment, you've become a mere shield. The gleaming knife flashed, and Bai Shi's face paled even further than the snow, her teeth chattering. Husband. No, please. I'm terrified. Liu Ruo crouched behind her. What are you afraid of? Qian Shi has already forgiven you. She won't harm you. Ming Yue, with a peculiar grin, replied, that remains to be seen. Bai Shi trembled in fear at her smile, pleading desperately, no.
please.
My sister said she forgave me. You just said I could go free. Ming Yue nodded solemnly. Indeed. I shall release you now. Without a shield, I can deal with this scoundrel properly. Liu Ruo was struck with terror, gripping Bai Shi's arm tightly. Her eyes reddened with fury as she shouted, if you release her, then release us both. Bai Shi recalled Ming Yue's earlier words and, in a frenzy, struggled fiercely. Clawing at Liu Ruo, let go of me. You cannot drag me to my demise. Liu Ruo, equally enraged, retorted, you wretched woman, do not abandon me. With a piercing scream, Bai cast aside her feelings, declaring that it was he who had wronged Ming Yue first, and now sought to use her as a shield. It was evident to her that he was indeed a scoundrel, and she demanded her freedom. Lu, unable to fathom the words of his beloved, found himself confronted by Ming Yue's mocking presence. Bai remained silent, desperately struggling, while Lu panicked and clung to her tightly. He pleaded, "My dear, I was momentarily blinded by anger. My feelings for you are genuine. Please save me. I vow to cherish you for a lifetime." Having once admired him, Bai could not bear to see his desperate pleas, and her heart softened. She turned to embrace him, weeping, "Husband, at this point, we must accept our fate. Apologize sincerely to my sister. She will forgive you." With tears welling in his eyes, Lu reluctantly turned to Ming Yue. "My dear, I recognize your sacrifices. I am not devoid of compassion. This is all a misunderstanding, and I bear my share of responsibility. I am willing to apologize, hoping for your acceptance." Bai understood that he was an ambitious and proud man. For him to lower his head and admit fault felt like a great injustice.
Yet,
refusing to yield now would only entrap them further in Ming Yue's grasp. Suddenly, a mechanical voice pierced the air. "Apology value is 0. Ming Yue was momentarily taken aback, sensing a hint of mockery in the robotic tone. "I refuse to be bested by you," she declared, as she seized Lu by his collar, dragging both of them before her. With a fierce glare, she admonished, "There is not a shred of sincerity in your words. You truly deserve a lesson." The glint of a gleaming knife flashed through the air, and Lu's scream echoed as Bai shrieked in terror. Disgusted, Ming Yue cast them aside, commanding silence. The voices of the two abruptly ceased, akin to a chicken whose neck has been grasped. Bai's eyes widened in shock, her body unscathed, thinking, "It is not I who am injured." Turning around, she saw a long gash on Lu Rua's left cheek, blood trickling down through his fingers. In alarm, she exclaimed, "My lord, you are hurt." Of course, Lu Rua was aware of his injury. Covering his face, his heart sank, disfigured. His future was lost. Bai examined him closely and reassured, "My lord, it is nothing serious. The wound is shallow. My family possesses a balm that will prevent scarring." Bai assured him there would definitely be no scars. Before Lu Rua could feel any relief, he heard Ming Yue's icy laughter. "This scar may not remain, but the next blow will be indelible. Will you choose to apologize or face disfigurement?" "Apologize, I apologize." Lu Rua responded swiftly, "I have let you down."
beep.
The voice indicated an apology value of 30. Insincere. "I am sorry I was wrong."
Beep.
Apology value 50. Ming Yue shook her head. "Not enough. Delve deeper into your heart. Show more sincerity. Continue." "I am sorry." Lu Rua, in a moment of desperation, thought, since there were no outsiders here, he might as well concede.
Beep.
60. "I am sorry." 70. "I was wrong." Beep beep. Apology value 80. Upon hearing the prompt, Ming Yue expressed her approval. "I can feel your sincerity. Keep it up." "I was wrong."
Beep.
90. "I repent."
Beep.
100. "Alas, I am a wretched soul, devoid of humanity. Now that I have spoken, if Lu Rua were to cast herself into the depths of despair, perhaps the wicked woman would grant her a chance at mercy." "Enough, enough, I beg your forgiveness." Upon hearing the notification, Ming Yue's face blossomed with joy. Lu Rua, with a courageous heart, began to apologize, her words flowing with increasing ease, yet was taken aback when she heard she was forgiven, unable to contain her surprise. Bai was astonished, exclaiming that her sister-in-law had forgiven them. Lu Rua paused momentarily, then was swept with elation. Could she finally be free? Ming Yue, noticing the bloodstains on the ground, huffed, "Clean up the blood and you may leave." Gazing at the crimson marks beneath her feet and recalling the wound upon her own face, Lu Rua felt a surge of panic. hastily using her garment to wipe away the evidence. The two worked together, fortunate that the blood had not fully congealed. They managed to clean it up adequately. Fearing more blood would spill, Lu Ruo pitifully pressed a cloth against her injury. Surely, I may be released now. My wound cannot be delayed. Task accomplished. Ming Yue inquired with a smile. How did the original owner meet her demise? The square-headed automaton replied, she perished from poison. After a brief pause, he added, Ming Yue, please take heed. One must not be overly simplistic or brutal. Ming Yue retorted with a cold laugh, as long as it is effective. A poison, indeed. Stepping out of the space, they found themselves before the bewildered scoundrel and his shameless accomplice. Bai, frightened, felt her body weaken. While Lu Ruo dutifully lowered her head, instinctively apologizing, I am sorry. I was in the wrong. No need to be anxious. I merely wish to borrow something. Bai appeared perplexed. Borrow something? You have taken all the dowry. What more do you desire? I require a bowl of the poison you prepared earlier. It is urgently needed. Ming Yue proclaimed, taking her seat with elegance. Hurry, for I am pressed for time. Bai's lips turned purple with fear. Sister, I can never dare again. Ming Yue huffed. Stop your rambling. Hurry with the poison. Lu Ruo, anxious about his own injuries, kicked Bai and demanded, hurry up, my wife is in urgent need. Bai's eyes brimmed with tears. Confronted with his fierce gaze, she suddenly felt desolate. Was Qian seeking the poison to deal with her? The more she contemplated, the colder she felt, until she collapsed. Lu Ruo dashed to the dressing table and found a small paper bag hidden within the drawer. Is this it? Bai's pupils contracted. When did he learn of this? Hand it over. Ming Yue commanded coldly. Lu Ruo hastily presented it to her. She opened it and poured out 2 black pills. Ming Yue sniffed. This is the scent. In the apprehensive gaze of the two, she swallowed the pills and smiled mischievously. Qian Ming Yue is the legitimate wife. She deserves a proper burial. Her body grew limp and she fell, lifeless. This left the two in stunned silence, too afraid to even breathe. Chapter 16. The mistaken heiress. A floating head appeared before her. Ming Yue, you may remain in that world until the end of your days. Ming Yue scoffed. The original owner was unattractive, frail, and perpetually cold. Staying here is pointless. The apparition hesitated, then earnestly replied, Ming Yue, you can take your time with the tasks. Consider changing your strategy. I can offer you some insights, and you will find the tasks quite engaging. Ming Yue, pulling a cloud from who knows where, lazily reclined upon it, retrieving an ancient bronze mirror to once again admire her own beauty. I find it exceedingly entertaining to gaze upon my exquisite visage daily. Do not bother me. Fong, too, feeling quite vexed, finally spoke after a moment's pause, stating that the second task had been completed, earning 1 point. Ming Yue, please continue to strive. Ming Yue smiled at her reflection in the mirror, thinking, you miser, having accomplished 2 tasks, now I possess 2 points. With a raised eyebrow, she inquired about an additional task. What could it mean? Before her, ripples danced and a screen appeared, revealing the circumstances following Zhao Mingyue's demise. It commenced with the discovery of the family's lost wealth, followed closely by the disloyal daughter, Zhao Mingyue, fleeing. Her family, recalling the events, erupted in curses, wishing they could slay her for the meager savings they possessed, which she had taken entirely. They were both astonished and bewildered when, shortly after she left home, news arrived that Zhao Mingyue had drowned herself in the river. The original owner of her identity was, at least, peacefully laid to rest. Turning her gaze back to the city, she saw Yi Fan and Bai Qing bound within their home for 3 full days, nearly starving by the time they were discovered. Upon witnessing their new residence emptied, both families suspected a burglary and contemplated calling the authorities. The couple frequently endured nightmares, awakening to quarrels, gradually evolving into a pair of resentful spouses, destined to remain childless for life. Fong Tu elucidated that the original owner had received an apology, repaid her family, and ensured that those who wronged her faced adversity, thus leading to the acquisition of additional points. Ming Yue huffed, "That's more like it. By the way, with my points, can I purchase items now?" Fong Tu hesitated, explaining that her personal space still owed points, thus preventing access to the marketplace. Humph, nonsense. Ming Yue realized that even when rolling her eyes, she maintained her beauty, feeling quite pleased with herself. Fong Tu seemed to let out a sigh, yet Ming Yue remained utterly oblivious. Ding ding ding, Ming Yue, please pay attention, prepare to enter the mission. I disagree, Ming Yue shouted, but her protests were in vain as her surroundings began to distort. Damn Fong Tu. Why can't you find me someone more pleasing to the eye this time? Ming Yue cursed under her breath before even opening her eyes. The noise around her was overwhelming, and as she looked up, a blinding light caught her attention, causing her to instinctively step back just as a car whizzed past, barely missing the hem of her skirt. A furious voice rang out, cursing, "Are you blind? Watch where you're going." With a cold expression, Ming Yue thought, what an awful choice of location by that Fong Tu. Images of Fong Tu's aggrieved voice flooded her mind, revealing that the original owner, Sun Ming Yue, had met her demise in a car accident. Humph. Ming Yue glanced around and realized she was standing by the roadside, with a small flower bed behind her. She walked over to the flower bed and sat down, beginning to assimilate the life of Sun Ming Yue. The original owner, Sun Ming Yue, was the pampered daughter of the Sun Group, raised in luxury, and had a dashing boyfriend, Fong Outyen. Unfortunately, her smooth-sailing life came to an abrupt end on her 20th birthday. It turned out that two girls had been switched at birth due to a nurse's negligence, growing up in families with vastly different fortunes. The true heiress, Leng Shuer, came from a humble background but was resilient and academically gifted, ultimately gaining admission to a prestigious university. In contrast, the false heiress, Sun Ming Yue, was of mediocre ability, barely scraping through school, and was ultimately enrolled in the same prestigious university through the financial clout of the Sun family. Sun Ming Yue's focus was far from academics. Instead, she fixated on the campus heartthrob, Fong Outyen, relentlessly pursuing him until she finally captured the attention of that lofty flower. Fong Outyen hails from an ordinary family, and, initially, the Sun family disapproved of Sun Ming Yue's romantic involvement. However, Sun Ming Yue's affection proved insurmountable. She devoted all her pocket money and New Year's gifts to help Fong Outyen establish his business. With a modicum of talent and the connections of the Sun family, he soon achieved remarkable success, prompting Sun's father to acquiesce, deciding to arrange an engagement for the couple on Sun Ming Yue's 20th birthday. Unexpectedly, on the day of her birthday, Fong Outyen introduced the true heiress, Leng Shuer, revealing paternity tests that confirmed her status as the genuine daughter of the Sun family, while branding Sun Ming Yue as an imposter. The revelation caused an uproar. Following an investigation, Sun's father uncovered the truth and, upon comparing the two young women, one astute and capable, the other merely a decorative faade, the choice became abundantly clear. Nonetheless, as Sun Ming Yue had lost her biological parents and grown up within the Sun household, Sun's father could not bring himself to cast her out and resolved to keep both girls. Upon learning the truth, Sun Ming Yue was on the brink of tears. The most devastating blow came when she discovered that her boyfriend had been entangled with Leng Shuer long before. Despite her repeated attempts to seek justice, she only found herself ensnared in schemes that painted her as a heartless individual in the eyes of Sun's parents, further diminishing their fondness for her. As Leng Shuer's true lineage was exposed, classmates mocked the faux heiress, and videos of Sun Ming Yue confronting Leng Shuer circulated online, vilifying her as shameless for usurping the rightful heiress's place. Fong Outyen then proclaimed that he and Leng Shuer were an established couple, accusing Sun Ming Yue of leveraging her influence to disrupt their relationship, thus casting her as the villain. Consequently, Sun Mingyue faced widespread condemnation online, and the prestigious university, already dismissive of underachievers, took the opportunity to expel her. Sun Mingyue's eyes remained unclosed in death. How could her parents, family, and boyfriend all transform overnight into strangers? Rubbing her forehead, she grimaced at the antics of disloyal men and treacherous women. Entrusting the matter to her was no concern. A reminder echoed in her mind. Ming Yue, there is no need to rush in completing your tasks. Approach them with deliberation and care. With a cold huff, she retorted, silence. I do not require your unsolicited advice. Cold Shui resided in the Sun household, and with Sun Mingyue's expulsion from school, her circumstances were dire. Contemplating her options, Mingyue hailed a cab, directing it straight to her father's company. While seated, she retrieved a compact mirror, gazing upon the reflection of a charming beauty with bright eyes and pearly teeth, lifting her spirits significantly. Embracing the memories of the original owner, she discovered an abundance of delightful experiences awaiting her in this world, prompting her to consider extending her stay. Upon arriving at her father's company, Ming Yue unceremoniously instructed the receptionist to notify Mr. Sun, issuing a warning that should he fail to appear, she would recklessly cause a scene, ultimately tarnishing the family name. Mr. Sun, already disillusioned with his daughter, found himself infuriated by such threats but, contemplating the situation, decided to descend. As he approached, his brows knitted tightly in frustration, Ming Yue greeted him with a radiant smile. Mr. Sun, this will be the last time I trouble you. What is it? Speak quickly, he replied, visibly impatient. Ming Yue, with a playful grin, responded, It is not a grave matter. After all, we have been father and daughter for 20 years. Here is my proposal. Grant me 5 million, and I shall vanish, ensuring I never bring disgrace upon the Sun family again. Witnessing the transformation of his once innocent daughter into this audacious individual stirred a pang of melancholy within Mr. Sunday. Yet, considering his own flesh and blood, he suppressed his sympathy. Very well, but you must adhere to your word. Father Sun believed that Ming Yue was about to embark on a journey to a distant land. After some contemplation, he thought, perhaps this is for the best. A deal was struck. Ming Yue raised her hand to exchange a high five with him. She promptly rented a luxurious apartment and indulged in an online shopping spree, embracing the life of a homebody. With the memories of the original owner, Sun Ming Yue, she purchased a computer and an array of delectable treats, retreating into her abode to immerse herself in gaming every day. Whenever hunger struck, she ordered takeout, armed with 5 million yuan, sufficient for a period of indulgence. On the first day, Ming Yue awoke at her leisure, ordered a sumptuous breakfast from a tea house, and satiated her appetite before diving into the online gaming world. Although Sun Ming Yue was not particularly well-versed in online games, she was somewhat acquainted with them. As the scoundrel Feng Outyen owned an online gaming company, Ming Yue selected several of the most popular games, registered, and began to play. As a novice, she met her demise multiple times, swiftly transforming into a seasoned player. Decked out in top-tier gear, she could not only survive but also vanquish her foes. And as she played, her interest burgeoned. Indeed, the modern world was delightful, brimming with captivating games. In her previous 2 worlds, resources had been scarce and devoid of interest, leaving her with no desire to linger. Her days were consumed by gaming. Whenever hunger struck, she ordered takeout, becoming utterly engrossed in the online realm. The first day turned into the second, and then the third. Yet her life as a homebody was not solely about gaming. She also engaged in extravagant online shopping. Little did she know, the internet shops were filled with an assortment of peculiar items, and she reveled in her purchases. Clothing, jewelry, cosmetics, and local delicacies. If it caught her eye, she promptly placed an order, all without stepping outside, as deliveries arrived at her doorstep. After several months of this leisurely existence, even the delivery personnel came to recognize her. On this particular day, Ming Yue again slept until the sun was high in the sky, snacking while indulging in online gaming. After a prolonged silence, Fong Tu's voice emerged in Ming Yue's mind, urging, "Your task has made no progress. Please expedite." His tone bore a hint of flattery. Ming Yue rolled her eyes, exasperated. "Whether you urge me to hurry or to slow down, do you ever tire of it?" Fong Tu replied, "Although there is no strict deadline for completing the task, you cannot remain cooped up at home indefinitely." Pausing for a moment, he observed the girl at the computer, whose figure had noticeably rounded. He cautiously suggested, "Ming Yue, have you weighed yourself? It seems you have gained some weight." Ming Yuan halted his typing, exclaiming, "Who are you calling fat?" Fong Tu's voice quivered slightly. "No. You are still a beautiful girl, but I advise you to take a look in the mirror." Ming Yue struck the keyboard with greater force, producing a sharp sound, until suddenly she froze, her gaze fixed upon her hands. They remained as fair and smooth as ever, yet they appeared rounder, with small dimples forming on the back of her hands. She hurried to the dressing mirror, and before her stood a lovely girl with porcelain skin, twinkling eyes, and a gently upturned nose. Still the same beauty, albeit with a touch more fullness. Ming Yue blinked repeatedly, and the reflection of the slightly plump girl blinked back at her.
No.
Impossible. How did I become like this? Fong Tu's voice echoed in her mind, advising, "Ming Yue, you've been too engrossed in the internet for too long. If this continues, your exquisite beauty will be ruined." She pinched the flesh on her cheeks and felt the softness of her belly. Internet addiction is truly harmful. Fong Tu lamented, sounding like a concerned mother trying to dissuade a wayward daughter. Ming Yue abruptly released her grip and pouted, "It's not even my body. If I'm fat, then so be it." Fong Tu was taken aback. "Don't you desire a beautiful physique? This is quite lovely." In truth, there was a slight plumpness. A little more outdoor activity would soon restore her figure. Of course, she could also complete tasks along the way. He offered a gentle reminder. Ming Yue glanced at the game on her computer screen and pondered. It seemed she had spent an extensive amount of time indoors. It was time for a change. Fong Tu quickly interjected, "Ming Yue, we have a task." Silence. "I am preparing right now." Ming Yue retorted impatiently, swiftly locating what she needed and placing an order. "I heard a newly opened food street. I must go explore." Ming Yue changed her outfit and stepped outside, her figure pleasantly rounded, having found a loose-fitting dress with ease. It appeared that exercise and weight loss were indeed in order. For the first time in months, she descended the stairs and beheld the bustling streets. Suddenly engulfed by a sense of nostalgia. It wasn't beneficial to be consumed by the internet. In this world, she had yet to truly venture out. Once the tasks were completed, there was no rush to leave. Perhaps a world tour could be considered. Ming Yue deliberately withdrew cash at an ATM before carrying her small bag and meandering towards the food street. The summer evening breeze carried a hint of coolness as she walked for over half an hour, finally arriving at the food street. Wiping away her perspiration, she mused that with this much sweat, she should lose a few pounds. Before even entering the food street, she was already enticed by a myriad of aromas that awakened her appetite, casting thoughts of dieting aside. Why fear a little extra weight? She was a charming, plump beauty. The allure of delicious food was paramount, and with her wallet in hand, she dashed into the food street. The food street was bustling with business. Ming Yue savored treats as she walked, eventually halting in front of a popular lobster restaurant. Inhaling the enticing aroma of the crimson, fiery crawfish adorning the neighboring tables, Ming Yue's mouth watered in anticipation. With swift agility, she hastened to a recently vacated table. "Excuse me, could you clear this table, please?" she requested. Despite her status as a privileged heiress, the original Sun Ming Yue, during her dalliance with the reprobate Feng Outyen, was constantly confronted with his pretense of being a commoner, disdainful of any charitable offerings from a wealthy heiress. Their dining excursions invariably led them to such humble establishments, with which Sun Mingyue had grown accustomed. Yet, what was the ultimate outcome? He feigned indifference to petty favors, only to abscond with a staggering 20 million under the guise of launching a company. A youthful waiter promptly attended to clearing the table. "Madam, what will you be having?" he inquired. Mingyue gestured towards the adjacent table. "Crawfish. I'll take one order like that." "No, make it 2 to start." The waiter beamed. "Ah, the spicy crawfish. Our specialty. I can tell you have excellent taste. Anything else?" The crawfish restaurant thrived, attracting boisterous gatherings of friends. Observing Mingyue's immediate order of 2 generous portions, the waiter presumed she was expecting company. Mingyue chuckled. "What other specialties does your establishment offer?" "I'm open to recommendations." The waiter eagerly responded, "Crawfish pairs exceptionally well with beer or plum juice. For those with a milder palate, we also offer garlic crawfish and golden shrimp balls. Additionally, we have a vegetable salad and our signature dessert, honey-glazed purple sweet potato balls. A cold noodle dish would also complement the meal. It largely depends on how many diners there are." Mingyue paused, then smiled. "It's just myself. I'll take everything you just recommended. If there were only one person, it would be impossible to consume such a vast array of dishes. A few more selections would be necessary." The young man quickly recovered from his thoughts and, with a smile, suggested this. Mingyue waved her hand dismissively, stating that it was no concern. Any leftovers could simply be taken away. The young man chuckled in response, reminding her that ultimately, the guests' wishes were paramount, and taking food to go would ensure nothing went to waste. "Very well, please hold on a moment," he said, turning to bring her a glass of chilled plum juice. Soon, all the dishes Mingyue had ordered arrived. Gazing at the delectable spread, her fingers itched with anticipation as she donned a pair of gloves and eagerly seized a lobster to begin feasting. The succulent lobster meat, drenched in sauce, was both bouncy and silky, a delightful blend of spiciness and freshness. Mingyue was on the verge of tears with satisfaction. It was simply divine. Nothing could compare to the exquisite taste of freshly prepared cuisine. She resolved then and there to indulge in such delights daily, all the while shedding a few pounds. Once she began eating, she found it impossible to stop. Her joy and contentment were evident on her face, as if every bite was an explosion of flavor, enveloping her in sheer bliss. Her indulgent enjoyment soon caught the attention of nearby diners. Sun Mingyue, with her sweet appearance, had transformed from a once slender girl into a slightly plump beauty due to her daily seclusion, yet she remained charming. The roundness of her face, coupled with her evident happiness as she savored each bite, made those who witnessed her dining experience feel a sense of enjoyment as well. In a corner, 2 gentlemen, having nearly finished their meal, prepared to settle the bill when they suddenly spotted a lovely round-faced girl relishing her food alone. Her features were relaxed, culminating in a radiant smile that suggested she was not merely eating lobster, but rather savoring the most exquisite delicacies of the world. Watching her eat was enough to stimulate salivation, making them feel hunger pangs despite having just eaten their fill. Seated across from me was an elite gentleman, his demeanor stern and unsmiling. "Call the waiter," exclaimed the bespectacled man, another 2 servings of spicy lobster, his gaze fixated on the delightful sight of Ming Yue, who was indulging in a purple sweet potato ball, her eyes narrowed in blissful enjoyment. Ah, that sweet morsel appeared delectable. "I must have a serving of purple sweet potato balls as well." Once the orders were placed, I noticed a subtle smile tugging at the corner of the elite man's mouth. "Brother, you don't fancy sweets, do you? This one I shall savor myself." The elite man's smile broadened slightly. "I haven't tried it, but it looks quite tempting. Perhaps I shall give it a taste." The bespectacled man, observing the elite man's gaze lingering on the petite beauty dining alone, chuckled. "Watching that lovely lady eat is truly a pleasure. Brother, are you smitten at first sight?" The elite man, typically composed, surprisingly smiled, albeit faintly, leaving the bespectacled man astounded. I have high hopes for her. Brother, you're serious. This beauty's appearance aligns perfectly with my standards. I was even contemplating striking up a conversation. You must not steal my thunder. The bespectacled man lamented dramatically. The elite man scoffed. With such an infectious way of eating, she could certainly be invited to our company as a food vlogger. She would undoubtedly become a sensation. The bespectacled man beamed. Ah, only you possess such discernment. Brother, I shall go at once. Wait. Do not disturb her meal. The bespectacled man restrained himself just as their orders arrived, unable to resist indulging once again. Brother, if we could recruit this young lady to our company, just imagine the number of plump individuals we could cultivate. Although my stomach is quite full, seeing her eat stirs my appetite anew. At this moment, the bright moon shines down as a group of stunning young women arrives at the lobster restaurant. At a window-side table, a chubby youth waves at them. Xin. Over here. One of the beauties with voluminous waves in her hair momentarily froze, her expression stiffening before she quickly regained her composure. Jiangbo is over there. The group of women giggled and made their way to the table, where Jiangbo smiled and said, I've ordered your favorite vegetable salad. Xin settled beside him, pulling out a tissue to wipe her hands, her demeanor cool as she replied, The other women chattered excitedly. Are we really just having a plate of vegetable salad? Jiangbo, you're being too stingy. How are you planning to win over our heat de menu? Impossible. I've also ordered lobster. Ladies, feel free to order whatever you desire. The plump Jiangbo chuckled awkwardly. Then we shan't hold back. Waiter, we'd like to place our order. The girls unapologetically requested a lavish array of dishes. Jiangbo's lips twitched, yet he feigned indifference as he attentively served Xin her drink. Sour plum juice, your favorite. One girl remarked, Jiangbo, you clearly don't know Xin well enough. Her true favorite isn't sour plum juice. Look over there. The honey pomelo tea from that diagonal shop is what she adores. Jiangbo's face quivered. Fortunately, it wasn't an expensive item. He quickly stood up, saying, All right, I'll go buy it now. And bring me chocolate hazelnut milk tea. One beauty called out. Another chimed in, I want chilled melon juice. What kind of drink is sour plum juice with lobster? And I want mango coconut milk. A large one. The girls giggled, making their requests. Jiangbo had no choice but to comply and head out to make the purchases. As the group exited the shop, a girl inquired, Xin, could it be that you have truly taken a liking to that rotund fellow? Xin scoffed disdainfully. I merely brought you all along for a meal. Please refrain from associating me with him. As for aspiring to be my boyfriend, he is leagues away from that. Though I may not rival Leng Shuer in beauty, I am still a lovely sight. If I were to seek companionship, it certainly would not be with someone of his ilk. She retrieved a makeup mirror to tidy her curled hair. The girls erupted in laughter, realizing her intent to tease Jiangbo, making him reconsider his pursuits. Indeed, how could such a penniless wretch dare to court the class beauty without a moment of self-reflection? Miao Xiaomei, your words are rather crass. One girl giggled. Miao Xiaomei retorted, I speak nothing but the truth. Just look at his situation, lacking both wealth and looks. Shouldn't he remain humble within the confines of school, rather than chasing after a girlfriend he cannot afford to support? Indeed, a loser should possess the awareness of a loser. Let him learn a lesson from this meal, and we shall consider it a good deed. Xin remarked with a cold smile. As the lobster was served, the girls had no intention of waiting for Jiangbo and began to indulge themselves. Oh dear, with no money, we can only feast on small lobsters. When will we be able to transform like Leng Shuer, from sparrow to phoenix? Someone lamented. Xin rolled her eyes. What transformation of a sparrow into a phoenix? She was a true phoenix all along. By the way, have you heard about the false phoenix? Miao Xiaomei popped a small lobster into her mouth. Are you referring to Sun Ming Yue? No, she was long expelled from the Sun family. She should now be called Ming Yue. What kind of scandal has she caused this time? Humph. She is, in essence, a mere joke. I heard Schwer lamenting about her. This shameless individual audaciously stormed into Sun's company, causing a ruckus, and Schwer's father was extorted out of a significant sum of money. Xian, originally not on amicable terms with Ling Schwer, now that she has become a daughter of the Sun family, approached her of her own volition, and Ling Schwer reluctantly accepted. What a brazen person, having occupied Schwer's home for so many years, and now daring to demand money. Sun's father should have reported her to the authorities and had her arrested. Indeed, she has wielded her identity to bully Schwer since childhood. And now that her true colors have been revealed, she shamelessly clings on, refusing to leave. How can such a person exist in this world? Humph. A mere chicken is still a mere chicken, squandering the resources of the Sun family, yet still a fool. She paid her way through university. And now her true nature is unveiled. Being expelled from school is her just desert. Several girls, filled with righteous indignation, condemned the false heiress. Although she may be a wealthy young lady, she has not committed any egregious acts warranting the ridicule of these former classmates. Miao Xiaomei took a hearty sip of sour plum juice, set her cup down, and scoffed. How could a wild chicken shamelessly cling to senior Feng? Miao Xiaomei, lost in thought of the campus heartthrob's elegance, dreamily rested her chin on her hand, pondering how someone as exceptional as Senior Feng could exist in this world. If only she could be with him. Even for just a day, she would have no regrets. Just based on your standing, do not indulge in such daydreams. That false heiress is at least more beautiful than you. However, it is still Senior Feng who suffers, having once associated with such a person. The girls giggled among themselves. Senior Feng was merely toying with her. It hardly counts as a relationship, you know? Feng and Schwer have been childhood friends, growing up together as inseparable companions. Ultimately, the clouds have parted and the lovers have united. Xian felt a twinge of envy and, out of the corner of her eye, caught sight of Ming Yue indulging in a sumptuous meal, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Look at that person," she exclaimed. Several girls turned in unison, their expressions morphing into disbelief as they beheld Ming Yue's countenance. "Is that Sun Ming Yue? It can't be," one remarked. "She resembles her, but she's significantly heavier." Miao Xiaomei fixated on Ming Yue, just as Ming Yue raised her head, their gazes locking momentarily. Surely, it must be a case of mistaken identity. She surely does not know us, or she would have fled by now. Xian noted the unfamiliarity in Ming Yue's eyes, her conviction wavering. There's no way Sun Ming Yue could have transformed so drastically. "Do you think she weighs around 120 pounds? Miao Xiaomei scrutinized Ming Yue with a piercing gaze. "Approximately, but it likely isn't her." Ming Yue popped another shrimp ball into her mouth. Pondering 120? Could it really be that much? They must be blind. "Xian, this is yours. The shop is quite crowded. You must be in a hurry." Xian held the drink with a stoic expression.
Yangbo.
"I need to speak with you." Jiangbo sensed an ominous premonition at the seriousness etched on her face.
Go on, say what you need to.
"I know your feelings for me are sincere, but I do not reciprocate them. To put it bluntly, your recent actions have significantly disrupted my life, and I hope we can maintain some distance moving forward." Xian's words drained the color from Jiangbo's face, as 2 months of fervently pursuing his beloved culminated in this unforeseen outcome. He remained undeterred. "Xian, I understand your sentiments. In truth, I am capable. All I ask is for one more chance, and I shall surely demonstrate my sincerity." Xian turned her face away, stating, "No need, you are not my type. Thank you for the meal. We shall take our leave now." She rose without a hint of mercy, leaving Jiangbo in a state of despair. "Xian, please reconsider and grant me an opportunity." His gaze bore a tinge of pity. "You are not destined for one another. By the way, that meal must have cost you a month's worth of allowance. Let me offer you a piece of advice. If you're short on funds, do not attempt to court a girlfriend. As she picked up her bag and exited, she felt a sense of righteousness, believing that treating him to a meal and offering a piece of advice balanced the scales. Jiangbo watched her depart, eyes lingering on the remnants of the meal before him, a wave of despondency washing over him as silent tears fell. Ming Yue finished every morsel, contentedly wiping her mouth before settling the bill. As she passed Jiangbo, she noticed the plump young man, who was also her classmate, though they had never exchanged words. She had witnessed the earlier interaction with He Xian and felt an ambiguous sense of emotion. It was a matter of mutual willingness. However, upon observing the untouched half of Jiangbo's meal, she recognized his heartbreak and couldn't resist offering a gentle nudge. Hey, if you don't eat soon, the food will become cold and lose its flavor. Jiangbo was jolted back to reality, hastily wiping away his tears. He had known all along that the restaurant's crayfish was delectable, yet prohibitively expensive, compelling him to save diligently. After finally gaining a glimmer of hope from his crush, he had anticipated a delightful date, only to be met with He Xian bringing along several companions and sending him off to fetch drinks. The intimate dinner for two had never materialized, and now, with half of the meal still untouched before him, he found himself devoid of appetite. Thank you for the reminder. He stood up, ready to settle the bill, and only then did he notice the girl beside him. Are you Sun Ming Yue? The events surrounding Sun Ming Yue and Leng Shuer had stirred quite the uproar at school, and he was aware that Sun Ming Yue had been advised to withdraw. He felt a twinge of sympathy. He had merely experienced a heartbreak, while this girl had lost everything. Ming Yue smiled. You recognized me. Those few over there are also classmates. Yet not one of them recognized me. Have I changed that much? Jiangbo awkwardly replied. It's been a long time. You've put on some weight. So. Ming Yue touched her cheek, rolling her eyes. They all say I'm chubby. You're the one who is overweight. Jiangbo, sitting opposite her, was not particularly tall, weighing nearly 200 pounds. Indeed, he was quite hefty and without wealth, which explained his lack of a girlfriend. The food here is delightful, all purchased with money. If I were you, I would indulge completely. So, what if you've suffered a heartbreak? A feast can heal that. It was only after Ming Yue walked away that Jiangbo redirected his gaze to the dishes on the table and suddenly realized she was right. He had saved to buy all this. Why should he not enjoy it? He sat down again, devouring the food. The trendy restaurant was indeed excellent, and as he ate, tears fell, serving as a tribute to his lost love. Although Miao Xiaomei looked down on him, her words held a kernel of truth. He was a poor loser, unable to afford a girlfriend. Never mind, what need had he for a girlfriend when he had delicious food? As Ming Yue reached the door, a black sedan pulled up, and a bespectacled man emerged, the very one who had been waiting.
Hi.
Miss, may I have a word? Ming Yue glanced at him, not recognizing him, her expression indifferent. No time, she said, preparing to walk on. Oh, don't rush. I have something very important to discuss with you. The bespectacled man shouted. Beautiful lady, please don't go. I am not a bad person. I have important matters to discuss. A sleek black sedan pulled up, and a distinguished gentleman stepped out, striding forward with purpose. Hello. Here is my business card. May I have a few moments of your time? Casting a glance, she interrupted. Wait. What network company? Ming Yue halted, recognizing the name of the network company. Do you have business with me? The sweet-faced young woman displayed a cool demeanor, exuding a mysterious charm that captivated the bespectacled man. The elite gentleman nodded. I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Yi Cheng, the owner of Xingchen Network Company. This is my partner, Zhang Xinxin. What is it that you seek? Yi Cheng observed that upon hearing the name of his company, Ming Yue did not even blink. She was either woefully uninformed or had encountered the world enough to disregard his establishment. Noticing the feigned impatience on the young lady's face, he quickly added, I saw you enjoying your meal in the store earlier. To be honest, it was quite a delight to watch. Zhang Xinxin chimed in, yes. We had just finished our meal, and were about to settle the bill when we saw how deliciously you were eating. We couldn't resist ordering another dish ourselves, which left me quite stuffed. Ming Yue smiled at their words. So, you both find this restaurant's food delightful? Yi Cheng nodded. Our company operates a network of online streamers, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. Having been involved in the online realm for a few months, Ming Yue was aware of what an online streamer was, yet she had no interest in pursuing it further. No, thank you. It's merely performing in front of a computer, with heavy makeup that obscures one's true self, speaking in a cutesy voice. It lacks interest for me. Please, excuse me. Beautiful lady. Do you harbor some prejudice against online streamers? The hosts at our company are quite respectable, each possessing a multitude of talents, earning their livelihoods through genuine skill. Zhang Xinxin protested, mentioning that he himself follows several streamers. Ming Yue, dismissive, remarked that she had misspoken and truly had no interest.
Yi Cheng,
Eager to find a moment to converse, noticed her intent to leave and quickly said, wait, take a look at this. He pulled out his phone, opened a video, and handed it to her. Ming Yue glanced at it and was instantly taken aback. This was footage of her dining moments earlier. Zhang Xinxin leaned in, exclaiming, wow, bro, when did you capture this? The quality is impressive. Beautiful lady, my brother has made you look stunning. Ming Yue gazed at the video, seeing the delightful visage of herself, her cherubic face and striking large eyes enjoying a moment of bliss and satisfaction. My apologies for filming without your consent. I can delete it immediately. Yi Cheng's demeanor was cordial. It was Ming Yue's first time witnessing herself eat, and she watched the video from start to finish. Yi Cheng's videography skills were commendable. He did not solely focus on her face, but also interspersed shots of the delectable dishes on the table. She nodded in agreement, thinking that one should truly savor delicious food. Zhang Xinxin chimed in, exactly, this is why we sought you out. Watching you indulge in food is a sheer delight. If we were to share this online, it would surely garner significant views. What do you think? Are you tempted, beautiful lady? Ming Yue remained silent, but Yi Cheng had already discerned her inner foodie and eagerly added, by becoming assigned host with our company, we can provide you with gourmet food, and a dedicated assistant will seek out culinary delights from various locales. Certainly, if you are not fond of business trips, you may reside in the live broadcast studio, where a dedicated chef will prepare exquisite dishes for each session. Your only task would be to savor the culinary delights while elegantly introducing the dishes. As for remuneration, the company offers you the highest signing standards. Zhang Xinxin nodded, recognizing Cheng Ji's business acumen. Our company possesses the capability to cultivate you into a high-end online anchor. Ming Yue hesitated. The proposal stirred her interest. The thought of enjoying gourmet meals prepared by a chef without stepping out was tantalizing. She touched the soft flesh on her arm. Her expression conflicted. Yi Cheng immediately comprehended her thoughts and chuckled, assuring her that the company would enlist a nutritionist to help her achieve the perfect physique, alleviating any concerns about weight gain. Am I truly overweight? Ming Yue glanced at the video, where the beautiful girl appeared somewhat plump. No, you are not fat. It is just right. In fact, most men prefer women with a bit of softness. A little flesh provides a more pleasant tactile experience. Zhang Xinxin grinned mischievously. All right, I accept. Ming Yue did not inquire about the salary. The voice of Feng Tu echoed in her mind. Ming Yue, you still have tasks to complete. Yes, tasks. Ming Yue recalled her recent encounter with several university classmates. Their gossip regarding the true and false identities of wealthy ladies had nothing to do with her. Yet they were busy backbiting. Scandalous. She mused. No, if she were to become an online anchor, she could not afford any negative publicity. Once a scoundrel or a shameless person gains power, they would readily trample on Sun Mingyue. Now that she had assumed the identity of Sun Mingyue, should she restore her reputation first? Ideally, She would compel them to apologize on the live broadcast. By the way, since the beauty would soon be one of her own. She was yet to learn her name. Zhang Xinxin's fondness for her grew with each passing moment. The features and figure of this enchanting beauty have captivated my heart, prompting me to pursue her as my girlfriend. My name is Sun Ming Yue, and you are likely familiar with the Sun Group. I am the so-called illegitimate daughter who is cast aside. Ming Yue remains unperturbed. Zhang Xinxin and Yi Cheng, also scions of affluent families, are well aware of the farce surrounding the Sun family. In fact, they had encountered her several years prior. Upon her arrival, she exuded an entirely different aura and had gained some weight, rendering them unable to recognize her. "Is that really you, Sun Mingyue?" Zhang Xinxin gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment. Numerous tales have circulated outside, many of which are rather unflattering. Some allege that Sun Mingyue possesses a wicked heart, refusing to accept her fate after being cast out, and has entangled herself with a gang leader, intending to harm the true heiress, ultimately leading to her own demise. Rumors suggest she was disposed of in a sack and cast into the sea. Others claim she is a woman of indulgence, kept by an elderly gentleman, driven by jealousy, only to have her beauty marred. Some say she has gone mad and resides in a psychiatric institution. There are whispers of her attempted murder leading to imprisonment. Zhang Xinxin is taken aback, while Yi Cheng remains unfazed, having heard a few tidbits about the true and false heiresses. He merely chuckles at the gossip that pervades society. It must be the insincere duo, Feng Aotian and Leng Shui'er, who are scheming behind the scenes. "We crossed paths at a gala once. It's hard to believe how much you've changed. By the way, what have you been up to lately?" His tone is casual, as though reuniting with an old friend. Mingyue replies with a smile, "Oh, nothing much. I took some money from the Sun family and became engrossed in the internet. Today marks my first outing in half a year." "You actually stayed cooped up at home for 6 months, emerging as a girl addicted to the internet?" Zhang Xinxin exclaims in disbelief. He soon reflects that perhaps this is for the best, as it spares her from the cacophony of absurd rumors circulating outside. "Indeed, you are an internet company, and your computer configurations must be quite impressive. Could you assist me in acquiring a set of recording equipment? Ideally, something that is simple and user-friendly." Mingyue was not at all reserved. Yi Cheng nodded in agreement, asking, "Where are you currently residing?" "In the Lotus Flower community. I am renting a place there." Zhang Xinxin chimed in, "It's quite unsafe for a girl to rent alone. You should consider moving into the company dormitory." Mingyue, accustomed to her living situation, replied, "I have become familiar with the delivery personnel. I have no intention of relocating. There's no need. That community is quite nice." Yi Cheng responded, "All right. The company will reserve a dormitory for you. Sometimes, when the streamers are exhausted, they can rest there. How does signing the contract tomorrow sound?" Mingyue smiled brightly. "I am merely a false daughter cast out by the Sun family. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the contract? My reputation is far from favorable, and it may attract a swarm of detractors. Detractors are still fans. As long as there are clicks, it matters not." Zhang Xinxin interjected, quickly adding, "I misspoke. With me around, who would dare speak ill of you? The Zhang and Yi families are also affluent. The Sun family is but a trifle."
Yi Cheng checked it.
"I have faith in my judgment. Those who do not inspire jealousy are mediocre. You shall undoubtedly succeed." Mingyue laughed. "Then it is settled. See you tomorrow." Zhang Xinxin hurriedly declared, "I shall accompany you." "There's no need. I am on a diet and need to walk more." Mingyue waved her hand and departed. Observing Zhang Xinxin's infatuated expression, Yi Cheng remarked, "All right, if you are worried, just follow us at a distance. Do not gaze longingly like this. You shall see her tomorrow." Zhang Xinxin chuckled, and the two of them got into the car. "Brother, to speak candidly, this girl is precisely my type, and I implore you not to vie with me for her affections. Otherwise, We may find our brotherhood in jeopardy. Yicheng slapped him on the back and started the car, admonishing him for his lack of loyalty in the face of desire. It's one thing to like her, but her consent is paramount. I warn you, do not use your family's influence to coerce her. Brother, am I truly such a person? Zhang Xinxin adjusted his glasses, his demeanor unusually serious. Yicheng remained silent for a considerable time before responding. If she were still the daughter of the Sun family, it would be a different matter. However, given her current status, your family would never approve. Zhang Xinxin hesitated, retorting, as long as I remain steadfast, they cannot do anything to me. Yicheng chuckled. If it were I in your position, I would not face such dilemmas. My family consists solely of my grandfather, who has long been urging me to marry. Strangely enough, he has a fondness for plump girls, claiming they possess a fortunate aura, making them suitable wives. Brother, you cannot be serious. Do not attempt to encroach upon my territory. Zhang Xinxin thought of his overly critical mother and felt a sense of hopelessness. All right then, let us keep our spirits up. Saying more is futile. It ultimately depends on the girl's choice. You've met her previous boyfriend, Haven to you? Perhaps she still harbors feelings for him. What an eye for talent. Just a pretentious little upstart who prospered by relying on women, and now he has become someone of note. Naturally, Zhang Xinxin was aware of Feng Outyan, given that their companies were rivals. Upon returning home, Ming Yue took a shower and transformed back into a gaming enthusiast, diving into her virtual world once more. Ming Yue, it's getting late. You should rest. We have a contract to sign tomorrow. Feng Tu reminded her in a tone that bordered on obsequious. The bright moon uttered a sound, requesting me to investigate the whereabouts of the scoundrel and the unscrupulous woman.
What?
Feng Tu's voice trembled slightly. You need my assistance? Is there an issue? No, absolutely not. Splendid. At long last, I have awaited this day. I, too, am a valuable system. Feng Tu cheered. The moon retorted. Are you out of your mind? What happened to your aloof demeanor? At this moment, Feng Tu transformed into a chatterbox, incessantly proclaiming, I am the supreme deity's creation, the most formidable system in existence, designed solely to assist you in accomplishing your tasks. I once believed you looked down upon me, refusing to acknowledge my presence. I was mistaken. The moon recognizes my worth, and we shall become the finest partners. By aiding one another, we can better fulfill our missions and reap rewards. Let us strive together. The moon affirmed, I have not misjudged you. I shall also exert myself. Enough. The moon, overwhelmed by the incessant chatter, exclaimed, Grant me silence. The moon scolded me, yet we are supposed to be good friends, aiding one another. Surely you cannot waver. Feng Tu's voice grew increasingly human-like, sounding as if it were an abandoned child. Gathering my thoughts, a query arose. Who is the supreme deity? Nonsense. You dare insult me. I am the most formidable system. Not rubbish. The mechanical voice sounded aggrieved. For my second question, who am I? Feng Tu fell silent again. That is something you must discover for yourself throughout your missions. One day, you will remember. Very well, for my third question, what exactly are you? I am the most powerful system, akin to the most invincible computer host. Feng Tu danced in the moon's mind. The final inquiry, what reward is to be gained upon the completion of the task? Ming Yue displayed little interest, merely inquiring what benefits you might derive from it. Do not delude me into believing you are acting out of selfless devotion. Feng Tu chuckled awkwardly, stating, upon the completion of the task, the host will sacrifice a portion of their soul. I require these souls to sustain myself. By aiding the host in fulfilling their wishes, you shall gain merit. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Upon hearing his insistence, Ming Yue scoffed, expressing her disdain for such merit. So, this system you boast about is merely a rechargeable device.
Truly pathetic.
Feng Tu, incensed, retorted, Let me reiterate, I am not pathetic. Suddenly, Ming Yue recalled something significant. As the system bound to me, should you not refer to me as your master? Having inherited the complete memories of the former owner, Sun Ming Yue, she, as a modern young woman well-versed in system novels, was able to articulate this notion with ease. Feng Tu fell silent until Ming Yue began to smirk, prompting him to hastily add, "Of course, I merely believe that we are all good friends. Using names feels more intimate." Although Ming Yue did not recall her past, it did not denote foolishness. She retorted, "Good friends? You overestimate yourself. A nameless system is merely a servant. Henceforth, remember to treat me with the utmost respect and address me as your master." Feng Tu felt wronged. While this was indeed the truth, he considered himself a system with personality and should not be subjected to such treatment. "But I have but one request: to obey commands." Ming Yue remained unmoved by Feng Tu's plaintive tone. "Just focus on your duties," she declared nonchalantly. "The Supreme God is of little concern at the moment. Even the matter of her amnesia does not weigh heavily on her mind. She finds a peculiar joy in her current state. Locate the positions of the scoundrel and the shameless woman for me." "Very well, master." Feng Tu feels somewhat constrained, yet he acknowledges that he was indeed created as a supporting tool for Ming Yue. After a brief pause, he cautiously reminds her not to forget her tasks. "Understood. Spare me the lectures." The following day, Ming Yue rises at 9 o'clock and has breakfast. "Wait, what do you mean by the male and female leads?" Feng Tu hastily clarifies. "The tasks assigned by the master unfold within various isolated realms, akin to experiencing a story, where there are typically protagonists around whom the narrative revolves. These individuals usually possess extraordinary fortune, enveloped in a protagonist's aura, hence they are referred to as the male and female leads. The system identifies hosts who are merely cannon fodder, having suffered grievous fates. They sacrifice half of their souls to summon you in pursuit of their wishes." Ming Yue taps her fingers on the table, a smile playing on her lips as she remarks, "You're squeezing the toothpaste, aren't you? I sense your lack of honesty. During the previous 2 tasks, you feigned ignorance and left me in the dark. Pray tell, how shall I deal with you?" "Master, I was in the wrong." Feng Tu readily admits his fault. "I merely wish to ascertain whether you truly have amnesia. My intentions are pure." "Very well, master." Feng Tu casually reminds her, "Do not forget your appointment to sign the contract today." Ming Yue is taken aback. She indeed forgot. With a composed demeanor, she retrieves Yi Cheng's business card, which bears the company address and phone number. After tidying herself up, Ming Yue descends and hails a taxi. In the upper echelons of the Xingchen Corporation, within the confines of the CEO's office, Zhang Xinxin paced anxiously, while Yi Cheng exhibited signs of impatience. "Cease your incessant circling. You're making my head spin," he exclaimed. Suddenly halting, Zhang Xinxin retorted, "It's all your fault for only providing a business card and neglecting to leave Ming Yue's phone number. Do you think she might have forgotten?"
No.
"That's impossible. Perhaps she simply cannot find her way," he quickly countered, smacking his forehead. "Why am I idly waiting here? Doesn't she reside in the Hahua community?"
I'll go seek her out now."
With the office hours commencing at 8 and it being only 9:30, Zhang Xinxin insisted, "There's no need to panic."
He resumed his pacing.
"Brother, have you informed the reception desk downstairs? They wouldn't be preventing anyone from coming up, would they?" "No, I must go down to fetch her." As Zhang Xinxin dashed out of the office, Yi Cheng shook his head, muttering, "Do as you wish. Your presence here is merely a hindrance. Just wait downstairs." At that moment, Ming Yue had just entered the Xingchen Corporation, where the reception desk was manned by 2 elegantly made-up young women, engrossed in a piece of gossip. "Meijia, did you hear that the Sun family plans to have Leng Shuer change her surname next month? They are even organizing an engagement banquet for her. Soon she will be the legitimate young lady of the Sun family." "Xiaoqi, why are you so enamored with such trivial gossip? What difference does it make if she is legitimate?" A young lady emerging from the slums is not necessarily superior to us, Mei-Jia remarked while adjusting her curly hair. With an air of intrigue, Xiaoqi added, I heard that Leng Shuer lost her parents at a young age and was raised by her grandmother, who scavenged for a living. Such a background surely breeds a certain parochial mindset. Unlike you, Mei-Jia, she continued, who hails from a prosperous family, is intelligent and beautiful. If I were Feng Outyen, I would choose you over that so-called young lady of the Sun family. Mei-Jia's gaze fell upon the screen of her phone, fixating on a pair of seemingly perfect individuals. A disdainful smile gracing her lips. One's upbringing can significantly shape their worldview. Did you know that Feng Outyen and Leng Shuer hail from the same background? They are indeed a match made in their environment. However, it would be unjust to dismiss Feng Outyen entirely. He is a self-made man, and his internet company has flourished considerably. He can be considered a high-class gentleman. Xiaoqi hurriedly defended him. After all, Feng Outyen is quite the handsome figure. Mei-Jia scoffed. Self-made? Do you think running a company is merely child's play? He only rose to prominence by leveraging Sun Mingyue's influence, and now that he has achieved success, he has discarded her. Indeed, it has been quite some time since we heard any news about Sun Mingyue. She too is a victim in this saga. Xiaoqi, being a girl of considerable empathy, lamented. Humph, she is nothing but a fool. After 20 years of living as a pampered heiress, she couldn't even outmaneuver a mere scavenger. Mei-Jia's tone was laced with exasperation. Xiaoqi shook her head. How could she compete? She wasn't even a biological member of the Sun family. What does that matter? Even a dog can develop feelings over time. Sun Mingyue failed to realize that as long as she was sufficiently exceptional, the Sun family would surely retain her. Mei-Jia, accustomed to the opulent circles, spoke with candidness. Xiaoqi sighed. It's a pity that Sun Mingyue brought about her own demise. She squandered a perfectly good hand of cards. Let me tell you. Just as she was about to recount Sun Mingyue's foolish endeavors, a slightly plump young beauty entered the room. Hello, I am looking for Yi Cheng and Zhang Xinxin. Mingyue greeted the two beautiful receptionists with a bright smile. Xiaoqi had no choice but to fall silent. Excuse me, miss. Are you seeking General Manager Yi and General Manager Zhang? May I ask your surname? Is there an appointment? Mingyue handed Yecheng's business card to her, stating that it was from Yecheng, requesting her presence for the signing today. Mei-Jia glanced at the dimples on her round face, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet could not recall where she had seen her before. Ah, it is you. The CEO has instructed me to wait for you in the office on the top floor. Xiaoqi rifled through her notes. May I inquire your esteemed surname, miss? I need it for registration. Sun Mingyue, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for half the day. As the elevator doors opened, Zhang Xinxin instantly spotted Mingyue. We did not agree on a specific time. Mingyue smiled at her, and Zhang Xinxin noticed the dimples on her face, lifting her spirits. Haha, it seems I was too hasty. Let us go. Chengge is waiting for you in the office. She pulled Mingyue into the elevator. Sun Mingyue? Xiaoqi exclaimed, realizing she looked somewhat familiar. It was indeed her. Mei-Jia, with a hint of suspicion, queried which Mingyue it was. Could it be that false heiress? Yes, it is her. I attended her 20th birthday banquet and met her once. Has she gained weight? Upon reaching the CEO's office on the top floor, Mingyue received a warm welcome, which she handled with poise. Yecheng observed her demeanor and nodded inwardly, convinced he had not misjudged her. Miss Sun, this contract has been meticulously tailored for you by the company. Please take a look, and if there are no issues, we may proceed with the signing. Mingyue accepted it, briefly glanced through, and promptly inscribed her name as Sun Mingyue. Truly a straightforward individual. I hope our collaboration will be delightful. Zhang Xinxin beamed amiably. Shall we have lunch together to celebrate? There will be delicious food, and of course, Mingyue would not decline. That sounds wonderful. Yicheng remarked that there was still ample time and offered to show you the studio, along with introducing you to your designated assistant." He shook his head, stifling a chuckle, and advised you to treat Miss Sun well. Zhang Xinxin, in high spirits, led Ming Yue to the spacious live broadcast room, which was currently undergoing renovations. "Ming Yue, this is the open kitchen specially arranged by the company. Soon, a renowned chef from a 5-star hotel will be here to prepare exquisite dishes for you to savor," Zhang Xinxin announced. "Next door are your makeup room and lounge." As Zhang Xinxin escorted Ming Yue through the various rooms, everything appeared splendid. At that moment, a beautiful woman emerged from a nearby room. Upon seeing Zhang Xinxin, she immediately addressed him in a coy tone. "Zhang Zong, what a surprise to see you here." Zhang Xinxin nodded. "Is that you, Sister Yuan? Finished with work?" Sister Yuan, adorned in heavy makeup and sporting striking purple contact lenses that magnified her eyes, spoke in a sweet and youthful voice. "I just finished singing a song and stepped out for a moment. Would you care to join me for a drink?" "Not right now, I have matters to attend to," Zhang Xinxin replied. Noticing Ming Yue beside him, Yuan blinked her large eyes and smiled. "What talents does the new sister possess?" Ming Yue chuckled. "Does eating count as a talent?" Yuan paused, realizing Ming Yue was an eating broadcast host. Although she was quite charming, her cheeks were pleasantly plump, and it was evident that she would need to eat considerably more to boost her popularity. Such individuals would inevitably find themselves resembling little piglets. Yet that was of no concern. Being able to eat is indeed a blessing. "I never expected my sister to be a gourmand. Now that we will be colleagues, feel free to reach out to me anytime." Zhang Xinxin, growing impatient, pulled Ming Yue along, exclaiming, "Let me show you the dormitory." As the two individuals walked further away, Yuan furrowed her brow. Her assistant approached with a cup of floral tea, inquiring, "Yuan, what are you looking at?" "Oh, nothing much. By the way, do you know someone named Ming Yue?" "The name sounds somewhat familiar." The assistant paused, recalling, "Have you forgotten about the recent incident involving the true and false daughters of the Sun family? The one who was cast out, her name is Ming Yue."
Oh,
"That can't be. Sun Ming Yue would never let herself go to the point of becoming unrecognizably overweight. I must be mistaken." Ming Yue had spent the day out and about, dining lavishly at the invitation of Zhang Xin and later indulged in a feast at the food street. "No need to knock, I'm here," she called out cheerfully. "You have a package." Ming Yue slapped her forehead, apologizing, "I almost forgot." Seeing Ming Yue fiddling with the newly arrived items, Fong Tu couldn't help but ask, "Ming Yue?" No. Master, are you planning a trip?" "That's none of your concern." "Understood. Please keep an eye on their whereabouts and remember to inform me when the time comes." The next day, she continued to stay in and play games. Zhang Xin personally delivered a set of electronic devices, eagerly demonstrating how to use them. Upon seeing her living conditions, he couldn't help but scold. "Living in such a place is too much of a compromise for you. You should move to the company dormitory." "Never mind, the dormitory is too cramped. I have a villa that is vacant. You should move in there." Ming Yue smiled, "Not for now." With a nonchalant response, she executed a series of impressive maneuvers in the game, ultimately defeating the opponent's dragon before pausing. "Are both of you present?"
yes.
As the relationship between the male and female leads deepened, they would be staying overnight at the Sun family's main residence that evening. The bright moon illuminated 2 suitcases and an entire set of recording equipment, which were placed in a personal space. After changing into athletic attire, she ventured out. Her first stop was the food street, where she leisurely indulged in a late-night snack before proceeding towards the Sun family estate. By approximately 1 in the morning, she finally arrived at the Villa District, prompting Fong Tu to disable the nearby surveillance cameras. "No problem," Fong Tu replied, brimming with excitement. With a confident stride, Ming Yue entered the community, heading straight for the Sun residence, while Fong Tu eagerly erased any traces of her presence. Although the owner feigned disdain, assistance was still required. Upon reaching the Sun house, she stealthily approached the back door, having lived in this place for 20 years and being well acquainted with its layout. Where was everyone? Ming Yue evaded the patrolling bodyguards, making her way to the innermost room on the second floor. A cold smile graced her lips as she recognized it as the room belonging to the original owner, son Ming Yue. Why had Leng Shuer chosen this room? Having lived here for 2 decades? Did she not feel uncomfortable? The long corridor was monitored, and Fong Tu awaited instructions with glee, but Ming Yue waved her hand dismissively, causing each camera to instantly black out. Owner, how did you accomplish that? Fong Tu was left speechless. Ming Yue merely found Leng Shuer's actions distasteful, growing increasingly infuriated with the Sun family's cold-heartedness as she directed her frustration toward the surveillance cameras. Glancing at her fair hand, she wondered if she possessed some extraordinary ability. Swiftly, she reached the innermost room, only to find the door locked. With a hairpin in hand, she fumbled with the lock until it yielded. Both she and Fong Tu were astonished. She had no recollection of how she had unlocked it, leaving Fong Tu once again dumbfounded, feeling redundant. Upon entering, she faintly heard voices, the floor adorned with carpet, and quietly slipped inside. On the large bed lay a couple in partially open nightwear. What a pair of shameless lovers! Ming Yue scoffed coldly. The two were taken aback by the sudden intrusion and turned to ask, "Who are you? Who permitted you to enter?" Feng Outyen, whose name was as domineering as his demeanor, upon seeing the woman by the bedside, mistakenly assumed she was a maid from the Sun family.
Get out!
He barked. Leng Shuer glared at Ming Yue, exclaiming, "Outyen, she is not a maid." Just as Feng Outyen rose, Ming Yue moved with lightning speed, delivering a swift slap that sent him reeling, blood spilling from his lips. "Open your eyes, you fools. Who is the maid here?" Both of them had swollen faces, their minds buzzing in disbelief. Yet they were consumed with rage, glaring at Ming Yue with unbridled fury. Damn it! As they prepared to call for help, Ming Yue, unwilling to linger, swiftly incapacitated them with a precise strike. In the confined space, 2 suitcases lay, one for each of them, perfectly accommodating Leng Shuer's petite frame. Feng Outyen's long legs protruded awkwardly, and Ming Yue forcefully closed the lid, though the zipper only secured halfway as she unceremoniously tossed them into a small compartment of the space. Fong Tu, witnessing her blunt and efficient method, mused that his master still favored the old ways. On the journey back, they detoured to the food street, indulging in a delightful array of treats. Ming Yue was in no hurry to deal with the scoundrels, opting instead for a refreshing slumber. After breakfast, she donned a stunning outfit and stepped out, invigorated. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, she heard the blare of a car horn. "Ming Yue, over here," Zhang Xinxin called excitedly, waving at her. "I've come to take you to work." On her first day of live streaming, Ming Yue found everything fascinating, even engaging in a thorough discussion with the recording staff on how to make the footage more lifelike. Her sweet appearance, complemented by a pair of delightful dimples when she smiles, endears her to her colleagues, who find her disposition amiable and their interactions harmonious. During the official live broadcast, the chef presents exquisite dishes before Ming Yue. Enveloped in the enticing aroma, she beams with delight, ready to indulge in the feast. It is only at the prompting of her assistant that she recalls to introduce the culinary delights, managing to utter a few words before eagerly commencing her meal. Ming Yue's pace is unhurried. Each bite reflects a profound sense of satisfaction, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed in pleasure, her lips in constant motion, exuding contentment. The staff present are captivated, each one struggling to swallow their own envy. They remind Ming Yue not to focus solely on eating, but to engage in conversation as well. On her first day of live streaming, the previous days had seen Xingqian build anticipation, resulting in a significant audience for the broadcast. Viewers, expecting a competitive eater, are instead greeted by a charmingly plump young lady savoring her meal at a leisurely pace. The dishes are exquisitely presented, and the girl's expression of delight is enough to whet anyone's appetite. Rarely speaking, she continues to eat with relish, occasionally showcasing a look of bliss that prompts viewers to swallow instinctively. As comments flood the screen and gifts pour in, her popularity surges, while Ming Yue remains engrossed in her culinary experience, oblivious to the need for audience interaction. Her assistant, growing increasingly impatient, hints at the importance of engagement, yet is constrained by the live format from speaking out. Yi Cheng and Zhang Xinxin are also tuned into the broadcast, believing that interaction is unnecessary and urging the assistant to remain calm. As long as she enjoys her meal, the audience will naturally gravitate towards her. The chef has prepared 3 dishes, modest in portion, accompanied by a serving of rice, amounting to a typical meal. Ming Yue graciously finishes everything on her plate. With a lingering taste of satisfaction, I wipe my mouth and express my gratitude once more for the chef's exquisite culinary skills, waving goodbye to the screen before logging off. This unpretentious gesture has sent the backend into a frenzy. The audience's comments go unnoticed, and a lack of appreciation raises the question, is this truly acceptable? The staff observes the soaring data with restrained expressions, while the 2 owners wear contented smiles. As today's live broadcast concludes, there is a sudden surge in offline followers. The audience, feeling hungry, promptly places orders. The 5-star hotel where the chef worked nearly experiences an influx of phone calls. Watching the crowd disperse, Zhang Xinxin remains entranced, and Yi Cheng refrains from teasing him for once. As he diligently reviews the data provided by his assistant, a smile emerges. He knew he had chosen wisely. Brother, Ming Yue is truly delightful. Did you notice her dimples? Zhang Xinxin exclaims, utterly captivated. Turning to delegate tasks, he decides to prioritize son Ming Yue as a key training candidate. Master, have you forgotten something? Fong too hesitates for a moment, observing her pull out her phone to select takeout, finally speaking up. Ming Yue pauses, suddenly standing up. Right. I need to lose weight. Perhaps I should go out to eat. Fong too, seeing her head towards the computer again, feels compelled to remind her. Master, are you not planning to complete your tasks? What tasks? Ming Yue ponders. The game had just updated, and there wouldn't be any new missions for the time being. The male and female leads are still confined by you. Initially, Fong Tu believed the master was intentionally tormenting the 2 characters, but it now seems she has genuinely forgotten them. If he doesn't intervene, it could lead to dire consequences. He quickly adds, it's best to avoid any mishaps, otherwise it will affect the mission. The bright moon winked, affirming the task at hand. Having indulged a bit too much, it served as a means of digestion. Upon entering the space, she opened 2 suitcases, where Leng Shuer and Feng Outyen lay motionless, resembling 2 lifeless pigs. With a sharp clap, she woke them from their stupor. Feng Outyen, still with his eyes closed, felt as if his bones had dislocated. Confusion washed over him as memories of the events prior to his unconsciousness surged back. Alarmed, he realized he was lying within a red suitcase and hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Weak and nauseous, he glanced at his beloved in the adjacent suitcase and nearly had a heart attack. He swiftly extracted her, and as Leng Shuer regained consciousness, she groaned, Outyen, I feel dreadful. Where are we? Feng Outyen's face turned ashen. He replied, I have no idea. We might have been kidnapped. Kidnapped. Leng Shuer recalled the moments before her unconsciousness. They had been at home, and she screamed, Impossible. Our home is heavily fortified. It cannot be. Ming Yue cleared her throat. Are you 2 blind? Can't you see this living person before you? The duo had indeed overlooked her presence, but upon raising their heads, Feng Outyen frowned and asked, Who are you? Where is this place? Ming Yue raised her hand and delivered another slap. Open your eyes and see clearly. You deceived me and now pretend not to recognize me. Feng Outyen, skilled in martial arts, was taken aback by the blow. His face burned with pain. and his eyes glinted with a murderous rage. Dare to strike me? You will pay dearly for this. Ming Yue found his words laughable and gifted him another slap, achieving symmetry. Leng Shuer gasped. Out Yen, are you alright? Feng Out Yen never anticipated being struck once more. Despite his earnest vigilance, he failed to discern how his opponent had made her move. It seemed this woman was no easy adversary. Protecting Leng Shuer behind him, he demanded, Who on earth are you? Why have you captured us? Fool, I am Sun Ming Yue. Sun Ming Yue? Impossible. Feng Out Yen had conducted covert investigations and deemed Sun Ming Yue a mere fool, utterly incapable of such prowess. Leng Shuer gazed at Ming Yue with suspicion, then suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, it is you. You've transformed into quite the hefty figure. Ming Yue was displeased, and as fate would have it, someone was destined for misfortune. Regardless of how cautious Feng Out Yen was, the two of them were still soundly beaten, lying on the ground unable to rise. After relieving her muscles, Ming Yue mused that she might have shed a pound, smiling with a sense of satisfaction.
How do you feel now?
Do you recognize me? Feng Out Yen's body ached profoundly, his eyes shrouded in an abyss of despair. Damn it, I misjudged her. I never expected Sun Ming Yue to be so deceptively formidable. Leng Shuer fared even worse. Being a delicate girl, she could only weep and moan after enduring a severe thrashing. Brother Out Yen, I hurt all over. Ming Yue grinned, baring her teeth. It's supposed to hurt. Feng Out Yen, gritting his teeth against the pain, held Leng Shuer close. What do you intend to do? Where is this place? Do you not fear the Sun family seeking retribution for your audacity in abducting us? Ming Yue chuckled. Oh? Aren't you the one who prides himself on resilience? You deceived me and started your own company. Why do you still rely on the Sun family? Are you addicted to living off others? Feng Out Yen, infuriated yet composed, restrained his anger, biding his time until he could fully ascertain his adversary's hand. He observed intently and discovered that they were in an empty room, with nothing but their 2 suitcases. Sun Ming Yue had disappeared for over half a year. He wondered what connections she had made in that time. Gathering his courage, he spoke. Considering we are friends, there is no need to be so ruthless. Release us, and I assure you that no one will trouble you. Cold Shuer, filled with resentment, had already contemplated countless ways to exact revenge on Sun Ming Yue once she escaped. There was no way she would easily let her go. Feng Out Yen, having known her since childhood, understood her thoughts well and patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. However, Ming Yue, upon hearing Feng Out Yen's self-righteous words, chuckled derisively. You think it's easy for me to let you go? Feng Out Yen, filled with fervor, replied, I know you are a kind-hearted girl, but it appears we are simply not fated. Ming Yue waved her hand to silence his sentimental ramblings. Enough with the pleasantries. First, hear my terms. Feng Out Yen's expression darkened. He realized she would not easily agree to release them and nodded with a good-natured demeanor. Whatever you ask, I will comply. As long as you do not harm Shuer. Cold Shuer gazed at him affectionately, knowing that her brother Out Yen loved her the most. Ming Yue smirked. Do not flaunt your affection in front of me. I have but one request. You must apologize to me. Apologize? Feng Out Yen was taken aback. Leng Shuer, however, was incensed, disregarding her pain as she unleashed a torrent of vitriol. How dare you ask for my apology? Let us not forget, it was you who usurped my position. Wielding power within the Sun family and reveling in 2 decades of opulence, while I have been relegated to the slums, enduring hardships on your behalf. I never sought your apology. How can you even show your face? Ming Yue rolled her eyes, fully aware that compelling the scoundrel and his shameless accomplice to apologize would not be a simple task. She raised her chubby fist before Feng Out Yen, signaling her to silence her, or else. Feng Out Yen instantly grasped the situation, swiftly covering Leng Shuer's mouth. Shuer, hold your tongue. Reluctantly, Leng Shuer complied, albeit still seething, directing a fierce glare at Ming Yue. Ming Yue remained unfazed by the venomous stare, recognizing that no matter how fierce the glare, it would not cost her a single morsel of flesh. I have but one demand. Offer me a sincere apology that conveys your genuine remorse, and I shall immediately release you. Feng Outyan's brows furrowed slightly. He sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "Apologies are simple enough, yet I wish to negotiate personally with the individual behind you." The individual behind me? Ming Yue scoffed, suddenly struck by a thought. Surely, you do not presume I have an accomplice? You underestimate me greatly. Feng Outyan, however, was skeptical. He could hardly believe that Sun Ming Yue had somehow managed to extract 2 living souls from the heavily guarded Sun family estate. How could one person possibly accomplish such a feat? His eyes flickered as he sighed. In truth, we harbor no enmity. I understand your frustrations. As long as you present your terms, I am willing to oblige. You can persist as a cherished member of the Sun family, continuing your life as a privileged young lady. Though intellectually astute enough to gain admission to a prestigious university, Leng Shuer was unwilling. Despite recognizing Feng Outyan's words as a mere expedient, she breathed heavily, inwardly cursing Ming Yue with vitriol, yet compelled to maintain a facade of sincerity, her expression inevitably contorted. Feng Outyan, aware of the immense difficulty Leng Shuer faced in uttering such words, embraced her with tenderness. With veiled glances, he pledged that upon their liberation, Sun Ming Yue would undoubtedly pay the price. Leng Shuer lowered her gaze, resolving that even without Feng Outyan's intervention, she would ensure that the hussy would not fare well. The pair presumed their words would be sufficiently persuasive. Alas, Ming Yue merely offered a derisive chuckle. I have no need for your insincere platitudes. I have but one request. An apology.
Apologize now, immediately.
If there is sufficient sincerity, I will release you forthwith. The 2 privately lamented, as they knew she would not relinquish them easily. When did Sun Ming Yue, once so naive, become so impervious to persuasion? Yet, uncertain of the current situation, they were not only racked with pain but also felt a burning sensation in their stomachs. They knew not how long they had been confined, and if they were not freed soon, they might starve to death. With this in mind, Feng Outyan inhaled deeply and lifted his head, revealing a trace of aloofness in his smile. Indeed, it was aloofness, with a slight curve of his lips, a semblance of a smile played upon them. A demeanor that once captivated the original Sun Ming Yue, causing her to become infatuated. She would heed his every word, offer him her heart, and relinquish all her possessions to enable him to start a company. Feng Outyan was certain that Sun Ming Yue was deeply enamored with him, and that she was deliberately adopting this posture to ensnare Sun Ming Yue once more in the throes of love. He was acutely aware of his own allure. A subtle curve of his lips, a fleeting, almost imperceptible smile, was enough to render this naive woman senseless, compliant to his every whim. Seeing the expression on Feng Outyan's face, Leng Shuer felt a pang of sorrow, biting her lip in silent anguish. Outyan Gage was sacrificing so much for their lives, demeaning himself to such an extent that Leng Shuer could scarcely bear to witness it. Ming Yue, with an air of serene composure, awaited their apologies, only to be met with 2 individuals. One, his face etched with suppressed emotions, a picture of forced compliance, as if confronted by a villainous oppressor forcing virtue into prostitution. The other, her countenance marked by heartache, her mind in turmoil, her head bowed in sorrow. She couldn't help but feel surprised. Could she have been too heavy-handed earlier? Had she inadvertently damaged the facial expressions of this despicable man and woman? Feng Outyan paused, perplexed. It couldn't be. His aloof smile had captivated countless young women, and Sun Ming Yue had once been hopelessly devoted to him. How could it be that after only half a year, this tactic was no longer effective? Leng Shuer, on the other hand, refused to believe it. The hussy had apparently learned the art of playing hard to get, no doubt under the tutelage of some hidden mastermind. In her suppressed rage, her long nails had dug deep into her flesh, but her anger was so intense that Leng Shuer was momentarily oblivious to the pain. Feng Aotian stammered, how could you? Ming Yue rolled her eyes dramatically. Why are you mumbling? Just apologize and be done with it.
Don't waste my time.
Feng Aotian, taken aback, stared at her in disbelief, only to be met with another scornful glance from Ming Yue. Sun Ming Yue may have gained weight, but she was still the same person. Only the light of that love-crazed girl was nowhere to be found in her eyes. Could she have been replaced by someone else? Feng Aotian had risen from humble beginnings to achieve his current success, and his intellect was anything but ordinary. Although he felt that Ming Yue had changed drastically, he quickly regained his composure. Well, despite your relentless pursuit back then, I shall apologize, for I am a man. Ming Yue, I am sorry for the trouble I caused you. The prompt from Feng Tu dutifully chimed. Beep, beep, beep. The value of regret stands at 0. Ming Yue chuckled coldly. A man's words are but deceitful whispers. Indeed, there was no sincerity. Leng Shuer retorted angrily. No matter what tricks you're playing, I command you to release us at once, or my parents will not let you off easily. Although Sun Ming Yue was not a biological daughter, she had been raised for 20 years, and the time had come for her to realize her worth. Even as an adopted daughter, she could be used for strategic marriage. Unfortunately, this girl had repeatedly crossed paths with Shuer. The Sun family felt a tinge of guilt towards Leng Shuer. After all, she was their biological daughter, suffering in a slum, and thus deserved some indulgence. The original Sun Ming Yue had suddenly swapped identities, feeling anxious and unsettled, provoked several times by Leng Shuer. She lost her rationality and acted in ways that deeply displeased her adoptive parents, ultimately leading to her expulsion from the home. Leng Shuer, during her deliberate provocations, often boasted about her real parents, which inevitably infuriated the original owner. Having been pampered in her upbringing, though there was a paternity test in her heart, Sun's father and mother were her true parents. How could she tolerate anyone usurping that title and flaunting it daily? Thus, she would often act impulsively. At this moment, Leng Shuer employed the same tactic, intensifying her tone to provoke her, hoping to extract information about her backer. Unfortunately, this plan fell flat. As Ming Yue possessed the complete memories of the original owner and was not foolish, she quickly discerned Leng Shuer's intentions. With a cold sneer, she remarked, "Are you attempting to deliberately provoke me? It's futile. Hurry up and apologize." Leng Shuer hesitated, stammering, I don't understand what you're saying. Irrelevant whether you comprehend or not. Just apologize. Ming Yue threatened, shaking her fist. Feng Aotian quickly interjected, "Let us remain calm. We shall discuss this amicably." Unfortunately, at that moment, Ming Yue, being a girl addicted to the internet, succumbed to her urges and was unwilling to linger on pleasantries. "I shall grant you 10 minutes. If your apology lacks sincerity, you may await your demise right here."
Wait.
Feng Aotian exclaimed urgently, "We sincerely apologize." He gestured to the unwilling Leng Shuer to speak up quickly. Overwhelmed with grievance, she could only endure for the sake of escape. "I'm sorry." Ding ding. The sincerity value registered at 0. Ming Yue was not the least bit surprised, and while still engaged in conversation with Feng Tu, she inquired, "How do you assess this sincerity value? Is it merely 0 at its lowest? Is there a possibility of negative values?" Feng Tu became momentarily stiff, chuckling. 0 is the minimum. What could negatives possibly signify? Ming Yue, in a serious yet absurd tone, retorted, "Isn't it normal to have negative values? Just look at how these two are seething with resentment towards me. I would wager their hatred value surpasses 100. Thus their corresponding sincerity value should logically be negative 100. Feng Tu was left speechless, realizing the soundness of her reasoning. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he suggested, Master, perhaps you should focus on completing the task at hand. Truthfully, he felt that his master's methods were overly simplistic and brutal. Capturing someone outright and coercively demanding an apology was hardly the way to go about it, even if one were to beat someone half to death. Achieving a 100% sincerity value was not guaranteed. Fong too silently resolved to offer more suggestions to his master in the future, striving to ensure that they would be wholeheartedly accepted. Ming Yue snorted, "It has been 2 minutes. What are your plans?" Fong Ao Tian hurriedly inquired, "If you agree, will you release him after an apology?" Ming Yue scoffed, "I am a person of my word." Just moments ago, she had referred to herself in the feminine form, and now she was asserting a masculine identity. Fong Ao Tian was bewildered by the transformation she had undergone over the past 6 months. However, it was not wise to provoke her at this moment, so he lowered his gaze and said, "I apologize."
Ding.
Apology value 5. He was taken aback. Ming Yue smiled sweetly and nodded, "Delve deeper into your heart and confess sincerely. Let me perceive your earnestness." Her words startled Fong Ao Tian. He had approached this second apology with a tentative spirit, adding a touch of sincerity. To his surprise, Sun Ming Yue was able to detect it. Could it be that she truly possessed an uncanny insight? He decided to give it another try. "I am sorry," he uttered again.
Ding.
Apology value 6. Ming Yue huffed in displeasure. "Can't you increase it more substantially in one go? When will we reach a 100 apology value if you keep dragging it out?" A 100 apology value? Fong Ao Tian furrowed his brow. He had indeed put in a bit of effort, yet she had noticed again. Did she possess some hidden ability? Although technology had advanced considerably, how could one truly gauge the human heart? Fong Ao Tian, having dealt with the fantastical elements of online gaming as a network company owner, regarded Ming Yue with a peculiar gaze. Could it be that Sun Ming Yue had a means to measure apology values? The small-headed figure softly reminded, "Master, one must not let others perceive the existence of this system." Ming Yue scoffed inwardly. "Are you afraid someone might tear the system apart? You are, after all, my subordinate, and with my protection, nothing will befall you." The small-headed figure fell silent, indicating that the value of their apologies should remain undisclosed. "Humph," Ming Yue retorted. "What does it matter if they find out? With your capabilities, they shouldn't be able to grasp any incriminating evidence against you." The small-headed figure, with a hint of pride, replied, "Of course." Observing Ming Yue's silence, Fong Outyen increasingly felt he was correct in his assumptions. Sun Ming Yue was merely a naive and innocent girl, after 6 months apart. Her transformation was remarkable. Could it be that she had experienced some extraordinary adventure, akin to those found in fantasy novels? Suddenly, he felt a pang of envy. Unbeknownst to Ming Yue, this fellow's intelligence was quite high. His wild speculations were surprisingly close to the truth. With a scowl, she declared, "You have only 1 minute left. If you do not apologize, you may as well starve."
No.
"We will apologize." Fong Outyen hastily gestured for Leng Shuer to stop her days. With a serious demeanor, he said, "I apologize."
Beep.
Apology value 20. The small-headed figure was astonished. Could it be that Fong Outyen was so forthcoming, or had he genuinely felt remorse towards Sun Ming Yue? However, Leng Shuer remained tight-lipped, believing that her brother Outyen's repeated apologies were nothing but a mockery from that wretched person who deemed them unworthy. Ming Yue, with a hint of disappointment, spread her hands, regrettably. "Even though you have made progress, your apology value remains insufficient. Thus, you shall continue to linger here." "Wait, I can still express my sincerity," Fong Outyen shouted. Yet Ming Yue, engrossed in her gaming, paid him no heed and swiftly vanished into the void. Having immersed herself in the virtual realm throughout the night, she lost track of time, utterly captivated by the online world, only to collapse into a deep slumber at dawn, prompted by Fongto's insistence. Though she had signed with the company, Her schedule was not one of daily office attendance. After all, financial stability was not an issue for her, as 2 live streams a week sufficed. As Ming Yue slept soundly at home, unbeknownst to her, chaos ensued outside due to her absence. In the Sun family mansion, Father Sun was in a fit of rage. Despite the lack of deep familial bonds, it was natural for him to worry, especially considering that both of them had vanished from the villa. Old Sun, do we have no leads yet? What are those security personnel doing? Mother Sun lamented, wiping away her tears. It's been 2 days since they disappeared, and there's no news. Do you think they might demand a ransom? They likely won't, Father Sun replied, troubled. Shwer is our beloved daughter, and Feng Outyan, after all, is worth millions. We must remain patient. However, Mother Sun sighed, just the jewelry in Shwer's room is worth tens of millions. I have already disseminated information to monitor the whereabouts of those jewels. As soon as we have a lead, we can uncover the masterminds behind this. Being a businessman, he had prepared for the worst, even suspecting that it might be the work of a rival. Calculating his limits, while fearing that any leaks could affect the Sun family stock, his agitation grew. Mother Sun fretted, with so many people around, how can they not keep watch over a single individual? Could it be? Enough! Father Sun interjected, raising his hand. It has only been 2 days. Let us wait. Perhaps the kidnappers will reach out. Regrettably, individuals have been taken by the bright moon, and they await the call of their captors in vain. Their son, Sun Minghua, just 15 years old, is currently studying at an elite school abroad. The Sun family comprises only Sun Ming Yue and Sun Minghua, and the bond between the siblings is relatively amicable. The young lad raised his phone with excitement, exclaiming, "Mom and Dad, look, I know where my sister is." Sun's mother responded with enthusiasm. What? Did the kidnappers contact you? She gasped. Oh dear, could it be that their true intention is our Xiaohua? Sun's father, aware that his son referred to Sun Mingyue as a sister, sighed. Mingyue is too headstrong. She has likely run off to some distant country. Sun's mother retorted. Why bother searching for her? She is not your biological sister. Leng Shwer, who bore a striking resemblance to Sun's mother, though not having grown up by her side, felt an immediate bond upon meeting her biological daughter, and Sun's maternal instincts quickly blossomed. How did you come to know that something has happened at home? By the way, you mentioned knowing where your sister is? Did the kidnappers reach out to you? What kidnappers?
Just take a look at this.
Sun Minghua replied, as he spread open his phone and initiated a video. Look. Sun's father and mother leaned in, and what appeared on the screen was a live broadcast featuring a round-faced young lady relishing delectable food, her satisfaction evident, stirring appetites with ease. Sun's mother exclaimed, Is that Ming Yue? How has she become so plump on camera? Sun's father frowned. I said there has been no news for so long, and she is off doing this instead. What a disgrace. Sun's mother wiped away a tear, calling out Minghua. You may not yet be aware, but your elder sister, Shwer, has been abducted.
What?
Cold Shwer has been kidnapped. Indeed, along with Feng Outyan, they were stealthily taken from our family villa and have been missing for 2 days now. The kidnappers have not made contact, and your father and I are quite concerned. Sun Minghua has already seen Cold Shwer via video. To be frank, I do not harbor much affection for this biological sister of mine. Although Cold Shwer is beautiful and excels in her studies, she cannot compare to Sun Mingyue, with whom I have grown up since childhood. Nevertheless, there is a bond of blood between us, and hearing that the abduction occurred in our own villa causes me to furrow my brow. Our home security system is state-of-the-art, and there are patrols. How could this happen? Precisely. I believe the villa is no longer safe. Minghua, you should accompany me to a hotel tonight. It is too perilous to remain here. Sun's father, prioritizing his son as the most vital heir, nodded in agreement, saying it would be prudent for you to take Minghua to the hotel tonight. Still no news after 2 days of their disappearance? Sun Minghua inquired. Sun's father shook his head, indicating no updates for the time being. Sun's mother interjected. Not only are they missing, but many of your sister's valuable jewelry has also been stolen. Sun Minghua was taken aback, believing all of her jewelry to be secured in the safe. Sun's mother appeared somewhat embarrassed, explaining that Sun Mingyue had not taken those jewelry pieces when she left, but Cold Schwer had shown interest in them. Though Sun's mother felt a twinge of discomfort, she agreed to send the jewelry to Schwenner's room. She remarked, "Your sister is now grown. She has endured too much hardship in her youth, and I wish to compensate her, especially now that Mingyue has departed. Thus, the room and belongings of my sister were given to others." Sun Minghua rose abruptly, fuming. "Even if she is not my biological sister, our bond over the years is genuine. Mother, how could you do this? If Lung Schwer admires you, you can simply purchase new things for her." Sun father and Sun mother shared a similar sentiment, including the room previously occupied by Ming Yue, which they had no intention of relinquishing to Lung Schwer. After all, in such a grand villa, there are plenty of fine rooms available, yet it remains a mystery why Lung Schwer chose Ming Yue's room. Naturally, she would not directly demand it, but rather reminisce about her hardships in childhood, invoking her parents' sympathy. Faced with his son's reproach, Sun father snorted. "Now is not the time to dwell on these matters. Your biological sister is still missing." Meanwhile, Mingyue had been home for 2 days, receiving calls from Zhang Xinxin thrice daily. His intentions were earnest in pursuing her, yet Yicheng had just commenced Mingyue's live-streaming career, forbidding him from visiting. On the 3rd day at dawn, Zhang Xinxin arrived to escort her. Upon receiving his call, Mingyue remembered her job and dressed refreshingly before descending. During her second live stream, she showcased a different chef preparing various cuisines, effortlessly eating and introducing the dishes before the camera. After a delightful meal, she gracefully signed off and departed. In a world so rare and abundant, Mingyue embraced life with a spirit of enjoyment. Just as she was about to acquiesce, a voice in her mind urged, "Master, do not forget the task. Those two are on the brink of starvation." "No need. I shall walk as a means of exercise." Mingyue departed with elegance, while Zhang Xinxin wished to spend more time with the enchanting lady, personally escorting her downstairs and watching her leave. Beautiful lady. I believe Sun Mingyue is quite fortunate. Xiao Qi at the front desk expressed her envy. Unable to become a wealthy heiress, she caught the eye of our esteemed Zhang. "Do you think she would accept his advances?" Mei Jia scoffed, saying it's hard to tell. Zhang's family matriarch is not someone easily dealt with. Even if Sun Mingyue has changed, given her current status, Mrs. Zhang would undoubtedly disregard her. Xiao Qi sighed, noting that despite only hosting 2 live streams, the results were quite impressive. If this continues, she might become a prominent influencer, perhaps even prompting Mrs. Zhang to reconsider her stance. Mei Jia retorted that this line of thinking is misguided. Being an internet celebrity holds little value, and even an award-winning actress would find it challenging to marry into a prestigious family. While Mei Jia tidied her eyelashes in the mirror, she admitted that Sun Mingyue's live streams were surprisingly engaging. She found herself hungry even before mealtime. Xiao Qi chimed in, offering an array of snacks. Mei Jia hesitated, lamenting the high calories that would lead to weight gain. Ultimately, she decided to order food instead. Xiao Qi, aware of her privileged background, remarked that she wouldn't want to order the Cantonese dishes Sun Mingyue featured in her streams. Mei Jia confirmed this, noting that Sun Mingyue was raised in affluence and likely indulged in exquisite cuisine. They decided to sample some for lunch. Xiao Qi cheerfully remarked that she would benefit from Mei Jia's order, but speculated that the hotel's ordering line must be overwhelmed at that moment. Mei Jia chuckled lightly, assuring her that she had connections. As she approached her computer again, Fang Tu quickly interjected, urging that the master should attend to pressing matters first. If they failed, the mission would be jeopardized. Mingyue rolled her eyes, exclaiming how troublesome it all was. Upon re-entering the personal space, Feng Outyen and Leng Shuer were discovered nestled together, their lips chapped and breaths faint. After only a few days of hunger, their cheeks appeared sunken, raising the dreadful thought that they might truly be on the brink of death. As Feng Outyen experienced dizziness, a soft female laugh suddenly reached his ears, leading him to question his own senses. With great effort, he opened his eyes and upon recognizing the visitor, he felt as though he had glimpsed a savior. Thank goodness, there was still life. It was Ming Yue, grinning cheerfully, having somehow procured a chair to sit before them, looking down upon the two. Since they were still alive, it was time for a sincere apology. It needed to be satisfactory, and they were to be released immediately. The past few days had been extraordinarily arduous for Feng Outyen and Leng Shuer, plagued by starvation and confinement in an unfamiliar environment, pushing them to the brink of despair. Feng Outyen had already conferred with Leng Shuer, resolving that regardless of whether Sun Ming Yue would uphold her promises, the next time she appeared, a heartfelt apology would be tendered. If the concept of apology value truly existed, Feng Outyen vowed that his remorse would be genuine and heartfelt. As long as they could escape their plight, they would settle accounts with Sun Ming Yue later. He also persuaded Leng Shuer to temporarily suppress her animosity and willingly offer an apology. They had reached a consensus. Yet Ming Yue had yet to show herself, and without food or drink, the two approached the brink of death, engulfed by fear. Perhaps Sun Ming Yue had indeed spoken the truth, intending for them to starve to death in this desolate place, leaving behind no trace of their existence. At that moment, seeing a person was akin to encountering a savior, and they croaked, "We are willing to apologize. We are sorry. We are truly sorry."
Ding.
Apology value 80. Apology value 90. Apologies are at a staggering 100. Feng too felt a sense of surrealism. After merely 2 days of confinement, these two individuals were so readily compliant. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of dissatisfaction, as if his 100 sincerity had diminished into mere cabbage, losing its worth. Is this truly the conclusion? Ming Yue found it hard to believe. Feng too grunted, indicating a temporary attainment of 100. Oh, does that mean they can be released now? Ming Yue was indifferent. Without a mission, she was free to indulge herself. Feng too hurriedly cautioned, releasing them so hastily might lead to complications in the future. Ming Yue had yet to contemplate her decision when Feng Ao Tian was already in tears, pleading for water. Leng Shuer had succumbed to unconsciousness, and Ming Yue frowned, realizing that if they were released now, their appearance in her home could indeed spell trouble. Consequently, she tossed a bottle of mineral water towards them. Feng Ao Tian appeared to see a spring of life, scrambling to retrieve the bottle. He cautiously fed a few sips to Leng Shuer before quenching his own thirst, draining the bottle entirely, which revitalized him somewhat. This apology bears sufficient sincerity, doesn't it? You promised to set them free. At that moment, Feng Ao Tian, with his unkempt appearance and gaunt visage, bore no resemblance to the campus prince. Ming Yue chuckled, tossing a bag of bread in their direction. Upon seeing the food, Feng Ao Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. The two of them trembled with anticipation as they devoured the bread ravenously. With food in their stomachs, their bodies ceased to feel weak and clammy. They nestled together, genuinely apologizing, pleading for their release, assuring that they would not cause any trouble. Feng too was taken aback. "Master, you actually provided them with food?" Ming Yue produced a plethora of items and quickly arranged them, directing the lens towards the two, declaring, "I can truly sense your remorse." Feng Outyen observed her setting up the recording device, feeling a tinge of anxiety. "You promised." Ming Yue replied with a smile, "Do not worry. I will release them soon. But first, let us discuss our matters." Leng Shuer shot a venomous glare at Ming Yue, knowing full well that this wretched woman would not easily acquiesce. After consuming some food, Feng Outyen felt his wits returning, and he calmly stated, "Indeed, our past actions have caused you harm, for which we sincerely apologize. We hope you will honor your promise. Ming Yue chuckled. Is Sun Ming Yue truly sincere towards you? Uncertain of her intentions, Feng Outyen cautiously nodded. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Ming Yue continued with a grin. Let us set aside emotions and discuss finances. A penniless youth like yourself managing such a large online enterprise surely had Sun Ming Yue as your initial capital provider, did you not? Feng Outyen stiffly nodded. But Leng Shuer interjected, that money belongs to the Sun family. It has nothing to do with you. Unperturbed, Ming Yue retorted, and if it is indeed the Sun family's money, how does that change the fact that you obtained it from me? If my memory serves me right, you have taken nearly 20 million, have you not? If you persist in deceiving me, I knew you would not let them go. Leng Shuer, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Outyen Gij, what shall we do? Feng Outyen comforted her. I trust Ming Yue will keep her word. I apologize. I will write an IOU. Encountering such a cooperative individual was rare. And soon Ming Yue received the IOU, for 20 million. With a beaming smile, she declared, I promise to release you, and you too promise not to pursue this matter, correct? Leng Shuer, infuriated, bit her lip, while Feng Outyen's gaze flickered slightly. Very well, I agree. The bright moon was acutely aware that they would not genuinely consent. With a smile, she remarked, I possess a video. Should you wish to pursue this matter, I shall make it public. Feng Outyen's expression darkened. Yet he harbored a silent mockery within. It was not a scandalous video, but rather evidence of a kidnapping. Sun Ming Yue, as ever, displayed her lack of cunning. With a playful tone, Ming Yue continued, I must inconvenience you by placing you in a suitcase, so I can release you. What exactly do you intend to do? The IOU has been written. Should you dare to toy with us again, I shall not show you mercy. Though Leng Shuer had consumed food, her strength had not been significantly restored, and her voice lacked vigor. Feng Outyen, however, was perceptive enough to comfort her, saying, Let's confine them in the suitcase. He was tall and had to curl up in another suitcase. Ming Yue lent him a hand. The zipper of his suitcase was only half closed, leaving his legs exposed. Once you sleep, you shall be home. Upon her words, both of them felt a wave of dizziness and swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness, unaware of the depths of their hatred and fear before their fainting spell. The task was complete. Ming Yue emerged from her space, elated, and commenced playing a game. Feng, too, ever the sycophant, inquired, Master, when do you plan to release them? Ming Yue retorted, We shall discuss it when night falls. In the middle of the night, Feng too reminded her that she had changed her attire and ventured out for a midnight snack, once again walking to the Sun family villa. Master, the security system here has intensified. There are now 2 additional teams of patrolling guards outside. Ming Yue took note of this and decided, let us dispose of them here. She dragged the suitcase from her space, opened it, and unceremoniously placed the unconscious duo upon the lawn. The loyal servant spoke, Master, I have erased the video recordings of your journey, ensuring that no one will discover your presence. Master, with the mission accomplished, do you intend to linger a while longer? Indeed, the culinary delights of this world are quite remarkable. I plan to extend my stay for a few more days. With the task completed, I indulge in games daily, savor exquisite dishes, and occasionally host a live stream. My days, filled with contentment, are quite pleasant. Meanwhile, Feng Outyen and Leng Shuer lay on the lawn until dawn, only to be discovered later. The dual blow of fright and hunger caused Leng Shuer to develop a high fever, necessitating their admission to the hospital. Mr. Sun harbored suspicions regarding the incident, having arranged matters at the company before heading to the hospital. The two, having received nutritional injections, finally regained consciousness, appearing as wilted flowers deprived of water. Upon seeing Mr. Sun, Leng Shuer burst into tears, exclaiming, Father, it was Sun Ming Yue who kidnapped me. Mr. Sun furrowed his brow. Ming Yue? That is impossible. How could she possess such capability? Having lived in the Sun household for 20 years, Mr. Sun was well aware of her character. Noting his disbelief, Leng Shui's eyes brimmed with resentment, yet understanding the necessity of relying on Mr. Sun's influence, she cast her gaze downward, feigning disappointment as a stream of tears fell, amplifying her frailty. After all, she was his beloved daughter who had endured much suffering, and Mr. Sun felt a pang of sympathy. The doctor informed them, "You have been through a fright and endured prolonged hunger, but there is no significant harm. We might as well take this opportunity for a comprehensive examination, which will also ease your mother's concerns." A glimmer of coldness flashed in Leng Shui's eyes. Why hasn't mother come? Internally, she scoffed, realizing that indeed, the son was their utmost priority. Leng Shui, possessing both beauty and intelligence, harbors a rather extreme disposition. Unaware of her true lineage, she hails from humble beginnings and has always demonstrated an indomitable spirit, striving to rise from the depths of adversity. Upon discovering that she was destined to be a wealthy heiress, but fatefully found herself relegated to the slums, her heart became twisted with resentment. Not only does she resent son Ming Yue for usurping her identity, but she also harbors animosity towards the Sun family for their neglect, which subjected her to a life of hardship due to a mix-up. She believes that after enduring so much suffering, the Sun family ought to compensate her by transferring control of their company to her. It has become evident to her that their son holds paramount importance in their eyes. Dismissing her potential as a mere adolescent, with her beauty, intelligence, and a boyfriend like Feng Outyan, who is a prodigy in his own right, having established a company at a young age, she is convinced that under their stewardship, the Sun family business would undoubtedly thrive. However, despite her return over 6 months ago, the Sun parents, while seemingly affectionate, have yet to endorse her ascent to a high-ranking position within the Sun Corporation. Although Leng Shui has not completed her university education, she has cleverly and diligently accrued all necessary credits ahead of time, subtly indicating her willingness to assist in managing the Sun family business. Unfortunately, Mr. Sun inherently favors sons over daughters, deepening Leng Shui's resentment. At this moment, her hatred reaches its zenith. Despite having changed her surname, Mr. Sun shows sympathy towards the now-defunct Leng family and has not compelled Ming Yue to change her surname. With gritted teeth, Leng Shui resolves that if they lack kindness, they should not lament her lack of loyalty. She is determined to seize control of the Sun company, believing it to be her rightful due. Unbeknownst to Mr. Sun, this seemingly docile daughter harbors such profound bitterness within her heart. He turns to Feng Outyan and inquires if he knows who is behind the kidnapping. Feng Outyan, with a bitter smile, admits that throughout the ordeal, he has only encountered son Ming Yue. Mr. Sun inhaled sharply, realizing it was indeed her. Could she have fallen in with unsavory characters? Alas, this child has truly disappointed me. Feng Outyan sneered. Shui was correct. The Sun family still harbored thoughts of son Ming Yue. Did the captors impose any demands upon you? I have been waiting for a call from the kidnappers, yet there has been no word. By the way, how did you manage to escape? Mr. Sun inquired once more. Feng Outyan replied. She insisted that we apologize and even required me to write an IOU regarding my previous relationship with her. I trust you can understand, Uncle. Shui and I have been childhood sweethearts, and my involvement with Ming Yue was purely circumstantial. After clarifying matters with her, she perhaps felt a sense of resentment, hence. Mr. Sun furrowed his brow. He was somewhat displeased with the romantic entanglements between Feng Outyan and his 2 daughters. As a seasoned merchant, he could easily discern Feng Outyan's ulterior motives. One was his biological daughter, while the other was his adopted daughter. The distinction was evident. Yet, observing Feng Outyan's affections towards Shui, he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. An apology? And what of this IOU? As a businessman, Mr. Sun seized upon the critical points. Feng Outyan offered a wry smile. Uncle, you are aware that while I possess great aspirations, I lack substantial resources. The only reason I could establish my company was due to Ming Yue's sponsorship. She compelled me to write an IOU for 20 million. 20 million. Not a trifling sum. Mr. Sun knew that Ming Yue was not one to squander money. Her allowances and New Year's gifts accumulated to far more than that over the years. Very well. It seems I should indeed write her an IOU. Reflecting on the obedient Ming Yue of his youth, Mr. Sun nodded. Leng Shuer could not help but scream, "Father, this money belongs to the Sun family. I have already been driven out. Why must I write an IOU?" Mr. Sun snorted. "It belongs to the Sun family. But it is also the pocket money saved by Ming Yue." He sighed. "You are all alone out there. It is impossible to have no money."
Leng Shuer fällt ergrivet.
Pondering the stark contrast between the affluent and the impoverished, 20 million in pocket money, money that should rightfully belong to her. Feng Outyen understood her grievances and felt even more compassion for his girlfriend. Seeing her about to speak, he hurriedly intervened, saying, "Rest assured, uncle, once I manage my finances, I will repay her as quickly as possible. Regarding this matter, although Ming Yue was at fault initially, I have promised not to pursue it further." Mr. Sun frowned. Was it truly just Ming Yue's doing? How did you both end up out of the villa? Feng Outyen was equally perplexed. Considering Ming Yue's strength, he inquired, "By the way, uncle, did you send Ming Yue to learn martial arts when she was young?" Mr. Sun sighed. "No. That child has always been capricious. She loses interest in everything after a short time and is not particularly bright." Speaking of this, Mr. Sun looked at his beloved daughter with satisfaction. Both he and his wife were graduates of prestigious universities, so it made no sense that their daughter would be of mediocre talent and unable to succeed in her studies. After all, she wasn't their biological child. Though their daughter was not by their side, she had grown up excelling in both character and academics, clearly a testament to their superior genetic endowment. "You have endured hardships this time. Just observe in the hospital for a few more days. As for Ming Yue's situation, I will investigate personally." Sun's father remarked, "After all, there was a bond forged over many years of nurturing, and he was reluctant to see her entangled with those from the underworld." Feng Outyen, with a serious expression, replied, "Uncle, I shall investigate alongside you." Naturally, Feng Outyen was primarily concerned about his own enterprise. As the head of a network company that employed several adept hackers, he intended to thoroughly investigate Sun Mingyue. With the live streaming footage provided by Sun Minghua, Sun's father could easily track Mingyue's whereabouts. To his surprise, this child had wallowed in despair for half a year after leaving home, gaining considerable weight, and had resorted to culinary live streaming. It seemed she had exhausted her funds, which explained her inclination to seek financial assistance from Feng Outyen. Sun's father conducted a discreet investigation and discovered that Sun Mingyue possessed a naive disposition. He suspected that someone had intentionally approached her to undermine his family, thus he refrained from meeting Mingyue for the time being. Ultimately, he uncovered that Mingyue was employed by Xingchen Company, where both partners held her in high regard, particularly the young master of the Zhang family, who appeared to have developed an infatuation with Ming Yue at first sight. This led Sun's father to contemplate a scheme. Perhaps Zhang Xinxin was the one orchestrating events behind the scenes. If things were maneuvered adeptly, the Sun family could forge a matrimonial alliance with the Zhang family, elevating his own endeavors to new heights. At worst, he could allocate some shares to Ming Yue, and when the two families united, they would become a formidable force. The trajectory of Sun Mingyue over the past 6 months was straightforward, with Feng Outyen focusing his investigation on the videos surrounding their abduction. However, they discovered that the surveillance footage had been systematically destroyed beforehand, and it was the kind of erasure that was utterly irretrievable, indicating that the perpetrator was no ordinary skilled individual. Suspicions fell upon Zhang Xinxin, for even if Mingyue had some financial resources and was physically capable, she lacked the means to orchestrate their abduction. Yet, if she had the backing of the Zhang family, the situation would become considerably complicated. After attending to company matters, Feng Outyan visited the hospital to see Ling Shuer, sharing the findings of his investigation with her. Their bond was profound, rooted in mutual trust. Upon hearing Feng Outyan's analysis, Ling Shuer furiously pounded her pillow, infuriated by the despicable woman who, despite her considerable weight, still managed to entice others. During her convalescence in the hospital, she had also watched Ming Yue's live broadcasts, aware that competition in the online business was inevitable. Feng Outyan's speculations ignited her wrath, her beautiful eyes gleaming with venomous intensity. She scoffed at the notion that one could bask in security merely by allying with the Zhang family, declaring, "I refuse to believe it. Brother Outyan, arrange for my discharge at once. We must visit my grandfather." She referred to her maternal grandfather's family, the Sun family, which was also a product of a prestigious union, with the Nie family flourishing across both commerce and politics. Feng Outyan recognized her intent and concurred that his current influence was insufficient. Leveraging connections was indeed necessary. That day, after Ming Yue's live stream concluded, she received a call from Sun's father requesting a meeting. Having fulfilled her task, she initially intended to distance herself from her original family's ties but reconsidered and agreed. Upon arriving at the reserved private room in the restaurant, Sun's father greeted her with a warm smile and invited her to sit, ordering an array of dishes that Ming Yue relished. Appreciative of the culinary delights, she indulged heartily, much to Sun's father's dismay as he observed her eating with gusto. "Slow down. Look how much you've gained in such a short time away from home. While being able to eat is a blessing, gaining too much weight could hinder your prospects for marriage." "Gain weight? Is that all we can discuss?" Ming Yue thought, rolling her eyes discreetly as she continued to feast. Once her meal was nearly finished, she retrieved a promissory note from her small bag. Sun's father paused, startled. "This is the debt Feng Outyan owes you. Why are you giving it to me?" The bright moon smiled cheerfully as I eagerly awaited the funds I needed. It seemed that he could not produce them temporarily, so I might as well transfer the debt to you. You had previously lent 5 million. Now, a direct transfer of 15 million would suffice. Mr. Sun chuckled. "My dear child, why bother counting these trifles with your father? I shall send you the money immediately. By the way, I have heard that General Manager Zhang from your company holds quite an interest in you. You must seize this opportunity." Ming Yue was taken aback. "Zhang Xinxin? He is interested in me?" "Indeed. Did you not notice it yourself?" Mr. Sun sighed. "Oh, my foolish child, this is a rare opportunity. He is the youngest master of the Zhang family, and the most favored one at that. Should you marry him, you would be stepping into a life of luxury." According to the timeline, the original owner met with a tragic accident and perished shortly after being expelled from the Sun family. "I plan to go abroad soon." Mr. Sun became anxious. "Are you out of your mind? After finally gaining the favor of General Manager Zhang, you wish to leave the country? And what about your live streaming career?" Ming Yue replied with a hint of a smile. "Did I ever mention who kidnapped her?" Mr. Sun sighed again. "I understand your frustration. Fortunately, you are a sensible child, having only confined them for a few days without causing any significant harm. We are all family. It's best to resolve matters amicably. Shuer is magnanimous and has agreed not to pursue the matter." A smile crept upon Ming Yue's lips. "That is for the best." In the memories of the original owner, she had a decent relationship with her cousins from the Nie family, yet those two old-fashioned individuals always deemed her foolish, believing she could never learn anything well, and thus held little affection for her. "I have no desire to seek out dullness. Cold Shuer is undoubtedly astute and should have captured the affections of the elder Nie couple quite well." Ming Yue remarked with a disdainful curl of her lips. Father Sun, shaking his head in frustration, replied, "You are aware, aren't you? If only you possessed even a fraction of Shuer's determination, you wouldn't find yourself in this predicament today." Ming Yue chose to say no more. Having finished her meal, she reminded him to transfer the funds to her. As for anything else, she would not acquiesce. "I shall continue my live broadcasts. journeying across the globe to savor exquisite cuisines. Observing her nonchalant departure, father-son slammed his palm against the table in exasperation. That stubborn girl. Why is she so resistant to counsel? What merit is there in live streaming? A young lady should prioritize a proper marriage. Securing a good future is of utmost importance. Regrettably, Ming Yue was swift in her escape. Task accomplished. She proposed to the company her plan to broadcast culinary delights from around the world, and Yi Chung promptly made the arrangements. By the time father-son attempted to contact her again, she was already abroad. He collected the promissory note and swiftly transferred 50 million, regardless of his underlying intentions, which Ming Yue gratefully accepted. A rare moment of goodwill led to Fangtu sharing a piece of advice regarding the unfolding narrative of this world following the original owner's demise. Beware of your daughter. She harbors ambition. Safeguard your son's well-being, or else the Sun family may soon bear a different surname. Father-son dismissed this as mere incitement and paid it no heed. However, subsequent events sowed the seeds of doubt in his mind. When Cold Schwer was kidnapped, father-son bolstered the family's security measures, yet despite his efforts, son Minghua faced numerous perilous situations, even suffering a car accident that left him with a broken leg. It was only then that father-son recalled Ming Yue's warning, growing wary of his own daughter, and upon closer observation, he discerned the simmering resentment in her gaze. It was only then that one realized the child, having endured hardship for the past 2 decades, might harbor resentment towards them and entertain the thought of usurping the Sun family's legacy, even at the expense of harming her own younger brother. Simultaneously, attention was drawn to Feng Outyen, a man of undeniable talent, yet undeniably cold-blooded. Should their son truly be lost, leaving only Schwer as the sole blood relative, the family fortune would inevitably become hers. If anything were to befall her parents, the Sun family might very well adopt the Feng surname. Such is human nature. A mere hint of suspicion breeds a belief in ulterior motives. Lung Schwer, with her extreme mindset, found herself further ensnared by Sun Minghua's fixation on his half-sister, Sun Ming Yue, prompting him to ruthlessly seek out means to deal with her. Although she acted with caution, Sun's father uncovered traces of her machinations, and upon reviewing the evidence, his heart grew cold. Following discussions with Sun's mother, his feelings towards his own daughter began to wane. With Sun's father ever watchful, a decade later, Sun Minghua successfully took the reins of the Sun family enterprise. Though Lung Schwer had adopted the Sun surname, her father, considering his son's feelings, opted for a subdued approach, merely informing close friends and family of the existence of such a young lady of the Sun household. Sun's father's actions, to the discerning eye, revealed that Schwer was not held in high regard. Furthermore, with the passing of the elderly Nye couple, Lung Schwer and Feng Outyen found themselves devoid of support. Just as his company began to yield profits, Sun's father forcibly demanded repayment of debts, maintaining the business at a modest scale. When Lung Schwer married, Sun's father provided no shares, only some real estate. His unusual behavior sparked Feng Outyen's curiosity, leading him to inquire further, only to discover that Lung Schwer had secretly conspired against Sun Minghua. Ultimately, her attempts to harm him backfired. As Sun's father saw through her schemes, Feng Outyen was no naive fool. Had the plan succeeded, joy would have surely followed. Yet, with the plot exposed and lacking the Sun family's backing, his enterprise could only be deemed a small-scale endeavor. One cannot help but lament Sun Schwer's impatience. She is filled with indignation and often engages in quarrels with him. The once affectionate couple now finds themselves estranged. Upon hearing the scandalous gossip about Feng Aotian's infidelity, with none other than Sun Schwer's plastic friend He Xian as the other party, one wonders whether it is due to their discord or for other reasons. In any case, according to the original plot, Sun Schwer, who had given birth to a pair of twins, has yet to conceive again. After a drunken escapade, Feng Ao Tian fathered a set of twin sons with Yexian, coupled with Sun Shuer's lack of favor in her father's eyes. The scales within Feng Ao Tian's heart gradually tip. The three engage in daily squabbles, leading to a chaotic life. In Chapter 32 of the military marriage narrative, the original female protagonist, Ming Yue, has spent over a decade in modern society, living quite extravagantly. One day, while on the street, she intervenes to save someone from a drunk driver, only to be sent flying by the impact, thus completing her mission. Upon returning to the familiar void space, Ming Yue rests on a cloud, retrieving an ancient mirror to admire her exquisite beauty. Feng Tu, beside her, excitedly exclaims, "Master, your task is complete, and you have accumulated a significant amount of merit for saving someone." Ming Yue huffs in response, "How many points do I have?" Feng Tu pauses, "Let me check." As he speaks, a shimmering surface appears before Ming Yue, revealing an ancient scene. It is the same courtyard as before, but now Bai Shi appears aged by over a decade, accompanied by a plump young girl who is pouting and complaining to her. A man enters the scene, his hair streaked with gray and his posture stooped. It is none other than the once dashing Lu Ruo. "My dear, you must discipline this child. It is utterly unacceptable." In response, the matriarch Bai hurled a teacup, silencing him. "My daughter is exceptional. It is your impoverished rural relatives who ought to remember their station." Lu Ruo, with a pained expression and a flicker of resentment in her eyes, lowered her head in silence. Ming Yue, taken aback, realized that their lives were far from satisfactory. Feng Tu dutifully recounted the original storyline. Ming Yue was poisoned, and with the support of the Bai family, Lu Ruo ascended the ranks to become a second-rank official, ultimately enjoying a life of wealth and privilege alongside her harmonious husband, who fathered 3 sons. The elderly matriarch's fervent declarations regarding the so-called Huang Daxian struck a profound chord in their beliefs. Ultimately, Ming Yue took poison in front of them, leaving them in a state of constant unease, and they buried her with the utmost respect. After the couple fell gravely ill, they recovered, only to find no further abnormalities. Lu Ruo, being a man, maintained a resilient mindset, healed from his injuries, and regained his ambition. Yet, Bai's disposition had shifted. After all, Lu Ruo had once thrust her into the role of a shield, leaving a lingering thorn in her heart. Moreover, Ming Yue had warned that a treacherous person, if victorious, would lead Bai to a similar fate. Deprived of assistance from the Yue family and subjected to relentless oppression, Bai's life became one of perpetual obscurity. She transformed from her previous gentle demeanor, seizing control of the household finances and denying Lu Ruo any opportunity to shine. Despite Lu Ruo's talents, the lack of familial support rendered him powerless against the combined pressures of the Bai clan. In this life, Bai bore only one daughter, and Lu Ruo did not dare to broach the subject of taking a concubine. The elderly couple of the Lu family, faced with the bittersweet disposition of their daughter-in-law, found themselves inexpressibly troubled. Under the influence of the Bai family, their lives were far from comfortable, and within a few years, they departed from this world. With every endeavor thwarted and their ambitions unfulfilled, compounded by the absence of a son to carry on the family lineage, Lu Ruo succumbed to his grievances through alcohol and succumbed to illness before reaching 40. Having accomplished her task, Ming Yue realized that the subsequent fate of Lu Ruo's family was not particularly promising. The original owner, Ming Yue, expressed satisfaction and received an additional 6 points. Feng Tu remarked that Ming Yue could now access the marketplace to purchase items. However, Feng Tu quickly clarified that the current points were insufficient to unlock the marketplace, and encouraged her to diligently complete more tasks to earn additional points. With this latest task, Ming Yue felt pleased, awarding 8 points. When she inquired about the maximum possible score, Feng Tu eagerly explained that tasks were graded on a scale of 10, and the quality of this one was commendable. Ming Yue scoffed, having achieved a 100 apology value, yet was perplexed by the lack of a perfect score, deeming it rather stingy. Fong Tu hastily added that the original owner hoped she would apply more thoughtfulness to her tasks. Ming Yue rolled her eyes, recalling the previous admonitions against resorting to lethal measures. Fong Tu quickly clarified that was not the intended meaning. Ming Yue casually perused several books before casting them aside, with a sardonic smile, suggesting that the implication was for her to seek powerful allies to dismantle the families of scoundrels and harlots, compelling them to kneel and apologize.
No, no.
The master need not rely on others, Fong Tu insisted. Ming Yue's cold laughter echoed, acknowledging his wisdom. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a fireball that incinerated the books, startling Fong Tu with a sudden blaze. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. You may complete the task as you see fit. Ming Yue flicked her wrist, dispersing the ashes, and coldly remarked, in the future, refrain from taking matters into your own hands. As for that so-called task, it bears no relevance to me. Ming Yue paused, her hand holding the ancient mirror, rolling her eyes as she scoffed. Even without memories, I am living quite well. So there is no need for your concern. Fong Tu, sounding forlorn, protested. It is the directive of the supreme deity to assign you tasks. I am powerless to alter that. Ming Yue pursed her lips. Though devoid of memories, she believed Fong Tu's words were sincere. She mused, one day, I shall seek out this meddlesome supreme deity to discern what manner of being it truly is. At that moment, Fong Tu's silver surface began to ripple, and his voice turned mechanical once more. Ming Yue, please prepare to enter the task. She cursed under her breath as the world before her faded to black, vanishing into the void. When Ming Yue opened her eyes, she found herself standing at the edge of a cliff on a desolate mountain. The original owner of this body intended to leap. Hastily, she took a few steps back and selected a large stone to sit upon. For reasons unknown, she felt a foggy haze in her mind, accompanied by a sense of unease. Rolling her eyes, she lamented the unreliability of Fong Tu, who had bestowed upon her this wretched body. A voice of grievance echoed in her mind. Master, you truly cannot blame me. Ignoring him, Ming Yue recognized the chill of the mountain winds at night and refused to remain idle. She turned and entered her personal space, which was now brimming with various items she had gathered from her previous world. Ever since she realized that she would often be compelled to undertake tasks, Ming Yue prudently prepared in advance, gathering a considerable amount of supplies in her previous life. Reclining on the sofa, she first reached for a bottle of yogurt, but was quickly struck by a foul odor emanating from her own attire, only then discovering that the original owner was clad in tattered rags, exuding an unpleasant stench. Cursing under her breath, she wondered if the original owner was akin to a beggar. Fong Tu hastily interjected, Master, you can first assimilate the original owner's memories. Ming Yue pinched her nose and closed her eyes to absorb the original owner's memories, but not long after, she opened her eyes in fury, exclaiming, This individual is a fool. Their mind is utterly vacant. What do you expect me to inherit? Apologizing was an act befitting a simpleton. Fong Tu urged, Please do not be hasty, master. Attempt to assimilate once more. Ming Yue sensed something amiss with this body, particularly within the mind. She closed her eyes again, and after a while, she finally grasped the original storyline. The original owner, Ming Yue, was renowned as one of the most beautiful young women in the vicinity, having just turned 18 when she married Xiao Guoqing from the neighboring village. Xiao Guoqing, a soldier, was a full decade her senior, and during that era, many young women aspired to wed military men. The Xiao family held her in high regard, and after a 10-month pregnancy, she gave birth to a healthy boy. Once their child turned 3, Xiao Guoqing received a promotion, bringing Ming Yue and their child along with him. The subsequent days unfolded smoothly. Xiao Guoqing ascended in rank. Their child was obedient and well-behaved, and Ming Yue led a life filled with happiness. Did such a person require an apology? Ming Yue opened her eyes. Fong Tu whispered, Master, Please continue. This is Li Mingyue's past life. Mingyue was taken aback. Past life? Had she been usurped by another? During the days of being son Mingyue, Mingyue indulged in various online novels. Li Mingyue's life could be deemed flawless. She was destined to appear in the narrative, likely having been wronged in her second life. Mingyue continued to absorb the plot, as the original character's mind faltered, a storyline provided by Fong Tu. In her second life, Li Mingyue once again married Xiao Guoqing, and Xiaohua had been reborn. In her previous life, she witnessed her sister-in-law, who was once on par with her, transformed from a humble village girl into a pampered wife of a high-ranking official, basking in marital bliss and filial devotion from her children. Meanwhile, she found herself wed to a lackluster older man who worked yet injured his leg. Though there was a second child to provide some support, life remained a constant struggle. Her son, from a young age, engaged in petty theft and gambling, leading her to toil endlessly outside to repay debts, ultimately working herself to death. And Xiaohua's rebirth occurred precisely on the second day of her marriage. She lamented, why hadn't she pushed her rebirth back a day, allowing her to swap places with Li Mingyue, though the marriage had already taken place. She was determined to prevent Li Mingyue from achieving success as she had in her past life. As a newlywed, Li Mingyue was also unwilling to be outshone by her sister-in-law, eagerly undertaking household chores in hopes of winning her in-law's approval, nearly exhausting herself to the point of miscarriage. The Xiao family rejoiced upon learning of Li Mingyue's pregnancy, forbidding her from engaging in heavy labor, urging her to focus on nurturing the child. Observing that Li Mingyue announced her pregnancy earlier than in her previous life, and Xiaohua felt a surge of jealousy and quickly devised a malicious scheme. She proactively took on all household duties while meticulously caring for Li Mingyue, a strategy that delighted the entire family and won Li Mingyue's complete compliance. And Xiaohua's maternal family was originally comprised of veterinarians, and she had acquired some rudimentary knowledge in the field. Rather than discarding Li Mingyue's child, she took it upon herself to procure nourishing remedies for her. Several months later, Li Mingyue successfully gave birth to a son. During her confinement, and Xiaohua discreetly administered medicinal substances into her meals. Gradually, Li Mingyue began to complain of persistent headaches, yet medical examinations yielded no conclusive results. And Xiaohua cunningly directed the attention of the Xiao family towards the notion that this was a lingering ailment from her postpartum period. She volunteered to tend to Li Mingyue and meticulously cared for her son. Observing her diligent efforts and unwavering dedication, the Xiao parents grew increasingly fond of Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had not yet conceived when Xiao Goen, inebriated, fell in the restroom and met his untimely demise. Harboring resentment towards her former husband and son, Xiaohua secretly administered a sedative to Xiao Goen during one of his drunken stupors, leading to a fatal accident wherein he struck his head and succumbed to excessive blood loss. Grieving for their deceased son, the Xiao parents soon fell ill, while Xiaohua displayed remarkable fortitude, dutifully caring for the elderly couple and still attending to Li Mingyue's son. And Xiaohua publicly vowed to be a devoted daughter-in-law to the Xiao family for life. From that moment on, her reputation in the village soared. Helplessly, she confined Li Mingyue, continuing to administer medication while simultaneously cultivating a bond with Li Mingyue's son, Xiao Xiao, who began to recognize only her. Years later, with the Xiao parents passing one after the other, Xiao Xiao was ready to commence his education. In consideration of the child's future, Xiaohua urged Xiao Guoqing to take him along with the military, but the child, enchanted by her, insisted that she accompany them as well. And Xiaohua feigned reluctance, claiming she must remain to care for Li Mingyue. Xiao Guoqing was also troubled. Although Li Mingyue had lost her sanity, she was still his first wife, and he could not neglect her. And Xiaohua, leveraging the opinions of others, proposed a solution, suggesting hiring someone to look after Li Mingyue. Xiao Guoqing is torn between his career and family responsibilities. With his wife driven to madness, she cannot accompany him. So he enlists the help of his uncle and aunt from the same clan to take care of her. Initially, he intended to take only his son, but Xiao Xiao is inseparable from MASU-MANHUA. As a temporary measure, he invites MASU-MANHUA to the city to look after his son. As Xiao Guoqing rises in his career, and MASU-MANHUA begins to enjoy the splendor that once belonged to Ming Yue in a previous life. Although Xiao Guoqing does not acknowledge her, he refrains from clarifying her status in public. Meanwhile, the grown Xiao Xiao adamantly refuses to accept that he has a mad mother. He is always called MASU-MANHUA mother. He repeatedly persuades his father to accept MASU-MANHUA, who has contributed significantly to their household. Ming Yue, having been drugged, has completely lost her sanity. Despite the villagers' care, she remains frightfully emaciated, her eyes filled with madness and devoid of recognition. Xiao Guoqing can no longer recall the appearance of his newlywed wife and has finally resolved to give MASU-MANHUA legitimate status. Their wedding in the countryside had not been formalized with a marriage certificate, but providing for Ming Yue's later years can be seen as a form of atonement. MASU-MANHUA secretly revels at her success and administers another dose of poison to Ming Yue while stealthily loosening the door lock. After Ming Yue's death, she realizes that the misfortunes of her life were orchestrated by MASU-MANHUA. In exchange for her own half-soul, she demands an apology from MASU-MANHUA, Xiao Guoqing, and Xiao Xiao. Upon receiving the complete narrative, Ming Yue scoffs, questioning whether MASU-MANHUA truly cannot be eliminated. Feng Tu awkwardly replies that it is indeed impossible. Ming Yue snorts disdainfully, wondering how such a malicious person could be granted a second chance at life. Feng Tu stammers, clarifying that it is not as it seems. What is it? Really? Ming Yue widened her eyes, sensing that there was something being concealed from her. Are you suggesting that I have traversed into the realm of a book, akin to the novels I usually indulge in? She pondered, stroking her chin, realizing that this must be a fictional world. No wonder the female protagonist is so repugnant. Will I encounter even more eccentric protagonists in the future? Feng Tu nodded vigorously, affirming, Indeed, you must brace yourself. Ming Yue scoffed. Isn't the so-called master of this realm deranged? Sending me into such a literary universe, does he intend to vex me? She mused. If I were to encounter unsatisfactory male and female leads and, in a fit of rage, eliminate them, would that not lead to the collapse of the entire world? With narrowed eyes, she contemplated, but what if they meet their own demise without my intervention? Feng Tu's heart raced, quickly responding, as long as you do not take action yourself. Alterations to the plot wouldn't matter significantly. Ming Yue, deep in thought, replied, I understand now. Feng Tu was taken aback, pondering what she had grasped. Yet seeing her expressionless visage, he dared not elaborate further. At the time Ming Yue entered this world, it was precisely when Ming Yue had been drugged, her mind in disarray, fleeing outside and tumbling down a cliff. It was no wonder that upon taking over, her mind was in such turmoil. The Xiao family possessed 5 grand brick houses, and now, Xiao Guoqing had enlisted the help of his uncle and aunt from the neighboring house to care for her. With monetary compensation and the privilege of residing in a spacious abode, they were more than willing to oversee a madwoman. However, they showed little concern for the original owner, occasionally delivering a bowl of rice, secure in the knowledge that she was locked away, her madness rendering her incapable of lodging complaints as long as she was breathing. That sufficed. The bright moon sat cross-legged on the bed, contemplating how to accomplish her task, while Feng Tu offered suggestions nearby. Master, do you think it would be wise to first heal your ailment and then proceed into the city? Feng Tu, eager to align with her intentions, sought to curry favor. But Ming Yue ignored him and inquired, where are the graves of the Xiao family's parents? Feng Tu hesitated before responding, not far. They are at the foot of the back mountain. Ming Yue scoffed, lead the way. Feng Tu, taken aback yet hesitant to inquire further, followed as Ming Yue slipped out once more. It was now the latter half of the night. The sky shrouded in gloom, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Ming Yue seemed to navigate the path effortlessly and soon arrived at the ancestral grave of the Xiao family. Identifying the location of Zhao's parents, she proceeded to shatter 2 gravestones with a swift kick. Fangtu gasped in shock. "Master, what are you doing?" The original owner did not demand an apology from Zhao's parents.
Get up.
"Boil water. I wish to bathe." Xiao Ershu turned over, kicking his wife, and hurried to investigate. "The madwoman is calling again." Xiao Ershu's wife huffed. "She was quiet for a night and has gone mad again. Let her call. We are accustomed to it." A loud crash echoed as the door was kicked open and the couple sprang to their feet, discovering the deranged woman before them. Clad in tattered clothing and smeared with dirt, hands on her hips. "Oh, dear, quickly get up. The madwoman has escaped." Xiao Ershu, aware of her strength, hurriedly dressed. "Did you not lock the door well after bringing her food yesterday? Quickly, confine her back inside." Alas, when did this madwoman start uttering coherent words? Xiao Ershu chuckled. Aunt Xiao sighed, lamenting the fact that she had been unhinged for over a decade. At times, her words seemed perfectly coherent, only for her next utterance to spiral into incoherence. "Are you not aware of this?" Uncle Xiao exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization of his own forgetfulness. "But, this madwoman isn't breaking any laws by lashing out." "Oh, dear. That kick was rather fierce. Quickly, you must calm her down." He reached out to grasp her. But Ming Yue swatted his hand away, asserting, "I am perfectly fine now. Hurry and boil water, prepare a meal, and if you attend to me well, I shall continue to reside in this house. Should you refuse, I will write to Xiao Guiqing, accusing you of mistreating me. Let us see if he will spare you." Upon hearing this, Aunt Xiao chuckled, realizing that this woman, once deemed mad, now spoke more sensibly than many. Aware of her unpredictable condition, she chose to indulge her, stating, "Very well, Aunt will prepare water and food right away. Old man, dawn is approaching. You should rise as well. And look at our Ming Yue, her hair is all tangled. It is indeed time for a bath." Having been roused, the couple set about boiling water and preparing a meal. Witnessing Ming Yue's calm demeanor, Aunt Xiao felt a pang of compassion. Alas, how could a perfectly fine person suddenly become unhinged? Who could possibly fathom this? Uncle Xiao pondered. Perhaps the girl is simply unfortunate. Otherwise, she would surely have become a noblewoman in the city by now, while all the advantages have fallen to Xiaohua. Aunt Xiao expressed her envy. Indeed, it seems An's girl has endured much hardship only to find fortune at last. I've heard that Xiao relentlessly pursued Guiqing until he finally agreed to marry her. Ming Yue, overhearing this, scoffed, "I want to take a bath." "Hurry up and heat the water." "Very well, I shall assist you with your bath." Aunt Xiao reassured her. Xiao Guiqing intends to obtain a marriage certificate within Xiaohua. Feeling a sense of guilt towards Li Mingyue, he leaves behind a sum of money, instructing Aunt Xiao Er to take good care of her.
Aunt Xiao Er,
not one to be heartless, notices that Ming Yue is quiet and calm, and thus attends to her with care.
Observing her tranquillity, Aunt Xiao Er seats.
Lamenting that if the young girl were to remain so composed, Guiqing would have long since brought her to the city to enjoy a better life. Alas, it is too late now. Such is fate. Ming Yue smiles brightly, asserting that there is nothing appealing about the city, for the countryside offers food, drink, and a spacious home. She revels in rural living. Aunt Xiao Er, surprised by her clarity of thought, chuckles, acknowledging the countryside's merits, yet lamenting that it cannot compare to the city. Presently, her identity has been usurped, and both the man and his child now belong to Xiaohua. Should she truly awaken to this reality, there would be tears. Ming Yue cheerfully declares her desire for chicken at noon. Aunt Xiao Er, witnessing her sitting obediently in the sun, unlike her usual cries and outbursts, agrees, "Very well, we shall have chicken for lunch." Meanwhile, in the countryside, the grave of an elder has been vandalized, a significant matter that prompts the couple to hurriedly lock the yard and investigate. Ming Yue leans against the wall, basking in the sun, unfazed by the urgency. Fong Tu inquires, "Master, how do you intend to handle this task?" He hesitates, but isn't it rather inappropriate to defile someone's tombstone? After all, the deceased deserve respect. Ming Yue rolls her eyes, retorting, "I merely kicked 2 stones. I did not exhume anyone from their grave. Consider it a mercy." Fong Tu falls silent. Upon discovering the desecrated tombstone, Uncle Xiao felt the gravity of the situation and hurriedly contacted Xiao Guoqing. Xiao Guoqing promptly arrived at his parents' burial site and, to his relief, found that while the tombstone had been damaged, the grave itself remained untouched. "Uncle, who possesses such audacity to vandalize my parents' tombstone? Have we uncovered any leads?" At that moment, Xiao Guoqing, occupying a position of authority, exuded an air of command, while the village chief stood cautiously by. "My dear nephew, since this incident came to light, I've scoured the area, yet I have uncovered not a single clue. I am utterly inept," lamented Uncle Xiao. "In our rural locale, without any evidence, it is quite a challenge." Meanwhile, and Xiaohua seethed with indignation. After years of care, and with Xiao Zhao's persistent persuasion, she had finally convinced Xiao Guoqing to soften his heart and agree to marry her. Who could possibly commit such a heinous act? Vandalizing ancestral graves is utterly reprehensible. Did the village chief not report this? The village chief sighed. Indeed, a report has been filed. However, in our rural area, no one witnessed the event. It appears to have occurred under the cover of night, leaving no trace. Unless there exists profound animosity, such a despicable deed is not typically perpetrated by an ordinary person. Xiao Guoqing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Having been away for many years, and with his parents having passed for several, he believed it improbable that they had any enemies. At that moment, Ming Yue had just finished her lunch and was taking a nap. Aunt Xiao approached to check on her. Noting that Ming Yue had been quite obedient lately and had not caused any disturbances. Upon hearing this, Aunt Xiaohua felt a surge of curiosity and hurried over to investigate. Upon finding Ming Yue peacefully napping, she entertained a mischievous thought and reached out to pinch her. However, to her surprise, as her fingers brushed against Ming Yue's clothing, they were swiftly seized. Seeing Ming Yue's eyes wide open, clear and filled with a hint of mocking amusement, and Xiaohua felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She was acutely aware of the substantial dosage she had administered during their last encounter. After all these years, Ming Yue should have succumbed to madness. How could she possibly possess such clarity? Could it be that the excessive dosage had, paradoxically, restored her? Forcing a smile, she stammered, "Ming Yue, are you all right?" Ming Yue sat up and shrugged her off. "What are you doing here?" And Xiaohua, increasingly unsettled by her articulate speech, replied, "Nothing. I just came to see you."
"See me?"
"There's no need for your concern. I am quite well," Ming Yue retorted with a sardonic glance. Over the years, her actions had been meticulously concealed, and the drugging had been gradual and carefully measured. Initially, Ming Yue only experienced frequent headaches, not severe, and each time she regained consciousness, she would demand to see her son. This prompted in Xiaohua to use Xiao Zhao's name as a means of provocation. Yet, Ming Yue merely scoffed. "That ungrateful wretch? I can hardly be bothered to see him." At that moment, and Xiaohua's mind was in turmoil. How could someone who should be insane articulate her thoughts so coherently? If her madness had genuinely dissipated, then all of Xiaohua's scheming over the years would have been in vain. Had she known this would transpire, she ought to have dealt with her like she did with Xiao Goen, eliminating her much sooner. Ming Yue, perceiving her thoughts, coldly remarked, "What's this? Regretting not having killed me sooner?" And Xiaohua, startled, retreated several steps, exclaiming, "What are you saying? I don't understand. You're just talking nonsense. I think you're having another episode." Ming Yue did not rise to anger, but turned over to continue her slumber. "Mind your own business," she huffed. The square-headed figure, appearing somewhat aggrieved, interjected, "Master, I only wish to help you." Silence. "How dare you bring me to this wretched place? Without a phone, without internet. What is the point of staying awake?" Fong Tu was rendered speechless, too intimidated to utter a word. Throughout the day, Xiao Guoqing failed to find any clarity, and in his despair, he had 2 new gravestones erected for his parents. That evening, and Xiaohua was preoccupied with thoughts of Li Mingyue's usual demeanor, her mind wandering as she haphazardly prepared dinner. The 3 of them ate and then retired for the night. After midnight, Mingyue opened her eyes and rose. The courtyard was eerily quiet as she made her way to Xiao Guoqing's room, prying the door open. Guoqing had already sensed the commotion and remained silent, waiting until Mingyue pushed the door open before launching a punch. Unfortunately for him, Mingyue was not one to be trifled with. She blocked his fist and sent him sprawling. The loud crash startled Xiaohua, who had been struggling to stay awake. As she rushed over, still donning her clothes, she discovered that the large bed had collapsed, and Guoqing was clutching his chest, struggling to rise. "Guoqing, what happened to you?" she exclaimed, rushing to assist him, only to hear a mocking laugh nearby. "Such an intimate call, one might think you two are a couple." Upon recognizing that familiar taunting voice, and Xiaohua's heart sank. "Li Mingyue, how did you get out?" At that moment, Mingyue turned on the light, her expression frosty as she approached them. Guoqing was taken aback to find someone who could evade his attack and had kicked him to the ground. Fueled by the memory of his parents' damaged gravestones, he was wide awake. As Mingyue reached the doorway, he stealthily rose, intending to launch a surprise attack, only to find himself utterly astonished by the sight of the person standing before him in the dim light. The pallid and emaciated woman possessed a gaze that was chillingly cold. Upon hearing Xiaohua's exclamation, he felt a profound shock within his heart. His wife had been deranged for over a decade, almost transforming into a stranger. Yet he could scarcely believe that the one who had just injured him was indeed his own spouse. Could it be true, as they say, that madness unleashes extraordinary strength? With Xiaohua's support, he rose to his feet and called out, "Mingyue, why are you not asleep?" At that moment, Xiao furrowed his brows and pushed open the door. "What are you doing awake at this hour?" Upon seeing his father and Xiaohua standing side by side, he immediately flashed a knowing smile. "You two carry on, pretend I am not here. Impudent boy, what nonsense are you spouting? Can't you see your mother is here too?" "Xiao," Guoqing admonished. Xiao was taken aback and then noticed the coldly indifferent figure seated in the nearby chair. He was certainly aware of his biological mother's existence, yet having been raised by his aunt since childhood, in his heart, and Xiaohua was his true mother. As for this deranged woman, he did not acknowledge her. He scoffed, "Why is a madwoman allowed out at this hour?" Silence. Xiao Guoqing rebuked angrily. "She is your biological mother. How dare you speak of her in such a manner?" At the age of 16, an age rife with rebellion, Xiao retorted with a sneer, "What biological mother? I only recognize my aunt. She is the only one worthy of being called my mother." And Xiaohua, harboring doubts about Li Mingyue's recovery, felt a surge of anxiousness and, upon hearing Xiao's words, secretly reveled in her triumph. She cast a challenging glance at Ming Yue, as if to say, "Look at how your own son denies you, choosing to acknowledge me instead." Merely observing Xiao Guoqing's anger, she felt compelled to act as the virtuous one, hastily declaring, "Guoqing, the child is still young. When he matures, he will understand. He is the flesh and blood born of Ming Yue after 10 months of gestation. No matter the circumstances, Ming Yue will always be his true mother." Xiao Guoqing, already seething with rage over the destruction of his parents' gravestone, was further incensed when Ming Yue kicked him, leaving him with a multitude of unanswered questions. With a darkened expression, he admonished. "Speak carelessly again, and I shall not hesitate to strike you." "What nonsense am I spouting?" she retorted. "She is a lunatic and ought to be confined to a psychiatric institution. Do you wish for the world to know you have a mad wife? You insolent wretch! Dare you speak back?" Xiao Guoqing, filled with indignation, found a fitting outlet for his fury in Xiao Xiao. He had long observed his wife, who had maintained a chilling silence, and truth be told, he had witnessed her episodes of rage, screaming and smashing things, yet he had never seen her so composed. Her demeanor bore no semblance of madness, prompting him to consider a private conversation with her to gauge her state of mind, and he nodded thoughtfully. And Xiaohua, adept at soothing children, swiftly calmed the furious Xiao Xiao with just a few words, preparing to take him away. As she noticed people were about to leave, Ming Yue chuckled. "Since everyone is gathered, why the haste to depart?" Xiao Guoqing was taken aback, increasingly perplexed by this wife of his. The woman before him bore no trace of insanity, leading him to suspect she might not be the same woman who once suffered from madness. "Speak your mind," he urged. Ming Yue replied with a cold smile. "It is not only you. I intend to settle accounts with all three of you." Anxious thoughts swirled in Xiaohua's mind as Xiao Zhao's fury escalated. "You dare to confront me? What kind of mother are you? All year round, you act like a lunatic. If it weren't for Aunt's care, I might not have even survived to this day. If anyone should be settling scores, it is I who should hold you accountable." Ming Yue's gaze darkened, and even Xiao Guoqing failed to perceive her swift motion as she stood before Xiao Xiao, delivering a resounding slap. Unfilial wretch! The force of the strike sent Xiao Xiao crashing to the ground, pulling in Xiaohua down with him. In a fit of urgency, Xiao Guoqing cried out, "Stop!" He attempted to intervene, but a sharp pain shot through his lower back, a painful reminder of the kick he had received earlier which had injured his spine. "You cannot strike him." "Who are you, truly?" he demanded, only to be met with another crisp slap. Indeed, a scoundrel. He could not even recognize his own wife. Xiao Guoqing tasted iron in his mouth, realizing that his lip had been split, yet he felt no pain, his focus solely on Ming Yue. You are truly Li Ming Yue?" Ming Yue responded with a cold laugh, while Xiaohua suddenly shrieked, "Help! Li Ming Yue has gone mad. A lunatic is about to kill someone. Quick! Someone help!" Her quick thinking was evident. Whether she was genuinely lucid or merely pretending, she was determined to condemn Ming Yue. With her formidable strength, she was undoubtedly a madwoman. It would be wise to summon reinforcements to subdue her, silence her, and send her to a mental institution. Even a sane person could be driven to madness within those walls. Ming Yue glared at Xiao Guoqing with a sidelong glance. "So, you too believe I have gone mad?" Xiao Guoqing hesitated. Throughout the years of his struggles, he had never misjudged a person. Her gaze did not resemble that of a madwoman. Yet, this wife before him felt utterly foreign, leaving him uncertain if madness truly lurked within her. Ming Yue sneered, swiftly appearing before him, causing Xiao Guoqing's pupils to constrict in shock at her remarkable speed. Before he could react, she struck him with a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. Turning, Ming Yue coldly subdued both Xiao Xiao and the desperately screaming in Xiaohua. At last, silence enveloped the room. Ming Yue rummaged through their belongings, extracting a small amount of money, but finding little of value. After all, this era lagged decades behind her previous mission, offering scant worth. She resolved to conclude this swiftly. Grabbing the three individuals, she cast them into her spatial realm and proceeded out, ascending the mountain. Fong Tu cautiously inquired, "Mistress, where are you headed?" Ming Yue replied with a huff, "Where else could I go? To complete the mission and escape this wretched place." Soon, they arrived at the precipice from which the original host had fallen. She extracted the three from her spatial realm and unceremoniously tossed them onto the ground. As a seasoned soldier, Xiao Guoqing was the first to regain consciousness. Although his lower back throbbed painfully, he paid it little mind. Realizing they were situated in a desolate mountain, and seeing Xiaohua and his son still unconscious nearby, he steeled himself and focused intently on the woman before him. "Are you truly Li Mingyue?" Mingyue picked up a stick roughly the thickness of her thumb and casually struck him with it. Despite Xiao Guoqing's rugged demeanor, he felt his heart constrict at the blow. "You are indeed a scoundrel, failing to even recognize your own wife." Ignoring the pain, Xiao Guoqing hurriedly replied, "Let us speak reasonably, Ming Yue. When did you become so formidable? And has your illness truly been cured?" The bright moon rested upon the large stone before him, her cold laughter echoing in the air. Indeed, to Li Mingyue, he had long become a stranger in her heart. A wave of emotion surged within Xiao Guoqing. He yearned to elucidate his circumstances. His situation was unique. Prior to their marriage, he had only encountered Li Mingyue once, and within less than 10 days of their wedding, he had to depart hastily. Although his new bride was undeniably beautiful and appealed to him, their time together was fleeting. Upon their next meeting, she had already given birth and was afflicted with postpartum ailments, incessantly lamenting her headaches. They had scarcely any opportunity to cultivate their bond. As time progressed, her condition deteriorated, rendering her unrecognizable and prone to violent outbursts, further complicating his ability to care for her. Fortunately, his sister-in-law provided invaluable assistance, tending to their son, bidding farewell to his parents, and dedicating herself to caring for his ailing wife. In truth, Xiao Guoqing's feelings for Xiaohua ran deeper. It was not romantic affection, but rather a profound sense of guilt and gratitude. Thus, when his son earnestly pleaded with him, he felt compelled not to delay Xiaohua any longer. Since she was unwilling to leave, he resolved to grant her a proper status. As for Li Mingyue, first, they had never had the chance to obtain a marriage certificate before her descent into madness, and second, given her current condition, it seemed she would be confined to her hometown indefinitely. To his astonishment, upon their reunion, Li Mingyue had undergone a complete transformation. As she regarded him with a mocking gaze, Xiao Guoqing found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, they had become the closest of strangers, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to proceed. The bright moon cast a cold smile, having struck a chord with my words. "Shouldn't you apologize to Li Mingyue?" Xiao Guoqing was momentarily taken aback. Apologize? He acknowledged that due to the demands of his profession, he was unable to remain by his wife's side, particularly during her illness after childbirth, where he failed to fulfill his duties as a husband. Yet he felt compelled by circumstances, and to label him a scoundrel felt deeply unjust. Mingyue seemed to pierce through his thoughts with her icy gaze, sneering, "I understand you have your grievances. But let me ask you this. You left your ailing wife in the countryside while keeping your sister-in-law close. Can you honestly claim that there are no sordid thoughts in your heart?" Xiao Guoqing reacted as if pricked by a needle, springing up suddenly. Yet the pain in his waist forced him to lean against a nearby rock, gasping heavily. "I swear to the heavens, there is nothing between Xiaohua and me." Mingyue replied coldly, "You claim there is no affair, yet she has been by your side for over a decade. Have you ever clarified her true identity to outsiders? I dare say everyone assumes she is your legitimate wife." Xiao Guoqing's expression stiffened. The matter was indeed convoluted. When he initially took his son away, Xiao could not part from Xiaohua, coinciding with his mission that required him to be absent for over half a year. The people around them assumed Xiaohua was his wife, and while he initially considered clarifying the situation, thoughts of his wife's mental illness held him back, swallowing his words time and again. After all, he was ambitious, and revealing that he had a mentally ill wife could jeopardize numerous opportunities for recognition. This hesitation made subsequent explanations even more difficult to utter. Xiao Guoqing, who prided himself on being a man of integrity, found himself unable to meet Mingyue's cold gaze and instinctively lowered his head. "I sincerely apologize. Indeed, I have made a mistake. Ding ding. My remorse is at a perfect 100%. Fawn too reported promptly. Ming Yue was taken aback. Was an apology really that easy? Somewhat unwilling, she thought. So you truly feel remorse for your wife? Yes. I not only owe an apology to my wife but also to my parents, my children, and my sister-in-law. However, I am also a victim of circumstances. Here, I solemnly apologize to you. I am sorry. This lifetime is a debt I owe you. Xiao Guoqing was remarkably straightforward. Fong too reminded again, ding ding ding. My remorse is at a perfect 100%. Ming Yue felt a tinge of regret. Although you appear quite sincere, my mood remains unsatisfactory. The branch in her hand struck Xiao Guoqing, who, for reasons unknown, did not evade and bore 3 blows stoically. Seeing this, Ming Yue felt it was pointless. She turned the branch and struck the unconscious in Xiaohua, who was jolted awake by the excruciating pain. Xiao Guoqing hurriedly shielded her, proclaiming, "It is my fault. Do not vent your anger on others." Ming Yue kicked him hard, sending Xiao Guoqing tumbling to the base of the tree, momentarily seeing stars and unable to rise. And Xiaohua, "Stop pretending to be dead." And Xiaohua crossed her arms, sensing that the eerie atmosphere surrounding her was overshadowed by Li Mingyue's terrifying expression. What do you intend to do? Are you truly insane or merely feigning madness? Ming Yue scoffed. What do you think? For all these years, you have been administering drugs to me. Do you not realize the effects of those substances? A shiver ran through in Xiaohua, and she hastily exclaimed, "Nonsense. I have never drugged you." The bright moon knows the entirety of the narrative, sneering as she speaks. You are well aware of the drugging. Your grandfather is merely a mediocre veterinarian. You pilfered a packet of medication to experiment on Li Mingyue. Did you intend for her to languish and perish? Who would have thought this concoction could drive a sane person to madness? Do you not take great pride in your accomplishment? At this moment, Xiao Guoqing's head spun in confusion, his mind muddled by her words. The accusation of drugging and Xiaohua to harm others was utterly unbelievable to him. However, even the slightest movement intensified his dizziness, forcing him to pause and regain his composure. And Xiaohua shrieked, "Nonsense. You speak nothing but lies. Li Mingyue, search your conscience and reflect on how I have treated you all these years. From the moment you became pregnant, I devoted myself entirely to your care. Even during your illness, I never once showed disdain, taking on every task personally and raising your son, yet you tarnish my name with falsehoods." Tears streamed down her face. Do not present that false facade of innocence to me. Ming Yue approached her, striking her with the branch, causing in Xiaohua to scream loudly. Xiao Guoqing, disoriented, stumbled about, his head spinning with every movement. He could only call out, "Ming Yue, refrain from violence. Let us converse calmly." Ming Yue regarded him with a cold gaze, momentarily relenting. She crouched before Xiaohua, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "In your past life, you suffered greatly, while Li Mingyue sailed smoothly. Does that not fuel your resentment?" And Xiaohua's screams abruptly ceased, her eyes widening in disbelief. I do not comprehend your words." Ming Yue smirked. "Heaven has granted you the chance of rebirth, yet you maliciously seek to harm others. In this life, should you meet your demise, will you not descend to the depths of hell? You speak nonsense. I cannot comprehend your words." And Xiaohua's eyes were filled with astonishment. Her rebirth was her greatest secret. How could Li Mingyue possibly know? Ming Yue scoffed. "Now that you are in my grasp, as long as you sincerely repent and apologize, I might consider sparing you." And Xiaohua's mouth fell agape in disbelief. In her position, if someone had harmed her so grievously, she would never let the perpetrator go unpunished. Ming Yue, perceiving her thoughts, coldly remarked, "I am not like you. I always keep my word. If your apology is genuine enough, I will release you immediately and will not pursue the matter of your poisoning." And Xiaohua's eyes darted around, secretly observing the dazed Xiao Guoqing, uncertain if he had grasped their conversation. Seeing her silent and downcast, Ming Yue grew impatient, swinging the branch in her hand, causing Xiaohua to scream in agony and roll on the ground. I do not know what madness has seized you. Let me go. Ming Yue coldly huffed. You truly are a tough nut to crack. With a swift motion, the branch lashed through the air, and Xiaohua continued to wail in distress. Xiao Guoqing, filled with urgency and anger, found himself powerless to intervene. Stop. Please, cease this at once. Amidst her excruciating pain, Xiaohua noticed his attempts to assist her and felt a surge of secret satisfaction, resolutely refusing to concede. You lunatic. I see you are gravely ill. Even if you beat me to death, I will not hold it against you. Ming Yue, astonished by her stubborn defiance, surprisingly halted her assault. At that moment, Xiaohua bore numerous wounds, her garments tattered, rendering her utterly disheveled, yet her eyes sparkled with madness, as if to proclaim, Look at me. Even if you expose my secrets, Xiao Guoqing will not believe you. He remains steadfastly on my side. Ming Yue paid no heed, turning to kick Xiao Xiao awake. Upon opening his eyes, Xiao Xiao first spotted Xiaohua, bloodied and lying there, and rushed over. Mom, what happened to you? Xiaohua gasped for breath. My dear son, I am fine. As long as you are well, I would endure any suffering willingly. She spoke deliberately loudly, aiming to provoke Ming Yue. What if the truth was revealed? Her current demeanor resembled that of a madwoman, leaving both the man and her son estranged from her. Xiao Xiao was indeed moved. Mom, where is this place? How did we end up here? Before he could finish, he felt a sharp sting. Who hit me? Looking up, he saw Ming Yue wielding a branch, and fury surged through Xiao Xiao's veins. You crazy person. You are the one who harmed my mother. I will fight you. Ming Yue, unyielding towards the unfilial son, swiftly retaliated, leaving the hot-blooded youth rolling on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. Stop. Please stop. You lunatic, my father will kill you. Ming Yue struck him again. Your father? He lies there, already half dead. Whom do you expect to save you? It was only then that Xiao Xiao noticed his father, slumped at the foot of a tree, his face ashen. This cannot be. In his heart, his father was an invincible hero. How could he be defeated by a madman? Yet the grim reality stood before him. His father lay vanquished, and Xiaohua, whom he regarded as his mother, was battered and trembling. Having been struck multiple times by a lunatic, every part of Xiao Zhao's body throbbed with pain, and it seemed they were situated in a desolate wilderness, likely devoid of any hope for rescue. At this moment, fear finally gripped Xiao Zhao's heart. Please stop hitting me. It hurts, he pleaded. Ming Yue ceased her assault, remarking, Now that you understand pain, do you recognize who I am? Xiao Zhao's eyes blazed with fury. The situation was dire, and he stubbornly clenched his jaw, refusing to respond. Ming Yue crouched before him, speaking gently, If you won't speak, I shall. You, my boy, are the fruit of my labor, born after 10 arduous months of carrying you. Yet you choose to call a thief your mother. Tell me, should I not punish you for this? Absurd. You are nothing but a madwoman. Xiao Xiao shouted impulsively, but upon witnessing the cold glint in Ming Yue's eyes, he shivered in fear. Am I mistaken? You are insane. Even if you gave me life, how could a madwoman possibly care for me? It was my aunt who raised me, and you ought to be grateful for her sacrifices. The debt of nurturing surpasses the debt of birth. Xiao Xiao believed himself to possess a righteous perspective. Ming Yue scoffed. How curious it is that a perfectly healthy woman becomes a lunatic merely by giving birth. Xiao Xiao turned his head away defiantly. Perhaps you've been unwell since childhood. But it simply went undetected. Ming Yue chuckled lightly. You are quite astute, yet it's futile to explain anything to a child like you. You must be desperate for me to release you now, but I have a condition. Offer me a sincere apology, and I shall set you free. Not a chance. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Xiao Xiao retorted defiantly. Ming Yue responded with 2 more swift slaps, refused to apologize. And I shall continue to strike you. Xiao Xiao was in immense pain, consumed with worry for both his father and in Xiaohua. He could only lower his head, muttering to himself that a gentleman's vengeance is never too late. I'm sorry, he whispered, his voice barely audible, his defiant eyes betraying not a shred of remorse. Apology value, 0. Fong Tu promptly reminded him. Ming Yue sneered coldly, delivering a harsh slap that knocked Xiao Xiao to the ground, causing him to spit out 2 bloodied teeth. His head buzzing, rendered momentarily immobile.
Stop it.
He is your own flesh and blood. Xiao Guoqing urged anxiously. Ming Yue then approached in Xiaohua, producing a dagger from seemingly nowhere. There's no choice but to act decisively. You refuse to admit your guilt, do you? Xiao Guoqing felt a flicker of clarity return to his mind. Yet he was still unable to make any bold moves. Every thought seemed to stir a turbulent sea within his head. He could only force himself to remain calm and spoke as loudly as he could. Ming Yue, let us discuss this rationally. Please, do not resort to the knife. Ming Yue, however, showed him no mercy, raising her hand to slash in Xiaohua's face. And Xiaohua felt a sudden chill on her skin, followed by a warm trickle as blood cascaded down.
Ah!
My face! She screamed. Ming Yue laughed mockingly. So, what if you've been reborn? So, what if you're living a good life? Your foundation is pitiful. No matter how you dress it up, it remains lacking. Now, with an additional wound on your face, you are even less presentable. And Xiaohua seethed with rage, wishing she could devour Ming Yue whole, but the beating had left her with the strength of a rag doll, utterly unable to retaliate. Her chest heaved with fury as she gasped, What do you want from me? Ming Yue pressed the bloody dagger against the other side of her face, taunting. Your ears aren't deaf, are they? I demand an apology. Show me enough sincerity, and I shall let you go. Apologize to me. And Xiaohua's gaze darkened as she lowered her eyelids. I'm sorry. Fong Tu interjected promptly, ding ding. Apology value is 0. Ming Yue showed no mercy, drawing another line across the other side of her face, instantly causing blood to flow. And Xiaohua, filled with indignation, exclaimed, I have already apologized. Why do you still wish to harm me? Ming Yue sneered, Your apology lacks sincerity. Try again. And Xiaohua's eyes blazed with fury, wishing she could incinerate Ming Yue. Yet the cold dagger pressed against her forehead restrained her. Your round face has ample space. I could make several more cuts. Shall we give it another attempt? Ming Yue's playful tone sent shivers down in Xiaohua's spine.
No.
Please, I beg you. Do not hurt me any further. And Xiaohua panicked. I apologize. I sincerely apologize. I'm so sorry. Ding ding. Apology value 10. Ding ding. Apology value 20. Progress is noted, yet it remains insufficient. I demand a 100 sincere apology. Ming Yue reminded her. And Xiaohua felt on the brink of collapse, wishing to unleash a torrent of curses, but the dagger's presence silenced her. Tears streamed down her face.
Please spare me.
I promise I will not dare again. Ming Yue glanced at the dazed father and son, commanding, What do you mean by not daring? An apology should carry some sincerity. Speak up. And Xiaohua, still holding onto her rationality, suddenly fell silent. At that moment, the dagger in Ming Yue's hand slowly descended, gliding across her brow and resting upon her eyelid. And Xiaohua felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, sharp pain coursed through her eyelid as Ming Yue ominously declared, If you do not obediently admit your fault, I shall carve out your eyeballs. The cold voice of the bright moon pierced the silence. I have heard that one can survive for several days after being transformed into a human pig. Do you know what a human pig is? It involves gouging out the eyes, severing the nose, blinding the ears, filling the mouth with mute poison, and amputating all limbs. Otherwise, you could become a mere specimen for experimentation. No, please. Do not. This statement drove in Xiaohua into utter madness. Just moments ago, She had doubted Li Mingyue's sanity. But now she was certain that the person had completely lost her mind. Could a rational individual commit such atrocities? Furthermore, a madman is not held accountable for harming others. If she truly gouged out her eyes and severed her nose, what would be left of her will to live? At that moment, her body weakened, and she earnestly pleaded for mercy. I am sorry, it is my fault. I should not have envied you. It is all my mistake. I poison your food, wishing to usurp your place. Since heaven has granted me the opportunity for rebirth, I ought to ascend to the highest pinnacle. I too wish to be a lady of authority. Do not blame me for my malicious intentions, for this is heaven's compensation to me. The overwhelming dread compelled Xiaohua to voice her hidden thoughts. Ming Yue scoffed, declaring that heaven's compensation was not meant to incite harm upon innocent souls. Your previous life was filled with misfortune, but what concern is that of Li Mingyue? Not only has she never harmed you, but she has also lent you her assistance time and again, yet you repay her kindness with enmity. You must not only offer a heartfelt apology, but also bear the consequences of your actions. Ming Yue lamented that she could not personally execute Xiaohua. I am sorry I was wrong. I have wronged you, and I shall never dare to do so again. And Xiaohua finally divulged her deepest secret without reservation, realizing that preserving her life was of utmost importance. Beep. Beep. Apology level at 70. 80. 90. 100. Task accomplished. Fengto's voice remained calm and unruffled. Ming Yue disregarded Xiaohua, akin to a puddle of mud, and approached Xiao Xiao, delivering a sharp kick to him. Stop playing dead, you rascal. You heard what I said earlier. Your biological mother was harmed by this wicked woman. Yet you still acknowledge her as your mother. Apologize at once. Xiao Xiao indeed heard their conversation, yet he was utterly befuddled. He was aware of the concepts surrounding rebirth, but he could not fathom such occurrences in real life. Moreover, he genuinely believed that his aunt had his best interests at heart and could not accept that she would cause harm to anyone. Seeing his silence, Ming Yue kicked him again. If you continue to feign ignorance, I shall keep punishing you. Perhaps frightened by the prospect of further blows, Xiao Xiao hastily exclaimed, No, don't hit me. I will speak. Ming Yue retorted with a light scoff, You should be obedient and compliant. At that moment, Xiao Xiao felt a tumult of anger and confusion. Even if her words held a semblance of truth, he did not believe he owed her an apology. Since childhood, he had known that his biological mother was unhinged. The village children often used this as an excuse to pelt him with stones. Stubbornly glaring at Ming Yue, he gritted his teeth and muttered, I'm sorry. Ding ding. Apology level at 0. Fengtu reminded, Oh, dear, I simply refuse to believe this. Another obstinate one. Ming Yue sneered, Do not tell me of your grievances. You have been well fed and cared for all this time, while your real mother was drugged into madness. You show no desire for vengeance on her behalf and instead recognize a thief as your mother. For this alone, you ought to apologize. In a fit of frustration, Ming Yue struck him several more times, causing Xiao Xiao to writhe on the ground in pain. Stop hitting me. Xiao Guoqing finally regained his composure, disregarding the excruciating pain in his lumbar region as he leaped forward to shield his son. The branches of Ming Yue lashed against his body. Xiao Guoqing resolutely protected his child, enduring the blows, pleading, I apologize on his behalf. He is merely a child. Spare him, I implore you. Enraged, and Xiaohua erupted in vehement curses, You madwoman. I have already apologized. Why must you continue to strike me? I shall not relent. Her most significant secret had been unveiled, and with 2 additional cuts inflicted upon her, it seemed her visage would be forever marred. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of strength coursed through her, compelling her to confront Li Mingyue. Alas, facing Mingyue was akin to an ant challenging an elephant. She was effortlessly kicked aside, her back crashing against a pine tree, eliciting another harrowing scream from Xiaohua. Xiao Guoqing had begun to harbor suspicions about Xiaohua, yet upon witnessing her pitiful state, he could not help but silently implore, Ming Yue, show some mercy. Xiao, however, erupted in fury. You lunatic! If you dare to harm my mother, I shall fight you. He seized a large stone and hurled it at Ming Yue. Ming Yue furrowed her brow. With a flick of her wrist, the stone veered off course and, by unfortunate coincidence, struck in Xiaohua's leg. A resounding crack echoed as her bone shattered, her scream piercing the heavens. Xiao stood dumbfounded, stammering, I didn't mean to. Observing his son's fright, Xiao Guoqing shielded him, soothingly saying, It's all right. This is not your fault. He forced himself to stand, asserting, Even if you are indeed the victim, having suffered so greatly, surely you must have vented your frustrations sufficiently. Scoundrel! The bright moon rolled her eyes, pondering how a perfectly normal person could be drugged into madness, and a mere slap could even the score. Such thoughts were too fanciful. The true nature of the events remained uncertain. Perhaps it would be best for us to sit down and converse. As there might be misunderstandings involved, Xiao Guoqing suggested in a subdued tone. Ming Yue sneered, clearly finding him foolish. Stumped by my wort. As long as you express sincere apologies, I shall release the person at once. Xiao Guoqing frowned and retorted, But we have already apologized. Indeed. Who would believe the words of a madman? Even with apologies, you would not release her. Xiao shouted in fury. Ming Yue scoffed, You have only yourself to blame. I accepted their apologies, yet your reluctance speaks volumes. Your parents suffer because of you. At that moment, and Xiaohua sat on the ground, her legs contorted in an odd manner, and upon hearing these words, a surge of anger welled up within her. She shouted with ferocity, Xiao, apologize immediately. Mom, do you also think I should apologize? Xiao replied, feeling utterly wronged. And Xiaohua had no time to console him. She felt as if she were on the brink of death and needed to reach the hospital soon. Regardless of the truth behind Li Mingyue's claims, she was determined to give it a try, growling, Yes. Hurry and apologize. She is your biological mother. But she is insane, and I am merely standing up for you. Xiao protested, feeling increasingly aggrieved, especially as he had never raised his voice to her before. Ming Yue chuckled lightly. Oh, foolish child, your life is paramount. I have no time to indulge you. Do not sow discord. Xiao exclaimed in wrath, and finding himself unable to hurl stones at her, he tossed a handful of wild grass instead. This is all your fault. The bright moon cast a cold smile, and I cannot believe that you remain unyielding. And Xiaohua, adding fuel to the fire, urged on with greater force. Beneath the stick, filial piety emerges. He shall surely comply. Mother, how could you allow her to strike me? Xiao was on the verge of tears from rage. And Xiaohua noticed Xiao Guoqing's disapproving gaze, but she could not afford to linger on it. An icy chill enveloped her, and she felt death was near. After a lifetime of scheming, she was just a step away from becoming a dignified lady, yet unexpectedly, she had faltered and fallen into the hands of a lunatic. Her survival was uncertain. She believed that upon her demise, heaven would show mercy and grant her rebirth, and she would ensure that she would not hang from the same tree as Xiao Guoqing. There are countless successful individuals in this world. As long as one seizes the opportunity, they shall surely rise to prominence. With this realization, and Xiaohua burst into laughter, she had spoken no falsehoods. You and your father are merely a pair of simpletons, easily swayed by my sweet words into calling me mother. What did you say? I refuse to believe it. Xiao, in a fit of rage, shouted that this could not be true, that he would not accept it. The bright moon struck him again with a branch, leaving more trails of blood on his face, prompting Xiao Guoqing to quickly embrace him. Please, I beg you, do not strike him. He loathed his own powerlessness in dealing with a mere woman. Then let him apologize. If he shows sincerity, I shall release him at once. Xiao Guoqing felt his son trembling in his arms, likely a mix of fury and desperation. He gently patted his back, soothing him. Good child, this matter is beyond you. She is, after all, your mother, who endured 10 months of hardship to bring you into this world. For this alone, you ought to say you are sorry. Father, do you also believe I should apologize? Tears streamed down Xiao Zhao's face. After all, he was merely a young child, feeling utterly aggrieved at this moment. Upon seeing the tears mingled with traces of blood, Xiao Guoqing felt a pang of compassion. Son, I understand your grievance, but your mother has suffered even more. Speak up. Xiao Zhao's lips quivered as he murmured, I'm sorry, his voice barely audible. The prompt chimed, apology level 50. Ming Yue nodded, acknowledging a measure of sincerity, yet urged him to invest more effort, reminding him that without his biological mother, his feelings should be even more heartfelt. Xiao Guoqing gently encouraged, good boy. Regardless of her actions, she is still your mother. You should not complain. Xiao glanced at the indifferent Ming Yue and then at Xiaohua, who was preoccupied with tending to her own wounds. Feeling disheartened, he whispered once more, I'm sorry. The prompt chimed again, apology level 60. Yet it still fell short. The youth's heart was pure, marked by clear distinctions between love and hate. His sincerity was lacking. Even though Ming Yue's words were harsh, Xiao found himself devoid of anger. Burying his face in his father's chest, he repeatedly uttered, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The prompt chimed, apology level 80, 90, 100. Upon hearing that the task was completed, Ming Yue felt a sense of satisfaction and discarded the twig. I accept your apology. You may leave now. Xiao Guoqing felt a wave of relief, while Xiaohua appeared bewildered. Was she truly being set free? She wished to escape, but with a broken leg, she could only crawl towards Xiao Guoqing and his son, her face etched with grievance. She is unwell. We must accommodate her. Since she has relented, let us make haste. After all, Li Mingyue has a criminal record. A person who has been mad for over a decade cannot simply recover at will. Her complete denial is merely the raving of a lunatic. Furthermore, the notion of reincarnation is utterly unbelievable. Xiao Guoqing regarded her with a complex expression, while Xiao refused to lift her gaze. Mingyue clapped her hands, declaring her task accomplished, and prepared to take her leave. She walked towards the precipice behind her. Although Xiao Guoqing had been away from home for many years, he was familiar with the terrain. Alarmed, he shouted, Ming Yue, you must not go there. Yet she strode forward with determination, leaping into the abyss. Xiao Guoqing lunged toward her, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as his wife plummeted from his sight. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible force, suffocating him with despair. And Xiaohua's expression was rigid, but soon transformed into wild glee. This madwoman had chosen to end her own life, thus shifting all blame onto her, securing her own salvation. Xiao lay there, as if witnessing a film unfold before him, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Xiao Guoqing heard a tremendous crash from below the cliff, his heart brimming with terror, and he realized that tears had begun to stream down his face. Ming Yue, he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Xiaohua feigned sorrow, sighing dramatically. Alas, after so many years of madness, this outburst is indeed her fate. Xiao Guoqing, in a daze, looked up and caught a glimmer of triumph in her eyes, causing his heart to sink. Earlier, he had felt dazed from a blow to his head, yet her words echoed in his mind, talk of past lives and reincarnation, which he could not comprehend. However, Xiaohua had unambiguously confessed that it was she who had poisoned Li Mingyue, leading to her madness, and even expressed her desire to usurp Li Mingyue's place, claiming her husband and son for herself. If the gravestone of my parents remains unscathed, then Xiaohua shall be deemed successful. Xiao Guoqing, having ascended to power for many years, is astute and meticulous, As the seeds of suspicion begin to sprout, every action of MASU-MANHUA is laden with profound significance. Lowering his eyelids to shield the shadows in his gaze, he bears the pain in his waist to assist his son, urging, "Let us descend the mountain." At that moment, Xiao Xiao appeared almost as if in a dream, asking, "Father, am I dreaming?" The following day, he personally summoned individuals to ascend the mountain, and indeed, they discovered the lifeless body of Ming Yue at the precipice. A person who had been deranged for over a decade had tragically lost their footing and perished in the night. The villagers merely expressed their condolences and assisted in the funeral arrangements. Though he harbored doubts about MASU-MANHUA, the events of over a decade past left little trace. With connections at his disposal, Xiao Guoqing seized the opportunity while MASU-MANHUA was hospitalized for her leg injury, arranging for someone to hypnotize her, extracting bewildering revelations. He confirmed that MASU-MANHUA, out of jealousy, had indeed harmed his wife. Fueled by rage, Xiao Guoqing was astonished to find himself outwitted by a woman. Without hesitation, he committed MASU-MANHUA to a psychiatric institution. Initially, she endeavored to defend herself with fervor, yet she underestimated Xiao Guoqing's resolve. Gradually, her mental state began to deteriorate. Her memories of past and present became entangled, no longer requiring deliberate arrangement, as she began to speak incoherently day by day, ultimately succumbing to madness. Xiao Guoqing visited her personally and, upon confirming her true insanity, felt a sense of relief wash over him. That very night, he dreamt of a life where Ming Yue was free from illness, their child following him in military service after reaching the age of 1. Living in marital bliss until old age. In his dream, MASU-MANHUA remained the wife of his elder brother, destined to live her life as a humble villager. Chapter 41. The young general disguised as a man in this mission, Ming Yue felt immensely satisfied, awarding herself a perfect score. "You now have 30 points. Fong Tu quickly remarked. Diligent as ever, Fong Tu promptly switched the screen, revealing MASU-MANHUA's predicament. Ming Yue chuckled softly, noting that she had even left her a glimmer of hope. After all, such a lunatic could still be considered the heroine. Fong Tu paused, reflecting that as long as the master did not intervene directly, the alterations in the small world would not precipitate the collapse of the book world. He continued, "You executed this mission with remarkable finesse. In the future, you might consider exercising your intellect more to guide the inhabitants of the small world, thereby achieving an even more splendid completion of your tasks." Ming Yue scoffed, unwilling to exert herself further. Abruptly, she cast aside the mirror in her hand, frowning. "Why, pray tell, did the Master God send me to the book world?" Fong Tu's surface shimmered with silver light, but his tone shifted to a mechanical monotone. "Ming Yue, please enter the mission."
Stop.
"I wish to rest," Ming Yue shouted, yet alas, no one heeded her pleas. Darkness enveloped her, and she vanished into the void, leaving behind a flickering Fong Tu, which was soon accompanied by a series of beeping sounds. Commencing upgrade. Upon being transported into the small world, Ming Yue had yet to open her eyes when she sensed an imminent danger. Instinctively, she rolled away to evade the pounding hooves. Rising to her feet, she discovered herself on a bustling street, having narrowly avoided a rampaging horse with bloodshot eyes. "Damn it!
Help!"
With a swift leap, Ming Yue sprang into action. Realizing that the body she inhabited was remarkably vigorous, she gracefully mounted the horse, which, agitated by some unseen force, foamed at the mouth and bucked violently, attempting to dislodge its rider. Panic ensued among the pedestrians on the roadside. Adults shouted while children sobbed, creating a scene of utter chaos. Without hesitation, Ming Yue decisively struck the horse's skull with a powerful fist, shattering and caving it in with immense force. The frenzied steed, suddenly deprived of its vigor, swayed and collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Ming Yue gracefully descended, effortlessly steadying the overturned carriage behind her. What a relief! The wild horse had been subdued. The crowd erupted in applause. At that moment, several guards rushed over, panting as they worked together to stabilize the carriage. "Is the princess unharmed?" a young maid cried from within the carriage. Ming Yue casually pulled aside the curtain and extricated the two women trapped inside. The carriage, having endured a violent impact, was irreparably damaged, yet the guards, relieved that their mistress was safe, exhaled in quiet relief. Our failure to protect the princess deserves severe punishment. Those who had pursued her, witnessing her unscathed state, immediately knelt to confess their faults. A stewardess expressed her gratitude to Ming Yue, saying, "Thank you, young general, for your rescue." At that moment, Ming Yue had yet to fully comprehend the unfolding narrative, but she indeed had vanquished the wild horse to save lives. With a gentle smile, she nodded in acknowledgement. The onlookers, filled with admiration, proclaimed that the young general of the Annan Marquis was indeed a youthful hero, having single-handedly defeated the wild horse. Not only was the young general exceptionally skilled in martial arts, but he also possessed striking good looks. Indeed, it is said that this young general has trained in martial arts since childhood, having stepped onto the battlefield at just 10 years old. Truly impressive. With remarkable prowess and numerous military achievements, the Annan Marquis has a promising future. Meanwhile, the rescued lady, having regained her composure, offered a slight bow to Ming Yue, expressing, "Thank you for saving my life, General. I shall inform my father, the king, and reward you handsomely." Surrounded by handmaidens, Ming Yue noticed the princess's exquisite beauty. Although she appeared somewhat dazed at the moment, her eyes, filled with tenderness, glanced toward him. With a raised eyebrow, Ming Yue mused whether the princess harbored feelings for him. A smile graced his lips as he performed a polite bow, a mere gesture, and certainly not deserving of formality. At that moment, a young servant dressed in green pushed his way through the crowd, exclaiming, "How did my master end up here? It's been quite a challenge for me to locate you." This young lad, handsome in appearance, did not speak with the utmost respect. His delay meant that the delicacies favored by the lord would likely be unattainable, a grave breach of filial duty. Upon hearing of the lord's preferred treats, he had rushed out to queue for them, yet his demeanor had now shifted drastically. Upon arriving at a certain estate, Ming Yue looked up to see the words Annan Marquis Mansion inscribed on the plaque. It appeared that the original owner of this body was indeed a scion of the Marquis's household. As he traversed the bustling streets, he realized he was in a remarkably vibrant ancient city. This body was youthful and robust, yet he still harbored questions. Calling out for Fangtu in his mind, he was met with a response indicating that the system was undergoing an upgrade and requested patience. The Annan Marquis Mansion seemed to have stood for quite some time. Its exterior appeared grand, yet the interior bore signs of decay. Along the way, a few servants noticed him from a distance, but chose to ignore his presence. Ming Yue frowned, sensing that the original owner's circumstances were rather dire, and then reflected that if everything were smooth sailing, he would not have been summoned. He tilted his head to set aside a teacup, entering the room with a dark expression. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe glared at him furiously, seemingly the one who had hurled the teacup. Beside him stood a frail scholar who bore a striking resemblance to the irate gentleman. Although it was a persuasion, the tone was insincere. Ming Yue cast him a glance and remained silent. The middle-aged man was none other than Lord Annan, Zhou Jingji. His gaze towards Ming Yue was filled with disdain, and seeing that Ming Yue did not exhibit his usual submissiveness, his fury ignited. He bellowed, "Wretched child, kneel before me." Ming Yue had no intention of kneeling. She scoffed, "Speak your mind, or I shall take my leave." With no narrative in sight and a lack of clarity on whom to apologize to, how could this task be accomplished? Ming Yue resolved to seek a quiet place, hoping to absorb the unfolding story. As she genuinely prepared to depart, Lord Annan, Zhou Jingji, slammed his hand upon the table, declaring, "Stop. Who permitted you to leave?" The frail scholar, Zhou Huaiping, Zhou Jingji's nephew, was now filled with astonishment. What had caused this shift in demeanor? He hastily interjected, "Second brother, my uncle has heard that you have caused trouble outside and is greatly concerned." Trouble? Before he could finish, Ming Yue interrupted with a cold scoff. "What trouble have I caused?" As she glared at Zhou Huaiping, Zhou Jingji's rage surged, and he hurled a teacup in her direction. "Wretched beast! He is your elder brother." Ming Yue skillfully dodged the cup, turning her head aside, and retorted coolly, "If you dare to act again, I shall not hold back." You wretched creature, do you intend to commit patricide?" Zhou Jingji fumed. Ming Yue chuckled softly. "Today, I am in a good mood and will not hold your insolence against you. However, should you provoke me further, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With a flick of her wrist, she signaled to two men who appeared feeble and frail, regardless of whether they were the intended targets of her task. Inciting her wrath would merely result in a beating. So long as no one was killed, the main narrative would remain intact. The bright moon had no inclination to engage in a verbal spar with him and turned to leave. Uncertain of her own quarters, she contemplated seizing a random individual for guidance. At that moment, a plump middle-aged maid dashed over from a distance, grasping her arm. "Young master, what have you done to upset the Marquis again? Apologize at once." The plump woman, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? How can you speak to the Marquis in such a manner?" Seemingly receiving some unspoken cue, she muttered under her breath, "Enough. Look what you've done to incur the Marquis's displeasure. You're grounded for this. Come along." Impatient, Ming Yue noted the lack of respect from both the master and servants within this household. She resolved to find a place to contact Fangtu before anything else. Following the woman through a winding path, they arrived at a secluded courtyard. Although spacious, the premises appeared somewhat dilapidated. Looking up, Ming Yue saw the plaque inscribed with the words "Quiet Garden," which indeed seemed tranquil. With a slight grimace, she entered, only to find the furnishings exceedingly sparse and devoid of attendants. Upon entering the main room, Ming Yue casually selected a chair to sit. The plump woman began her incessant chatter. "What did you do today to provoke the Marquis's fury? This is a great act of filial disrespect. You should reflect quietly in your room while I attempt to placate the Marquis. Afterward, you must kneel and confess your sins." Ming Yue rolled her eyes at her. There was undoubtedly something amiss with the hierarchy in this household. During her walk, no one had offered her a greeting, yet many greeted the plump woman with smiles, addressing her as Madame Gu, indicating her status as a prominent stewardess. Leaning back in her chair, Ming Yue smirked. "Madame Gu, it seems you have forgotten your own position." As Gu Momo prepared to deliver a lengthy lecture, she was momentarily taken aback, staring at Ming Yue with an expression of disbelief. She soon burst into laughter, remarking, "Indeed, the young master has grown. How amusing it is to see you chastising me. Yet, let us not forget that without my guidance, you would not be where you are today." Seeing her unyielding demeanor, Ming Yue rolled her eyes and retorted, "I have no desire to listen to your nonsense. Leave at once. I wish to rest." With a cold snort, she added, "It seems you are determined to oppose me. I shall go to the Marquis and clarify matters. You may reflect on your actions in solitude." Fuming, she exited and locked the courtyard door behind her, announcing loudly, "The second young master has defied the Marquis. He has ordered his confinement. No one is permitted to deliver food without my command." Inside, Ming Yue could not help but chuckle derisively, pondering the original owner's peculiar circumstances. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With her agile skills, she could easily procure sustenance. "System upgrade in progress. Please wait." "Damn that square-headed fool. Why must there be an upgrade now?" Ming Yue cursed, swiftly entering her personal space, which was stocked with all manner of provisions. However, she was not in the mood to indulge. First, she needed to assess her condition. Upon inspection, She laughed again, realizing she had been disguised as a boy. Contemplating the situation, she deduced that the original owner was the second son of the Anam Marquis, albeit a false son. Whether the Marquis was aware of this remains uncertain, but Ming Yue suspected that Gu Momo was privy to the truth. Perhaps the Marquis was informed as well, which could explain why he had been placed in such a remote courtyard with no attendants. Having a false son must have been the reason for the Marquis' strange demeanor. But why, in good faith, would a daughter masquerade as a son? It appeared that there was a conspiracy afoot. Reflecting on the original owner's predicament, it becomes evident that had she not arrived, even with formidable martial prowess, she might have been trampled by the frenzied horse. Based on her previous experiences of traversing realms, she would likely materialize just before the original owner's demise. By reverse calculation, it appears that the original owner was destined to perish during the incident involving the stampede. Should she meet her end, who stands to gain from such an event? Inside the carriage resides a princess. While the second son of the Anam Marquis sacrifices himself to save her, thus, the emperor must bestow generous rewards upon the Anam Marquis. Ultimately, the true beneficiary seems to be that sarcastic nephew. Could it be that the objective of this mission centers around the two of them? Ming Yue pondered, also considering Gu Mama. The servant seems to have more authority than her mistress. Perhaps she, too, is part of the mission. Given Ming Yue's nature, she ought to sleep until the sun is high in the sky, yet at the break of dawn, she found herself awake. It must be the biological clock of this body at play. Being referred to as the Little General, it is customary to rise at this hour for martial practice. In the adjoining room, she discovered an array of weaponry, testing each one in turn. Despite the absence of the original owner's memories, the instincts of this body remain intact. With a flourish, she wielded the 18 weapons with great vigor, feeling a profound satisfaction with this body after several crossings. Strong and robust, and being of the female gender, she presumed her appearance would not disappoint either. Ming Yue practiced vigorously before heading to the courtyard's water tank to wash her face. At this moment, daylight broke, and the servants of the Marquis began their daily activities. Yet her small courtyard remained eerily silent and unacknowledged. Ming Yue was not one to suffer indignities. Wiping the droplets from her face, she approached the door. The wooden door was locked, but with a determined tug, she forcefully dislodged the copper lock, gracefully pushing the door open. Hearing the commotion, an old servant sweeping in the distance expressed profound astonishment. How could the second son have emerged? The Marquis would surely reprimand him. The bright moon inquired, "Where is the kitchen?" With a carefree smile, she persisted, "It's nothing, just tell me where the kitchen is." The maid raised her hand and pointed to the left. "Over there." Without hesitation, the moon turned and made her way towards the kitchen. The maid opened her mouth in surprise, hurriedly dropped her broom, and rushed off to report to Granny Gu. With determined strides, the moon headed straight for the kitchen. At that moment, the kitchen was filled with steam, and the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Servants carrying hot water passed by, and upon seeing the moon's sudden appearance, their faces turned to astonishment. As she breezed past, they hastened their steps to inform their master. Just as the moon reached the threshold of the kitchen, a tall, thin woman approached, astonished. "What brings the second young master here? Didn't he, the Lord, confine you and forbid anyone from bringing you meals?" This woman, with her nose held high, wore a disdainful expression. "Even if you find the kitchen, there is no meal for you." It seemed that everyone in the manor was aware of the original owner's lack of favor. Unfazed, the moon pushed past her and entered the kitchen.
"Hey,
"You can't just barge in here."
get out."
The woman shouted. "Are you all dead? Hurry and throw him out." However, the moon was not one to be easily deterred. With a few swift movements, she knocked the woman down and approached the steaming steamer. Her nose twitched at the rich aroma of chicken soup. Lifting the lid of the steamer, she found a whole, succulent braised chicken in a large bowl. She proceeded to open the other steamers, revealing wontons, soup dumplings, white jade paste, bird's nest soup, and 8 treasure porridge, a delightful array of breakfast dishes. The tall, thin woman was furious. "This is the Lord's breakfast. You cannot touch it." The moon paid her no heed, seizing a pair of chopsticks and deftly grabbing a large chicken leg. The freshly cooked chicken legs exuded an enticing aroma, warm and delectable, as Ming Yue devoured them heartily. The onlookers in the kitchen were left dumbfounded. The second young master had entirely upended his usual persona. Rumor had it that he had narrowly escaped being trampled by a mad horse on the street the previous day. Could it be that he was rebelling against oppression? The tall, thin matron urged the crowd to restrain him, yet those who had just been knocked down could not shake the pain from their bodies. They recalled that despite the second young master's lack of favor with the Marquis, his martial prowess was undeniably exceptional, having once graced the battlefield. Who dared to step forward? Ming Yue, like a whirlwind, consumed a plump chicken and an ample assortment of pastries. The news reached Marquis and Nan, who stormed in, accompanied by his steward, seething with anger. "Wretched child, I see you are intent on rebellion." Ming Yue casually discarded the chicken bones and skewered 5 dumplings on a chopstick, glancing at him while eating. "You accuse me of treason for merely enjoying breakfast? Surely you exaggerate." You. Marquis and Nan glared, his trembling finger aimed at Ming Yue. "You are all dead men. Quickly bind this ungrateful wretch and take him to the ancestral hall. I shall teach him a lesson." A throng of guards rushed forth, ready to seize the second young master. Yet, Ming Yue, having nearly finished his meal, tossed aside his chopsticks and declared, "I will walk myself." Seeing him surrender willingly, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Though they outnumbered him, they were uncertain if they could truly contend with the second young master in a fight. The Marquis surveyed the chaotic kitchen and fumed. "Take him to the ancestral hall and make him kneel in reflection. He is not to rise until I permit it." As Ming Yue was escorted to the hall, the steward remarked in a mocking tone, "Second young master, you have truly enraged the Marquis. Best you remain obedient and kneel." As the luminous moonlight was drawn into the chamber, the door was secured, and the steward departed only after instructing the guards to remain vigilant. Ming Yue surveyed the ancestral hall, noting that the lineage of the Annam Marquis had flourished for several generations. She recalled overhearing a conversation on the street yesterday, where it was mentioned that he was the sole heir of the Marquis. Was it possible that this generation of the Annam Marquis was less fortunate, having only a daughter? Perhaps, in a bid to preserve appearances, they had her masquerade as a male. Yet there was also an uncle nearby, and their apparent closeness suggested he could easily nurture a nephew. Why, then, resort to such an elaborate charade with their daughter? If this secret were to leak, the entire Marquisate would be embroiled in scandal. Had he acted impulsively, leading to this regrettable decision, thus causing him to treat his daughter with disdain? Alas, the absence of a compelling narrative is quite vexing. Very well, I shall devise my own means. The ancestral hall was a secluded room, featuring only the main entrance and 2 minuscule windows positioned high above, making them difficult to scale. Ming Yue arranged several mats, laid down, and fell into a deep slumber. The guards stationed at the door listened intently, noting the silence within and reflecting that the second young master had indeed settled down. Upon awakening in the afternoon, when the sun was particularly harsh, she approached the door and with a determined pull, wrenched it open. The resounding crash startled the 2 guards, who had been dozing in the shade, causing them to glance up in alarm as they saw half of the door collapse. They hurried over, only to be swiftly seized by Ming Yue, who flung them to the ground. She then propped the fallen door back into place, disguising the scene. Turning back, she kicked the 2 guards, who were dazed and disoriented. "Second young master, what are you doing? We were ordered by the Marquis to watch over you." Under the luminous moon, Ming Yue furiously silenced the one who dared to shout, casting a cold glare at another, warning, "Speak, and I shall render you unconscious as well." She raised her fist menacingly, causing the individual to nervously swallow and shake their head, signaling their vow of silence. Seated upon a mat, Ming Yue commenced her inquiries, unencumbered by any narrative, demanding answers of her own accord. Her fierce demeanor truly intimidated the guards, especially given the sheer weight of the sturdy wooden door that had been so easily breached. It was undoubtedly the doing of the second young master. He was responsive to her questions, and soon enough, Ming Yue grasped the general outline of the story. The Annam Marquis had historically boasted a flourishing lineage, but in this generation, 3 brothers had met untimely fates due to various misfortunes. The remaining Marquis, however, was a romantic at heart. He was the youngest daughter of the valiant general guarding the borders, and from this union, only one legitimate heir was born, namely, the original character, Ming Yue. Tragically, the lady suffered from severe postpartum hemorrhage and did not survive long enough to even cradle her child. The Annam Marquis, Jingji, was engulfed in profound grief, swearing never to remarry, and he raised his sole son with utmost strictness. Despite his noble lineage, Jingji had been frail since childhood, unable to partake in martial pursuits, thus placing all his hopes upon his son. He subjected Ming Yue to rigorous training, sending her to the camp of the Hua family at the tender age of 10. Fortunately, Ming Yue proved to be remarkably capable, achieving military accolades at such a young age. Ming Yue silently acknowledged that the original character had been away from home for several years, which explained the servant's indifference towards her. She pressed further, inquiring if there were only 3 masters remaining in the Marquis. The guard shook his head, revealing that there were also the adoptive parents of the eldest young master. This eldest young master was the illegitimate son of the late lord's concubine, previously raised by a family surnamed Yue. Ming Yue paused. This revelation felt slightly discordant, and she sought further clarification, asking how many members comprised that household. The guard hurriedly replied, "There is an elderly lady, Lord Yue and Lord Yue's second son, along with 3 young gentlemen and a young lady." Such a large entourage! Ming Yue exclaimed in astonishment. The guard paused, recalling the discussions among the servants regarding the prominent Yue family residing in the Marquis' estate. The Marquis conducted his affairs with discernment, yet it was hard to ignore the fortune that seemed to favor the Yue family. After taking in the eldest son, the entire clan had risen to prominence, becoming masters in the Marquis' household. What were the Yues originally? Ming Yue felt an inexplicable connection to her mission involving this family, prompting her to inquire further. They were originally tenant farmers of the Marquis' estate, toiling in the fields for generations, the guard replied. Ming Yue, curious, asked, "How does the Marquis treat them?" The guard, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Since bringing the Yue family into the estate, the Marquis publicly declared them to be masters of the household. Anyone who dares to show them disrespect is promptly expelled, especially that matriarch of the Yue family, who is now revered as the old lady of the Marquis and resides in the Fuan Hall, a place once occupied by the late matriarch." Ming Yue's eyes flickered, her sense of intrigue deepening. It seemed imperative to investigate the true nature of the Yue family. Given the guard's limited knowledge and unable to extract any further information, she delivered a swift punch, rendering him unconscious. Escaping the ancestral hall, she began to wander through the Marquis' estate. On that summer afternoon, the masters were all resting, and the attending servants had sought their own respite. Surprisingly, Ming Yue encountered no one during her stroll. Upon reaching the rear garden, she beheld a lavish courtyard, the Fuan Hall. This place should have been a sanctuary for the elderly matriarchs of the Marquis, yet it was now occupied by a woman of another lineage. The Marquis treating the tenant farmer's matron as an esteemed lady raised significant concerns. The bright moon entered the courtyard, where a birdcage hung beneath the eaves of the main hall, and a large vat in the yard nurtured water lilies. 2 little girls dressed in red and green sat on the threshold, dozing off. The moonlight did not disturb anyone as it stealthily made its way into the main hall. where the decor was resplendent and vibrant. As it circled around, it indeed spotted an elderly woman with a head full of white hair reclining on a daybed, her eyes closed in repose. Beside her knelt a young maid with a fresh hairstyle, gently massaging her legs, her head bobbing slightly, likely succumbing to drowsiness as well. Upon closer inspection, the elderly woman's skin was dark and her face was lined with wrinkles, a clear indication of a life spent in toil. Yet, one could surmise that she had been quite beautiful in her youth. The moonlight did not hasten to announce its presence, instead noting the understated opulence of the room's furnishings, though the accessories appeared somewhat incongruous. Suddenly, the curtain rustled, heralding the arrival of another. The moonlight quickly concealed itself in a gauzy wardrobe. The newcomer was a charming young maid, and the one massaging the elderly woman's legs perked up upon hearing the footsteps, diligently resuming her task. "Cease your efforts. The old lady is about to awaken," the charming maid remarked. The young maid paused, and indeed, the elderly woman opened her eyes as the attendants hurried to serve her. At that moment, more footsteps were heard from outside. "Old lady, Madame Yue, and Madame Yue have arrived." As they spoke, two flamboyantly dressed middle-aged women entered. Their looks unremarkable, their skin a sallow yellow, revealing their years of labor as farmers. Now clad in extravagant attire and adorned with gold hairpins, they could not entirely disguise their nouveau riche demeanor. The stout, short woman in the front called out in a boisterous voice, "Mother, I have matters to discuss with you." The elderly woman remained composed, taking a sip of tea before responding, "We are no longer in the countryside. You ought to temper your behavior. I could hear your ruckus from afar at the gate. What a spectacle you present." Madame Yue covered the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief and laughed exaggeratedly. "Mother said it best. The daughter-in-law has forgotten. Our family is no longer what it used to be." Madame Yue, with her triangular eyes gleaming with mirth, chimed in. "Indeed, one ought to learn from Mother. Just look at her grandeur now. She resembles a matron of a wealthy family." Madame Yue scoffed. "What do you mean resembles?" "She undeniably embodies that role. It's all thanks to Mother for bearing such a fine daughter. Now our entire family enjoys prosperity." The elderly matron furrowed her gray brows and huffed, "You all may leave." Realizing her slip of the tongue, Madame Yue hastily apologized. "I was mistaken. I shall refrain from speaking thoughtlessly in the future." The matron, adopting a dignified demeanor, retorted, "What brings you here now? Mother, have you heard? Ming Yue saved a princess on the street today." The elderly matron pondered, holding her teacup. "He has practiced martial arts since childhood. It is not surprising he could rescue a princess." "What did the Marquis say?" Madame Yue cackled like a hen. "No matter his prowess, the Marquis does not regard him highly. I heard he caused a ruckus in the kitchen this morning and is now confined to the ancestral hall to kneel before our ancestors." The matron's lips curled into a knowing smile. "I told you. With Pinggu around, none can surpass him." Madame Yue's triangular eyes sparkled with insight. "Indeed, the Marquis's heart belongs solely to Pinggu. No matter how capable he may be, it is of no use." Ming Yue, frowning in the background, thought to herself how these people babbled endlessly without getting to the point. Should she intervene and compel them to speak the truth through persuasion or intimidation? However, Madame Yue, filled with pride, remarked that it was indeed the younger sister who possessed the greatest prowess, effortlessly winning the heart of the Marquis. Alas, it is a pity she departed this world so early, otherwise, the Marquis's residence would have long been ours. Upon hearing this, Ming Yue felt a stir within her and leaned in to listen intently. The old woman set down her teacup with a sigh, lamenting that Ping Jie was a girl devoid of fortune. Yet, her departure may have been for the best, for at least the Marquis would remember her for a lifetime and would forever cherish Pinggu. As long as Pinggu remained, our family's prosperous days would continue to flourish. Ming Yue pondered secretly, wondering if it implied that Zhou Huiping was indeed the daughter of their family's young lady. No wonder the Marquis of Annan was willing to take this entire family into his household. Madam Yue continued, lamenting that regrettably, Pinga still bore the stigma of being a bastard. Mother, you must urge the Marquis to recognize Pinga as the heir. The old woman scoffed. What is the rush? Once we deal with that rebellious offspring, Pinga will be the sole heir to the Marquis, and naturally, she will ascend to the position of heir. Until then, the Marquis would undoubtedly devise the best for Pinga. Madam Yue rejoiced. Once Pinga becomes the heir of the Marquis, do you remind the Marquis about our Feng Jie? The elder sister retorted in disbelief. How bold you are to suggest that Feng Jie be considered for Pinga. Not only would mother oppose, but the Marquis would certainly disagree as well. The old woman scoffed. I do not agree. Pinga is the Marquis's own child. The wife he takes should rightfully be a lady of noble lineage. You must relinquish this notion. Ming Yue paused, realizing that Zhou Huiping was indeed the son of the Marquis of Annan. It all made sense now. Mother, Feng Jie is your own granddaughter. How splendid it would be to strengthen our ties further. Our residence here would be all the more justified. Madam Yue remained undeterred. Enough of your petty thoughts. The Marquis is steadfast in his affections. As long as you all lead a stable life, he will certainly not neglect us. The old woman admonished. Madam Yue chimed in with a smile. Indeed, now that the children at home are under the guidance of a scholar, as long as they study diligently, with the Marquis's support, they will surely prosper in due time. The old woman nodded, agreeing with Madam Yue, reflecting on the past. She sighed. My ancestors were servants. In my youth, I envied the ladies who reveled in wealth and splendor, aspiring to rise above my station. But alas, the old matriarch's jealousy led to my match with a tenant farmer. You, from the old Yue family, were born into humble beginnings. Marrying into the Yue family, I have struggled in the mire all my life. Yet, unexpectedly, my daughter Ping has made a name for herself, leading us to today's prosperity. The old woman expressed her heartfelt sentiments, thus illustrating that one can never predict when fortune might turn in their favor. She proudly surveyed the room and chuckled softly. If the old matriarch were to know that it is my daughter residing in this room now, she would surely be unable to contain her fury. The two daughters-in-law simultaneously flattered her. Indeed, mother is truly fortunate. The old woman replied with satisfaction. That is a testament to my foresight and the success of my guidance over Feng Jie. Remember, if a daughter is well-trained, she too can elevate her family's status. Upon hearing this, Ming Yue rolled her eyes, realizing that this old woman had encouraged her daughter to entice Zhou Jingji, resulting in the birth of the illegitimate son Zhou Huiping, thereby elevating their family's standing. However, given that Zhou Jingji has a legitimate son, why would he allow his daughter to masquerade as a boy? Ming Yue began to suspect that the Yue family was oblivious to Zhou Mingyue's secret. Perhaps it was prudent to interrogate that Granny Gu first. Under the cloak of night, the radiant moon stealthily slipped from behind the edifice, her resolve set on seeking someone in the main house. Scarcely had she traversed the garden's threshold when a clamor arose ahead, heralding the arrival of emissaries from the imperial court, urging haste in apprising the Marquis. Drawn by the commotion, the moon followed the throng, arriving at the main hall where, indeed, an imperial envoy had come to deliver an edict. Marquis and Nan, Zhou Jingji, adorned in formal attire, knelt alongside Zhou Huiping to receive the decree. The diminutive eunuch, casting his gaze about, inquired as to the whereabouts of the young general. Zhou Jingji, taken aback, surmised that the edict was intended for the impetuous son who had rescued the princess in the thoroughfare the previous day. Though inwardly vexed, he could only feign a smile, entreating the envoy's patience while dispatching someone to summon the errant youth from the ancestral hall. With a deliberate stride, the moon entered, a playful grin gracing her countenance, proclaiming that the edict was, in fact, for her. Zhou Jingji, struggling to reconcile his paternal facade with the urge to strike the smug expression from her face, chided her for her tardiness, and bade her kneel to receive the decree. The heraldic eunuch promptly interjected, declaring that kneeling was unnecessary. He conveyed the Empress Dowager's oral pronouncement, expressing her profound satisfaction with the young general's valorous rescue of the princess in the public square, and bestowing upon him a reward of 1,000 taels of gold. The moon, having no intention of genuflecting, accepted the honor with composure, expressing gratitude to the Empress Dowager. Zhou Jingji and Zhou Huiping, upon learning of the munificent reward, harbored secret delight. The Marquis's residence, having fallen upon hard times due to poor management, had been struggling to make ends meet, and the gold would provide much-needed relief. As the imperial envoy departed, the moon observed Zhou Jingji directing the gold to be deposited in the treasury, and promptly followed. Zhou Huiping, attending to Zhou Jingji as he changed garments, remarked that the emperor would undoubtedly bestow further rewards upon his brother for his meritorious deed. Zhou Jingji scoffed, remarking that any rewards would be better left for his benefit in the future. Zhou Huiping felt a surge of delight within. Though he maintained a facade of a caring elder brother, thinking it was his younger brother's hard-earned gain, and how could he, as the elder, take advantage of him? Humph. His very existence is to serve you. Zhou Huiping had always heard such remarks since childhood, secretly relishing in them. However, he pondered that perhaps his brother's sudden change in temperament was due to some perilous encounter on the streets. It would be prudent to check on him.
What is there to see?
Let him continue kneeling in the ancestral hall. Zhou Jingji harbored a deep disdain for Ming Yue, having always spoken harshly towards him. Zhou Huiping had attempted to probe further, but remained bewildered, were it not for the striking resemblance between Ming Yue and their late mother. He might have suspected his uncle of infidelity. Regrettably, despite his persistent inquiries, Zhou Jingji had divulged not a hint of the underlying reasons. However, it was known that Ming Yue had discovered the location of the storeroom and witnessed the servants depositing 1,000 taels of gold within. At that moment, the plump Gu Mama rushed over, admonishing, "Second young master, the Marquis commands you to kneel in the ancestral hall. How can you run about so disrespectfully?" Just as Ming Yue sought her out, she seized Gu Mama's arm, declaring, "Very well, let us proceed to the ancestral hall."
Gu Mama,
nearly tripping as she was pulled along, felt a surge of ire. She relished the thought of reprimanding him in front of the Zhou family ancestors. Thus, she followed suit. The door to the ancestral hall was ajar, revealing 2 unconscious guards within. Ming Yue unceremoniously kicked them inside, causing Gu Mama to stumble and nearly fall. Fortunate that her fall was softened by the guards' bodies, or else her front teeth might have been lost. Ming Yue closed the door, plunging the room into darkness, and Gu Mama, flustered, exclaimed, "Second young master, what are you intending to do?" The bright moon was kicked, and she exclaimed, "Do not shout. I have something to ask you." Gu Momo, about to rise, was struck again on the knee and fell to her knees, filled with both shock and fury.
how dare you lay hands on me?
Ming Yue glared coldly. "Why should I not dare?" With a scoff, Ming Yue continued, "You claim to have evidence of my disguise as a man. Feel free to speak of it, for I am not the only one deceiving the emperor. In the end, the entire Ho residence shall accompany me to ruin." "You," Gu Momo exclaimed in horror. "You are mad. How can you speak of such matters so recklessly?" Ming Yue laughed coldly. "Was it not you who threatened to disclose it?" At a loss for words, Gu Momo retorted angrily, "What exactly do you intend to do?" "Silence. It is my turn to interrogate you." Ming Yue, growing impatient, struck Gu Momo, turning her plump face crimson in an instant. With a gasp, Gu Momo, caught in Ming Yue's merciless gaze, hurriedly covered her mouth, her eyes flickering with fear. She contemplated whether to scream for the Marquis to save her. Ming Yue, sensing her thoughts, sneered, "They are a cautionary tale for you. A loud uproar will lead to the same fate." Only then did Gu Momo notice the 2 unconscious figures, assuming Ming Yue had killed them, and fear gripped her heart. "I dare not." Ming Yue's laugh was cold. Whose idea was it for me to disguise myself as a man? Gu Momo's gaze flickered, hesitating to respond. Ming Yue's voice turned icy. If you refuse to speak, do you wish to be struck again?
No.
I will tell you. I will tell you. Gu Momo paused, then confessed. It was the lady's idea. Be more specific. Ming Yue did not fully believe her. Gu Mama had already devised her words. When you were born and discovered to be a girl, the lady was filled with disappointment. The midwife claimed that she had injured herself and would be unable to bear children in the future. Thus, the lady harbored the intention to publicly declare you as a boy. Ming Yue's gaze faltered momentarily. Are you certain? The lady has long since passed away. Do not presume that one can slander the deceased with impunity. Gu Mama's body trembled, and she hastily shook her head, exclaiming no. I would not dare. Ming Yue scoffed. Dare? Raising an infant girl disguised as a boy, there are far too many inconsistencies during that time. I wonder if the Duke of Annan is aware of this. Gu Mama's pupils constricted. He does not know. Yet she continued to lie. Ming Yue's brows furrowed in indignation. You dare claim he is oblivious to the treatment I received from Zhou Jingji? With a forceful stomp, Ming Yue's foot cracked the polished stone floor beneath her, sending fissures radiating outward, instilling terror in Gu Mama. The second young master had trained in martial arts since childhood and had spent several years honing his skills at the frontier. His strength had indeed increased. Flustered, she stammered. The Lord found out later, but it was too late. I do not believe you. Ming Yue discerned from her body language that she was lying. After the lady's demise, all who serve her had been dismissed, and your mother was Zhou Jingji's wet nurse. Do not portray yourself as innocent. You have always been aligned with Zhou Jingji. Ming Yue emphasized, each word deliberate. Gu Mama, now anxious, found herself at a loss for words. Ming Yue confirmed her suspicions. The original mistress had endured a difficult childbirth and perhaps never even had the chance to see whether the child was a boy or a girl. The true declaration should have come from Zhou Jingji, the Duke of Annan. Madame Gu was taken aback. How could he have known such a secret? From her expression, Ming Yue discerned that her guess was entirely correct. With a darkened countenance, she demanded, why did Zhou Jingji do this? Madame Gu's heart raced like a drum. I do not know. You do not know? Ming Yue leaned closer, a sinister smile gracing her lips. It seems you are determined to endure in silence. Since you wish to play the loyal servant, I shall oblige you. Do you know that yesterday, with a single punch, I shattered the skull of a mad horse? I wonder whose bones are tougher, yours or that of the mad horse. Madame Gu let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground. She never anticipated that the obedient child she had cared for would possess such a cold gaze today. She firmly believed Ming Yue spoke the truth. Stammering, she pleaded, please, do not strike me. I will speak. Ming Yue straightened her posture, a light laugh escaping her lips. Reveal everything you know. Steeling herself, Madame Gu replied, I do not know much. It was my mother who assisted in the lady's childbirth. At that time, I was already married, and just after having a child, I was chosen by the Marquis to be your wet nurse. I was quite delighted to be the wet nurse of the young master of the Marquis residence. However, when I changed your diaper and discovered you were a girl, I was utterly shocked. It was only after consulting my mother that I learned the Marquis had publicly declared you to be a boy. My mother insisted that I must conceal the truth. The Marquis rewarded me handsomely, and when the master commands, a servant naturally obeys. Madame Gu defended herself, but Ming Yue coldly laughed. So you were the only one caring for her, thus no one discovered the truth? Madame Gu had come to a realization. She revealed all that she knew and, believing herself to be of some merit to the second young master, regained her composure. From childhood to adulthood, I have been the one to serve you closely. Although I concealed your true identity as a woman, you must have had some inkling of it. I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to your service. Observing her self-satisfied demeanor, Ming Yue could not help but scoff. You have transformed a young lady into a warrior, And you consider this an achievement? Seeing that Ming Yue remained unfazed, Madame Gu felt a twinge of guilt. This was all ordered by the Marquis. Ming Yue pressed on, asking how he instructed her. Madame Gu answered, "The Marquis commanded me to confuse your understanding from a young age, to make you believe you were a boy, compelling you to practice day and night, instilling in you the notion that you must grow up to achieve glory on the battlefield." Ming Yue interrupted coldly, treating a daughter as a son and aspiring for her to achieve greatness. Yet why does he harbor such disdain for Zhou Mingyue? Madame Gu faltered, admitting that she truly did not know. Her gaze flickered as she hesitated. He is. Do not speak of him as the son of some elder cousin. He is the illegitimate child of Zhou Jingji, born of a daughter from the Yu family. Ming Yue replied with icy composure. Everyone is aware of this now. Madame Gu no longer concealed the truth. Before the Marquis was married, he encountered Yu Ping'er at the estate and fell in love at first sight. Unfortunately, her status was too lowly. The old matriarch would not accept her and, considering the reputation of the Hua family, forbade the Marquis from taking a concubine before marriage. Later, her voice trailed off as she cautiously scrutinized Ming Yue's expression. I only heard this from my mother. The Marquis had kept Yu Ping'er outside, and ultimately, she died in childbirth. The Marquis, having collected his thoughts, married your mother. After her passing, he vowed never to remarry, yet he brought in Zhou Huiping, whom he had raised outside, and, for the sake of the dignity of both the Ho and Hua families, falsely claimed him to be the posthumous son of the late master. Upon hearing this, Ming Yue could not help but scoff repeatedly. Everyone spoke of Zhou Jingji's profound affection for his legitimate wife when she tragically died during childbirth. He swore he would never take another. However, it seems all of it was mere deception, for the true object of his affection must be the deceased Yu Ping'er. The second son, Zhou Mingyue, serves as a shield for Zhou Huiping. Suddenly, Mingyue pondered a question. Was the lady truly lost during childbirth? Gu Momo hesitated, as if realizing something, becoming somewhat incoherent. The perils of childbirth are akin to stepping into the gates of death. Who can predict the dangers of complications? Having read numerous novels in the modern world, Ming Yue understood how treacherous human nature could be. One could never be too certain. Moreover, this was a world crafted in ink and paper, where foolishness abounds, allowing her to boldly speculate on the wickedness of mankind. Casually, she remarked on Zhou Jingji's starkly different attitudes towards the two children, expressing her suspicion that his true affection lay with Yu Ping'er, and perhaps the complications during childbirth were orchestrated by him. Impossible, Gu Momo exclaimed. Though the lady had been gone for many years, the Hua family guarded the borders and maintained a significant standing in the emperor's heart. If the Hua family were to discover any underlying truth regarding the lady's childbirth, the Yan'an Marquisate would face grave peril. Ming Yue retorted, there is nothing impossible. Observing Gu Momo's astonishment, she thought it prudent to consult her mother again. The wet nurse of the Yan'an Marquis might possess more insight into the matter. Rubbing her temples, Ming Yue lamented her inability to reach Fong Tu. Lacking the memories of the original owner, she was at a loss as to whom she should apologize, which was indeed troublesome. Noticing the cautious gaze of the old maid Gu, Ming Yue's expression turned cold as she reprimanded, You must apologize to me. Gu was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by apologize? You have deceived me since childhood. Should you not offer an apology? Ming Yue glared fiercely. Do it now. At once. Intimidated by her fierce countenance, Gu lowered her head. This servant is at fault. Say you are sorry, Ming Yue commanded. Gu immediately replied, I am sorry.
Ding.
A mechanical voice echoed in her mind, apology value 10. Ming Yue thought, well, it suffices for now. She kicked Gu gently, mindful not to exert too much force lest she cause harm. Her foot landed on Gu's thigh. Gu cried out in pain. That hurts. Good. It should hurt. Your apology lacks sincerity. Continue. If it is not heartfelt and genuine, I shall continue to strike until you wholly relent. Ming Yue said coolly. I possess a bit of strength. I might lose control. Should I accidentally strike you to death, do not blame me. Under the threat of force, Gu completely wilted. My lady, spare me. This servant dares not. Apologize. Yes, yes.
I am sorry. I am sorry.
Gu repeatedly bowed her head. The mechanical voice chimed. Apology value. 30. 50. 70. 80. 90. Apology value. 100. Completion. This series of notifications indicated Gu's psychological transformation. She had said all that needed to be said and could only submit completely to the second young master. Such an apology was undoubtedly sincere.
All right.
You may rest here for a while, Ming Yue said, skillfully controlling her strength, and delivered a swift strike to render Gu unconscious. Observing the three individuals sprawled on the ground, she kicked them beneath the incense table. In her mind, Ming Yue communicated with Fangtu, requesting the transmission of the plot. Fangtu's mechanical voice responded, indicating a system malfunction and a temporary inability to transmit. Gu Momo had already completed her apology, yet Ming Yue believed that the main objective could not rest solely upon her shoulders. If her assumptions were accurate, the esteemed Lord and Nan, Zhou Jingji, was the primary target, and perhaps Zhou Huiping and the Yu family would also require apologies. Ming Yue stealthily exited the ancestral hall, carefully concealing the broken door, and prepared to venture into the kitchen to procure some food. The preparations for the evening meal were still underway, and the kitchen buzzed with activity. Ming Yue leaped onto the roof, awaiting the completion of the dishes before making her move. Reclining on the rooftop, she admired the evening glow while inhaling the tantalizing aroma of the food. After a while, she overheard the kitchen steward laughing. Young master, what brings you to the kitchen personally? As he ushered him into the adjacent room, he added, the kitchen is rather chaotic. If you wish for something to eat, simply send someone to instruct us. Zhou Huiping appeared pleased with the servant's deference, feigning concern as he remarked, my younger brother hasn't eaten all day. I have come to fetch some food for him. The kitchen steward immediately praised him, saying, the young master is truly benevolent. Alas, the second young master has offended the Lord. Delivering food may not be appropriate. Zhou Huiping waved his hand dismissively, saying, it is of no consequence. You merely focus on the preparations. I will handle matters with my uncle. Soon, a young servant emerged, carrying a food box, and left with Zhou Huiping, prompting the kitchen staff to engage in hushed discussions. The young master is indeed a wonderful brother. No wonder the Lord holds him in such high regard. It is no small feat for him to study diligently day and night while still finding time to check on the second young master. Under the luminous moon, Ming Yue found herself in a quandary. Should she remain for dinner or attend to the matter concerning Zhou Huiping at the ancestral hall? The affairs of the household are settled, and the meals from each room are ready. Someone remarked. In the grand scheme of things, nothing was more pressing than the meal, and thus Ming Yue promptly cast Zhou Huiping from her thoughts. Stealthily, she descended upon the scene, delivering a slap to everyone in her path, be they steward, maid, or the young servant tasked with fetching the dishes. None were spared from her wrath. Ming Yue made her way to the kitchen and began to indulge herself. With 1,000 taels of gold entering the treasury today, the Duke of Annan, Zhou Jingji, was in high spirits and had commanded the kitchen to prepare a lavish feast. This bounty was now at Ming Yue's disposal. She not only feasted but also took the liberty of packing leftovers, ransacking the kitchen, and leaving no pot of food untouched. Even the large cauldron meant for the servants was not spared, all stowed away in her personal space. Just as she departed, the individuals sent to summon dinner arrived at the kitchen, only to be met with a scene of chaos, as many lay unconscious within and without. An uproar ensued, startling the entire household. The Duke of Annan, Zhou Jingji, personally rushed over, encountering Zhou Huiping, who had just returned from the ancestral hall, only to find it empty.
Uncle,
I cannot find Ertie. The door to the hall is broken, and both Mama Gu and the guards have been knocked unconscious. Zhou Huiping exclaimed, his tone tinged with desperation. Zhou Jingji, now shedding any pretense, erupted in anger. Indeed, it must be that wretch. What on earth transpired? Zhou Huiping inquired, bewildered. Everyone in and around the kitchen has been incapacitated. It must be the doing of that scoundrel. Zhou Jingji quickened his pace, shouting, bring weapons. Seize that miscreant and bind her. A sudden unease gripped Zhou Huiping. Ming Yue had been acting exceedingly strangely of late. Throughout his life, his uncle had always obliged his requests, yet had never offered a kind word to Zhou Ming Yue. In his youth, Zhou Huiping harbored a deep jealousy towards Zhou Ming Yue's esteemed birthright, even going so far as to intentionally frame him. His uncle, without inquiring about the circumstances, chose to believe Zhou Huiping, subjecting Zhou Ming Yue to numerous whippings. Gradually, Zhou Huiping came to realize that his uncle genuinely cherished him, regarding Zhou Ming Yue with disdain. Despite being overlooked in his childhood, Zhou Ming Yue continued to yearn for familial affection. Even after he was dispatched to the border, he sent gifts annually to express his filial devotion. Reflecting on his uncle's recent words, Zhou Huiping expressed his unease. Uncle, has my second brother discovered something? His temperament has changed drastically these past few days, and I am fearful. Fearful of what? Zhou Jingji scoffed. He is the biological son of this marquis. No matter his actions, he must obediently submit. Yet, Zhou Huiping countered. But would my second brother consent to exchange his military merits for my title? Zhou Jingji retorted with disdain. When I speak, does he dare to disobey?
wait.
Are you suggesting he harbors resentment and is deliberately opposing me? Zhou Jingji fumed. He dares to defy me. Bring me my whip. Let me show him the consequences. Just then, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, Not good, my lord. The storeroom has been robbed.
What?
The storeroom?
Impossible.
Zhou Huiping glanced at the sky. It was still light. And who would dare to rob the marquis's residence in the capital? Could it be that wretched son? Oh, my gold! Zhou Jingji gasped and rushed towards the storeroom. Zhou Ming Yue had indeed raided the storeroom, swiftly incapacitating the guards and shattering several doors as he collected items along his path. Although the Annam Marquis had fallen into disrepair, it had been passed down through generations, still housing valuable treasures. Zhou Ming Yue first organized his spatial belongings, managing to fit them in, and fortunately, the 1,000 taels of gold took up little space. Previously, I contemplated seeking out Zhou Jingji's wet nurse, but at this moment, Ming Yue resolved to act spontaneously. After all, it is merely an apology. The target is likely within the marquis's residence, so I might as well approach them one by one. The household, from the master to the servants, holds little regard for the original owner, Zhou Ming Yue, so I shall compel them all to apologize. Whether they have connections or not, I shall make my attempts. Surely I will encounter the intended individual. Ming Yue rummaged through the place with audacity, leisurely sauntering through the marquis's residence, knocking out anyone she encountered, preparing to gather them in the open space by the second gate for individual apologies. While dragging a few individuals along, she crossed paths with the Duke of Annan, Zhou Jingji, and his entourage. Amidst this commotion, night fell, and a group of people carrying lanterns headed towards the storeroom, spotting a large mass of shadow approaching from a distance. The steward summoned his courage and shouted, "Who goes there? The marquis is present." Upon seeing this, Ming Yue felt delighted. A whole throng gathered. How convenient. After waiting an eternity for dinner, the entire household was restless, and upon hearing news of a theft in the storeroom, they all rushed over. Ming Yue abandoned the unconscious individuals and stepped into the light, sporting a mischievous grin. What a fortuitous moment. Everyone is here, saving me the trouble of searching. You wretched child. Are you inciting rebellion? Zhou Jingji bellowed. Did you rob the storeroom? Where is the gold? Ming Yue scoffed. Gold? That was a reward from the Empress Dowager. After years without a beating, I see you are itching for it. With a flick of the whip, it produced a sharp crack. Ming Yue's smile faded. Do you dare strike me? I am your father. It is only natural to discipline you. Hand over the gold. Zhou Jingji asserted, gripping the whip and advancing. Suddenly, Zhou Jingji felt a blur before his eyes. The whip slipped from his grasp, and he felt a sting on his back, incredulously shouting out, "The audacious beast! Seize him at once!" When Zhou Huiping witnessed Zhou Mingyue truly taking action, his heart became chaotic. Indeed, he had changed. After years at the frontier, Zhou Mingyue was no longer the foolishly filial and feeble child. Quickly apprehend him. Seeing the marquis being struck, the crowd panicked, and the guards and servants rushed forward. Zhou Huiping, unwilling to lag behind, hurried to protect his uncle. With the whip in hand, Ming Yue cracked it with a flourish. The exhilaration of striking down foes was intoxicating, and in the blink of an eye, he felled a multitude, their cries echoing like wails of the damned. The Yu family had also arrived. Though Zhou Mingyue was the legitimate heir of the Marquis' household, the Marquis favored others, leading them to believe they were superior to him, having long regarded the Marquis' residence as their own. Just moments ago, they had been grinning, eager to witness the noble's folly, but in the next instant, their smiles turned to awkwardness. This young man was in a fury, even striking the Marquis. Would misfortune not befall them? The Yu family, originally of humble origins, had once seen the matriarch serve as a maid in her youth, making her the most knowledgeable in the family. They had risen through Zhou Huiping's influence. Yet even donning the dragon robe would not confer upon them the status of a prince. Ordinary folk often flaunted an air of superiority, but now, witnessing the Marquis' household being beaten, their expression soured. Tremors coursed through them, cold sweat streamed down as the younger ones began to weep. Those with some fighting spirit were swiftly dispatched by Ming Yue's strike, leaving the rest too fearful to act. Each dared not breathe, suddenly recalling that Zhou Mingyue had been on the battlefield, having truly taken lives. He had even struck his own father. What was there to fear? As the crowd fell silent, Ming Yue flicked his whip, producing a sharp whistle. Come forth and line up obediently. The hearts of the crowd sank. Line up? Were they to form a queue to receive blows? Before anyone could utter a cry of despair, they fainted, and with such a cautionary tale before them, who would dare run? Then the old woman knelt first, pleading for mercy from the second young master. One by one, others followed suit, bowing their heads in supplication. Ming Yue, filled with a sense of accomplishment, chuckled lightly. Carry the unconscious ones to the main courtyard. I have an announcement to make. At this moment, Duke Nan Zhou Jingji gritted his teeth against the pain and cursed vehemently. Beasts! Why aren't you kneeling? Silence. Ming Yue struck his mouth with a whip. Zhou Jingshi felt a surge of comfort. His son still cared for him. Unfortunately, Ming Yue showed no mercy, causing blood to erupt from the corners of his mouth, loosening his teeth. The excruciating pain robbed him of the strength to curse. The highest-ranking individual in the residence was rendered speechless from the beating, prompting the others to act swiftly, dragging and carrying the unconscious ones to the main courtyard. Lanterns were hung in the courtyard, illuminating it as brightly as day. All the servants of the Duke's residence gathered in the corridor, while Ming Yue lounged in a grand armchair, lightly tapping the whip against her palm. Is everyone here? She inquired. Good. Now form a line and approach me one by one. Though her smile was bright, her tone was chilling. The crowd trembled in fear. Spare us, second young master. We were merely following the Duke's orders. The servants clamored in desperation. Ming Yue commanded silence. As she raised the whip, pointing at the steward, You, come here and apologize. The steward, drenched in cold sweat, steeled himself to kneel before Ming Yue, uttering, I am sorry. Ming Yue waited, but the expected prompt from Fangtu did not come. Evidently, this steward was not the target of her task. With a cold snort, she remarked, "Step aside." The steward, feeling a wave of relief, scrambled to the left. The individuals present were filled with trepidation as they witnessed the second young master's menacing gaze sweep across the room, fearing they would be struck by her whip. One by one, they were compelled to approach me and utter their apologies, mimicking the demeanor of a steward. Observing that the steward had not been punished, the servants exchanged glances, gathering their courage to kneel before Ming Yue, bowing their heads in contrition. Although the Anan Marquise had fallen from grace, it still boasted nearly 100 servants, and whether out of sincerity or feigned remorse, under Ming Yue's intimidating presence, they all obediently prostrated themselves in apology. Regrettably, Ming Yue had yet to hear the notification tone from Fangtu, likely indicating that these were inconsequential figures, not within the original owner's realm of aspirations. Once all the servants had expressed their apologies and stood aside, Ming Yue's fierce gaze turned toward the members of the Yu family, declaring, "It is now your turn." At this moment, Granny Yu had regained her composure. Despite the second young master's ferocity, she believed that as long as everyone behaved submissively, he would not resort to violence. The first to step forward was accustomed to servitude and readily knelt to apologize. With a sense of relief, Granny Yu hurriedly rose and positioned herself to the side. With her as a model, the other members of the Yu family followed suit, kneeling and bowing in apology. Even the youngest child did not falter. Alas, these individuals were not the targets of the task. Ming Yue's gaze then settled upon Zhou Jingji and his son Zhou Huiping, both of whom bore the marks of several harsh lashes. Their pampered bodies were still in considerable pain, especially Zhou Jingji, whose face had swollen from the blows. At this moment, he glared fiercely at Ming Yue, yet found his mouth too sore to utter any curses. Zhou Huiping supported him, cautiously avoiding Ming Yue's gaze. As she coldly remarked, "It is your turn. Apologize to me." Zhou Jingji's anger surged, but the pain in his mouth rendered him incapable of retaliation. Zhou Huiping, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Second brother, we are all family. Let us speak amicably. Uncle is gravely injured. We should first summon a physician." Zhou Jingji, with tears welling in her eyes, appreciated her son's thoughtfulness and concern for his elderly father. Ming Yue, however, scoffed, "Can't he still breathe? Apologize first, and then I shall permit you to call a doctor." Zhou Jingji, her mouth throbbing with pain, despised such remarks. Did it imply that one must suffer unto death before seeking medical attention? At that moment, this brute possessed formidable strength, rendering the household servants powerless against him. She was perplexed by his audacity to commit patricide. Deep within, she harbored a desire to see Ming Yue subjected to 1,000 tortures, yet the pain coursing through her body cautioned her against rash actions. Zhou Huiping could only lower his voice, pleading, "Second brother, I understand your grievances, but uncle is our elder." Silence. "I demand an apology, not a torrent of excuses." Ming Yue snapped, snapping the whip and pulling Zhou Huiping towards him, inadvertently dragging Zhou Jingji down as well. Both father and son found themselves kneeling. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. This second young master was truly turning against his own father. He dared to compel his progenitor to kneel, unafraid of divine retribution. Zhou Huiping felt a surge of fear and desperately pleaded, "Let us converse peacefully. I shall apologize." With a heart full of humiliation, Zhou Huiping, though bewildered by his uncle's oppressive treatment of his own son, regarded his nephew with newfound respect. Yet, he was well aware of his own elevated status in the household. Moreover, the Duke of Annan had personally promised to appoint him as heir, entrusting him with all affairs of the Marquisate in the future. While he outwardly feigned brotherly affection, inwardly, he held Zhou Mingyue in contempt. To his astonishment, This reckless warrior had flipped the script so swiftly, compelling him to kneel and apologize, an utter disgrace. Witnessing his countenance turn a shade of ashen gray, he remained silent, while Ming Yue's whip crackled ominously by his ear, the gust it stirred stinging Zhou Huiping's cheek. In an instant, he capitulated. "Very well, I apologize, I am sorry." His tone, somewhat gritted, finally broke the prolonged silence of Fong Tu, who interjected, "Beep. Apology value, 0. Unperturbed, Ming Yue knew the objective of her mission. She grinned malevolently, devoid of sincerity. It seemed you wished to endure a few more lashes. With a flick of her wrist, she delivered 2 sharp strikes, causing Zhou Huiping to roll on the ground in agony. "Stop. You cannot strike him." Zhou Jingji, wincing from his own pain, felt an even deeper anguish for her beloved son, rushing to embrace Zhou Huiping. Ming Yue chuckled lightly. "Oh, feeling sorry for your dear son now? Then you should apologize too." Her words were enunciated with clarity, and the crowd fell into a momentary stupor. What dear son? Aside from a few pivotal figures from the Yu family, most were bewildered. For the eldest son was clearly the illegitimate child of the late patriarch. How had he suddenly become the biological son of the Marquis? Zhou Jingji, believing she had misheard, stifled her pain and roared, "Wretched child! I shall report you for your disobedience and ingratitude to the Golden Lawn Hall. You must first manage to leave." Ming Yue unceremoniously lashed out at him, the whip tearing through Zhou Jingji's robe with a swift motion, drawing forth a cascade of blood droplets. With this strike, it was evident that Ming Yue had shown no mercy. "Ack!" Zhou Jingji howled in pain. "Beast! Had I known earlier, I should have suffocated you at birth to spare the world from your harm." Though his mouth was injured, his fury was palpable, and he paid no heed. Cursing with remarkable clarity, the bright moon lightly wielded the whip, striking the father and son repeatedly, with a cold smile, pondering why she had not simply throttled him from the outset, but rather chose to nurture him, a true case of raising a tiger to bring calamity. The steward could no longer restrain himself and pleaded for mercy. "Second young master, please show some clemency. The Marquis and first young master are frail. They cannot withstand this." The moon paused momentarily. "Ah. Fortunately, you reminded me not to beat him to death. Now, come on, quickly apologize." Zhou Huiping had never endured such torment. His robes were tattered and stained with blood. Overwhelmed by immense fear, he repeatedly uttered, I'm sorry. The square-headed servant dutifully chimed in, "Ding ding. Apology value, 30. 40. The moon found delight in this. Indeed, physical force was the most gratifying. Those who had previously boasted of their resilience were now nearly at half the apology value. No wonder the world revels in torture. This could be considered extracting a confession under duress. As she watched her beloved son writhe in pain, the whip seemed to possess a mind of its own, deftly avoiding her son while landing on him instead. Her cherished son wept bitterly, pleading for mercy, while Zhou Jingji felt as though his heart were being pierced by needles, rendering him oblivious to the pain in his mouth. He erupted in furious curses. "Beast! Beast! He is your elder brother. How dare you strike him so? My son, you have wronged her not. All this is deserved." The moon retracted the whip, sneering, "So, you finally acknowledge him as your son." Zhou Jingji, drawing upon an unknown well of courage, stood tall and glared at the moon, declaring, "Yes, he is indeed my flesh and blood." Expecting that revealing the truth would incite the boy's fury, he was taken aback when the moon merely raised an eyebrow. "You truly are a good father. The beloved son has unexpectedly become the illegitimate child of your elder brother. Should outsiders learn of this, they might assume you harbor disdain for this child." At this moment, Zhou Huiping, regaining some semblance of clarity, was astounded by this shocking revelation. "Uncle, what are you talking about? What beloved son?" Ming Yue, with a charming smile, replied, "Oh, you two are usually so close. Did he never tell you? You are the offspring of Zhou Jingji and Yu Ping'er. Zhou Huiping's eyes widened in disbelief, while Zhou Jingji, enraged and embarrassed, retorted, silence. Ping'er and I share a mutual affection. Our love is genuine. Ming Yue scoffed coldly. Ah, genuine love indeed. No wonder you welcomed the Yu family into your home as masters. It seems love truly encompasses all. After the initial shock, Zhou Huiping felt a surge of joy. No wonder his uncle cherished him so. He was, after all, his biological son. This made his claim to inherit the marquisate all the more legitimate. He gritted his teeth against the pain and rose, exclaiming, "Uncle! No, father. You are my true father." Hearing this address, Zhou Jingji's eyes glistened with tears as he gazed at his son's disheveled appearance, his heart aching. "Ping'er, I am your true father. Yet I have been unable to reveal your true identity. These years have truly been a hardship for you, my son." Their tearful embrace was profoundly moving, yet the steward and others stood aghast. So, the eldest son was indeed the biological offspring of the Marquis. It all made sense now. Ming Yue, uninterested in the father-son reunion spectacle, cracked her whip, startling them both. "Stop dawdling and apologize." Zhou Jingji swiftly stepped in front of his son, furiously admonishing, "You wretch! He is your true elder brother. Henceforth, the entire marquisate belongs to him. By what right do you demand an apology from him?" The bright moon hummed disdainfully, questioning the need for a reason to apologize. The whip cracked again, serving as her justification. A disingenuous apology would be met with continued punishment until they yielded. Zhou Huiping, aware of his true identity, felt the last remnants of discomfort dissipate as he stood tall. "Younger brother, I understand your dissatisfaction, but propriety dictates that the title of heir to the Duke's residence belongs to me. If you truly seek an apology, as your elder brother, I can oblige. However, once I apologize, I expect no further mischief from you. Enough with the nonsense, just apologize." Zhou Huiping noted his indifference, gritting his teeth in frustration. Yet he maintained an appearance of magnanimity as he adjusted his attire. "As your elder brother, I am the rightful heir of the Duke's residence. I recognize your resentment. Thus, I extend my apology."
Ding.
Apology value 20. Fong Tu interjected. The bright moon scoffed, feeling that the value had diminished rather than increased. Indeed, it was a pitiful display. With two swift flashes, she sent the overconfident Zhou Huiping sprawling to the ground. Zhou Jingji, infuriated, declared, "You beast, I shall confront you." With a flick of her whip, the bright moon dragged him closer. "You wish to confront me? I have yet to settle accounts with you." Zhou Jingji seethed. "You wretch. I should have ended you back then." His eyes were bloodshot, teeth clenched, glaring at the bright moon as if she were a sworn enemy. The bright moon remained impassive. "How could I not settle the score? Did your wife truly die in childbirth?" Zhou Jingji's pupils constricted, and he angrily retorted, "Is this the attitude you should have towards our father?" The bright moon discerned his feigned calmness and confirmed that the death of the original mother, Madame Hua, was inextricably linked to this biological father. With a swift kick, Zhou Jingji was sent sprawling, gasping for breath before losing consciousness entirely. Zhou Huiping, witnessing his father lying before him with closed eyes and a pallid complexion, was utterly terrified. Zhou Mingyue had gone mad. He truly dared to commit murder. If he could kill his own father, what hope was there for himself? Ming Yue scoffed. "Are you still going to stubbornly endure? Apologize sincerely. Your lack of genuine remorse will be your downfall." "Please, no."
I apologise.
Zhou Huiping desperately waved his hands. "I'm sorry, I was wrong."
Beep.
Apology level 40. "I shouldn't have seized your military merit."
Beep.
Apology level 60. The crack of Ming Yue's whip resonated lightly, causing Zhou Huiping to tremble. He was indeed a lunatic, willing to kill his own father. What was he even fighting for? Preserving his life was paramount.
sorry.
I will be obedient from now on. Without further prompting from Ming Yue, the apology level soared. Apology level 80. I'm sorry, I won't contest anything anymore. Everything is yours. Apology level 100. Completion. The voice of Feng Tu remained as emotionless as ever, yet Ming Yue felt a surge of triumph, another task accomplished. Zhou Huiping, a frail scholar, had surrendered with just a couple of lashes. He exhibited not a trace of scholarly spirit. What a disappointment. All right, you can rest over there. Ming Yue's words fell upon Zhou Huiping like a decree from above. Terrified beyond measure, he disregarded his own father and scrambled away.
Meanwhile,
the once formidable Anan Marquis Zhou Jingji lay on the ground like a defeated dog, surrounded by a crowd, yet none dared to approach. Ming Yue rose to her feet and approached him, delivering 2 swift kicks to the fleshy part of his thigh, jolting the unconscious Zhou Jingji awake with pain. As he opened his eyes, he beheld his undutiful son towering above him, a look of mockery etched upon his face. In an instant, memories of the events preceding his fainting flooded back, igniting a blaze of fury within him.
Beast.
I shall fight you. Observing his labored breaths, it was evident he was grievously injured. Ming Yue scoffed. You dare to challenge me with such a frail physique? If you wish to meet your end, I can certainly oblige. Indeed, how could this brute, endowed with martial prowess, hope to contend? At that moment, he regretted deeply his decision to train him in martial arts from a young age. He had truly raised a tiger that would turn upon him. Noticing the alternating pallor of his face, Ming Yue commanded, Apologize at once. If I am satisfied, I will summon a physician to attend to you. Enraged, Zhou Jingji spat blood. Beast, I am your true father. How dare you demand an apology from me? Consumed by fury, he roared, though the pain in his swollen cheek intensified with each word. Yet, fueled by his overwhelming rage, he continued to hurl insults. Someone, fetch ropes. Bind this beast. The servants dared not approach, for the second young master wielded a whip that was no trifling matter. All who could fight had been left half dead from his blows. Each one averted their gaze, seeking solace in the thought that familial disputes could be resolved in an instant, and it was best not to interfere. Zhou Huiping, having narrowly escaped disaster, slumped in the arms of a servant, unable to restrain himself from signaling the steward to intervene. The steward, feeling helpless, could only muster the courage to say, My lord, they are father and son. No animosity should linger overnight. The second young master is in a foul mood. Perhaps you might soften your stance, and once his temper has cooled, you shall all be a warm and loving family once more. Anan Ho was nearly driven to the brink of expulsion by the words of his confidant. The audacity of calling themselves a family was utterly absurd. That wretch was born to be my bane, just like her mother, both of whom are despicable beings. Ming Yue scoffed, finally articulating her true feelings. If you are so infatuated with Yu Pinger, why do you not dare to stand against your family for the one you cherish? Your mother is the only daughter of General Hua, of noble lineage, and there are countless suitors vying for your hand. Yet you married her only to treat her with disdain. What do you even amount to? Silence. If she hadn't usurped Pinger's position, Pinger would not have met her tragic end. It is all her fault. Zhou Jingji was beside himself with rage. In his heart, Yu Pinger was an unattainable luminary, forever out of reach.
No.
It is not so. I too wish to join Pinger, but I have a son. I must consider his future. Zhou Jingji felt utterly insulted, his voice rising in fury. Ming Yue, with a darkened expression, retorted, Let me guess how you have acted? Unable to provide for Yu Pinger due to your own inadequacies. You resent Madame Hua and deliberately caused her to suffer in childbirth, employing the most malicious methods against her offspring. Is this your notion of revenge? You. How do you know this? Zhou Jingji gasped in astonishment. Ming Yue scoffed coldly. You dare to commit such acts and yet fear the truth being revealed? Looking around at the astonished crowd, She continued, Madame Hua clearly gave birth to a girl, yet you declared to the world it was a boy, disguising the child as a male to train them for battle. This is a heinous crime against the emperor. Seeing Ming Yue boldly unveil the secret, Zhou Jingji panicked. You wish to endanger your own life and drag us all down with you. You truly are a wretched traitor. The bright moon smiled gently, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I am most rebellious. You, a wretched creature, are utterly unworthy of being a father. Furthermore, do not presume that the matter of Lady Hua's demise can remain concealed. Prepare yourself for the Hua family to seek retribution. No, I did not cause her death. It was her own inadequacy. Zhou Jingji dared not accept this accusation. For the Hua family wielded immense power. The entire dynasty relied upon them to safeguard the borders. As a mere fallen noble, he could not afford to give them any leverage over him. The moon smiled sweetly, urging him not to be anxious. Kneel and apologize, and I shall be satisfied. This secret can remain unspoken. His expression, a blend of mockery and amusement, incited Zhou Jingji's ire, gnashing his teeth in frustration. The truth of his cross-dressing was indeed perilous. Should it be revealed, it would spell disaster for his household. Yu. Zhou Jingji felt his teeth nearly shatter as he grappled with the humiliation of apologizing to this rebellious fiend, an impossibility. The moon, lacking patience for his internal struggle, delivered 2 swift lashes. Given his prior injuries, she was cautious not to strike too forcefully, yet the specially crafted whip ensured that even a light blow would inflict considerable pain. With each strike, Zhou Jingji, overwhelmed by agony, cried out pitifully for mercy. He contemplated fleeing into the crowd for refuge, but alas, the whip ensnared his ankle, sending him crashing face-first to the ground. The moon methodically wielded the whip, leaving a lattice of crimson marks across his back. The sight was gruesome, blood and flesh in disarray. However, she skillfully controlled her strength, avoiding any internal injury. Though merely a superficial wound, the horrific spectacle rendered the onlookers weak-kneed, particularly after the shocking revelation. The second son was, in fact, a woman? Although she possessed a delicate beauty, her demeanor and conduct were anything but ladylike. Nevertheless, her boldness in expressing her thoughts, coupled with the Lord's apparent belief in her sincerity, left everyone feeling as if a sword hung precariously over their heads. Zhou Huiping forced himself to remain composed and shouted, Father, just accept it. Second brother means what he says. If you apologize, he will never speak of it again. Ming Yue cast him an appreciative glance and added, I have always been true to my word. As long as the apology is sincere, I shall not breathe a word to anyone. Behind closed doors, we can still be a warm and loving family. Zhou Jingji, fearful after being struck and urged repeatedly by his son, realized that if the matter of his cross-dressing were to leak, he could not escape punishment. Additionally, with the complications surrounding the Huasher family's childbirth, the Huas would surely direct their anger towards Pinger, bringing further misfortune. Gritting his teeth, he conceded. If he could not fight back, it was better to feign submission. Enough. I will apologize. Sometimes stubbornness stems from a sense of pride. However, under the weight of dual pressures, Zhou Jingji's courage dissipated, and admitting his fault became a simple task. With Feng Tu present, his apology seemed insufficient. Yet, with Ming Yue wielding the whip, he was compelled to offer enough. Ultimately, Zhou Jingji wept bitterly, sincerely apologizing. Regret consumed him as he pondered why he had succumbed to his parents' wishes and married into the Huasher family. Why had he consummated the marriage, allowing her to bear a child, and even declared the child to be a boy while coercing her to acquire formidable martial skills? Now, those very skills were being turned against him. Truly, a single misstep led to a cascade of errors. He sincerely repented, lamenting his own overambition. With the decline of the Yan'an Marquise, he could not endure hardship, nor could he bear to see his own son suffer. Thus, he resolved to support Huasher's offspring. After she distinguishes herself on the battlefield and earns meritorious service for the Marquis of Anan's Manor, she can be poisoned to death. Her accomplishments can then be attributed to Pinger, allowing him to ascend the ranks and revel in wealth and glory. He once believed his scheme to be flawless, but now, with the whip lashing against his body, he realizes his mind was utterly deranged. Leaving this source of future trouble has only brought harm upon himself.
Ding ding.
Apology value at 100. Task complete. Fangto's notification brought a radiant smile to Ming Yue's face. All right, be gone, all of you. Ming Yue tossed the whip aside and turned towards the main house. Whipping people was also physically taxing, and she decided to collect some more interest by touring all the courtyards of the Marquis' manor, taking everything that caught her eye into her personal dimension. Fortunately, this space was elastic and could still accommodate more items if squeezed a bit. As she nonchalantly departed, the people of the Marquis' manor finally felt alive again, busying themselves with calling for doctors, creating a commotion that didn't subside until late into the night. Fangto's voice was calm and even. Task complete. You may now receive the plot. Ming Yue cursed inwardly, idiot. The task is already complete. What need is there for the plot? However, she was also quite curious, and in an instant, a series of plot points filled her mind. The general direction of the story was similar to what she had guessed. The original owner, Ming Yue, was neglected by her father from a young age and misled by Nanny Gu, diligently practicing martial arts in an attempt to gain her father's recognition. At just 10 years old, she was sent to the border. Although she had the care of the Hua family, she still struggled on the brink of life and death several times. In fact, Ming Yue was quite curious as to how a girl could enter the military camp without being discovered. It was only upon accessing the plot that she learned that Zhou Jingji was indeed insane, actually administering drugs to his own daughter to suppress her development. Ming Yue is approaching the age of 16, yet she exhibits no feminine traits and has been misled by Gu Mama into believing she is, in fact, a boy. Remarkably, her true identity remains undiscovered. Encouraged by malicious servants, she ventures out to personally queue for snacks, only to encounter a startled horse on the bustling street. Having trained in martial arts for years, she could easily recover from the minor injuries sustained. However, Zhou Jingji seizes this opportunity to secretly poison the original owner, exacerbating her injuries to the point of death. Zhou Jingji, feigning sorrow, orchestrates an elaborate funeral, claiming that the heir of the Anan Marquis perished while saving the princess. The emperor, feeling remorseful, acquiesces to Zhou Jingji's petition to adopt her nephew as the heir of the Marquis. Observing the dwindling lineage of the Anan Marquis, the emperor readily consents and further bestows favors upon Zhou Huiping, enabling him to marry the princess and bask in opulence. Upon the original owner's demise, she learns the truth and, filled with resentment, embarks on Ming Yue's mission. Ming Yue exclaims in outrage that these individuals are indeed more despicable than swine or dogs. True to her word, she agrees to apologize without revealing the truth, but makes no promise against writing it down. The plight of the Hua mother and daughter is dire, compelling her to disclose the reality to the Hua family. Utilizing the original owner's handwriting, she composes a letter detailing everything. She refrains from sending it immediately. According to the original owner's memories, an urgent report from the border will arrive in 3 days, indicating that the enemy nation is launching an offensive. In a bid to clear his name, General Hua personally takes to the battlefield, only to be ambushed and fatally wounded by a true traitor. In the aftermath, the Hua descendants seek vengeance, suffering grievous losses on the battlefield. By then, the original owner is nearing death, and Zhou Jingji deliberately reveals her long-standing schemes, stating that the Hua family has already fallen into ruin. Overwhelmed by this dual blow, the original owner dies, unable to find peace in her final moments. In her previous missions, Ming Yue had merely observed events from a distance, attaining a 100 apology value without further involvement in the unfolding drama. This time was different. Perhaps because she hadn't received the plot beforehand. She was displeased and couldn't stand the Zhou Jingji father and son's good fortune despite their villainy, resolving to deal with them. Square head, are you certain we can't eliminate the main characters of the narrative? Ming Yue felt an itch to act. Squarehead's voice was mechanical and rigid. The protagonists of the mission are crucial to sustaining the story. They cannot be easily terminated. Squarehead had initially appeared with such a mechanical and stiff tone. But after 2 missions, Squarehead had become more lively. Squarehead intoned mechanically. Beep beep. System upgrade. All initialized. Ming Yue frowned. Having used electronic devices in modern society, she naturally understood what initialization meant. She had no memory, waking up in that empty starry sky, inexplicably thrown into small worlds to perform tasks, without even understanding the cause of events. She had only just become familiar with Squarehead, and now the system was malfunctioning again, causing her a moment of vexation. Can I truly not kill them? Must I allow them to commit evil without intervening? She exclaimed. Squarehead paused. Ming Yue is an outsider. Eliminating mission targets will cause the small world to collapse. You can guide others to take action. Ming Yue chuckled. I understand. As long as they are not killed by my own hand, it won't affect the small world. Upon completion of the mission, Ming Yue could choose to extract immediately or continue to exist in this world until the host's natural death. Ming Yue naturally had no intention of leaving just yet. At least, this body was male, granting her more freedom in ancient times than women confined to the home. She decided to punish the wicked and promote the good, saving the Hua family line and letting them deal with the Zhou Jingji father and son. The immediate priority was to resolve the border crisis and rescue the Hua family. Having confirmed her intentions, Ming Yue claimed the largest courtyard and fell into a deep slumber. The previous day's display of force had made it abundantly clear to the servants of the Marquis's residence who the true master was. The following morning, before dawn had even broken, maidservants were already in attendance, awaiting her awakening until the sun had risen high in the sky. Upon rising, she was greeted by a row of maidservants holding washing supplies. The original owner had never experienced such treatment, leading Ming Yue to smirk. Indeed, people were inherently fickle. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, she turned to the trembling head maid and remarked, "You have served me well." The head maid immediately knelt, trembling with fear, and replied, "This is but my duty. What would the mistress like for lunch? I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare it in advance." Having risen to the position of head maid in the Marquis's residence, she was undoubtedly perceptive, and upon seeing the second young master satisfied with his meal, she quickly thought of ways to ingratiate herself. With a cheerful demeanor, Ming Yue instructed them to simply prepare their specialties. "What news is there from the residence today?" she inquired. The maid, observing her composed expression, cautiously replied, "The Marquis and the eldest young master are both ill, currently burning with fever and unaware of their surroundings." Ming Yue paused, then coldly laughed. "I have yet to truly unleash my strength. What utter incompetence." The maid silently mused that the second young master was audacious enough to strike his own father, so it was no wonder the Marquis was both alarmed and furious, resulting in such a fever. "What of the Yu family? Are they still in the residence?" Ming Yue asked again. The maid hastily responded, "It seems so." Ming Yue scoffed, "Such audacity. I had thought they would have fled in disgrace, yet they remain here, clinging on. Take me to see them." With urgent reports from the border not due for 3 days, and having nothing else to occupy her time, Ming Yue resolved to find some amusement. The maid quickly led the way, heading straight for the guest quarters in the side courtyard. With a prompt decision, the entire family was to be moved to the guest quarters. Grandmother Yu lamented, "Mother is far too cautious. With Ping Ge present, who would dare to expel us? Foolish child. Do you think the second young master is easily trifled with? He disregards even his own father's authority, let alone his half-brother." Grandmother Yu rebuked. Grandmother Yu retorted, What second young master? He is but a counterfeit. Even if the legitimate daughter were to claim the title, this household would never fall to her. It is destined for Pingo. Silence. Do you wish to court disaster? Grandmother Yue scolded fiercely. Grandfather Yue kicked his wife, exclaiming, "You foolish woman! To speak so recklessly about such matters. If this were to spread, the second young master would gain nothing, and the first to suffer would be the Marquis." Unyielding, Grandmother Yue protested. It is he who disguises himself as a man and deceives the emperor. He should be the one to bear the blame. Grandmother Yue fumed. Eldest, you must discipline your wife. Her behavior is becoming increasingly erratic. Grandmother Yue replied indignantly, Mother, what have I said that is incorrect? Humph. Let's not forget that it was the Marquis who publicly declared he had a son, while the second young master was still an infant. It is said that the Hua family intervened to have His Majesty bestow the title of heir upon the second young master, but the Marquis, fearing for the child's longevity, postponed the matter, promising to seek the title upon his coming of age. Grandmother Yue sighed. The second young master is officially recorded before the emperor. If this matter were to escalate, who do you think His Majesty would hold accountable? Use your brain and think it through. Grandmother Yue was rendered speechless, acknowledging that the Marquis bore the greater responsibility. Even if Pingo was the sole male heir of the Marquisate, should the Marquis face scrutiny, Pingo would also find himself in dire straits. At present, filled with indignation, the entire family has moved to the guest room. Ming Yue, under the guidance of the maid, made her way towards the guest quarters, encountering her servants along the way. Recalling the brutality of the previous night, they all faltered and knelt before her. The steward, aware of the situation, hurriedly approached, disregarding the two ailing masters, and gasped, Second young master, what are your orders? Ming Yue scoffed. I heard that both the Marquis and the eldest young master are ill. Have you not summoned a physician to attend to them? The steward, gauging her expression, replied, We have summoned one. It's merely superficial injuries. With the application of ointment, they shall recover swiftly. After a brief pause, he added, in the latter part of the night, both the Marquis and the eldest young master developed fevers, likely due to the sudden change in weather, resulting in a chill. Listening to the steward's desperate attempts at explanation, Ming Yue could not suppress a laugh. What a mere chill. Just admit it, they were frightened into their ailments. The steward quickly lowered his head, too intimidated to respond. I intend to pay a visit to the Yue family. Ming Yue continued her walk. The steward hastily interjected, Allow me to lead the way. Upon reaching the intersection, they encountered the news-stricken Yue matriarch, who had gathered her family and stood at the entrance, anxiously awaiting their arrival. Observing the family, Ming Yue noted their current demeanor was a stark contrast to the previous opulence. They appeared subdued and modest. Unable to resist a smile, she remarked, Your family has been residing at the Marquis' estate for several years, has it not? With a light chuckle, she added, Well then, let us settle the rent for these past years.
Rent?
The Yue family was taken aback. The matriarch fell to the ground in despair, lamenting, Oh, heavens! What silver do we humble country folk possess? Had I known we were to pay upon coming to the Marquis' estate, I would have never set foot here. The bright moon gazed with a smirk as she watched them throw a fit. The old woman swiftly kicked her, ordering, Silence, you fool. Lord Yue rushed forward to stifle his wife's protest, apologetically saying, Please forgive her, young master. This country woman is unaccustomed to refined company. The moon coldly snorted, instructing the steward to take note of the amount due, insisting that they must pay it immediately. There is a limit to hospitality. It is unheard of for a family to overstay their welcome without intention of leaving. You must vacate today. The old woman, having anticipated this, lowered her head and replied, Yes, we shall pack our belongings and depart at once. Yet, the moon scoffed, What valuables could a peasant family possibly possess? I suspect your belongings were purchased with funds from the Marquis' estate. Turning to the steward, she commanded, You handle this. The steward understood that the young master would not show leniency towards the Yu family. He promptly nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, young master. I shall personally oversee the matter to ensure they leave without taking a single thread from the Marquis's estate." With a dismissive gesture, the moon strode away, while the Yu family lamented their fate. The young master's firm stance indicated that the lodging fees accumulated over the years would not be trifled with. Now they were forbidden from taking even a stitch with them. How would they survive? The steward recognized their plight. Yet the resolute young master was far more formidable than the Yu family's tantrums. Thus, they were forced to abandon their clothing and were ousted, but not before being made to sign an IOU, complete with their fingerprints. Only then did the steward eagerly present the IOU to the moon, stating, "Young master, the Yu family is currently unable to produce any silver. I have compelled them to acknowledge a debt of 1,000 taels." The moon cast a glance at the document, remarking, "Only 1,000 taels? How fortunate for them." The steward trembled and fell to his knees, acknowledging his failure in duty. "I shall pursue them for another promissory note," he declared. Ming Yue scoffed. "Very well, for the sake of the eldest young master, let it be. By the way, take this promissory note for 1,000 taels to him. After all, it is a relative from his mother's side. Let him part with the money." Having already appropriated a significant portion of the Marquis's assets, Ming Yue was indeed indifferent to this sum. Her intent was solely to provoke Zhou Huiping. Indeed, just as he was recovering from his fever, Zhou Huiping was infuriated once more upon seeing the promissory note brought by the steward. The steward, in a quandary, observed the resolute stance of the second young master, suspecting that he would eventually assume control of the Marquis. Yet, he was disguised as a woman, setting aside the possibility of this matter becoming public. Even if everyone kept silent for their own safety, how could a woman disguised as a man marry and carry on the family line? Ultimately, the Marquis might still fall into the hands of the eldest young master. Whom should he pledge his loyalty to? Ming Yue cared little for the loyalty of her servants. At this moment, she was receiving a visitor from the Hua family, a subordinate of General Hua, a young general, to be precise. "I come at the behest of the old general to see you," he announced. Ming Yue welcomed him warmly. It's Brother Zhang. Please take a seat. And bring tea for our guest." General Zhang surveyed her and smiled. "The old general heard of your valiant act in defeating the mad horse to rescue the princess, and was concerned for your well-being. Are you unscathed?" Ming Yue replied with pride. "My grandfather doubts my capabilities." General Zhang chuckled. "The young general has inherited the strength of the Hua family. I knew you could easily handle a mad horse." Yet the old general was not at ease and insisted I come to check on you. Seeing your rosy complexion and spirited demeanor, the old general can rest easy.
Zhang.
The deputy general paused with a smile. "Is Lord Anand not in the residence? I should pay my respects." He, as a deputy general of the Hua family, is somewhat aware that the relationship between Lord Anand and his son is rather strained. Lord Anand is exceedingly stern with the young general. While most families exhibit a strict father and a loving mother, Lord Anand remains indifferent toward his only son, who lost his mother at a young age. Even outsiders are unable to overlook this. Ming Yue's expression remained neutral. The Lord has merely caught a chill, so there is no need to disturb him.
Come.
Let us select some fine wine and enjoy a hearty drink with grandfather. Zhang, not particularly keen on mingling with scholars, merely asked out of courtesy. The young general declined, which was all the better. The two emptied the exquisite wines of the Lord's residence. Among the many high-quality supplements confiscated by Aunt Yu, Ming Yue packed them all to take to the Hua residence. Upon seeing his grandson's rosy complexion and vigorous spirit, the old general felt reassured. "You young lad, come with such gifts. Did you empty the Lord's residence?" Ming Yue smiled brightly, claiming, "What is this? The entire Lord's residence belongs to me. It is only fitting to bring a token of respect to grandfather." The old general recalled a complex emotion regarding his son-in-law. After all, His daughter had perished during childbirth, and he had never expected Zhou Jingji to remain loyal to her memory for a lifetime. Fortunately, his daughter left behind a son, who, with the Hua family's support, would not face hardships in the future. Who would have thought that Zhou Jingji would vow never to remarry, and indeed, he has kept his promise all these years, which moved the old general greatly. Yet, Zhou Jingji's indifference towards the child left by his daughter troubled him, and he felt compelled to admonish him for neglecting his paternal responsibilities. Madam, he persuaded him, believing that Zhou Jingji, in his anguish over his wife's difficult labor, had unjustly blamed the child. Moreover, it was not something he could easily articulate. His youngest daughter had been married for less than 2 years, and he had not anticipated the depth of her bond with Zhou Jingji. Even in death, she lingered in his thoughts. General Hua, unable to bear the thought of reprimanding him, took his grandson into his care and raised him with affection. Now, observing the tall and graceful young man before him, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Hearing that your father had caught a cold, why are you not attending to him in the manner? Ming Yue chuckled softly, declaring that a mere cold was a trivial ailment, easily remedied with rest, and she would much prefer to serve her grandfather instead. Aware of the estrangement between father and son, General Hua chose not to dwell on it. With Ming Yue by his side, he found delight in his cups, and she settled in the Hua residence, spending her free time practicing at the martial arts arena. On the 3rd day, urgent news arrived from the palace, summoning General Hua. After 2 days of illness, Zhou Jingji and his son finally began to recover, secretly plotting within their chamber on how to deal with Zhou Mingyue. Zhou Huiping hastily rose, urging his father to rest, for he had not yet fully recovered. He intended to sneak away, but Ming Yue arrived swiftly, exclaiming, "Ah, everyone is here. Do not be in such a hurry to leave," Ming Yue said with a playful smile as she settled into the Grand Master's chair, crossing her legs and casting a cold gaze at Zhou Jingji, who lay in bed feigning illness. One side of his face, bruised and swollen from the beating, was met with his venomous glare aimed at Ming Yue. She laughed lightly. "Are you hiding away in here, perhaps plotting against me?" Zhou Huiping quickly waved his hands, insisting no. "Absolutely not." The bright moon hummed. "As long as you are not afraid of death, feel free to come at me. Even if it reaches the Golden Lawn Hall, I shall not fear, for it was the Marquis's idea to disguise a daughter as a son. At that time, I was just born and knew nothing. If His Majesty seeks to lay blame, it is the Marquis who will be the first to suffer." Stop speaking," Zhou Jingji stammered, filled with rage. Yet he knew the truth of her words. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I have already commanded that no one is to leak this information. If anyone dares to disclose it, their entire family will face death." The bright moon smiled sweetly. "By the way, I have driven the Yu family away and am pursuing them for several years' worth of rent. If they're upset and start spreading rumors outside," Zhou Huiping, trembling with fear, responded, "Leave it to me. I will ensure that they keep their mouths shut." The bright moon chuckled. "I hope you can handle it.
Now,
I shall take my leave." Indeed, she did not care if the events were revealed. She merely wished for the Hua family to feel a sense of dread for a while longer. After lunch, someone from the Hua residence came to invite the bright moon. "Grandfather, I will accompany you,"
she said.
General Hua hesitated, for the battlefield is merciless, and although his grandson possessed great martial prowess, a single misstep could lead to regret for his deceased daughter and the infatuated Zhou Jingji. "Your father is ill. You should stay behind." After a brief pause, General Hua added, "Today in the palace, His Majesty inquired whether you are betrothed. You saved the princess, and it is possible His Majesty wishes to make you a prince consort." In truth, General Hua was quite supportive of his grandson marrying the princess. Despite his young age, he had already proven himself on the battlefield and had made a name for himself before the emperor. As the heir of the Annan Marquisate, he found himself in no need of perilous circumstances, Princess Shang could remain in the capital, which would yield only advantages. General Hua genuinely wished to arrange a marriage for his grandson, yet the urgent matters at the border did not allow for delay. Very well, then you shall accompany me, Ming Yue declared with unwavering resolve, prompting the elderly General Hua to acquiesce. As the group prepared their belongings, Ming Yue suddenly interjected, "Grandfather, you may proceed ahead. I have another matter to attend to before I join you." In the original narrative, General Hua was to head into battle, while Zhou Jingji conspired to expose him as a traitor. The presence of Zhou Mingyue was akin to a ticking time bomb. He had already conspired with his father to arrange an assassination. Ideally, they hoped to eliminate her at the border, thereby eradicating the risk of her gender being revealed. Without hesitation, Mingyue charged forward and delivered a kick to his knee, causing Zhou Huiping to emit a wretched cry as his knee shattered, collapsing to the ground in agony. Zhou Jingji's eyes flared with rage. "Beast!
How dare you?
He is your elder brother. Do not presume that my departure to the border grants you the liberty to act arrogantly. Consider this a warning. Should you dare to conspire against me again, your lives are forfeit," she retorted, turning on her heel and setting fire to the study of Zhou Jingji and his father. The servants of the Marquise, witnessing the second young master's murderous demeanor, dared not approach, helplessly watching as the two studies were reduced to ashes. It was only when the second young master elegantly departed, mounting his steed in a swift gallop, that they breathed a sigh of relief. Truly, he was a harbinger of death, regardless of what the future held. He was not to be crossed, the steward silently vowed. Inside, Zhou Jingji and his son clutched their legs, wailing in despair. They had conspired to eliminate Zhou Mingyue entirely, yet her formidable martial prowess posed a significant challenge. Ordinary assassins would likely prove inadequate. Could it be that there are spies of Zhou Mingyue nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation? The excruciating pain in their legs left the father and son with little inclination to ponder further. They must first summon a physician. The steward burst in, exclaiming, "My lord, the second young master has set fire to both your and the eldest young master's study."
Beast!
"Why does heaven not strike this wretch down with a thunderbolt?" Zhou Jingji lamented, pounding his chest in despair. He had cherished Yu Ping alone, and with her tragic departure, he had longed for her, spending countless hours in the study creating portraits of her, lost in memories. To think that the study, filled with treasured calligraphy and paintings, had been reduced to ashes was a grievous blow to his heart. Could it be that the scoundrel was aware of the hidden wealth in the study and did this out of malice? Both father and son, in physical agony, felt their hearts ache even more. "Where is he now?" the steward hastily inquired. "The second young master has already departed for the frontier." A collective sigh of relief escaped the others. It seemed he had indeed gone to the border. Reflecting on their bodily pain and their losses, the father and son could not help but strike their chests in frustration. The steward promptly called for a doctor, as both were grievously injured. And after a flurry of treatment and the application of splints, they finally settled down. The physician discreetly advised the steward that the injuries were to the knees and that even with proper care, they would likely result in lasting disabilities. Alas, he could only prescribe additional nourishing remedies. After the doctor departed, the steward remained deeply troubled. "My lord, this is the prescription left by the physician. Should we not procure these tonics?" The steward hesitated, but the treasury has very little silver left. Zhou Jingji retorted angrily, "Where has the silver gone?" The steward sighed. "It was taken by the second young master. Every month, there is a regular turnover of 5,000 taels of silver in the account, yet now, halfway through the month, there remains at least 2,000. Zhou Jingji felt a surge of anger and anxiety, fearing he might vomit blood. He clenched his teeth and swallowed his frustration, deciding to regard it as a misfortune that had been averted. Zhou Huiping, suspecting the steward, coldly remarked, "What happened to the 1,000 taels I just deposited? Let us use that for now." The steward, wearing a pained expression, lamented that the second young master had taken it away. Zhou Jingji bellowed in anger. "Do not mention that beast to me again. Go to the storeroom and fetch some silver." The steward's face turned ashen, recalling, "My lord, you seem to have forgotten. The storeroom was robbed, and there is nothing left." "Nothing left? What do you mean? This cannot be true. Those precious ornaments and gold and silver treasures cannot simply have sprouted wings and flown away." Both father and son shouted in unison. The steward, equally incredulous, had heard that the second young master had plundered the storeroom, yet he had only left with a small bundle. Such a large quantity of items could not have vanished into thin air. The steward inquired, "What about the silver for the supplements?" "You fool. Go to the shop and withdraw some emergency funds." Zhou Jingji was nearly driven to the brink of violence against him. Despite the decline of the Annan Marquisate, when the Hua family was married in, they had brought a dowry worth 10 miles of red silk, along with substantial silver reserves, various jewelry, 5 shops, and 1,000 acres of land. Unfortunately, due to mismanagement over the years, they now relied solely on the meager profits from a few shops. Following this, a thorough search of the estate ensued, scouring every corner, even tearing up the ground, yet nothing was found. Instead, they discovered that many valuable items were missing from various quarters, causing Zhou Jingji to faint from rage. Zhou Huaiping, however, remained adamant in his disbelief, personally leading the search despite his injured leg, yet still found nothing. He sat slumped in his chair, incredulous. How could so many things have vanished, as if they sprouted wings? The Annan Marquisate was in disarray, with chaos reigning and the populace in a state of alarm. Yet, Ming Yue felt an inexplicable joy as she accompanied General Hua to the frontier. She was impatient to delve into the investigation, opting instead to directly voice her concerns to the venerable general. Upon witnessing the gravity with which his granddaughter addressed the issue, General Hua was stirred. He hastened their journey on horseback while dispatching a pigeon to instruct his son to commence an early investigation. There were reports of spies bribing lower-ranking officers, intentionally relaxing patrols at the border, thereby allowing the enemy to infiltrate. Fortunately, with the general's command, the Hua army swiftly purged their ranks and apprehended those colluding with the enemy, reinforcing the border's defenses just in time, restoring its formidable strength. The enemy, unable to breach the defenses, launched several minor assaults which were promptly quashed by the Hua forces. A potential calamity was averted, and General Hua silently thanked his fortune for heeding his granddaughter's counsel, engaging in a profound conversation with Ming Yue. Ming Yue, in turn, shifted the blame onto Zhou Jingji, claiming to have overheard that he intended to frame the Hua family for treason. General Hua was unconvinced. The Annan Marquisate, though of noble heritage, was sadly diminished in numbers, and Zhou Jingji was entirely unskilled in martial arts, relying solely on the legacy of his ancestors. It was precisely due to a familial agreement that he consented to marry his youngest daughter into the Hua family, establishing a mutual bond that would only benefit the Marquisate. Furthermore, following his wife's death, Zhou Jingji vowed never to remarry. He had maintained an impeccable reputation over the years. Despite his indifference towards his granddaughter, General Hua found it hard to believe he would stab them in the back. Aware of the general skepticism, Ming Yue revealed Zhou Huaiping's origins, asserting that Zhou Jingji's abstinence was not for Lady Hua, but rather for the village maiden Yu Pinger. This matter has profoundly impacted General Hua, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Ming Yue did not delve deeply into the details. She merely advised him to follow this lead, suggesting that he might unearth something valuable. With a tentative mindset, General Hua commenced a covert investigation, ultimately discovering a subordinate officer in his ranks. This officer, seduced by wealth and beauty, had been bribed, with undeniable evidence against him. In a moment of betrayal, the officer attempted to ambush General Hua with a concealed dart. However, Ming Yue had anticipated this confrontation and swiftly thwarted the attack, overturning a table to shield her ally while simultaneously incapacitating the assailant. It was only then that General Hua began to grasp the gravity of the situation, though he was deeply shaken. For this officer had been an orphan whom he had raised as if he were his own son, only to find that he harbored treachery. Upon departing, the officer discreetly placed a letter in General Hua's study. After a successful return to the capital, the emperor received General Hua's memorial in advance, discreetly orchestrating measures to apprehend the culprits upon their arrival in the city. Following a thorough investigation, numerous officials were detained, and one prominent figure was imprisoned in the dungeons. The sudden disappearance of a vast fortune in gold, silver, and jewels left them in dire straits, barely sustaining themselves on the meager income from their shop. The father and son, Zhou Jingji and his offspring, were both injured and in poor spirits, grappling with their recovery while fretting over their financial woes. Despite consuming nourishing tonics daily, their complexions remained grim. With their master's funds dwindling, it was inevitable that the household staff would face reductions in their provisions. Upon witnessing the second young master galloping through the gates, the steward immediately knelt in submission. Ming Yue dismounted, sensing they had fallen into a state of desolation. How long had I been gone? Yet the air is thick with exhaustion. Along this journey, I encountered scarcely a few servants. The steward, smiling nervously, explained that with so few masters in the residence, there was no need for many servants. The Marquis had commanded the sale of a number of them, and further reductions were anticipated. The bright moon chuckled softly, likely due to their financial struggles. He strode confidently towards the main courtyard, with his steward hurrying behind him, cautiously reporting that both the lord and the eldest son had been bedridden. The moon, with a cold sneer, thought that merely breaking their legs would be too lenient. In the original narrative, the passing of General Hua had left the matter of the spies unexamined, but now, with his involvement, a number of officials in the court had been implicated. If they were able-bodied, they might have faced even graver consequences. The steward silently gasped, realizing that the second son was indeed formidable, claiming that breaking legs was too merciful. He grew increasingly cautious as he entered the main room, discovering that Zhou Huiping had also come to recuperate alongside Zhou Jingji. The pair were sprawled on the Kong, disparaging Ming Yue, when suddenly a maid rushed in with news of the second son's arrival. They trembled in fear, causing the teacup on the Kong table to topple. And Zhou Jingji looked up to see the person he despised most in life, radiating with spirit as he entered. Almost choking in shock, he nearly fainted. Ming Yue settled into the grand chair, and immediately, a maid brought tea and pastries to serve him. While savoring his tea, Ming Yue frowned and remarked that the tea was rather mediocre. The steward quickly ordered the maid to replace it with fine Longjing tea. Zhou Huiping regarded the steward with a sinister glare, realizing that this servant was indeed in Ming Yue's employ. The steward, feeling the weight of their stares, broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly smiled, saying that the second son had worked hard on his journey, and he would go arrange a welcoming feast. He dared not meet the gaze of Zhou Jingji and his father, hastily slipping away. Ming Yue smirked, saying, "I've heard you are running low on funds. Things have not been going well for you lately, have they?" Zhou Huiping exclaimed in fury, "Indeed, you have absconded with the family's wealth. Do not forget, I am the eldest son, and all that belongs to the Ho residence should rightfully be inherited by me." Zhou Jingji retorted angrily, "Hand over the items at once." Ming Yue coldly scoffed, "Once they are in my possession, no one shall reclaim them. You unfilial wretch, I shall not spare you." Zhou Jingji seethed, ready to strike, but Ming Yue's icy glare halted him. "Are you certain you wish to engage me in a scuffle? It seems your body has lost its sensitivity."
Meanwhile,
Zhou Huiping resorted to a pitiful plea, "Second brother, I acknowledge I have wronged you in the past, yet we are, after all, family. You have taken all the money. We are left with nothing and cannot sustain ourselves." Ming Yue scoffed, "Your financial woes are of no concern to me. I find this main courtyard quite agreeable. You will vacate it immediately, for I shall reside here henceforth.
You.
I am not dead yet. Zhou Jingji attempted to curse, but was intimidated into silence by Ming Yue's cold stare, his chest heaving with rage, fingers trembling. Ming Yue mused, could it be that his anger is inducing a stroke? Everyone hurriedly sought to curry favor, diligently attending to Ming Yue's needs. Ever since the Marquis and the eldest son had fallen ill, the steward often sensed their suspicious gazes.
Today,
Upon receiving the murderous stares from the father and son duo, the steward finally comprehended that he had been entirely aligned with the second young master. The future was uncertain, but for now, with the second young master in a position of power, he resolved to fully support him. He directly presented the accounts to Ming Yue, revealing that the household expenses were sourced from the dowry of the original matriarch. In the present day, under the dominion of the esteemed Ming Yue, the lives of Zhou Jingji and his son have become increasingly burdensome, suffering from a diet poorer than that of the common folk, devoid of any nourishing supplements. After a few days of revelry within the estate, Ming Yue received an imperial summons to present himself before the emperor. As he traversed the imperial garden, he encountered the princess whom he had once rescued, her gaze filled with tender emotion, which elicited a chuckle from him. In the original narrative, the protagonist's act of saving the princess had led to Zhou Jingji's treachery, resulting in his demise, ultimately allowing Zhou Huiping to ascend as the prince consort. Previous missions had involved despicable men and contemptible women, yet this princess is not a target of vengeance. Merely avenging the wrongs of the Zhou father and son suffices. The current emperor, in the vigor of his youth, acknowledged Ming Yue's entrance with a subtle nod, noting his handsome features and athletic build honed by years of martial practice. Despite his modest height, upon paying his respects to the emperor, Ming Yue knelt in submission, albeit reluctantly, for such was the custom of the era.
you are Zhou Ming Yue,
The emperor declared. General Hua reports that the discovery of the spies was thanks to your astute observations. How shall I reward you? Ming Yue smiled, replying, Your Majesty, it is your boundless grace that blesses me. The emperor gestured for him to take a seat, inquiring if he was yet betrothed. Ming Yue sensed the pivotal moment had arrived. Even if he were not disguised as a male, marrying a princess was an impossibility. With a sigh, he responded, Your Majesty, in requesting a reward, I merely seek to atone for my transgressions.
Oh?
The emperor replied coldly, What crimes have you committed? In an era of rigid social hierarchy, where kneeling before the emperor was obligatory, Ming Yue wished to expedite the conversation and declared, I am a woman. The emperor, taken aback, observed that although he possessed delicate features, his physique did not suggest femininity. Ming Yue explained, Madame Hua gave birth to a female child, yet the Marquis of Annan proclaimed it a boy. Infants are at the mercy of others. He directed the wet nurse to intentionally obscure the child's gender, leading me to believe for over a decade that I was a male. If your Majesty doubts my words, I implore you to have me examined. The emperor summoned the palace maids for inspection. Though their feminine traits were not overtly apparent, they were indeed women. The emperor was filled with fury, questioning what Zhou Jingji intended to do. How could one disguise a woman as a man, thereby undermining the dignity of the royal family? Ming Yue chuckled softly, assuring His Majesty that he would not allow a woman to inherit the marquise. Zhou Jingji had a son. The emperor's mind stirred. How could one with a son allow a daughter to masquerade as a male? Could there be a plot afoot? Ming Yue secretly reveled in the emperor's anger. He was a romantic fool, having fallen for a village girl before his marriage. Their son was born, yet the birth was fraught with peril, compelling the Marquis to marry Madame Hua under pressure, while harboring resentment towards her for usurping the place of his beloved. Determined, he intended for Madame Hua's child to serve as a stepping stone for his son. The girl was raised under strict discipline, dressed as a boy, and sent to the borderlands to face death at the tender age of 10. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Ming Yue proved resilient and even saved a princess. The emperor contemplated quietly how to eliminate Zhou Mingyue, knowing that the princess's goodwill could elevate his son to great heights. The emperor furrowed his brow. Had Zhou Jingji lost his senses? To conspire against his legitimate wife and daughter for the sake of a mere village girl seemed utterly foolish, even if that girl were a celestial being descended to earth. Ming Yue scoffed coldly, revealing that he was loath to see his own son suffer. The Anan Marquisate had fallen into decline. To regain the emperor's favor, one must achieve merit in the military. Moreover, his true love was the one he recognized as his legitimate wife, and their son regarded Madame Hua as his mother, forever relegating his beloved to a subordinate position. How could he bear such a fate? Ming Yue laughed derisively. The emperor, skeptical yet intrigued, inquired how she knew these things. Ming Yue replied lightly, "Your Majesty is aware of the injuries sustained by Zhou Jingji and his son, correct?" The Anan Marquisate is a peripheral figure. The emperor only grasped the surface of the matter. So, it turns out that the so-called uncle and nephew are in fact father and son. No wonder. The serene Ming Yue observed as Zhou Jingji, unable to withstand the torturous interrogation, divulged the truth. The emperor fell into silence. Openly striking one's own father was undeniably an act of filial piety gone awry. The plight of the Hua mother and son was dire. Yet the principles of paternal loyalty could not be easily transgressed. Noticing the emperor's inner turmoil, Ming Yue chuckled lightly, remarking that a well-bred daughter had been utterly ruined by him. And did he not believe a thrashing was warranted? The emperor remained quiet, grappling with the realization that Zhou Mingyue was the chosen consort of the princess, complicating matters further. Revealing the truth would lead to severe repercussions for both the Hua family and the emperor against Zhou Jingji and his son. Not wishing to linger, Ming Yue elegantly declared, "If your Majesty deems my actions commendable, then extend mercy towards the Hua residents and punish the father and son of the Anan Marquis." With that, she shattered her own heart vein, instantaneously departing from the realm of life. The once vibrant figure now lay pallid before the emperor, who was engulfed in a tempest of rage and sorrow. Zhou Mingyue, disguised as a male, presented a dilemma in terms of how to explain this to the princess. At that moment, a secret missive arrived from General Hua, imploring the emperor to investigate the true identity of Zhou Mingyue. With her demise, the emperor could only temporarily place her remains within a temple, awaiting the arrival of the Hua family for proper arrangements. As he admired her for a fleeting moment, he suddenly raised a hand to his forehead, perplexed. How could he possibly have wrinkles? The typically untroubled Ming Yue was astonished to discover a fine line at the corner of her eye in the mirror, prompting her to sit up straight in shock. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the wrinkle was not on her face, but rather a minuscule crack on the surface of the copper mirror she held. This was inconceivable. The mirror could not possibly be damaged. Although Ming Yue possessed no memories, she instinctively felt that this mirror was a precious artifact. How could it be that such a crack had appeared? Endlessly turning over the matter yields no clarity. Ming Yue exclaimed in frustration, "What task is this? My precious belongings are ruined." With a cold huff, she demanded, "What exactly are you? And what insidious intentions does your master harbor, orchestrating all these events?" Another disdainful huff escaped her lips. "Until when must I toil on these tasks?" The system paused momentarily, emitting beeps. This time, the original owner of the task was quite satisfied and rated you a perfect 10. Currently, Ming Yue possesses 40 points. Please continue your efforts. Ming Yue scoffed. "I wish to see the subsequent plot." The screen flickered with wave patterns, revealing a scene. The Hua family hastened to the capital, learning of Zhou Mingyue's demise. It was only upon witnessing her daughter's form that they truly believed it. The Zhou father and son were left nearly beaten to death by the Hua family, condemned to toil in a grim border camp to atone for their sins. Within a year, both perished from the torment. Though the task achieved full marks, Ming Yue remained discontent. Her once flawless mirror had suddenly developed cracks, and the system reverted to its foolish demeanor. Lacking memories, she had previously been indifferent, yet now felt an unsettling sense of conspiracy directed at her.
Beep.
Ming Yue, please commence your task. The prompt instructed.
No.
I refuse to undertake this task. Ming Yue roared. Yet alas, she was powerless to resist, and darkness enveloped her in an instant. Clenching her fists, she resolved to escape the clutches of control. She had once drifted through life in a stupor, but from this moment forth, she vowed to diligently engage in her tasks. Chapter 57. The elderly with no dependents' fifth child. Open the door, it is I, your mother. In the bitter cold of winter, within a lavish two-story house, a family joyfully gathered, basking in the warm glow of the lights as they savored their New Year's Eve dinner. Outside the grand iron gate, an elderly woman with silvery hair weakly knocked on the door. She had endured hunger for 3 days and traversed a long distance, summoning her last ounce of strength. She finally arrived at her son's doorstep, exhausting herself with the effort to knock. Her cries were whisked away by the biting northern wind. The frail old woman collapsed to the ground, her murky eyes gently closing as bitter tears streamed down her cheeks. Her parched lips, moistened slightly by the falling snowflakes, uttered, "My son, it is your mother." Her voice gradually faded, and ultimately, her aged head drooped, falling into silence. In a modest room on the 3rd floor of the workers' housing complex, a simple wooden bed cradled the awakening figure of Ming Yue. She blinked her eyes open, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, and furrowed her brow, realizing that the timeline was amiss. The narrative she had just received was of an old woman freezing and starving to death in the cold wind, yet here she was, inexplicably present in a room. Had there been an error? Fangtu replied calmly, "System upgrade. The host's request is changed, and the timeline has been adjusted forward. Please continue to receive the narrative." Resolving to fulfill her task, Ming Yue remained silent, closing her eyes to continue absorbing the unfolding story. However, perhaps due to the system upgrade, before she could fully grasp the narrative, an odd sensation enveloped her chest, akin to her heart being submerged in bitter gall, numbing with anguish. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself seemingly unable to perceive her surroundings, ensnared in profound sorrow. After a long moment, her gaze fell upon the room. The yellowing walls bore patches of peeling paint, and the furniture was starkly simplistic. She closed her eyes and opened them again, recalling that the machinery factory had shut down and the area had been razed to make way for opulent residences. Her eldest son's new home stood there, yet she found herself utterly homeless. Her name is Ming Yue. Born into poverty, she never had her fill since childhood. A child steeped in hardship, she struggled to survive until the age of 16, at which point she was exchanged for half a sack of dried sweet potatoes. She married into the equally impoverished Sun family, merely leaping from one pit of suffering to another. Through arduous toil, she served her in-laws in a large family of over 10 members who relied solely on their meager harvests, perpetually with mouths agape and hunger. The man, Sun Yutian, the second eldest son, was fortunate enough to secure a position in a factory as a worker. The second household began to receive grain rations, and diligent Ming Yue found temporary work in the factory cafeteria. Life in the countryside depended on scant yields, yet Ming Yue never uttered a complaint. With the addition of 2 more children, the family grew, and the remittances to the countryside never dwindled. Letters from her hometown invariably requested money. Today it was her younger brother seeking a bride, tomorrow her sister needing a dowry. Her nephew required funds for school, and the old house needed renovations, as he was the one enjoying the grain rations. With only 18 yuan for a family of 7, life was a constant struggle. Despite receiving rations, Ming Yue felt perpetually as hungry as in her childhood. Yet, such was the nature of the world, and she remained mute. She empathized with her husband, felt reluctant for her children, and every meal, she consumed the least, her face gaunt and yellowed from hunger. Among her sisters working in the cafeteria, Though they too supported their brothers in the countryside, none endured such hardship as she did. Gritting her teeth, she persevered through the years, and as the children grew, the factory's performance waned. Ming Yue vented her frustrations in curses, yet her husband rebuked her for her ingratitude, insisting that it was only right for his parents and brothers to help. In her anger, she still felt sorrow for her husband. The woman sought work sweeping the streets, striving to earn desperately. With a sick husband to care for, she had little energy left to tend to the children. As a consequence, the eldest son engaged in a brawl, resulting in injury and subsequent imprisonment. The younger son ventured into business, while both daughters married and relocated far away. Observing her children departing one by one, Ming Yue felt a mix of reluctance and understanding. Aware of her limited capabilities to assist them, she resigned herself to caring for her ailing husband. The old man, despite his back injury rendering him incapable of work, became increasingly irritable, subjecting her to years of abuse. It took over a decade of torment before he finally exhaled his last breath. When son Yutian passed away, only 2 of the 5 children attended his funeral, while the others offered various excuses for their absence. Free from burdens, she found solace in sweeping the streets to sustain herself. All desired a share of the compensation from the demolition, yet Ming Yue, steadfast in her traditional values, believed that the one who would care for her in old age should inherit the house. Ultimately, she decided to bestow the property upon her eldest child, whom she cherished the most. Upon witnessing their mother's decision, the other children turned against her and departed in anger. With the demolition compensation, the eldest son married and temporarily rented a home. Despite her advancing age, Ming Yue continued to diligently support her son and daughter-in-law, hoping fervently for a grandchild to arrive while her health still permitted her to assist them. 3 years passed without any news from her daughter-in-law, and a new apartment complex rose where the machinery factory once stood. The eldest son intended to use the savings she had accumulated from her street sweeping to renovate their new home. One day, taking advantage of her absence while she was out sweeping, he moved away without notice. Unaware of his new whereabouts, the elderly woman collapsed, only to be discovered later and taken to the hospital, where she was found to be gravely ill. With no money to her name, she was left with no choice but to implore others to contact her other children, yet none responded. Desperate and forsaken, she caught a glimpse of her younger son driving past. Wandering the streets in search of alms, she finally located her youngest son, only to be met with the disheartening news that he had bestowed all of the family's assets upon the eldest, leaving herself to be cared for by him. The elderly woman, having borne 5 children, found herself homeless, forced to seek refuge beneath a bridge. On New Year's Eve, amid a relentless snowfall, her heart felt colder than the wintry landscape. The chill beneath the bridge was unbearable as she leaned on her cane, following the faint echoes of memory towards her son's home. Ultimately, she was unable to cross the threshold, her frozen body concealed beneath the snow outside his door. As the narrative unfolded, Ming Yue frowned. Although her task was obligatory, she was disinclined to share the sorrow of the original character. Shaking her head vigorously, she attempted to discard the tumultuous emotions that plagued her, finally finding a sense of ease. As she sat up, a wave of dizziness washed over her, a remnant of the chronic hunger she had endured. Discarding the feelings of the original character, Ming Yue perceived the task's protagonist to be the ungrateful offspring of Ming Yue. It was indeed a formidable challenge to expect heartfelt apologies from children devoid of conscience for a homeless elderly woman in her 60s or 70s. However, Ming Yue had devised a plan. By casually retrieving treasures from her space to sell, she would amass wealth, compelling her children to kneel in apology. With her own strength, she believed the task would be effortlessly accomplished. Naturally, Ming Yue had calculated that upon satisfying the host's desires and obtaining the desired apologies, she would leave not a single penny for the ungrateful children, allowing them to witness their newfound fortune vanish before their eyes, a prospect that would surely delight the old woman.
Ding.
The system requested an upgrade from please apologize to me to please fulfill my wishes. What nonsense! Ming Yue couldn't help but scoff, hastily inquiring about the host's desires. The host wished to reshape her children's values and to find happiness in her twilight years. Ming Yue furrowed her brow, while she had no qualms about taking action. Educating children was not her forte. What constitutes a blissful old age? This body resembles that of one in their 30s or 40s. Are we to leave her here for decades? This task is utterly absurd. I lack the time. Let us select another. Fawn 2 paused momentarily and remarked, "Remain calm. The system can autonomously gauge the task's progress. Once it reaches 100, Ming Yue can withdraw at any moment, and the host will assume control of the body." Fong 2's voice carried a hint of turbulence, as the host felt incapable and was willing to sacrifice half of their soul power for your assistance. In truth, this task is not overly challenging. It merely requires a touch of thought. Ming Yue discerned an emotional undertone in Fong 2's voice, suspecting that this fellow had undergone an upgrade. With a cold smirk, Ming Yue mused that true filial piety often emerges from hardship. Since I have been summoned, let those ungrateful offspring submit to my tutelage. Fong 2's voice seemed to harbor a trace of amusement. Indeed, Sun Yutian has yet to be harmed. After a brief pause, he continued, "Of course, if Ming Yue could impart some guidance as well, perhaps the host would be even more gratified." Suddenly, Fong 2 appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Wait. Do not let it escalate to loss of life. I am well aware of the situation." Ming Yue huffed, "You may take your leave." Ming Yue scrutinized the original owner, noting her frail hands clad in a blue garment with conspicuous patches at the knees. This world is rife with malice. Ming Yue would not allow herself to be wronged. She resolved to indulge in a hearty meal within her space before proceeding. Yet, in the next instant, she erupted in fury. "Fong 2, get out here. Why can't I access my space?" Fong 2's voice bore a hint of flattery. "My lord, the system's upgrade necessitates some alterations to the rules, after all. Your points are insufficient to acquire a personal space, hence." The bright moon expressed her indignation, questioning the whereabouts of the stored provisions in the space, which had been hoarded away by another. Fong 2 suggested that although this world was barren, with the master's abilities, treasures could surely be amassed, for now. He proposed that she temporarily utilize this cubic meter of space. Frowning, Ming Yue suddenly felt that the loquacious Fong 2 was back in full force, becoming somewhat bothersome. Since she could not access the items in the space, she decided to gather whatever food was available in the household. With the memories of the original owner, she retrieved a half bag of white flour from the cabinet, prepared some noodles, and cracked 2 eggs, along with a slightly wilted vegetable. A half bowl of vegetable and egg noodles was placed on the table, the enticing aroma causing her stomach to rumble. Ming Yue swiftly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Having traversed several worlds and inherited the original owner's abilities, she could cook, but her culinary skills were far from exceptional. Yet, this body seemed to have been starved for ages. The ordinary noodles tasted like ambrosia. As she ate, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She gulped down the food, her long-suffering stomach burning like an insatiable abyss, eagerly accepting the noodles. With no oil to coat her insides, she devoured the entire bowl, leaving even the broth entirely consumed. Children are perpetually hungry. They would call out to her, lamenting their hunger. Ming Yue could not bear to see them suffer, borrowing grain from one household and another, always having to repay her debts. Reluctantly, she took on a more arduous role, a woman performing men's labor, working overtime just to settle the accounts. Ming Yue was not foolish enough to be so naive. She comfortably let out a burp. These ungrateful wretches, the food must be secured, and she would eat for herself. She opened the stove, boiled the last 2 eggs in the basket, and combined the remaining white flour with 2 large bowls of cornmeal, steaming about 10 cakes to store in the space. Ming Yue did not remove everything. After all, they were coarse grains, not particularly palatable. Ming Yue was awakened by the commotion, and upon opening her eyes, she found the original owner's 11-year-old son impatiently shaking her arm. "Mother, why are you still sleeping? Get up and cook. I'm nearly starving." The little radish heads below were equally restless, crying out in hunger. If change is to occur, it must be approached gradually. Ming Yue detected the cautious tone in his words and scoffed internally. Lifting her eyelids, she saw her husband, Sun Yutian, having removed his work clothes, plopping down onto a stool. "What are you sleeping for? Haven't you heard the children calling out for food? Hurry up and make something." Seeing this family of ingrates, Ming Yue couldn't help but smirk coldly. For the sake of points, she decided to endure for now. Imitating the original owner's tone, she replied, "I nearly fainted from hunger at work today and couldn't get up. You should cook for the children." She turned over and continued to sleep. Sun Yutian was taken aback by his wife's response. He intended to get angry, but seeing the children clamoring for food and his wife remaining motionless, he wondered if she was genuinely ill. "Daejiu is old enough. Take your sister and cook." Sun Daejiu, age 7, and her 5-year-old sister, Erniu, were both capable of helping. However, the original owner, feeling pity for her children's hunger, rarely allowed them to cook. Noticing their mother still lying still and their own stomachs growling, the two girls had no choice but to enter the kitchen. They boiled water and poured in the cornmeal paste, quickly preparing the meal. "Father, dinner is ready." The children rushed out, only to find there was only corn porridge and no cakes. "Where are the pickles? Why didn't you bring the pickles?" Sun Yutian observed the woman still asleep, her face turned away, and he turned to sit down for his meal. "Big girl, why aren't you making pancakes?" he asked. "Father, there's no flour left at home." The girl replied. "I want something solid to eat," exclaimed the 3-year-old Adong, dragging his nose as he shouted. Even in his patriotism and love for the people, he craved eggs, his cries resonating through the room. Sun Yutian considered himself a caring father and waved his hand, saying, "Big girl, fry me 2 eggs." The girl shrugged her shoulders. "Father, we have no eggs left." "What do we have then?" he inquired. "Only a bit of pickled vegetables. Just what's left at the bottom of the jar." Sun Yutian felt disheartened and resigned himself. "Fine, let's make do." With nothing available, the children's spirits were low. Yet their hunger was undeniable. They slurped up the entire pot of porridge, oblivious to whether their mother had eaten. "Big girl, wash the bowl." "Second girl, check on your mother. Why hasn't she gotten up yet?" Sun Yutian held a large teacup. The second girl came over and announced, "Mother's awake." Ming Yue sat up, noticing the little girl clad in patches, her face dirty, and felt no maternal affection, only annoyance. Frowning, she asked, "Have you all eaten?" "Mother, sister didn't make pancakes or fry any eggs. I'm still hungry." Ming Yue scoffed, "Everything has been stored away. You should just eat what you can." "Mother, I have something to say," Sun Yutian said, holding his large teacup as he sat across from her. Ming Yue shot him a glance. "Big girl, serve me a bowl of porridge." "Mother, it's all gone." Sun Yutian suddenly felt uncomfortable and exclaimed, "You little rascal, why didn't you save some for your mother?" The cold smile of Ming Yue cut through the tension. "Do not chastise the children. Were you not also pondering the same?" A group of thin, frail children approached, pleading, "Mother, I too wish for a little more." Observing their emaciated forms, Ming Yue remained unmoved, furrowing her brow. "What is there to eat? Just come and sit down. Sit properly. We are convening," she declared, striking the table with authority. Sun Yutian waved his hand dismissively. "They are merely children. There is no need for them to listen." Ming Yue had carefully considered the original owner's temperament and deemed it unwise to confront him outright. Yet, she understood that mere words would not suffice in educating the children. With a stern expression, she continued, "Do not presume I am unaware. I have received news from your hometown, and how much do you intend to send back? Her sarcastic tone ignited Sun Youtian's anger. What of it? They are my own parents. Is it wrong to send money home? Ming Yue retorted with a cold laugh. Let's not forget that my salary is also entangled in this matter. Sun Youtian's face darkened as he exclaimed, What do you mean by yours and mine? We are husband and wife. Do you not consider them your parents as well? Scoundrel. Ming Yue's face fell as she reined in her temper and inhaled deeply. You speak the truth. But I am not made of stone. Yet, where is the evidence of you sending money to my family? Sun Youtian felt that this woman had lost her senses. You are a married daughter. Your parents have your brothers to support them. They do not require your assistance. Ming Yue recognized this as a reflection of societal norms and pursed her lips, choosing silence. Sun Youtian noted her peculiar tone today, filled with sarcasm, which only fueled his irritation. If it comes to it, I shall borrow from our neighbors. After all, my wages will arrive next month. How do you expect me to let you go hungry?
He scoffed.
The bright moon was unperturbed by the prospect of hunger, chuckling nonchalantly. If you want to borrow, then borrow. But do you not intend to repay what you take? Next month, your family will have yet another excuse for money, and I shall see how you plan to repay. Sun Youtian slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, What kind of nonsense is this? What do you mean by your family and my family? My mother is ill. Can I simply stand by and do nothing? You all have seen it. The rice jar is nearly empty. This month, we must tighten our belts and go without. It was unprecedented for his mother to confront his father so stubbornly, leaving the children utterly stunned. Daniel, who had just prepared the meal, turned over the rice jar and, with wide eyes, said, Father, Mother is not lying. We only have enough rice for 2 or 3 meals. How can you, a wasteful daughter-in-law, manage a household? We've barely begun the month, and already we have consumed all the grain. Sun Youtian felt his authority being undermined. Ming Yue glared at him menacingly, inquiring, What? Do you suspect I have been secretly indulging? Observing his wife's gaunt visage, Sun Youtian felt a pang of guilt. That is not what I meant. This is an exceptional circumstance. With my mother gravely ill and in need of funds, I cannot simply look away. This month we will manage. And next month things will ease. Looking at the equally emaciated faces of his children, Sun Youtian, for once, exhibited a tender paternal instinct. When I receive my wages next month, I shall buy you sweets. Oh, Father, you are wonderful. I want candy. We will have sweets. The younger ones were filled with excitement. Ming Yue scoffed coldly, realizing that they were nothing more than ungrateful wretches, their own mother struggling to provide for them. Yet the empty promises of their father held more weight. Fong Tu, asked the original owner, Is it truly impossible to deal with these scoundrels? Ming Yue gritted her teeth inwardly. Fong Tu hurriedly responded, Mistress, it is wholly unnecessary to concern yourself with such trifling individuals. It would be beneath your dignity. The bright moon could only wear a stern expression and declare, Let us get a divorce. Sun Youtian thought he had misheard. What? You wish to divorce me? His eyes widened in disbelief, while the children wondered if their mother had lost her senses. Indeed, what is the point of living with such a coward? I can hardly fill my stomach. I am capable of working and earning a living. A divorce would at least allow me to put food on the table. Preposterous. Sun Youtian shouted in fury, slamming the table with a resounding bang. Undeterred, Ming Yue returned the gesture, her palm striking the solid wood with such force that it threatened to splinter. Fong Tu quickly interjected, I have already consulted the host. She is unwilling to divorce. As divorce is looked down upon in this era. Very well. If divorce is out of the question, and I cannot resort to violence, then injury will suffice. It matters not. Ming Yue continued, I refuse to endure this life of humiliation any longer. Please allow me to finish. Seeing Sun Youtian prepare to shout again, Ming Yue remained composed. He panted heavily, glaring at her with fierce eyes. Speak. I am eager to hear what you have to say. Ming Yue devised a clever tactic, addressing the children. Look at your father. He earns a mere 32 yuan a month, sending 30 back home, which leaves him with only 2 yuan for himself. I earn 16 yuan, now. Calculate who truly supports this family. The children exchanged glances. The older ones, now in elementary school and capable of arithmetic, quickly grasped the situation. 11-year-old Sun Aigua regarded his father with a perplexed stare, provoking Sun Youtian's anger further. He slammed the table again, barking, "What are you staring at? The couple earned money together. Why should there be a division between yours and mine?" Ming Yue adopted the tone of the original owner, remarking that even 2 coins were insufficient to satisfy her hunger. You consume my share. How can you dare to slam the table and challenge me? Sun Youtian, his anger reaching a boiling point, found himself at a loss against his wife's scornful gaze. Fine, say what you will. He conceded. Humph. Ming Yue scoffed derisively, considering the original owner a fool, laboring tirelessly throughout life without reaping any rewards. Children, would you prefer to tighten your belts and go hungry? She questioned with a mischievous smile. Absolutely not. Sun Aimin was the first to leap up. I'm starving. I want to eat. The other children chimed in with complaints. Father, can't you save a little? We need to survive, too. Silence. While he could not reprimand his wife, the children were fair game for his ire. Sun Youtian's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Your grandmother is waiting for money to save her life. Are you ungrateful wretches really willing to let her perish without assistance? Though the children were young, the fear of being labeled unfilial silenced them. Ming Yue curled her lips in disdain, noting how these ungrateful wretches suddenly displayed filial piety, despite their past treatment of their own mother. If you wish to go hungry, I do not. We have 2 choices. Listen closely. Sun Youtian, irritated, acknowledged the family's dire situation, recognizing that even borrowing grain was a challenge. All right, go on. Ming Yue's tone turned cold. Divorce. The son will remain with you, while I will raise the daughter. We shall lead our separate lives. You can send me money every month, and I shall no longer concern myself with it. Absolutely not. Sun Youtian immediately rejected the notion. With so many children already born, he could never bring himself to engage in such a humiliating act as divorce. The children grew anxious, pleading, Mother, you cannot abandon us. Though their mother was slender, her appearance was not lacking, and with a job that provided income, she could still marry while caring for her 2 younger sisters. With their parents divorced, they would inevitably have a stepfather and a stepmother, which would make their lives difficult. The eldest brother spoke up, and the other children echoed, Mother, I don't want you to leave. Be quiet. Ming Yue slammed her hand on the table, splintering it into pieces. She had never exhibited such assertiveness before. Sun Youtian was both astonished and furious, thinking, this spendthrift woman will expect me to fix the table she broke. The children were taken aback, falling silent, relieved that no one suspected, for in this era, women were also considered laborers and possessed considerable strength. Ming Yue surveyed the room filled with her children. If the first option was unacceptable, she would pursue the second. Sun Aigua was the first to disagree, asserting that they were living comfortably in the city. Although he disliked studying, he enjoyed playing with classmates at school. Why should I be denied an education? Ming Yue replied with a smile, It's not that I wish to keep you from school. It's simply that we cannot afford it. We cannot let you all go to school and starve the family, can we? With a cold laugh, she added, What difference does it make if I miss a day of work? The money will not reach me anyway. This statement left Sun Youtian speechless. The children exchanged glances, noting their mother's indifference. The older siblings typically managed things themselves, while the youngest, Sun Adong, was merely 3 years old and the darling of the family. Usually indulged by their mother, he felt neglected today, unable to comprehend the situation, and let out a wail. Sun Youtian wanted to urge his wife to comfort the child, but she remained unmoved by the crying, merely gesturing, "Big girl, take your brother to bed." In the children's room, there were 2 beds. 3 boys shared one, while 2 girls occupied the other. As everyone settled into bed, rest eluded them for the moment. The young girl, feeling anxious at the age of 7, recalled the difficult lives of her 2 elder sisters at her uncle's home, where they endured poor meals and scant clothing, burdened by endless chores. Embracing her younger sister, she offered comfort, as if reassuring herself, believing that their mother might be merely frightening their father to prevent him from sending all their money, for she surely cherished them dearly. Separated by a curtain, the brothers in the adjacent bed overheard their conversation, and the eldest, son Igua, felt discontented. Their father, having sent all the money home, was the reason for their mother's ire. He remembered only their grandmother's illness, neglecting the fact that they were still hungry. The second brother, son nudged his younger sibling further into the blankets and sighed, lamenting that their mother, who worked in the cafeteria, was unlike Juzi's mother, who occasionally pilfered treats for her children. Son Igua scoffed, remarking that their mother could not be compared to others. They were mere temporary workers from the countryside, while others held formal positions in the city. If their mother were caught stealing, she would undoubtedly be dismissed, plunging their family into dire straits. Yet, before they could find comfort, Ming Yue tossed in her sleep, inadvertently kicking son Yutian off the bed. Frustrated, he seethed, having been cast out repeatedly by his wife. Had it not been for her snores, he might have suspected it was intentional. Fortunately, the night was not cold, and he resolved to endure the discomfort on a bench for the night. Ming Yue dreamt peacefully, and as dawn broke, her body instinctively awakened. The original inhabitant of this body had worked as a temporary employee in the cafeteria of a machinery factory, rising at the crack of dawn to prepare meals for the children before hastily departing for work. However, upon waking, Ming Yue had no intention of cooking for this ungrateful brood. She simply shrugged and walked away. The corridor of the family building was dimly lit, and she skillfully navigated her way down the stairs, weaving past the belongings of various households. The night outside was shrouded in darkness, with only distant streetlights twinkling like stars. Ming Yue rubbed her hands together and made her way towards the cafeteria, the surroundings devoid of any presence. From the depths of her space, she retrieved a warm egg, for the food stored there remained fresh, albeit with a somewhat dubious reliability. During the 10-minute walk to the cafeteria, she consumed 2 eggs and nibbled on a flatbread. As she strained her neck to swallow the bread, she regretted not having a cup of hot water to ease the process. Discarding the eggshell into a pile of grass by the roadside, she wiped her mouth clean before adjusting her attire, mimicking the demeanor of the original owner, and stepped through the back door of the cafeteria. Other temporary workers arrived in succession, and upon seeing her, they greeted her warmly. "Xiao Wu, how is your health?" The camaraderie among colleagues felt more genuine than that of ungrateful relatives at home. Upon reaching her usual work area, Ming Yue smiled and said, "Sister Bao, I took the afternoon off yesterday. You must have had a tough time alone." Sister Bao was a woman in her 50s, and like everyone else in this era, she was quite slender. Her laughter was accompanied by lines at the corners of her eyes. "Look at you. Weren't you ill? Are you feeling better now?" Sister Bao observed her with a hint of compassion, sighing, You cannot sacrifice everything for your children. You must take care of yourself too. What will happen to the children if you fall ill?" Ming Yue nodded in agreement. "Yes, sister. I've come to understand." At that moment, Sister Zhang, who was washing vegetables nearby, chimed in. "I heard there's news from your hometown. It wouldn't be another request for money, would it?" Everyone in the factory was familiar with each other's family troubles. "What?" Sister Bao exclaimed. "Are they not doing well? Your husband, Lao Sun, is quite irresponsible, especially with a whole brood of children to care for." Zhang Deseo nodded, exclaiming, "Indeed, sister. You must not acquiesce." Ming Yue offered a wry smile. "It is not my desire to comply. However, Old Sun burdens me with the unfilial label, insisting that as his own mother, she cannot be allowed to perish without assistance. Zhang Deseo scoffed. You two are quite foolish. Throughout the year, you have sent a considerable sum to the countryside. I refuse to believe you cannot spare some funds for the old lady's medical care. Indeed, the circumstances of several temporary workers are quite similar. Others send meager amounts of 5 or 10 yuan back home, unlike your extravagant contributions. Though rural life is arduous, there is land to cultivate, and the annual harvest far surpasses city living, as at least it fills the belly. That's right, just recently. Our hometown sent over half a bag of dried sweet potatoes and pickled vegetables. While it may not hold great value, it is the thought that counts. Brothers ought to support one another, but there must be reciprocity. Listening to her colleagues voice their grievances on her behalf, Ming Yue feigned innocence, stating, I am quite powerless. Yet Old Sun insists on sending money, threatening me with reprimands if I object. Her colleagues, while sympathetic, understood that every household has its own burdens and refrained from further comment. At that moment, a few permanent workers from the canteen arrived, bringing a hush over the group. The machinery factory employs nearly 1,000 workers, and the canteen duties are no less demanding. Ming Yue had not paused for a moment throughout the morning. This was her first experience in such a role, and she found it quite refreshing, feeling invigorated by the labor. The head chef laid out the freshly steamed buns, while several temporary workers were tasked with transferring them into baskets to be delivered to the service window. The permanent workers handled the meal sales, enjoying the easiest work with wages surpassing theirs by 7 or 8 yuan. Yet, the temporary workers dared not voice their discontent. Ming Yue effortlessly lifted a large basket and delivered it to the second window, while the full-time worker responsible for selling food showed no inclination to assist. It was perhaps for the best that they did not come to help. Ming Yue feigned a moment of rest, stealthily slipping 7 or 8 dumplings into her space, before finally placing the basket at the window. This era was unlike the modern day, where surveillance cameras were ubiquitous on every street. The original owner was rather naive, who among the workers in the cafeteria did not secretly take home a few items. After breakfast was sold out, the temporary workers could not afford to relax. They began washing and tidying up again. Just as they finally caught their breath, the delivery of vegetables arrived, marking the commencement of the second round of labor. At noon, the cafeteria served steamed rice accompanied by various stir-fried dishes, predominantly vegetarian, with only 2 meat dishes available each day, as few could afford them, resulting in scant portions. This time, Ming Yue refrained from taking anything. If there were leftovers, she would occasionally allow the temporary workers to purchase some. The children of the Sun family awoke to find the kitchen cold and uninviting, realizing that their mother had gone to work without leaving any food. Having consumed only a bowl of porridge the night before, their bladders had since emptied, and now their stomachs protested in rebellion. They sought out Sun Yutian, who was equally famished. Upon hearing that his wife had not prepared any meals, he was filled with frustration. Awaiting his shift, he could only instruct the girl to boil a pot of noodles. Everyone hurriedly grabbed their share and dashed out the door. Students headed to school, while workers made their way to their jobs. In this era, every household was impoverished, barely able to scrape together even a sunflower seed. Sun Imin assigned his younger sister to cook, but the cornmeal at home had already run out after 2 meals. There were still over 2 pounds of sorghum grain in the rice jar, but the eldest sister dared not touch it. Brother, this is all that's left. Sun Igwa pulled the rice jar over to inspect its contents, disregarding any hesitation. Never mind, let's steam some rice. I'm on the verge of starvation. Mother, this is all we have left, sorghum. The bright moon cast a glance, and everything was steamed. The young girl exclaimed in urgency. What shall we eat tonight, if everything is gone? If there is food, just eat it. Why fuss over the details? The moon, indifferent, shooed the children away. She went to the kitchen and steamed several pounds of rice, then ventured into the vegetable garden to gather all the ripe produce. returning with a flurry of sounds. The children perked up at the noises coming from the kitchen, eagerly peering through the door. Oh, the dishes mother is preparing today smell delightful. The moon chuckled to herself while cooking. Of course, it smells good. The previous owner was too frugal to use enough oil. I, however, do not concern myself with such trivialities. As the saying goes, a little oil does not ruin a dish. Even the simplest vegetables taste exquisite when generously seasoned with oil. She prepared a refreshing cucumber salad and a large plate of sautéed greens. Having toiled physically, the children were already famished. Wash your hands, it's time to eat. The moon, mindful of the previous owner's character, refrained from indulging alone and called out. The children raced to wash their hands and eagerly took their seats at the table. 2 dishes were placed before them, and the children gazed with longing. Cucumber salad adorned with chopped chili that looked tempting, and a large plate of greens glistening with oil that made mouths water. Sun Yutian also noticed the sheen of oil. Indeed, it was quite appealing. This woman was quite daring, willing to use so much oil. Yet, he kept these thoughts to himself. Who wouldn't he want to enjoy good food? The moon brought out a large bowl of rice, packing it high until it overflowed, and placed it in front of herself. Sun Yutian and the children were taken aback. Typically, the first bowl was reserved for the father. Had she forgotten today? The diligent young girl chimed in, "Mother, I'll pass it to father. Leave it there. This is mine." The moon replied with a stern expression. The young girl recoiled in fright, while Ming Yue yearned to devour the entire pot of rice. Considering the original owner's intent to educate the children, she suppressed her desire. She ladled a second bowl, equally full, and placed it before her eldest son, Sun Igua, who, filled with joy, was about to dig in. Ming Yue shot him a cold glance. "Wait.
We shall eat together."
Methodically, she served each child a generous bowl of rice, ensuring that even the 3-year-old Adong received a full portion. Sun Yutian's expression darkened significantly, though he remained silent. Eventually, only the remnants at the bottom of the pot were left, which Ming Yue nudged towards Sun Yutian, urging him to eat swiftly. Ming Yue picked up her rice and deftly selected several chopsticks of side dishes, her meal towering high, yet miraculously, nothing tumbled down. "All right, let us eat." The children could hardly contain themselves, devouring their meals with fervor. The stir-fried greens were fragrant, while the cold cucumber salad was crisp, spicy, and aromatic. Everyone was sweating from the effort, yet none slowed their pace. Sun Yutian gritted his teeth as he scraped the last half-bowl of rice from the pot. He was tempted to create a scene, but the words of his wife from the previous day echoed in his mind. Famished, he accelerated his eating, knowing that if he didn't hurry, the little ones would snatch away the remaining dishes. Indeed, mealtime felt like a competition. If one didn't seize their share, it would vanish. Ming Yue had indulged in exquisite delicacies before, and thus, she found no allure in the coarse, unrefined fare devoid of flavor. Yet she could not allow this pack of ingrates to benefit at her expense. Eating leisurely, she regarded the meal with disdain, yet for the original owner's body, it was a rare treat. By the time she finished, the others had already licked their bowls clean. Sun Yutian merely managed to scrape the bottom, and soon, the rice was gone. After consuming several large bowls, they were merely half-satiated. Their stomachs seemed like bottomless pits, capable of accommodating any amount of food. Only the smallest child, Ai Dang, clings to his bowl of rice, striving to indulge in the meal. Though his appetite is modest, having consumed half, he still refuses to let go, desperately shoveling rice into his mouth.
"Stop eating.
You're too small to handle so much," Ming Yue exclaims, snatching the bowl away. Ai Dang pouts, on the verge of tears. Yet with a full belly, he can only sulk, "Save it for me, I'll eat it next time." His words are not yet coherent, only concerned with guarding his food. Ming Yue scoffs, mixing the leftover broth into the rice. "Mother, I'm still hungry. Give me more."
Igua.
Relying on his status as the eldest and a boy, asserts himself. I'm not full either. Let us share. Sun Yutian interjects. I'm even hungrier. Let me have it. Ming Yue divides the food between the two girls. You both eat. Mother. That's mine. Ai Dang pouts again, teetering on tears. Meanwhile, Sun Yutian, enraged, snaps. You two girls eat so much and still want more, while your brother is left starving. Ming Yue ignores him, pouring herself a glass of water, retreating into the house to sip leisurely on a bench. The two girls, taken aback, diligently clean their bowls, slurping up every last morsel. The eldest quickly washes her bowl. Sun Yutian storms into the house. What exactly are you trying to do, mother? Ming Yue glances at him. I'm doing nothing. I earn money. Isn't it reasonable to have a hearty meal? With a cold gaze, she adds, having a full lunch doesn't guarantee dinner yet. Sun Yutian, frustrated, retorts. You know there's no rice left at home, yet you prepare so much. The bright moon cast a cold smile. I have no intention of enduring this any longer. After all, the money I earn belongs to others. It would be far better to consume it early and rest assured. What nonsense are you spouting? Are we not in a peculiar situation? I have explained so much to you, yet you remain relentless. Sun Yutian believed he was sufficiently calm. He finished a glass of water, turned, and headed out to the cafeteria for work. The afternoon was as chaotic and burdensome as ever. However, Ming Yue's spirits were high as she occasionally slipped a few items into her space. Sister Bao, working alongside her, inquired, Sister, are you in a particularly good mood? Sister Zhang leaned in. You can't possibly be serious. Your youngest is only 3. Have you lost your senses? That child is a part of you. How can you bear to let anyone mistreat them? The others murmured in agreement. He fancied himself a good husband, earning money to be controlled by his wife, abstaining from smoking, drinking, or squandering money. What more could his nagging wife want? He had just received his paycheck, which he had yet to send home, securely tucked away. Tightening his belt, he filled his stomach with water, relying on it for several meals as he engaged in labor-intensive work, feeling slightly faint. The rice jar at home was empty. There could be no dinner, and he had little heart left for work. After a long day, he trudged home with heavy steps, only to be met by the eager gazes of his children. Daddy, what's for dinner tonight? Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about all day. Just then, his stomach grumbled in agreement. Never mind. I'll borrow some from next door. With a frown, he managed to borrow 10 pounds of cornmeal from the neighbors. Big girl, make sure to cook sparingly. The big girl went to the kitchen, and the eldest, Aigua, followed her in, saying, Big girl, let me help you. The young girl was taken aback, saying no need. Brother, the corn porridge is ready swiftly. However, Aigua had already taken charge, vigorously scooping 2 bowls of cornmeal. Eating porridge daily simply did not satiate one's hunger. Go to the garden and pick a pumpkin. Tonight we shall steam pumpkin pancakes. Brother, must it truly be so? The girl exclaimed in surprise. Aigua menacingly added another scoop of flour, affirming, Indeed. Mother is generous now, having prepared a large pot of rice for lunch. Humph. Father received his salary and is reluctant to share even 48 yuan for our meals. We shall learn from Mother. The finest sustenance must nourish our own bellies first. With the support of her brother, the girl hesitated no longer. Seizing the opportunity before dusk, she dashed to the backyard, where she found a pumpkin weighing 7 or 8 pounds beneath the vines. As the pumpkin steamed, Aigua skillfully mixed the cornmeal for the first time, displaying remarkable finesse. The girls stood nearby, offering guidance, and together the siblings swiftly shaped the pancakes to place beside the pot. The kitchen filled with the distinctive aroma of pumpkin, causing the younger siblings to drool in anticipation at the doorway. When Ming Yue returned home and caught a whiff of the delightful pumpkin pancakes, a smirk curled at the corners of her mouth. It seemed someone had heeded her words from yesterday and made a change. Simultaneously, A notification chimed in her mind. Master. Task progress at 5. On her way home, Ming Yue nibbled on a few vegetable buns before stepping through the door. She had intended to skip dinner that night, for she was not hungry, and the ravenous wolves of her family were of no concern to her. To her surprise, having neglected them, these rascals had managed to secure their own meal. Sister found a pumpkin in the backyard. Tonight we shall have steamed pumpkin pancakes. But where did the cornmeal come from? Did your father buy it? My father borrowed 10 pounds from the neighbor. Ming Yue smiled coldly, already anticipating this, and after washing her hands, she seated herself at the table, awaiting the meal. Surprised, she recalled that in the original memories, the 3 sons had never set foot in the kitchen. Did you cook? Aigua, feeling slightly guilty, replied, I just lent a hand. He had been bold while ladling the noodles, but now that the rice was ready, he feared reprimand from their parents. Ming Yue understood that this was the crux of the matter. With a smile, she reassured herself that there would be enough to satisfy everyone, so there was no cause for concern. Seeing that their mother did not scold him, Sun Aigua felt a surge of joy and called his siblings to prepare for dinner. Sun Yu Tian, feeling famished, got up from his bed upon hearing the call to eat and took his place at the table. The aroma of pumpkin wafted through the air. Where had the pumpkin come from? Nyo quickly fetched bowls and chopsticks for her father, exclaiming, It's from the pumpkin vines that eldest sister found in the backyard. Nyo entered, carrying a large porcelain basin filled to the brim with braised pumpkin. Unlike Ming Yue, this girl was frugal with oil, yet the pumpkin was delicious even with little added fat. Nyo then brought out half a basket of corn pancakes. Sun Yutian cast a glance and wondered why they made so much, thinking they should be more conservative with their portions. Nyo's little face twitched, too timid to protest. Ming Yue chuckled inwardly, thinking, what a surplus. Don't you see how few of us there are? Just sit down and eat. Without hesitation, she seized a pancake and began to eat with her chopsticks. The children observed that their mother seemed indifferent to them, assuming her anger had not yet subsided. Nyo eagerly offered a pancake to Sun Yutian, and only then did the brothers each take one and start eating. With corn pancakes and pumpkin, everyone savored the meal joyfully. Ming Yue devoured 4 pancakes in one go, and seeing their mother eat heartily, the children also dug in with enthusiasm, abandoning any pretense of restraint. Sun Yutian was ravenously hungry, and his family descended upon the food like famished wolves. In no time, the pancakes were devoured, and not a drop of the pumpkin soup remained. After several satisfactory meals, Sun Yutian filled a large vat with tea and, with a full belly, exclaimed, Ah, this is truly the life of a human being. The children wore expressions of contentment. Ming Yue, however, remained impassive, declaring that from now on, the cooking would be entrusted to the older children. The eldest daughter, being a girl, had no objections, but Sun Aigua contemplated arguing against this decision. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed it preferable to cook himself. After all, if he prepared the meals, he could ensure there would be enough to eat. As for whether there was any grain left in the house, that was of no concern to him. The youngest, Dong, noticed that his mother had been neglecting him lately. Pouting, he announced, Mother, I received a little red flower today. He proudly presented the paper flower to Ming Yue, who remained unmoved by the child's eager smile. This boy, when grown, would likely disregard his mother's well-being entirely. The original owner had perished from the cold at his doorstep. Turning to the older children, she inquired, Have your exams concluded? The eldest, Sun Aigua, admitted to barely passing Chinese, while his math score lingered in the 30s, his head bowed in silence. The second child fared somewhat better, achieving above 80 in both subjects, and he boasted, Mother, I scored over 80 in both. The eldest daughter, recently in 1st grade, timidly chimed in, Mother, I scored over 60. If it comes to that, I shall go myself. Sun Yutian lamented, reluctant to part with the bus fare. The younger ones were one thing, but the older ones required half fare. Mother, I do not wish to go. protested the eldest, with the others echoing their discontent. Mother, I cannot bear to leave you. With food scarce, the thought of attending school seemed utterly pointless. I cannot accept this. I wish to attend school. My younger brother is quite fond of studying, and my commendable grades have garnered praise from our teachers. Why should I be denied the opportunity to pursue my education? Just because your father has squandered all our household funds in the countryside, what means do you have to support my schooling? Ming Yue scoffed. My brother gets married, his children, builds houses, and my nephew requires funds for his education. Do you think I am a money-printing machine? Sun Yutian sensed that his wife was either experiencing a fit of rage or had overindulged at dinner and was now at a loss. He grumbled. Every family is in a similar plight. Once one earns money in the city, it is natural to support family members. Sun Yutian felt a pang of frustration. Alas, why must we circle back to this point? Is this not a special circumstance, given that our mother is ill? Ming Yue noticed a few older children looking contemplatively. Well then, let us wash up and retire for the night. The youngest, Adong, wiped his tears and cried, Does mother not want me anymore? I want to sleep with you. He was still small and had always slept beside his mother. Last night, Ming Yue had been upset and did not rise. So Sun Yutian had asked the older siblings to take care of him. Seeing Adong lean against her leg, Ming Yue stood up and gently pushed him away. Go find your brother. The older ones will look after the younger ones. The siblings, separated by a curtain, resumed their chatter. Mother wouldn't he truly abandon us to the countryside, would she? The eldest sibling hesitated, lacking confidence, and said, She probably wouldn't he. After all, we are her children. Perhaps she is simply angered by father. Indeed, which month in the countryside is free of expenses? It seems as though our family's money is conjured from thin air. Just look at my shoes. They are in tatters. Nyo also felt wronged. Mother said she would use the ration coupons to make me a new coat. Yet I have never worn new clothes, always wearing my sister's hand-me-downs, and now those are gone too. However, I have no desire to dwell in the countryside, for my grandmother is quite formidable. Nyo appears quite pitiful. Nyo embraces her, assuring her that everything will be fine. They will stay close to mother. And when the time comes, they shall catch up, for mother would never abandon them. The siblings concurred, affirming that they would indeed follow mother. The next day, the family dined on corn porridge. Sun Yutian had no inclination to borrow anything, as Ming Yue's space was well stocked, leaving her entirely untroubled by hunger. As for that pack of ingrates, who has the time to concern themselves with them? Mother declared she would no longer exert herself, and the eldest, Sun Igua, refused to feel aggrieved. Although they subsisted solely on corn porridge thrice daily, it was quite hearty. In any case, within a day, they had nearly consumed the entirety of the 10 pounds of corn flour. As they prepared to depart, Ming Yue extended her hand, requesting that he give her the money. Sun Yutian clutched his pocket, stating it was reserved for mother's medical expenses. Ming Yue scoffed, insisting that it would be just as safe in her possession, assuring him that she would indeed provide for mother's treatment. The wife's smile had faded, yet her tone remained relatively calm. After some contemplation, Sun Yutian retrieved a tattered handkerchief from his breast pocket and handed her the money, retaining $1 for the bus fare. The remainder must not be squandered. Ming Yue separately extracted $8, carefully stowing the rest in her pocket, which was actually concealed within her space. Yesterday, she had rummaged through the former owner's belongings, finding $2, a fabric coupon, and a meat coupon, all of which she had secured in her space. How is it that you, my dear wife, have managed to set aside $8? $1 suffices for the bus fare. Silence. Ming Yue retorted with a cold snort. Have you gathered all our belongings? With a cheerful demeanor, she resolved that they would at least stay in the countryside for a summer, and she would don this attire without a change of clothes. You wretched woman, spouting nonsense and leading the children astray. Sun Yutian exclaimed, filled with indignation. Have I erred? In the countryside, there is grain. Yet our family is soon to be bereft. What shall we do if we do not eat? Ming Yue smiled, her words laced with a biting humor that could incite ire. Sun Yutian contemplated his 5 children, realizing that in less than 2 days, they had nearly consumed 10 pounds of cornmeal, and his heart ached at the thought. Noticing his silence, Ming Yue surmised his thoughts and let out a cold laugh. The children's eyes lit up at the mention of eggs, for they were not accustomed to such luxuries in the city. Ming Yue, with a cheerful demeanor, continued to weave her enticing visions, asserting, "Indeed, not only the youngest must have an egg, each of you shall enjoy one daily." Sun Yutian merely scoffed. Knowing full well his stubborn nature would never allow for such indulgences, the eggs at home were a precious commodity, saved for barter. Sun Igua promptly interjected. "Grandma's eggs are meant to be saved for oil and salt. Surely she wouldn't part with them for us." Ming Yue retorted, "Why must they be withheld? We send home dozens of dollars each month. If your grandmother refuses to share, just say that your parents have provided the funds. $30 would suffice for each of you to have an egg every day." The children's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh dear, you foolish woman. Those fabric coupons are meant for your sister's suitor's attire." One of them exclaimed, "If your sister is to have a dress for her courting, must my daughter go without?" Ming Yue countered sharply. Tears welled in the eyes of the 2 girls. "Mother is the best. Hurry and prepare our clothes." Sun Yutian grumbled. Ming Yue laughed. "Clothes may be set aside, but we cannot skimp on sustenance. The children must eat their fill. They must not grow thin over these next 2 months." Sun Yutian remained silent as the family exited the factory gates, making their way to the bus station. Passing by a small shop, Ming Yue ventured inside, followed closely by Lao Er as their mother wished to purchase some items. "I shall carry them for you," she exclaimed. Sun Yutian stamped his foot in frustration. "You foolish woman, we'll miss the bus. What are you buying? Such a waste of money," he muttered under his breath. The family boarded the vehicle, swaying for nearly 3 hours before arriving at the county. Upon disembarking, they transferred to another bus heading to the countryside. Observing the children voraciously devouring their food, Sun Yutian felt hunger pangs himself. Having only consumed a bowl of noodle porridge that morning, he had long since depleted his energy. As he watched his wife devour a second piece, impatience welled within him. "What about me? I want a piece too. Wasn't that meant for your mother? A single bite less 1 tea leave you starving," Ming Yue retorted, wrapping up the leftover pastries. After a hearty portion of over half a jean of the coarse cake, it would have to suffice. The automobile journeyed for more than 2 hours, finally arriving at a dilapidated village government office. By this time, dusk was approaching as the family, dusty and weary, alighted and made their way towards the newly built 5-room tile-roofed house in the village. Sun Yutian busily greeted Uncle. "You seem busy." Sun Posey, who was waiting at the doorstep, had long harbored a grudge against the former matriarch. Straightening up at his words, she chuckled. "Oh, where did you hear such nonsense? Your mother is as lively as ever. I haven't heard of her being ill." Sun Yutian was taken aback, while Ming Yue exaggerated. "Impossible. We just received word that mother is gravely ill and needs money for the hospital." Could it be false? Who concocted such a lie to deceive us? It frightened our little brother, prompting the entire family to come. The old woman laughed, and other neighbors, intrigued by the commotion, peered out. "You've been misled. Your mother is in fine spirits. I just saw her weeding in the vegetable patch. It seems implausible, yet I have brought the letter, stating that mother is gravely ill and urgently in need of money. My second brother has contributed his entire salary for this month." The Sun family home is a refurbished grand house with 5 tiled rooms, complete with a tidy pigsty and chicken coop. There are also 2 additional rooms. At this moment, I hear the sound of the front gate, and someone emerges from the main house. It is the original owner's younger sister-in-law, dressed in a lovely floral fabric. far surpassing my own drab attire. Not to mention her 2 daughters, who are dressed even less elegantly. One might mistake Sun Xiaomei for a city girl, while the 2 little ones appear as rustic country lasses. Oh, it's Xiaomei. Just look at that beautiful outfit. We don't even have such things in the city, Ming Yue said with a beaming smile. The 2 young girls have long been fixated on their aunt's garments, unable to tear their gaze away. This attire must certainly have been earned by their parents, which stirs a bit of resentment. Sun Yutian, concerned, inquires sister. Where is mother?
Ah.
She's not in the house? Oh, perhaps she has gone to the back to tend to the private plot? Oh, dear. They say mother is gravely ill and unable to rise from her bed. How could she be out working? You truly are lacking in filial piety, Ming Yue exaggeratedly remarked. Just then, a thin woman enters through the gate. This is the original owner's elder sister-in-law, Zhang Lan. 10 years older than Wu Ming Yue. She possesses a gaunt face and legs as slender as bamboo poles, yet her countenance is astute. Zhang Lan's smile falters as she quickly adds, previously mother was quite ill, unable to rise from the Kong, which nearly drove us to despair. We were preparing to send her to a hospital in the city, but with not a penny to spare at home, we had no choice but to send the 3rd brother to deliver the message to you. Ming Yue listened with a cheerful demeanor as she continued speaking, while Sun Yutian grew anxious. We cannot afford to delay. Can we not borrow some money? Mother's illness cannot wait. The bright moon curled her lips and remarked, do listen to my elder sister as she speaks. Mother is able to work in the fields again, so it cannot be a serious ailment. Sun Yutian fell silent, while Zhang Lan chuckled. Mother is indeed better now. But when she was ill, it was quite alarming. Sun Yutian furrowed his brow, pondering how, at her advanced age, she could endure such exertion. Why must she be made to toil in the fields? He thought. Zhang Lan hastily interjected, this cannot be blamed on me. It is mother who cannot remain idle. Insisting, she must inspect her own plot. The bright moon scoffed. In the end, what illness has she truly suffered that she hasn't consulted Dr. Ma at the village's edge? Zhang Lan grimaced. He has examined her and declared it an old ailment. When it flares up, it is indeed frightening. A little rest and some sweetened water will suffice. Sun Yutian, being a dutiful son, insisted that since Dr. Ma had not identified the ailment, merely resting was insufficient. No, we must take mother to the city for a thorough examination by a proper doctor. Zhang Lan dismissed the notion with a pout. Ah, the 2nd son indeed possesses filial piety. If you are so concerned, take mother for a checkup. Her words implied that mother did not belong solely to their family, suggesting that the elder branch should be more attentive to her needs. The bright moon laughed coldly. Zhang Lan, feeling indignant, retorted, we are all merely country folk. What right has the 2nd son's family to consider themselves city dwellers? With a sarcastic tone, she continued, we cannot be compared to you. Living in the city now with monthly income is far superior to scraping by in the countryside. Moreover, while we attend to the elderly at home, we may not receive accolades, but our labor is no less significant. Sun Yutian, eager to see his mother, chose not to engage in further argument. Very well, I shall go to the plot and find mother. He turned and exited. The bright moon gazed around the courtyard, noting the 3 main rooms of the house, along with 3 rooms each in the east and west wings. In the courtyard, a lively commotion ensued, from which emerged a charming young bride, Li Xiaoya, the wife of Sun Youtian's 3rd brother. Upon noticing a bevy of children, she furrowed her brow and called out to the interior, Iwen, Iwu, come out quickly, grandma is waiting. 2 identical plump boys, the 5-year-old twins of the 3rd household, emerged from within. In this era, whether in the city or the countryside, life was arduous, and few families could afford to raise such chubby children. The twins dashed to their mother, exclaiming, Mom, Grandma is making chicken soup. I want a drumstick. The other, equally eager, chimed in, I want a drumstick too. Li Xiaoya gently patted the heads of the two boys, assuring them, you can both have some. Hearing of the delectable chicken legs, the original owner's children swallowed hard. With the youngest, Ai Dang, just 3 years old, sucking on his fingers and mumbling, Mom, I want to eat a drumstick too. The main house consisted of 3 rooms. Sun Laozhen and Jiang Huamei occupied the eastern room, while their eldest daughter, Sun Xiaomei, resided in the western room. The eastern wing was home to the eldest family, while the third family occupied the western wing. The second family, before moving to the city, had lived opposite the eldest family. When the machinery factory recruited workers, Sun Yutian's family moved into the city, and their room was subsequently taken over by the eldest family. Ming Yue scoffed, what's there to arrange? Just like previous years, Xiaomei's room will suffice. Sun Xiaomei, who had remained silent until now, interjected, casting a disdainful glance at her nephews and nieces. Aren't they supposed to be city folk? Why do they all look so disheveled? If they want my room, they can forget it. In her youth, she might have yielded, but now as a young woman, she was unwilling to let her private sanctuary be tarnished by them. Oh, dear sister-in-law, how can you say such things? We are all family. Sun Xiaoya spoke courteously to Ming Yue, noting that the second household sent money home every month, and their in-laws doted on their eldest son, taking advantage of the situation. She chuckled. You must be tired from the journey. Xiaomei, quickly fetch some water for your aunt and the children. Sun Xiaomei shot her a glance, retorting, I see that third sister-in-law is idling about. Why should she command me? Li Xiaoya couldn't help but laugh. Look at that. Our little aunt has been spoiled by her mother-in-law. Meanwhile, her 2 sons tugged at her, pleading, Mother, we want chicken legs. Let's go to Grandma's house. With that, she swung the door open and led the children outside. Ming Yue wandered to the apple tree by the wall, where a flat stone awaited, a place where the family often gathered for meals in the summer, surrounded by stones of various shapes serving as seats. All right, let's sit down and rest for a moment. The children obediently found their spots to sit. As Jiang Huamei entered the courtyard, she began to scold, second daughter-in-law. Are you just looking for trouble? What reason do you have for bringing everyone here? Do you know how much will be deducted for missing a day's work? Jiang Huamei's words struck a nerve, causing her to roll her eyes in frustration. She turned and slapped Sun Yutian on the shoulder, a heavy thump rather than a slap to the face. Second brother, do you hear what your wife is saying? Is she wishing for my downfall? Sun Yutian, aware of his wife's brusque demeanor lately, could only smile weakly. She doesn't mean it that way. You know she struggles with her words. Jiang Huamei huffed. If she can't speak properly, perhaps she should keep her mouth shut. Ming Yue scoffed. We have all arrived. Mother should make the necessary arrangements for the rooms. Surely this entire family cannot be seated in the courtyard. Ignoring the commotion, Ming Yue stood up with her bundle and headed towards the main house. Let us reside in the west wing. Sun Xiaomei rushed out to block the doorway, declaring, You cannot stay in my room. Though Jiang Huamei's feet were bound, her movements were anything but slow. She seized Ming Yue, exclaiming, Where do you think you're going? That is your younger sister's room. Ming Yue replied coldly, Then where are we to be accommodated? We usually stay in the east wing. But now that the children at my sister-in-law's home have grown, I doubt there is any space to spare. Jiang Huamei retorted, You shall stay in the west wing. The west wing consists of 2 rooms. The twins from the third family are merely 5 years old and still reside with their parents in the east room, leaving the west room vacant, albeit cluttered with miscellaneous items. Ming Yue was indifferent about the accommodation. She planned to leave the next day, after just 1 night's stay. Turning to Sun Aigua, she instructed, Please tidy up this room. From now on, you shall stay here. Sun Aigua was reluctant, but upon seeing his mother's icy demeanor, he could only acquiesce. A few children quickly emerged from the inner room, frowning, Mother's room is too messy. How can we possibly stay there? Ming Yue paid them no heed. Jiang Huamei jumped in exasperation. What do you mean messy? You can manage, for just one night. Ming Yue smirked. That statement is misguided. I and the children's father will indeed stay just one night, but these 5 little ones are on summer vacation and will be residing in the countryside for 2 months.
What?
2 months in the countryside? Have you lost your mind? Jiang Huamei's eyes widened in disbelief. Who told you that? I have not heard of any elementary students being on break. Who knows? We shall await the notification. Ming Yue, taking on the role of a dismissive manager, instructed Sun Yutian, please go and clear away those cluttered items outside to make some space for the children. Sun Yutian discerned that his wife was resolute in keeping the children, and truth be told, he was indifferent. These few youngsters had voracious appetites, and staying in the countryside for a few days could be beneficial. He promptly entered the house, where the west room contained a Kong filled with numerous farming tools and miscellaneous items. He called upon his 2 elder sons for assistance, and soon enough, they had cleared the area, while he directed the eldest daughter to sweep the floor. Ming Yue feigned ignorance and headed straight into the kitchen. Jiang Huamei caught up with her. Why aren't you helping the children with the cleaning? What brings you to the kitchen? Ming Yue shot her a sidelong glance. The entire family has risen early and is on their way, yet we are still famished. Are you not going to prepare us a meal? It's already this late. We have finished our breakfast. Jiang Huamei replied, pretending to be oblivious. Ming Yue scoffed, just because you have eaten does not mean we should be left hungry. Let's not forget we have come bearing money. At the mention of money, the wrinkles on Jiang Huamei's face smoothed out, revealing her uneven yellow teeth. Very well. I shall prepare your meal. Ming Yue took a brief survey of the kitchen, yet found no grain. It must have been locked away by her mother-in-law in her own room. Zhang Lan scooped water into a pot and asked, Mother, what are we preparing for the second son's family? Jiang Huamei picked up a basin and shot her a fierce glare. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Jiang Huamei, caught off guard by the arrival of the mother and daughter, guarded the key to the grain cabinet warily. What do you want? Ming Yue, beaming, retrieved a tray of steamed cake from her bag. Mother, this is a little something I bought for you on the way. Upon sighting the steamed cake, Jiang Huamei promptly secured the delicacy within the cabinet, dismissing the notion of spending money on such trivialities. She fixed a steadfast gaze upon the child, implying that payment was expected. Ming Yue, feigning ignorance, nudged her son instead. Mother, look at your eldest grandson. He has grown thin from hunger. Please prepare some noodles for the child. Considering the financial aspect, Jiang Huamei gritted her teeth and relented. Very well. You shall have noodles. She opened the cabinet and scooped out 2 handfuls of flour, which at that moment appeared rather dusty. Seizing the opportunity, Ming Yue glanced inside the cabinet and noted that it contained more than half a bag of flour and a half basket of eggs. She nudged Aigua, directing her gaze toward the eggs. Typically not one for quick comprehension, Sun Aigua immediately grasped her intent and moved forward eagerly. Grandmother, could you please boil me an egg? We can't find milk farm eggs in the city. Before Jiang Huamei could respond, Aigua had already taken matters into his own hands, grabbing 2 eggs with each of his slender fingers. The 11-year-old, mindful of the old lady's likely reluctance, opted for a modest 4 eggs. Jiang Huamei, feeling a surge of urgency, swiftly struck the back of Aigua's hand in protest. Noticing Ming Yue's watchful eyes nearby, she clenched her teeth and muttered, Oh dear. I must be getting old, mistaking you for a mosquito. Alas, there are indeed many mosquitoes in this countryside. With deft movements, she locked the cabinet, lamenting the day's financial losses. Though Aigua had been reprimanded, he remained cheerful at the prospect of eggs, darting outside to call to his siblings, Grandmother has given me eggs. Soon, we shall feast on egg noodles. This exclamation roused Sun Aijuan, who had been sleeping in the main house. Sun Aijuan is now 17, reaching the age where thoughts of a bride begin to surface. A thin line of black stubble adorns his lips, and his eyes gleam with excitement as he gazes at the egg in Sun Aigua's hand. As the eldest grandson, He holds a respectable position. Jiang Huamei occasionally treats him to an egg. Sun Imin approaches his elder brother. Oh, you are home. We were outside the courtyard chatting for quite a while, thinking you were away. Sun Ijuan notices that his two younger brothers have grown considerably taller, a pang of jealousy stirring within him. They must be enjoying the finer things in life in the city, which explains their height. At 17, he stands only at 1.60 meters, and his 11-year-old cousin is nearly his height. How could he not feel disheartened? Ming Yue takes the basin from her mother-in-law's hands, declaring, "Let me handle it." She swiftly enters the kitchen, where she finds her 10-year-old niece, Arya, tending to the fire, as her sister-in-law has long vanished from sight. Upon noticing Ming Yue, Arya softly calls out, "Second aunt." Her voice is delicate, almost as if startled. Eldest sister went to the private plot to pick vegetables. I heard mother say she would prepare noodles for you and add some greens. Ming Yue scoops water to knead the dough, while Igua rushes into the kitchen, exclaiming, "Mother, I'll help you." Since cooking a few meals at home with Dainyu, son Igua has developed a fondness for preparing food. At least when he cooks, he can make enough to satisfy his hunger. Ming Yue, not wishing to dismiss him, replies, "All right, you can crack the eggs and whisk them. We shall make egg soup." As Igua cracks the eggs, Imin joins in, saying, "Mother, I will help too." With both brothers now in the kitchen, Arya feels a bit anxious, lowering her head as she stokes the fire. Ming Yue, while kneading the dough, imparts the secrets of rolling noodles to the two brothers, who listen attentively. Soon, the water reaches a boil, and the noodles are added to the pot. Daya entered, carrying a dripping basket of vegetables. "Second aunt, the greens are washed clean." "Thank you,
Daya."
Ming Yue accepted the greens, chopping them in half and tossing them into the pot. She stirred the noodles with chopsticks, waiting for the water to boil, before pouring the beaten eggs into the broth. Once the pot bubbled again, she sprinkled in some salt and contemplated drizzling a bit of sesame oil, but only found a lump of congealed lard on the counter, deciding against it. "All right, the fire can be turned off now." Arya hurriedly extinguished the flame. The two brothers had already set the bowls and chopsticks at the edge of the counter, and as Ming Yue dished out the noodles, she noticed her eldest nephew sneaking into the kitchen. "It smells so good, Aunt. Please serve me a bowl of those egg noodles." Ming Yue shot him a glance. "You've already eaten." Sun Ijuan, with a sheepish grin, replied, "But I'm still growing and so hungry." That bowl of porridge vanished in an instant. Ming Yue continued to serve the noodles, explaining that with just 2 bowls of flour from her mother-in-law, it was merely enough to satisfy their family of 7. "If you want more, ask your grandmother to bring in some more flour. This little bit is hardly sufficient for us." The kitchen was stiflingly hot, so she urged her sister to bring in the noodles quickly. Ming Yue exchanged a knowing glance with her 2 sons, who promptly squeezed their cousin out. "It's sweltering in here. Let us go outside where it's cooler." Ming Yue emerged with a large tray, carrying precisely 6 bowls of noodle soup, setting them on the stone table in the yard. "Come and eat." The 5 children quickly gathered around, each snatching a bowl. Ming Yue's bowl was the fullest. "Go ahead and eat. The flour may not compare to modern standards, but my skills are decent," she thought, as she savored her meal. At merely 3 years old, Ai Dang, awkwardly clutching a large bowl, struggled to master the art of using chopsticks, failing to lift the noodles despite his earnest attempts, nearly brought to tears by frustration. Observing his mother consumed in her meal, while his siblings devoured their food with fervor, he could only sip the soup, which scalded his tongue. Resisting tears, he reluctantly allowed a few to fall into the broth, managing to extract a single noodle, which he slowly slurped into his mouth. Sun Yutian had just finished cleaning the room when he stepped outside to find his wife and children gathered around the table, enjoying their noodles. A warmth enveloped him, realizing that his mother still cared for him. However, upon approaching, he discovered there was no serving for him. "Why hasn't my portion been dished out, especially on such a hot day?" It should have been served early to cool down, he grumbled, turning towards the kitchen, where he saw Arya already scrubbing the pot. Arya, where are the noodles? He inquired, startling her to the point of nearly dropping the pot scrubber. Auntie has already served them. Frowning, Sun Yutian turned back, casting an irritated glance at his wife and children, and nudged little Wu aside. Ai Dang was engaged in a valiant battle with the noodle soup when, without warning, he was lifted into his father's arms, his cherished bowl snatched away. With noodles lodged in his mouth, he felt the urge to cry but held back, desperately swallowing.
Dad.
That's mine. Sun Yutian shot a resentful glare at his wife, gulping down a large mouthful. You can't finish it all by yourself. Yes, I can. The 3-year-old confidently retorted, clearly articulate in this moment. For filling his belly was of utmost importance. Ming Yue served the meal with care, ensuring her own bowl was generously filled, while the older children received ample portions, leaving the 2 younger ones with only half a bowl, mostly soup. Unbothered by anyone else, she relentlessly scooped the noodles into her mouth, quickly finishing her bowl. As she set down her chopsticks, the 5th child began to weep. Mother, father has taken my food. Observing the father and son, Ming Yue could not help but smile wryly. The original owner had poured her heart into them, only to meet a dismal fate. Now that she had arrived, she would simply watch the spectacle unfold. Seeing her silence, Sun Yutian grew emboldened. Why didn't you leave me a bowl? Ming Yue replied with a cold smirk. Your mother only provided this much. I am still hungry. If you have the audacity, go ask your mother for more.
Sun Yutian,
sipping the egg drop soup, glared at her. Mother has been generous enough, providing eggs. What more do you want? Can't you share a little? The 2 older children, busily scooping food into their mouths, snorted. The 2 of you are fine, but why does the little girl eat so much? The eldest and 2nd daughters felt somewhat aggrieved, clinging tightly to their bowls. Ming Yue sneered. What kind of remark is that? Is a daughter not a person? You all may eat what your mother serves. The 2 daughters felt a wave of emotion, disregarding the steaming noodle soup as they devoured their food with fervor. The youngest, eager and with outstretched hands, attempted to snatch the bowl from his father. Father, I want more. Ming Yue smiled. You dare to compete with your brother for food? First, ensure he is fed. Sun Yutian wanted to fume, but in front of family, he maintained a semblance of dignity, begrudgingly bringing the noodles to his youngest son's mouth. Once the child was sufficiently fed, only a small amount of soup remained. Reluctantly, he drained the last drops, yet his stomach still felt empty, forcing him to tighten his belt. Eldest daughter, wash the bowls. The eldest daughter, with a round belly filled with food, having enjoyed a generous serving of egg drop soup, felt quite content as she obediently cleaned the bowls. The 2 cousins were watching intently, and upon hearing their mother whisper something in her ear, they decided to take a stroll outside. The 3rd household was entirely absent. As for Sun Xiaomei, she, too, yearned for egg noodles. But the old lady turned around and presented her with a serving of steamed cake, which dissuaded her cravings. Although egg noodles were delightful, she often indulged in them, so she was not particularly enamored by the prospect. After the family finished their meal, only Sun Yutian remained with an empty stomach. The discarded clothes were tossed into the basin, yet Ming Yue made no move, sitting on the kong, ready to convene a meeting. 5 children gathered around her, while Sun Yutian, after his meal, went to the main room to converse with his parents. Today, not only were they satiated, but they had also enjoyed egg noodles, making the children feel even closer to their mother. The eldest inquired, Mother, what do you wish to say? Ming Yue, sitting cross-legged, gazed at a string of radishes, her mind echoing with the prompt, Task Progress 10, Please keep going, Master. The older siblings had accepted reality, while the youngest, Adong, pouted and cried, Mother, I don't want to leave. Sun Aigua helplessly held his younger brother. Mother, can he manage here at such a tender age?
What do you mean by that?
Country children are quite resilient, and with your care, I am at ease. Ming Yue replied nonchalantly, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. How was tonight's meal? All the children, including the youngest Adong, displayed genuine smiles. Indeed, the egg noodles are delightful. Ming Yue chuckled, didn't I tell you? In the countryside, one can eat well and be full. Just stay at ease. However, Dania was less optimistic. Today, with you here, grandmother prepared delicious food, but once you leave, we might go hungry. The eldest, along with the second, shared the same concerns. Ming Yue smiled gently at the elder brother and said, I just went to fetch some flour. You should follow suit from now on. If you desire something, simply ask your grandmother. Aigua nodded thoughtfully, while Aimin scoffed. Grandmother is more concerned about our elder cousin and the two younger brothers. Ming Yue reassured them, but what does that matter? We are all descendants of the Sun family, and your backs are stronger than theirs. Do not forget that our parents provide the funds. Indeed, the children felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. The two little girls were particularly excited, exclaiming, Mother not only sent money but also fabric coupons. Auntie wears such beautiful clothes. Ming Yue continued to encourage them, saying, have your grandmother make some clothes for you. We have saved fabric coupons for your aunt. She can make plenty of exquisite garments. The two girls bit their lips, and the youngest, Adong, exclaimed, I want to wear beautiful clothes too. Ming Yue smiled affectionately, ask your grandmother. You are still small, and it won't take much fabric. Besides, your aunt is skilled at sewing. She can craft a complete outfit for each of you. However, the children were not as optimistic. Ming Yue swiftly changed the topic, stating, let me clarify things for you. Our parents earn a total of 48 yuan a month. If this money were spent on our own needs, we could eat well and have new clothes to wear. Yet your father, being a dutiful son, insists on sending 30 yuan away. Our lives are quite frugal, as you all have witnessed. The children nodded in unison, especially the eldest, whose face bore an expression of indignation. The second child complained, Father is the second son. If our family gives 30, can Uncle and Uncle San afford to do the same? Ming Yue silently praised their intelligence. It was remarkable that at such a young age, they could grasp these complexities. They cultivate the land in the countryside, but where is the wealth in that? The eldest exclaimed, that is simply unjust. Our family cannot afford to part with such a sum. With not a single cent to their names and an empty rice jar, must they truly face starvation? It was only out of desperation that I sent you to the countryside. The children were already aware of the situation, each one sighing in resignation. The second child, with a glimmer of insight, remarked, Mother, if there's nothing to worry about, then we need not send any money, right? Ming Yue smiled. Your father is your grandmother's son. How much do you think is appropriate to send? The children wished to declare that not a single cent should be given. But in this era where filial piety reigned supreme, such words could not escape their lips. It was the second child who spoke again. I overheard Zhang Erliai and Wang Dezhu discussing their remittances to the countryside. At most, they send $3 or $5. Ming Yue, with a grin reminiscent of a cat that has gotten into mischief, continued to entice. So, are you suggesting we send $3 or $5? The second child hesitated. But I fear father would not agree. Ming Yue replied, I have inquired, and the responses were quite similar. Those who send $10 a month do so because their wives and children live in the countryside. I calculated that if I kept you in the countryside, I would send $10 each month. Do not underestimate this $10. Pork is only a few dimes per pound, and eggs are merely 2 cents each. Cheaper still in the countryside. Second child, you excel in mathematics. Can you calculate how many eggs $10 can purchase? I mean, indeed sharp-witted, quickly figured it out. His eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, $10 can buy 500 eggs. That would suffice for us to have eggs for every meal. The other children, upon hearing this figure, were left utterly dumbfounded. The young girl murmured, last month, our family sent 30 yuan. How many eggs did they consume? Ming Yue chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate, satisfied that she understood the situation. Henceforth, in the countryside, they could indulge their appetites freely. Whatever they desired, they could simply request from their grandmother, for they were the ones providing the funds. The children, filled with a sense of grandeur, eagerly declared their allegiance to their mother. Upon hearing this, the children's affection for her deepened. Fangtu continued to prompt Ding. Task progress at 20. Ming Yue, feeling a surge of pride, decided to unveil another surprise. She produced a handkerchief and opened it, revealing a stack of banknotes. She handed a 5 yuan note to her eldest, Aigua, saying, "You are the eldest. This money is for you." Son Aigua, witnessing such a large denomination for the first time, felt a rush of nervousness, his hands trembling. "Mother, is this really for me?" Ming Yue smiled with maternal warmth. Though she had given him 10 yuan, she still harbored concerns about leaving them in the countryside. "Keep this 5 yuan safe. It will serve you well in times of need." Aigua clutched the money, nodding earnestly. "Mother, I understand. I won't let anyone find out." Ming Yue smiled, having addressed the significant matters. Now, on to the minor ones. Living in the countryside would require self-reliance. They must not let the eldest sister wash the clothes alone. Her 2 brothers must assist her, while also looking after their younger siblings, understood? The 5 yuan in Aigua's hand felt warm, and for the first time, he sensed the weight of responsibility, nodding solemnly. "Mother, rest assured, I will take good care of my siblings." The second brother chimed in, "Mother, I'm here too. I will help my elder brother." He believed himself more clever than Aigua, thinking that their mother ought to entrust the money to him. The bright moon observed the ambition in the boy's gaze and chuckled softly. Not only must he wash clothes and care for his younger siblings, but he also aims to learn cooking from the eldest sister. In the future, the responsibility of preparing meals will rest upon your shoulders. Do you possess the confidence to undertake this task? Aigua felt the weight of expectation resting heavily upon him. His mother had begun to regard him as an adult. Puffed up with determination, he declared, "Mother, I shall devote myself to learning." After preparing a few meals, he would have opened the door to a new world. Regardless of the taste of his cooking, at least the quantity would suffice. Soon, he would keep a ledger to see by the end of the month if they could feed the entire family well and still have some savings left over. The bright moon gave a meaningful glance at the second son. "You are clever. I shall assign you the task of bookkeeping." The second son felt a sense of importance, realizing that his mother had indeed recognized his talents. "Do not worry, mother. I assure you I will accomplish the task." The 6 family members shared smiles. And in the mind of the bright moon, Fangtu was also celebrating. The master was truly remarkable. With just a few words, the progress of the task had already reached 50. Deceiving a few little ones brought the bright moon a sense of achievement. It turned out that accomplishing tasks did not solely rely on strength. Sometimes, a few well-chosen words could yield even more astonishing results. While they were in their meeting, in the main room, serious discussions were also taking place. Sun Yutian sat by the Kong, earnestly persuading Jiang Huamei, "Is your health truly improving? Receiving that letter nearly frightened me to death. Perhaps we should go to the city to see a proper hospital." Jiang Huamei reclined on the Kong and retorted, "I am just an old bone. What need have I for a grand hospital? I'll endure and it will pass." Sitting beside her, Sun Laozhen exhaled a cloud of smoke, coughing twice as he did so. The second son, with a heart full of filial piety, is well aware of the situation at home. Alas, the family cannot afford to visit a large hospital. Jiang Huamei hums lightly, asserting that she suffers from no grave ailments, merely the remnants of illness left over from bearing her children, and a few medicinal remedies would suffice. Sun Yutian, now employed at a machinery factory, has gained some insight into life. Given the family's financial struggles, he cannot bear to see his parents endure hardship. How could one stubbornly resist illness? it is prudent to venture into the city for a consultation. Moreover, since their father has been plagued by a chronic cough for years, it would be wise to seek medical attention together, both for the sake of the father and to ease the son's worries. Jiang Huamei sits up. Dismissing any notion of wasting money on an old body, she has a pressing matter to discuss. Previously, Sun Yutian toiled in the countryside, often overlooked as the second son. However, by fortunate chance, he found work in the city and finally felt valued. Now, with significant family matters at hand, both parents seek his counsel, and he perceives himself as the most important figure in the household. Straightening his back, he urges, "Mother, please speak." Jiang Huamei begins her lament, reminding him that he has experienced rural life and knows its hardships. Indeed, Sun Yutian nods, acknowledging their suffering. "Mother, you have endured much." Jiang Huamei continues, "Though hardship can be borne, our family now faces a significant issue. Your younger sister has turned 16, an age when one should be seeking a suitor. However, I wish to find her a good match, given the difficulties she has faced since birth." Sun Yutian nods in agreement, for he holds deep affection for his youngest sister. Xiaomei is a charming girl, and marrying her off to someone in the countryside would be a disservice. Jiang Huamei claps her thigh, exclaiming that the second son is indeed perceptive, aligning his thoughts with hers. Sun Yutian believed that his mother intended for him to introduce a suitor for his younger sister, which placed him in a rather awkward position. Although he worked at a machinery factory and was surrounded by numerous single young men, he was not particularly adept at conversation and seldom pried into others' affairs. However, Jiang Huamei, sensing his discomfort, kindly interjected, "You need not trouble yourself. Mother has already found a match for your sister, a formal position at the town's meat processing plant." Upon hearing this, Sun Yutian's eyes sparkled with interest, for such a family would surely not suffer from a lack of sustenance. "Is there an engagement?" he inquired eagerly. Jiang Huamei's expression shifted to one of regret as she responded, "They have met, and the young man is quite distinguished and holds your sister in high regard. However, he has one condition." "What condition?" Sun Yutian asked, intrigued. Jiang Huamei brightened, explaining, "The family has connections to secure a temporary position at the meat processing plant, but it comes at a cost." They indicated that if we can provide the funds to secure the job for your sister, the engagement can be finalized immediately. With marriage following the new year, Sun Yutian beamed at the prospect of such joyous news. His sister would have employment and would be marrying into the town. "What is there to hesitate about?" he exclaimed. Yet, Jiang Huamei sighed. "It is indeed fortunate, but acquiring a job requires a considerable sum." Mentioning money dimmed Sun Yutian's smile slightly. "How much is needed?" he asked. Observing his changing demeanor, Jiang Huamei contemplated before replying. "The family can leverage their connections. It would cost 120 yuan if we can manage to save half the amount." Such a large sum. Sun Yutian pondered his recently received salary, feeling somewhat hesitant. Jiang Huamei quickly added, "That's already a reduction. Originally, it was 240 yuan. Everyone is clamoring for this opportunity. If we wish to secure it, we must act swiftly, or others will seize the chance." The young man possesses a spirited demeanor, garnering the affection of numerous young ladies. However, none can rival the charm of my dear Xiaomei, who is willing to wait a few days. If we do not act swiftly, your sister's marital prospects may vanish. Sun Yutian is anxious. "I wish to assist, yet my finances are rather meager." Jiang Huamei does not wish to impose, but our mother has saved over 60 yuan. The remainder must be pooled together by you brothers, for this is a matter of your sister's lifetime. Even if mother implores you, this money can be borrowed and repaid when the year-end profits are calculated. Mother. Such words sting. What borrowing is there? I will find a way. In truth, he yearned to present the entire 60 yuan at once, but alas, his pockets were empty, and he hesitated to make grand promises. Jiang Huamei eagerly awaited his declaration. "Second brother, We are fortunate to have you, otherwise. Mother's hair would be turning gray from worry. With a son, all will be well. Mother must not fret herself into illness. Sun Yutian remarked promptly. Jiang Huamei was aware that they earned 48 yuan a month, and with the stinginess of the second brother's wife, there must be some hidden savings. They could certainly manage to produce the 60 yuan. As soon as she finished speaking, she inquired, "Second brother, it's rare for you to visit. Do tell us about your work at the factory. Is it exhausting?" Sun Yutian felt warmth in his heart. Regardless of age, Mother continues to care for him. Jiang Huamei turned and retrieved a handful of peanuts from the cupboard. These were brought by your sister-in-law. Mother could not bear to eat them, so she saved them for you. Sun Yutian had just consumed half a bowl of noodle soup and, upon seeing the peanuts, could not resist indulging. This startled Jiang Huamei, who thought to herself, when did the second brother become so inconsiderate? This child is truly unfilial. With a sudden shift in demeanor, a smile blossomed on her face. "Ah, yes. Mother has made you a pair of shoes. Do try them on." She rummaged through the cupboard and produced a pair of cloth shoes with layered soles.
Sun Yutian,
Upon seeing the shoes, hastily set down the peanuts, removed his own footwear, and attempted to slip on the new pair. Alas, they were 2 sizes too small, and he could not fit them at all. A warm feeling enveloped him as he placed the shoes aside, dismissing it with a casual, "It's nothing." In truth, those shoes were not crafted for Sun Yutian. They were merely a ploy by Jiang Huamei to win over her son before broaching further topics. Observing his heartfelt reaction, she pushed the peanuts toward him, exclaiming, "Father and Mother should enjoy these too. Peanuts are a wonderful delicacy. Consume them for their nutritional value." Sun Yutian felt a surge of gratitude. Jiang Huamei, pleased, began to shell the peanuts, reveling in the ease with which she could appease her own child. Sun Laozhen set down his pipe and joined them in savoring the peanuts, creating a harmonious atmosphere until Sun Aijuan burst into the room. "Grandma, where did these peanuts come from? I want some too." He rushed over and snatched a generous handful, squatting on the ground and munching away. Jiang Huamei affectionately laughed. "Oh, dear child. Be careful not to choke. Have a sip of tea." As Sun Aijuan drank, he quickly finished shelling the peanuts and returned to snatch more from Sun Yotian's pile, only to be playfully swatted by Jiang Huamei. Sun Yutian quickly interjected, "Mother, he's just a child." He then pushed all the peanuts in front of him toward Sun Aijuan, saying, "Eat up. You've worked up quite a sweat running around." Sun Aijuan, proudly munching on the peanuts, replied, "I just wandered around the village." Jiang Huamei quickly inquired, "Did you visit the Hu family again?" Sun Aijuan, momentarily losing interest in the peanuts, pouted and retorted, "What of it? I want to find Hu Xiaozue. Why are you seeking her out again?" "Hu Xiaozue, who is she?" "Sun Yutian has been away from home for several years, and I have no recollection of that name," Jiang Huamei lamented. "She is the widow brought by accountant who, after his marriage, a burdensome presence, with a beguiling appearance that has lured Aijuan to her home time and again." Sun Aijuan, refusing to eat peanuts, retorted defiantly, "Do not speak of Xiaozue." Fine, I shan't mention it. Mother knows you cherish that girl. I too must admit she is quite beautiful, but our family as circumstances are not worthy of her. What is lacking in me that makes me unworthy?" Sun Aijuan exclaimed, brimming with indignation. Sun Yutian interjected, "Indeed. What is it that makes our Aijuan any less? Just look at how spirited he is. Spirit matters not. She is the daughter of accountant who, would she ever deign to notice someone from our impoverished family?" Sun Yutian frowned. "What do you mean by not worthy? Is she not merely a burden?" Jiang Huamei whispered, though referred to as a burden. Upon her arrival, she changed her surname. "I've heard that widow has been entangled with accountant who for quite some time. That girl is indeed his offspring." Sun Yotian's expression stiffened. Such words should not be spoken lightly, for they would bring disgrace to accountant who. Mother knows the truth. Let us keep it within the family. I believe Aijuan is of an age now. Perhaps mother should invite a matchmaker to inquire about the possibility. Who knows what might come of it? Jiang Huamei scoffed. Can a grandmother not dote on her eldest grandson? I have inquired beforehand. Their family demands are far too high for us to meet. Son Aijuan stamped his foot. I am the legitimate eldest grandson. Do you mean to say I cannot find a wife? Mother, what are their demands? Her family has 2 requirements, and fulfilling either one suffices. What are the requirements? Sun Yutian inquired. The first is that the man must have a job in the city. The second is a bride price of 300 yuan. Either condition will do. Upon hearing this, Sun Yotian's lips curled downwards. This was utterly outrageous. How many in the entire village could possibly have jobs in the city? Moreover, as for the bride price in the countryside, 50 yuan was already considered extravagant. Yet they are demanding 300 yuan for their daughter, as if she were made of gold. Jiang Huamei sighed, saying, There's no way around it. That's their demand. Either a job or the money, but our family possesses neither. Sun Aijuan lamented, I truly cherish Xiaozue. I can't bear the thought of remaining single. Uncle, why not let me have your job? Sun Yutian was taken aback. His job was acquired through sheer happenstance and was designated solely for him, making it nearly impossible to transfer. He replied with difficulty, Aijuan, it's not that your uncle doesn't care for you, but this job cannot be exchanged. Otherwise, it would have gone to your third uncle back then. Jiang Huamei, aware of the situation, scoffed, Forget it, let us consider an alternative. They want a bride price of 300 yuan. Sun Yutian gritted his teeth. If the couple abstained from eating and drinking for a year, they might be able to scrape together that amount, but there are 7 mouths to feed at home. Would they all go hungry? Furthermore, his younger sister also needed money for her job. No wonder their mother had fallen ill with worry. 300 yuan is simply too much. Tomorrow, I will find you a beautiful and suitable daughter-in-law. No, I only want Xiaozue. I have no interest in anyone else. Sun Aijuan insisted stubbornly. Jiang Huamei gently patted him, expressing her affection, yet lamented her inability to provide financial support, exclaiming that even if she were to sell her old bones, she could scarcely fetch 300 yuan. Sun Yutian, observing his mother's white hair and deeply wrinkled visage, could no longer contain himself. Mother, do not fret. I shall find a way. Truly, second uncle, I knew you cared for me the most. This is wonderful. I can finally marry. Sun Yutian, caught up in the moment, blurted out these words, and upon witnessing his older cousin's jubilant grin, he felt reluctant to reject the sentiment. Jiang Huamei and Sun Laozhen were equally astonished by the second brother's bold claim to provide 300 yuan as a betrothal gift. They exchanged glances, but remained silent. Second brother, can you truly procure such a sum? Sun Yutian, having made his boast, had no choice but to muster his courage and respond, I will find a way. Just grant me a little more time. His words stumbled forth, yet Jiang Huamei understood the unspoken truth and did not press him too hard. Second son, I know you are devoted to our family, but there is no need to bear this burden alone. Aijuan's marriage is a significant matter. We should all contribute ideas and not place the entire weight upon your shoulders. Previously feeling the weight of the world upon him, Sun Yutian suddenly felt a lightness. After all, it was merely 300 yuan. He was about to assure them of his commitment when he caught a glimpse of his wife's scornful gaze. And the words caught in his throat. Yes, the 3 of us brothers will surely find a way for Aijuan to marry. Sun Yutian comprehended his mother's implication. Yet his wife had forcefully taken the money earlier. Jiang Huamei's smile faltered for a moment. It seemed the funds were indeed in the hands of the second brother's wife. No worries, there is no rush. Mother only fears that you may tire from the journey. Rest for now. Her smile grew increasingly benevolent. Where is the money your mother brought? Hand it over to me. Ming Yue did not even lift her eyelids as she remarked. Your mother is gravely ill and on the verge of death. Now she is up and about working. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Sun Yutian was taken aback. What do you mean by that?
Shouldn't you be pleased that mother is well? Pleased? Of course, I am pleased. Who wouldn't be happy to save money? Ming Yue retorted with a cold sneer. Sun Yutian wished to say more, but, recalling his earlier promise, he felt momentarily at a loss for words. With a group of children present, he lowered his voice and said, "Step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Ming Yue remained unmoved, stating, "They are my children. If you have something to say it in front of them." Sun Yutian took a deep breath and continued, "Mother wants to buy a job for our little sister, which is crucial for her marriage. We still need 60 yuan. Let's contribute 40 from our household." Ming Yue noticed the children's expressions change simultaneously, and she stifled a laugh. "What? I didn't catch that. Please repeat." The children, including Sun Aigua, widened their eyes, thinking, has father lost his mind? He earns only 48 yuan a month, and he proposes to give away 40. How will we survive? Sun grew anxious, already calculating how to manage the family's finances in the future. His father had just opened such a huge hole in their budget. This was unacceptable. "Father, why should we pay for Annie to buy a job?" Adults are speaking. Children should remain silent. Sun Yutian snapped, his anger flaring. Though Sun was quick-witted, being only 9 years old, he dared not speak up after his father's outburst. Ming Yue, determined to instill strength in her children, coldly remarked, "Why shout at the kids? That is your younger sister, not your daughter. Does she expect us to pay for her job?" Sun Yutian silently regretted giving her money and murmured, "My sister's job costs 120 yuan, but mother has only over 60. We still lack half. She wants us brothers to contribute." The eldest brother interjected, "Third brother has no source of income, so it falls upon us to bear the majority of the burden. Rest assured, once my sister secures this job, she will earn a salary and even have the prospect of marrying into the town." Ming Yue scoffed. "What does her earning a salary as a city dweller have to do with me? How can it not be related? Are we not family?" Sun Yutian retorted, barely containing his frustration. "And what if we are family? I refuse to support your sister with my hard-earned money while my own children are starving. You are becoming increasingly irrational. What is yours and mine? We are all children of this family and will need to rely on their elder brother in the future." Ming Yue replied with disdain, "Rely on him for support?" Sun Yutian stubbornly insisted, "Yes, do not be deceived by your life in the city. Who knows whom you may need to rely on in the future? Take for instance your beloved Aijuan. He is courting the daughter of accountant Hu. After they marry, do you think accountant Hu will not assist his son-in-law? Once our cousin achieves success, will you not all benefit from it?" Ming Yue recalled the original owner's memories. Accountant Hu's daughter was quite lovely, and she seemed to have married into the town. She scoffed. "What you say sounds plausible. But do you really think your diminutive nephew is worthy of her attention?" Sun Yotian's face darkened. "Is that something a second aunt should say? What of it? The truth is he is indeed short." Ming Yue replied with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Enough of this endless chatter. Let's get to the point and discuss the money." Ming Yue huffed, "Don't deflect the topic. First, tell me about your nephew's marriage. He must have demanded a substantial bride price given his good fortune, right? How much is it?" Sun Yutian recalled his previous boastfulness and suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. "It's not much." "What do you mean, not much?" Ming Yue detected his unease and smirked inwardly. "They are asking for 300 yuan or a job in the city. Take your pick." Sun Yutian had no choice but to respond. "Did your mother agree?" Ming Yue pressed relentlessly. "How could she agree without money?" Sun Yutian retorted, irritated. "Then how could you so confidently declare that the marriage would surely happen? Are you, dear uncle, prepared to be the fool and offer to pay this 300 yuan? Caught red-handed, Sun Yotian's face shifted between shades of green and white. Ming Yue slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "You, Sun Yutian, dare to promise 300 yuan? Why not sell us all to fund your nephew's wedding instead? Seeing her raise her voice, Sun Yutian quickly waved his hands. All right, lower your voice. Why should I lower my voice? If you dare to act, you must also endure the consequences. Look at your father, bold enough to promise 300 yuan while earning a mere 30. He may starve himself, but does he expect the whole family to follow suit into starvation? In a hushed tone, Sun Yutian retorted, enough about the 300 yuan. Let us discuss the 40 yuan. Hurry up and get the money. Your mother is waiting. Ming Yue cast him a cold glance. Big sister, little brother, go to sleep first. Eldest and second, come with me. She led her two sons outside, and Sun Yutian, alarmed, called out, What are you planning to do? Both parents are asleep. Do not disturb the children. He raised his hand to block them, but his two sons slipped under his armpits and dashed upstairs, forcing him to pursue them. The elderly couple above were engaged in conversation. Wife, do not overburden the second son. Sun Laozhen exhaled smoke. If I don't press them a bit, do they even remember me? Jiang Huamei scoffed. I'm not worried about the second son, but his wife has grown too ambitious. If she dares to ask for white flour, I will only tolerate her a little for the second son's sake. And those two children are learning her bad habits. They snatched 4 of my eggs. All right, they are all my own grandchildren, so let them eat. What can I do if they don't eat? Jiang Huamei lamented at the thought. Suddenly, she heard footsteps at the door, followed by Aigua and Aimin entering the room. Upon seeing his grandsons, Sun Laozhen beamed. You two are not asleep yet? Come and sit on the Kong. Jiang Huamei, not particularly fond of her grandsons, inquired, Where is your father? Ming Yue entered right behind them, stating, He hasn't slept yet. Not lifting her eyelids at her arrival, Jiang Huamei remained indifferent. Sun Laozhen straightened his posture, tapping the sole of his shoe with the pipe stem. Though he said nothing, he glanced at his wife, implying that the second son's wife was likely seeking retribution for her earlier grievances. However, Jiang Huamei was undeterred, her face drawn. It is getting late. Let's discuss this tomorrow. What is it? A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Jiang Huamei. Ming Yue replied, Our family has been in the city for 5 or 6 years now. Your father has a city household registration, while I am just a temporary worker. And the children still hold rural household registrations. Jiang Huamei's expression darkened. What is the purpose of bringing this up? Your ineffectiveness is evident, having failed to secure a permanent position for several years. If you were to obtain an urban household registration, the children would surely follow suit. Ming Yue chuckled, noting the multitude of temporary workers in the factory, all of whom strive fervently for formal employment. Yet, for those hailing from the countryside, opportunities are scarce. How could they possibly succeed? Aware of the truth in her words, Sun Yutian hastily interjected, Mother, a significant portion of the factory's workforce consists of temporary employees. Attaining permanent status is no simple feat. As he spoke, a peculiar sense of pride welled within him. Years ago, by mere chance, he encountered an elderly gentleman who had fallen into a ditch while at the market. In a moment of compassion, he rescued the man and even offered him half of his meager hard biscuit. During those years of famine, a single biscuit could indeed save a life. To his astonishment, a few years later, when the machinery factory was hiring, there was only one position available for the entire village, and it fortuitously fell to him. He was utterly taken aback by this stroke of luck, much to the envy of his older brother and younger sibling. His mother suggested that since the youngest had yet to marry, securing a city job would enhance his prospects for finding a wife, persuading him to relinquish the opportunity to his brother. Though he felt a pang of regret, he acquiesced for the sake of family. Little did he know, the recruiters had set their sights on him and were unwilling to consider anyone else. With no choice but to comply, he moved to the city. The recruiter was generous, allowing him to bring his family along. Thus they all relocated. Although his wife and children held rural household registrations, They soon found temporary positions in the factory's cafeteria. Remarkably, upon their arrival, they were allocated 2 rooms. Fellow villagers remarked on his good fortune, and he could not shake the feeling that it was the man he saved years prior who was repaying him. That man never resurfaced, yet he found contentment. A simple villager had managed to become a formal worker in the city. What more could he desire? Jiang Huamei glared at her son, fully aware of his bias towards his wife. All right, let's get to the point. Your father has toiled in the fields all day and is weary. She nudged Ming Yue, saying, Your mother is waiting for the money. Ming Yue retorted with a cold smile, We'll discuss finances later. Jiang Huamei's face fell, anticipating her next words.
Today,
I must be clear. We send 30 yuan home each month, and the remaining funds are scarcely enough to support the entire family. Jiang Huamei widened her eyes, her voice rising sharply. What did you say? Leaving the children behind is out of the question. We haven't split the family. We are all kin. How can you bear to let your grandchildren starve? Ming Yue scoffed. Jiang Huamei huffed. That is not my intention. Life in the countryside is tough. I truly cannot bear to have them remain there, living on meager rations. Ming Yue, with a smile, replied, The years of famine have long passed. Just look at how plump and healthy our nephews are. It is evident their bellies have not known hunger. It would be just right for the children to supplement their nourishment in the countryside instead of crying for food daily. Jiang Huamei sneered. You and your wife earn salaries. Yet you come to me lamenting poverty and claiming you cannot support the children. Who would believe such words? She continued derisively, You work in the cafeteria. You could easily gather enough to sustain an entire family. With a stern expression, she added, Supporting family is a duty, but no one does it quite like we do. What is wrong with our family? Jiang Huamei huffed again. My colleague, Sister Bao, lives 30 miles away and only sends 5 yuan home each month. And Sister Li, with 3 children in the countryside, manages to send just 10 yuan. In truth, Jiang Huamei had already inquired about how much others in similar circumstances had sent.
now,
As she observed her daughter-in-law's bluntness, a sense of discomfort washed over her. Our family situation differs greatly. We are truly struggling, and it is only out of necessity that we have sought your assistance. Moreover, we have yet to divide the household, which logically implies that your earnings should be entirely contributed to the family. She maintained an air of authority as the head of the household. Ming Yue scoffed, responding with a casualness that belied the gravity of the situation. Are we to live on nothing but the cold winds of the Northwest? What do you mean, second daughter-in-law? Let us not forget that we have not yet divided the family. Every penny you earn must be contributed. Jiang Huamei felt her authority being challenged and was deeply displeased. She could hardly fathom that today she would have to peel back her fade and confront such insolence. Slapping her thigh, she exclaimed, Second, you worthless thing. Do you hear the words your wife speaks? Is she here to settle accounts with me? Sun Youtian's face darkened. Mind your words. We are all family. What is there to argue about? Ming Yue observed the 2 self-serving individuals and detected their inner turmoil. She remarked, Indeed. We are family, yet these children remain in the countryside. Though they may consume a lot, they are also a source of labor. We can certainly put them to work.
besides,
I would not want anyone to think I am mistreating my grandchildren. Let them stay, but let it be clear, we shall share everything we eat. That is only natural. Ming Yue replied cheerfully. The letter had mentioned that her health was failing, causing us to lose focus on our work, yet here she was, full of vitality. Jiang Huamei, detecting the sarcasm in Ming Yue's tone, felt her complexion flush with embarrassment, her weathered skin betraying the depth of her discomfort. Let the son intentionally exaggerate his illness, requesting money to buy a job for his little sister. At this moment, upon hearing the daughter-in-law's mention, he feels a twinge of guilt and says, It's an old ailment of mine. It can be quite severe, but a few medications will suffice. Little did he know it was merely a false alarm. saving him the expense of medical treatment, much to everyone's delight. Jiang Huamei, unwilling to engage further, darkly states, Xiaomei still needs 60 yuan to secure her job. The second brother can contribute 40. Hand it over. Ming Yue, unfazed, replies, can Xiaomei really still get a job? Jiang Huamei retorts, this matter must be resolved swiftly. Without the funds, the job will slip away, and the marriage will be off. Ming Yue smiles and says, I am genuinely happy for my sister if she finds work and marries in town. However, when it comes to money, do not blame me for being blunt. I do not have any.
What? Please repeat that.
Jiang Huamei feels a surge of anger. The two brothers, who have been anxiously waiting, secretly rejoice at their mother's audacity to refuse them outright. Hold on, let's do the math. We lack no laborers at home, not counting the shared grains. We can earn at least 150 yuan in labor credits each year. Jiang Huamei's expression stiffens. She counters, that's not the case. We don't need to spend on daily necessities. We send money every month, totaling over 300 yuan a year. Xiaomei's job only pays 120. Who would believe you can't afford it? Of course, Jiang Huamei could produce the money. She simply had grown accustomed to squeezing her son. With a scowl, she remarks, are you bringing up old grievances? You have sent money, but it was used to build the west wing of the house. The funds for the third brother's marriage were completely spent. Over 6 years, it amounts to 700 or 800 yuan, and building a house doesn't require all of that. As Jiang Huamei felt the pressure mounting, she clenched her teeth in frustration. My husband and I endure numerous hardships without incurring expenses. The younger generation is attending school, and the third brother's wife had a difficult time giving birth to twins. These are all costs, and our family is struggling. Ming Yue retorted, even in hardship, it is unreasonable to claim we cannot produce this small sum. Jiang Huamei was about to argue further when Ming Yue changed her tone, saying, my little sister has 3 brothers. It is only fair that the expenses are shared among the 3 families, 20 per family. Where do the eldest and third brothers derive their income? Jiang Huamei protested. Eldest brother repairs the canal, and sister-in-law earns from embroidery. They both contribute, she asserted. Moreover, the third brother's father-in-law has been generous with side jobs, likely earning more than the first family. Jiang Huamei silently ground her teeth. The second brother's wife was surprisingly well informed about their family matters. It seemed that this day would not yield much in terms of financial support. The 2 brothers, meanwhile, looked at Ming Yue with admiration in their eyes. Now that life has improved, we cannot rely solely on us for everything. The second family's children are the most numerous. How can we afford schooling and weddings without money? As a father, he may be indifferent, but as a mother, I must plan for them, sending $10 each month. Jiang Huamei leapt up, exclaiming, only $10? Second brother, do you intend to abandon your parents? Sun Yutian quickly waved his hands. Mother, that was not my intention. Ming Yue scoffed, go outside and inquire. The maximum pension in the village is merely $2 a month. I am only considering the children, hence offering $10. If you are unwilling, I can reduce it to 5. You dare. If the original owner were in her place, even reborn, she might have flinched under such a fierce gaze from her mother-in-law. After years of being exploited by her mother-in-law, one might become accustomed to it. Ming Yue's task was not to educate her mother-in-law. She swiftly produced 30 yuan, allocating 20 for her sister's job and reserving 10 for next month. I leave 5 children in your care. Upon seeing the money, Jiang Huamei's mood brightened. Though not a substantial amount, it appeared she could not extract more. Just as she grasped the money, she paused, exclaiming, what do you mean? You intend to keep all 5? You would part with 80, who is merely 3 years old. Keeping them at home is not akin to sending them away. What is there to hesitate about? We cannot afford to mistreat them.
Wait,
Jiang Huamei said darkly. Has the second child not mentioned Aijuan's marriage to you? Ming Yue feigned ignorance. Oh, Aijuan is engaged? To whom? Jiang Huamei scowled. To Chui from accountant whose family, who demands 300 yuan as a betrothal gift. The second child promised to find a way for his nephew. Ming Yue laughed derisively. Is this a jest? Does Aijuan not have parents? Why should the second household control his marriage? This is something the second child agreed to. The old woman was deliberately provoking her. He is not a solitary figure. He has a wife and children. To casually toss out 300 yuan, he may not wish to live, but we still have our lives to lead. Ming Yue scoffed. So, you are retracting your words? Ming Yue asserted firmly. I utterly refuse to consent. Jiang Huamei was taken aback by her formerly timid daughter-in-law's newfound assertiveness, pounding on the Kong. Second child, tell me, did you not just promise this? Sun Yutian, for the sake of his pride, lamented, yes. Grasping Ming Yue's arm, he continued, this is Aijuan's lifelong affair. We can always borrow and gradually repay later. Borrow? Who can lend you 300 yuan to be repaid slowly, while you forego all sustenance? Ming Yue retorted. Sun Yutian found himself at a loss for words, stymied by her barrage of remarks. Don't expect me to assist you in repaying the debt. Aijuan ought to rely on his parents for his bride. Surely, the eldest son shouldn't contribute a single penny. What is the situation with the eldest? You still don't know? Jiang Huamei interjected, eager to defend her eldest son, but suddenly recalled that the eldest was involved in irrigation projects, and his daughter-in-law was financially capable as well. Your own son marries without contributing a dime. Indeed, the family hasn't split yet, so the bride price should be the responsibility of the head of the household. Ming Yue chuckled merrily. You brothers needn't worry. When it's your turn to marry, your grandmother will surely provide the funds. Jiang Huamei, having endured hardships, placed great value on money, finding it exceedingly difficult to part with any. You can't expect me to cover such an exorbitant bride price. Are you trying to drain my very bones? Ming Yue scoffed. But the family hasn't separated. With a whole brood of grandchildren, marriage expenses are inevitable. You must save enough, or else your grandsons might remain bachelors. Jiang Huamei thumped her thigh in indignation, exclaiming, why should I bear this burden? I refuse. Ming Yue, empathizing deeply, nodded in agreement. One must match the size of the pot with the lid. In our village, the bride price is merely 30 to 50 yuan. It is unheard of to demand 300. What an outrageous claim. When this matter arose, Jiang Huamei felt a sense of solidarity with her daughter-in-law. She lamented, indeed. The bride price is excessive. I would let it slide, but Aijuan has his heart set on Hu Xiaotsue, who stubbornly refuses. Ming Yue replied with a cold smirk. If he truly desires her, he must find a way to procure the bride price himself. At the doorway, Sun Aijuan glared at Sun Yutian like an enraged lion. Sun Yutian felt uneasy under his nephew's gaze. Uncle, that's not what I meant. What do you mean it's not? Anne has already said she won't give any money. Ming Yue smiled sweetly. Aijuan, it's not that Anne doesn't care for you. If she had money, she would certainly help. But alas, Aunt is living paycheck to paycheck. Sun Aijuan, preoccupied with thoughts of Hu Xiaotsue, brightened at her words and rushed to the elderly woman's side. Grandma, so you do have money. Why not give me some to marry a wife? Jiang Huamei loathed Ming Yue, exclaiming, just listen to her nonsense. There's no such amount. Ming Yue retorted, do not deny it. I have the receipts for the money Yuan Yue sent, and it surely exceeds 500. Aijuan's eyes gleamed even brighter. Grandma has that much money? Hurry up and give it to me, so I can marry Xiaotsue. The elderly woman, jostled by her grandson, felt dizzy. We have to build a house. Your third uncle is getting married, and you have school expenses. All of that has used up the money. Sun Aijuan was not swayed. Don't deceive me. Our family receives public funds every year. It's impossible for it to all be spent. Quickly give me the money. Ming Yue added fuel to the fire. Your grandma thinks Hu Xiaotsue isn't worth that much. Why not go to the Hu family and negotiate the betrothal gifts? Perhaps you will get your wish. She then pulled over the two brothers who were watching. Ai-Juan, you are the eldest brother. Take good care of your younger siblings who remain in the countryside. Ai-Juan was solely focused on the money. He had always lived comfortably without considering the family finances, but upon hearing Aunt's words, he realized that Grandma was indeed the wealthiest in the family. Feeling grateful, he nodded vigorously. Aunt, don't worry, I will take good care of my siblings. Thank you, dear Aunt. As for how son Ai-Juan troubles the old lady at home, who really cares? Upon returning to the room, I discovered that the eldest daughter had successfully lulled her sister-in-law to sleep, and I nodded in satisfaction. Well done, my dear. You, as older siblings, must cherish and care for your younger siblings. Do you understand? Patriotic and devoted to the people, I witnessed how Mother handled Grandmother with utmost admiration, following her every word. All right, it's time to sleep. After a while, I remarked, is it truly Mother who will bear the cost of Ai-Juan's betrothal gifts? Ming Yue rolled her eyes. Do you expect to take on everything? Sun Yutian hurriedly interjected, I mean no such thing, but if Mother has no money, isn't that putting her in a difficult position? Ming Yue sneered, whether your mother has money is her own concern. Ai-Juan is not your son, so why fret over such trivial matters? He is also my nephew, the firstborn of the Sun family, and his marriage is indeed significant. He has his own parents and a grandmother to oversee matters. It is not your place to intervene. Your own children are growing up day by day, and soon enough, there will be plenty of financial demands. Sun Yutian seemed to finally grasp that his children were also maturing, vowing to work diligently and strive for a raise to save for them. His face flushed with embarrassment. With what you say, I shall certainly be more mindful in the future. Considering the original intention to educate her husband, Ming Yue patiently explained, your mother has 3 sons. Thus, she will send 10 yuan each month, and for significant expenses, the 3 of you will share the burden. I refuse to be the scapegoat. Ming Yue declared, from now on, all wages will be under my control. What do you mean? Do you not trust me? Sun Yutian expressed his displeasure. Ming Yue curled her lip and remarked, Heir is clever. I have resolved to save 20 yuan each month, allowing him to manage the remaining funds. But he is still a child. That will not do. Sun Yutian exclaimed. The 3 elder children had yet to fall asleep, and crawled out from under the covers, assuring, Father, Mother has entrusted me with the finances. I shall meticulously record every expenditure. Please have faith in me. Ming Yue declared, from now on, you shall focus solely on earning money, while oversees the accounts. And the 3 elder children will be responsible for cooking. Are we truly to let them prepare meals? Sun Yutian thought of the 10 jin of cornmeal he had just borrowed, now squandered, shaking his head vigorously. No. Allowing them to cook will deplete our food supplies. Ming Yue scoffed, if we run short, who shall we blame? From now on, aside from working during the day, you must seek additional temporary employment at night. With so many children, we cannot afford to be idle. Today, Sun Yutian felt the weight of financial strain. From the 40 yuan he had promised his mother, he could only produce 20 and not a single cent towards his nephew's 300 yuan pledge. He had a large brood to support, and the pressure of life was bending his back. I too wish to earn more, but where can I find the opportunity? Ming Yue replied, I shall devise a plan. I will strive for a permanent position and, when successful, my salary will double. Ming Yue boasted. Securing a permanent position is no simple task. Sun Yutian was skeptical. In a dining hall of over 20 people, there were merely 3 permanent employees. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. Ming Yue dismissed him and turned to sleep. Observing his wife and children huddled together on the bed, Sun Yutian realized there was no space for him. So he curled up at the foot of the bed to make do. Fortunately, it was summer, and there was no need for blankets. The night passed in silence. Before dawn on the following day, Ming Yue rose from her slumber. In the upper room, The elderly couple, Jean Hua Mei and her husband, were disturbed by their grandson's antics until the midnight hour. With no other choice, they reluctantly agreed to part with 100 yuan, though the old lady steadfastly insisted that she had no more to give. The door remained firmly closed, indicating that the old woman had not received the promised money. Thus, she refused to open the door to provide food, seemingly intent on letting them go hungry on their journey. Aigua nodded solemnly, reassuring his mother, "Do not worry. I shall take good care of my siblings." Ming Yue, clutching her bag, stepped outside, while Sun Yutian tightened his belt. Observing the locked door, he decided to check the kitchen for something to eat. Ming Yue scoffed coldly, "Go ahead and look. The kitchen is empty. Not a single grain of rice to be found." Undeterred, Sun Yutian ventured into the kitchen, only to discover that there were indeed no ingredients to be had. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether he should inquire at the upper room. "Are you not concerned about disturbing your parents' slumber? Hurry and make a fire," Ming Yue urged. Taken aback, Sun Yutian replied, "Right. I should boil some hot water." He focused on lighting the fire, while Ming Yue turned to the backyard, where the vegetable garden was laden with glistening cucumbers. She plucked 5 cucumbers, washed them in well water, and stored them in her space. "Dear wife, where did you find the eggs?" Sun Yutian asked. "I just retrieved them from the chicken coop," Ming Yue replied, tossing the eggs into the pot. At that moment, she contemplated catching a couple of chickens for a meal, but time was short, and it was unwise to disturb the old woman. Better to let the 5 ungrateful children plot their schemes. Sun Yutian, feeling the rumble of his own stomach, hesitated to voice his desire for his mother to have the eggs. Noticing his actions, Ming Yue merely chuckled coldly. Once one truly felt hunger, the pretense of filial piety faded away. After 7 or 8 minutes, the eggs were finally boiled. Under the luminous moon, Ming Yue seized one egg and consumed it, while Sun Yutian hastily snatched the other, savoring the warmth of the freshly boiled egg as he swallowed it down, followed by a bowl of plain water, which only intensified his feelings of hunger. Ming Yue then presented 2 cucumbers, exclaiming, "Thank goodness for you." He eagerly accepted the cucumbers and began to munch on them. Ming Yue chuckled. It's just in time for the holiday, staying in the countryside. Only they, because of their young child, felt reluctant to leave. Aunt Bao smiled, saying, "You've finally changed your ways. You left the youngest, who is only 3. Yes, with his siblings around, it's perfectly fine." Ming Yue felt no concern at all. As he opened the door, Sun Yutian had already consumed 1 egg and a cucumber that morning, leaving him ravenous with his stomach pressing against his back. "I must make a meal," he thought helplessly, heading to the kitchen. Upon discovering that the flour bag contained only a small amount, he poured all the cornmeal out and mixed it with water to boil a corn porridge. Ming Yue listened intently to the sounds emanating from the kitchen, retrieving some still warm buns from the storage space, and delightedly devoured 2 before dusting off her clothes. "What have you made?" she inquired. Sun Yutian had prepared corn porridge, but due to a lack of flour and an excess of water, the porridge turned out so thin that one could see their reflection in it. "It's too watery, but I suppose it will suffice to fill my stomach." Ming Yue stifled a laugh, scooping a bowl of the watery porridge to drink, declaring, "I'm full now. Off to work I go." Sun Yutian, with a furrowed brow, managed to consume most of the thin porridge, and to his surprise, his stomach finally felt satisfied. After hastily tidying up, he hurried towards the factory. Throughout the afternoon, he found himself rushing to the restroom several times, causing his colleagues to believe he was suffering from a stomach upset. Sun Yutian tightened his belt once more, realizing that merely drinking the thin porridge was indeed ineffective. "Is everything all right?" he pondered. "No worries. The lunch was rather bland." The colleague chuckled knowingly, having heard that you sent the children to the countryside. "That certainly helps save on provisions." Sun Yutian nodded, as his parents in the countryside would look after them. It was about time with such meager earnings. Raising children was a challenge, Just look at the life you're leading. Sun Yutian nodded in deep agreement. He hadn't felt this way before. His wife managed things well, and life was tolerable. However, these past few days, his wife seemed to have fallen under some strange spell, opposing him at every turn, making her difficult to control. Frustrated and hungry late into the night, he guzzled several jars of cold water, finally hearing a noise at the door. He turned on the light and saw a dark-faced man, frowning at the thought of having to discipline him. At present, he was merely foolishly filial. In his old age, he had endured many beatings and scoldings from the original owner, and with no one home, it seemed the perfect opportunity to give him a good thrashing. Where have you been? Sun Yutian was enveloped in low spirits. Had it not been for his gnawing hunger, he would have acted sooner. He considered himself a good husband, unlike other men who took out their frustrations on their wives. Ming Yue had been excessively outrageous these past few days, mocking him and opposing his mother, causing him to lose face before his parents. She deserved to be taught a lesson. Resolutely, he decided that once he was satiated, he would find the time to give his wife a good beating, making her understand who truly held the reins of the household. Just then, a shadow flitted past, and with a thud, Sun Yutian was kicked to the ground by Ming Yue. The kick was quite powerful. Clutching his stomach in pain, he arched his back. Having gone several meals without proper sustenance, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. What do you intend to do? Ming Yue advanced upon him, kicking him several times. What are you doing? To marry such a coward as you is indeed a stroke of misfortune for Ming Yue, a calamity that shall haunt her for 8 lifetimes. Such a spineless creature ought to be dealt with accordingly. Sun Yutian felt that his wife had truly lost her mind. Just a few days ago, she merely retorted, and now she dared to strike a man. Was she instigating a rebellion? He yearned to resist, yet alas. Falling into Ming Yue's grasp felt akin to a chick ensnared in the talons of an eagle. How could he possibly struggle? After enduring several kicks, he found himself unable to utter a sound, his face ashen and gasping for breath, pleading, "Stop. Please, no more. I could perish." Ming Yue paused, realizing that truly harming him would be ill-advised. Observing his pitiful state, she decided to spare him for the day. Finally able to unleash her pent-up frustrations, Ming Yue sat down in a chair, announcing, "I found you a job. After work, you shall assist Feng the carpenter and guard the shop at night for a mere 10 yuan a month." With a cheerful smile, she added, "Feng's coffin shop is in need of a night watchman, and I've recommended you." The Feng family had been in the coffin business for generations, and their craftsmanship was commendable. Although Sun Yutian was somewhat willing to take on odd jobs, the thought of guarding a coffin shop at night filled him with trepidation. Despite being a grown man, he was quite timid. What was there to see at a coffin shop? Ming Yue scoffed. "You aren't afraid, are you? I've already arranged for you to start tomorrow night." Unlike ordinary shops, a coffin shop required continuous vigilance, as one could never predict when a family might face the sorrow of loss. Sun Yutian understood this all too well, causing a sense of dread to settle within him. He contemplated refusing, yet the pressing need for money loomed large. His wife, unwilling to relent, left him no choice but to muster the courage to earn more. The bright moon disregarded his hesitant expression and turned to enter the house. Sun Yutian hurriedly implored, "My dear, we have run out of grain at home. Please consider purchasing some." He added, "We also need to return the cornmeal borrowed from the neighbors." Ming Yue, with a dismissive curl of her lips, retorted, "Whoever borrowed it should return it. It has nothing to do with me." Sun Yutian was taken aback. "Then give me the remaining wages. I will go buy it." He exclaimed, "You truly do not wish to continue living?" Having just received a beating, his frustration intensified upon encountering her indifference. Ming Yue cast him a cold glance, and upon receiving the threatening look, Sun Yutian felt a shiver run down his spine, rendering him speechless. Ming Yue understood that no one is unafraid of a beating, and it was essential for him to earn money without being harmed. She decided to spare him for today. Remember, your future task is to work diligently and earn more money. Stay out of my way unless necessary, she instructed as she shut the door behind her. Confronted with her icy demeanor, Sun Yutian felt a chill within him and sank weakly to the ground. His stomach still ached, and he was too weak from hunger to muster the strength to think. After a prolonged moment of daze, he clutched his belly and drifted off into a vague slumber. The following morning, Sun Yutian awoke to find that Ming Yue had already departed, leaving the house as cold as ever. His hunger became unbearable, compelling him to shamelessly borrow 2 corn cakes from the neighboring household, barely satiating his hunger. As he rose in the morning, a dull ache in his stomach propelled him into wakefulness. When did Wu Mingyue acquire such formidable skills? The beating left him utterly defenseless. Moreover, she clung to her money tightly, for now he could only focus on working hard to earn money, fearing that otherwise he might starve to death. Yet, it seemed Ming Yue had not gone to the cafeteria today. There was food in her space, so she would not suffer from hunger. Before the task is completed, it is essential to secure the original owner's transition to a formal position, which requires a fortuitous opportunity. Upon reviewing the original owner's memories, it appears that today marks a significant event. A new shipment of materials has arrived at the machinery factory, and in a bid to meet deadlines, the driver has been driving throughout the night. Unfortunately, he has met with an accident before reaching the factory gate. At the time, no one noticed. It was only later that the situation was discovered. The driver was gravely injured, and the head of the supply and marketing department, who was in the cab, suffered fatal injuries. The supply and marketing chief was the son-in-law of the deputy factory director, and it is rumored that the incident caused quite a stir. Ming Yue hurried to the scene of the accident and, from a distance, spotted a large truck overturned on its side, shrouded in morning fog, rendering it unseen for the moment. She approached swiftly and saw 2 individuals in the cab, bloodied and unconscious. First, she dragged the driver out and then attempted to rescue the supply and marketing chief, whose legs were trapped beneath the crumpled front of the vehicle. After a brief assessment, Ming Yue realized that in her past life, he had perished, likely due to prolonged entrapment without anyone noticing his blood loss. With determination, Ming Yue pried open the deformed door of the cab with her bare hands and extricated the injured individuals. After administering basic first aid to their wounds, she raised her voice in a call for help. Soon, her cries reached the ears of passers-by, who rushed to the machinery factory to offer assistance. Thanks to the timely rescue, both individuals sustained only minor injuries, and as Ming Yue completed the bandaging, they gradually regained consciousness. Upon noticing that she was also dressed in factory work attire, they expressed profound gratitude and inquired about her name, achieving Ming Yue's objective. In the days that followed, Sun Yutian felt as though he were caught in a dream, uncertain whether it was a sweet reverie or a nightmarish ordeal. Wu Mingyue had saved the supply and marketing chief, thus securing her position as a formal employee. In no time, the factory workers lauded him for his fortune in having such a blessed wife. However, Wu Mingyue offered him no financial support, leaving him with no choice but to swallow his pride and borrow a few coins to buy grain and barely scrape by. The gifts brought by the family of the driver and the head of the supply and marketing department were completely beyond his reach, particularly as he remained outside. Observing the envy and jealousy in others' voices, he found himself unable to speak the truth, engulfed by a peculiar mix of pride and frustration. The nightmare did not end there. The household was now under the absolute authority of Wu Mingyue, where her word was law. Any dissent from Sun Yutian resulted in a severe beating, though Ming Yue was somewhat restrained, leaving no visible marks on his face. The pain of the beatings was genuine. Initially, Sun Yutian had been reluctant to spend the night at the coffin shop, yet eventually, he found himself willing to remain. The coffin shop, though daunting, harbored no real ghosts. while the fierce matron at home could turn hostile in an instant, proving to be a formidable adversary. His colleagues and carpenter Foam, witnessing his relentless efforts, expressed their bewilderment. Both he and his wife were now formal employees, leading a considerably easier life, making such exertions unnecessary. For the sake of his pride, Sun Yutian felt compelled to fabricate an excuse about the hardships of his hometown, mentioning the 5 children he had to support, insisting he needed to earn more while his health permitted. The others commended him as a good son and father, and amidst their praises, he began to feel that life was not so arduous after all. Receiving the 10 yuan distributed by carpenter Foam only solidified his resolve to work harder. Ming Yue, too, had become a formal employee, earning the same 30 yuan as Sun Yutian. Yet regrettably, both their wages remained firmly in her grasp. Sun Yutian dared not voice his anger, secretly relishing the fact that this fierce matron had not completely forsaken him, as she at least allowed him to keep 10 yuan. After being promoted to a formal position, Ming Yue had been advised by Fontu that their tasks had reached a completion rate of 70%. Now a formal worker, she had mastered the art of slacking off, relishing the advantages of her position in the cafeteria, enjoying ample meals, and her once gaunt and hollow cheeks had now blossomed with fullness. She adorned herself with new clothes and shoes, while the original owner was entirely preoccupied with her husband and children, being miserly towards herself. However, Ming Yue was different. With money in hand, she would purchase anything that caught her fancy, and her possessions multiplied. The only regret was the lack of leisure activities, but fortunately, there was Fong too, who could promptly share the lively escapades of 5 mischievous children through live broadcasts, merely for entertainment. In the countryside, the 5 children created a ruckus, and after Ming Yue's departure, Jiang Huamei would see the face of a certain radish top and feel as though she could drown in frustration. Each child resembled a ravenous wolf, clamoring for food at every opportunity, and though she tried to uphold the authority of an elder by forbidding them to eat, their voices rose above all others. They protested, claiming that their parents had spent money, demanding the right to indulge. This infuriated Jiang Huamei, whose anger burned fiercely. Even a few days in the city had turned her upside down. First, Wu Mingyue had dared to challenge her, and now her offspring were rebelling against her as well. Jiang Huamei seized a broomstick in exasperation to discipline them, yet the 5 children were anything but passive, with the older ones leading the younger ones on a wild chase through the village, all the while shouting and causing a commotion. Thus, the villagers became aware that Jiang Huamei had received money from the second family, but was unwilling to provide food for her own grandchildren. A day or 2 of hunger was bearable, but as time wore on, Jiang Huamei could not endure it any longer. Consequently, the entire family resorted to eating thin porridge, treating everyone equally, which left these little rascals with little to say in protest. Sun Aigua and Sun Aimin remembered Ming Yue's words well. Initially worried when the commotion began, the brothers found themselves reassured, increasingly convinced that their mother's words were indeed profound wisdom. With each shift in their perspective, Ming Yue's progress was marked by another advancement on her task's progress bar. As everyone shared the bland porridge in peace for a few days, some soon found themselves unable to tolerate it any longer. Sun Aijuan was preoccupied with thoughts of marrying a wife, lacking the inclination to fuss over meals. Sun Xiaomei and the twins from the 3rd room pursued Jiang Huamei, eager for a special treat. Just as the delectable dishes were served, Sun Aigua and his companions stepped forward. After all, with 5 children and 10 watchful eyes, it was inevitable that they would seize the opportunity. Following a lively commotion, they too enjoyed the sumptuous fare. Jiang Huamei was infuriated and promptly assigned them chores. Sun Aimin, with a mischievous spirit, engaged in a battle of wits with his siblings and the elderly lady, managing to come out unscathed. In the days that followed, Ming Yue merely had to articulate her intentions, and several children diligently executed her wishes. The family's meals improved, and smiles blossomed on the children's faces. Ming Yue imparted wisdom to her offspring, explaining that a present state of ease does not guarantee continued prosperity and that one must prepare in advance and earn more to avoid hardship. Unbeknownst to her, she inadvertently led the 5 children astray. Son Aigua, along with his sisters, experimented with culinary delights, honing their skills in the kitchen. Son Imin, accompanied by Ai Dang, ventured into small business endeavors among his classmates, surprisingly earning a bit of pocket money. Their transformations were directly reflected in Ming Yue's tasks, achieving an impressive 85 completion. Ming Yue felt a sense of quiet joy. The original owner had endured a life of hardship, pouring her heart out without ever reaping rewards. In contrast with her presence, she directed this and that, ensuring that all good things were reserved for herself. To her astonishment, these seemingly ungrateful children were obedient to her commands. Was humanity truly so ungrateful? Observing the numerous new items in their home, the children's faces were fuller, their attire refreshed, and the once fierce matriarch appeared to have regained 10 years of youth, dressed in modern fashion, momentarily lost in a daze. Was this truly his family, his wife, and children? First, they gathered to dine, eager to sample the culinary creations of Aigua and the 2 girls. As the dishes were served, Ming Yue assumed the role of a dignified queen, seated at the head of the table, with her daughter serving her rice, evoking a twinge of jealousy in Sun Yutian. However, his gaze was swiftly captivated by the sumptuous spread before him, featuring meat, eggs, and even a fish. His eyes widened with astonishment as he stared at the delightful dishes, exclaiming how extravagantly they had indulged in such a feast. Son Aigua eagerly explained that the fish was caught by him and his sister from the river. Yet, before he could finish, Ming Yue slammed her hand on the table, declaring it was time to eat. Instantly, Sun Yutian fell silent, and the children looked at Ming Yue with even greater admiration. With the speed of a whirlwind, they devoured their meal. And then the family convened for a meeting where Ming Yue outlined the future direction of their household. Sun Yutian would be responsible for providing for the family, while the children were to focus on their studies, with the eldest and the 2 daughters potentially pursuing careers in the culinary industry. The 2nd and 5th children were deemed clever enough to venture into business. Irrespective of their future achievements, they were all to remain dutiful to their parents. The children expressed their gratitude for their mother's foresight, eagerly agreeing to her plans. Ding! Progress 100, task complete. Fong Tu announced. Ultimately, in front of the children, Ming Yue delivered a resounding thrashing to Sun Yutian, leaving everyone astounded. With a smile, she warned, "From now on, anyone who dares to be unfilial shall face your father." Chapter 77. Alien Jellyfish. Fong Tu flattered, "Master, the host is very satisfied and has given full marks. You now have 50 points. Please continue your efforts." Ming Yue felt a twinge of regret. Charming that group of ingrates with mere words was rather dull, and she mused that directly striking someone was far more gratifying. Fong Tu's surface shimmered, displaying a series of vivid images. After the original owner awoke, she found herself seated in a room that felt both familiar and foreign. She remained in a daze for quite some time before picking up a mirror to examine her reflection, ultimately breaking into a joyful smile. Having sacrificed everything for her family, she had endured a woeful fate, only to have her soul's worth used to reverse her circumstances, now living such a splendid life. Within her household, no one dared to contradict her words. Her children were obedient and docile, while her husband toiled diligently to provide, not daring to exhale in her presence. Initially, Wu Mingyue was cautious, but gradually she began to relax and savor her long-overdue happiness. As their biological mother, she sometimes resented their indifference as they grew, yet they were still a part of her, and her affection for them remained strong. The 5 children noticed their mother's newfound kindness and, filled with gratitude, grew even closer to her. One day, in front of everyone, the mother chastised the father, who did not dare to show any sign of resistance, leaving the children astounded. This particularly struck the younger ones, instilling in them the impression that their mother was not to be trifled with. Even as they matured and became successful businesspeople, they remained respectful and obedient in her presence. In this lifetime, Ming Yue experienced profound happiness. She took on the role of a carefree overseer, encouraging her children to become independent and instilling in them an early understanding of the value of money. As they grew, all 5 children thrived and showed immense filial piety towards Ming Yue. Similarly, Sun Yutian, as in his previous life, overworked himself to the point of injuring his back. This time, with the financial support from the children, the original owner sent him to a retirement home, allowing herself to live freely. The blockhead fawned, "Master." The scene of you thrashing Sun Yutian in front of a group of children was truly magnificent, leaving an indelible impression on them. Ming Yue clicked her tongue with a hint of regret. Actually, I'm more inclined to believe in the adage spare the rod and spoil the child. It's a pity that I have to maintain the original character's persona. Oh well, as long as I get points. She then retrieved her ancient bronze mirror. Upon closer inspection, her pupils contracted slightly. Another tiny crack had appeared. Sensing the anger emanating from Ming Yue, the blockhead hastily tried to appease her. Master, once you accumulate 100 points, you can unlock the system store and purchase items to repair your magical artifact. Ming Yue tilted her head slightly, a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. Magical artifact? She fiddled with the bronze mirror in her hand. To be honest, before my memories were restored, I really didn't know where this mirror came from. I just instinctively liked it. What kind of things does the system store have? The blockhead immediately perked up. The system store contains all sorts of heaven-defying treasures, which you can redeem as long as you have enough points. Ming Yue frowned. Can it be opened with 50 points? Ming Yue snorted coldly. By the way, for the next mission, will the personal space be usable? The blockhead paused for a moment before nervously explaining. It's hard to say for sure. It mainly depends on whether the mission you enter has suppression from the heavenly Tao. Ming Yue frowned, waiting for him to elaborate. The blockhead whined, Master. It's not that I don't want to say, but my permissions aren't high enough to explain too much. Seeing Ming Yue's silence, he asked, Master, are you going to proceed with the next mission now? With a disdainful smirk, Ming Yue remarked, Must I incessantly complete tasks one after another? Fangto's voice held a hint of surprise. Are you experiencing any discomfort? Not at all, Ming Yue retorted. Yet, Fangto remained apprehensive after several tasks. Could it affect your psyche? Shall I erase your memories instead? Ming Yue scoffed. If I were to lose my memory, what would be left to erase? Fangto suddenly understood. Then shall we commence the tasks? Ming Yue glanced at the flawless mirror, where 2 minuscule cracks marred its perfection, feeling an inexplicable unease. Fine, let us begin the task, she declared. Splendid, Fangto replied, his tone brimming with cheerfulness. A wave of dizziness engulfed Ming Yue, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself in a brilliantly lit room. The surroundings were entirely white. The original occupant faced a wall, seemingly in meditation. The host can receive the original occupant's information, Fangto dutifully announced. In an instant, Ming Yue was inundated with a torrent of information. Her brow furrowed slightly as she realized she was in an alien world. A nuclear war had ravaged Earth, triggering various geological disasters, making it inhospitable for human survival. The remaining humans fled the planet. Among them, a spaceship traversed the vast cosmos, arriving at a water-encircled alien planet, Waterblue Star. Upon arrival, the human pioneers discovered this celestial body remained in its primitive, undeveloped state, with a breathtaking environment and abundant marine resources. Here, there was no land. Humans utilized advanced technology to construct an underwater city, yet sadly, the lifespan of the relocated humans was generally short-lived. In a quest for immortality, humanity has discovered a remarkable jellyfish within the depths of the ocean, a creature endowed with the ability to regenerate its cells, thus embodying a form of eternal life. Through advanced technology, humans have fused with this jellyfish, establishing a symbiotic relationship and settling upon the Azure planet. Over generations of refinement, a vast empire has emerged on this aquatic world. Each citizen of the Azure planet enters into a lifelong contract with a jellyfish at birth, whose regenerative capabilities significantly extend human lifespan. As the once lowly jellyfish dwells in the ocean, its intelligence is greatly enhanced through this coexistence, fostering a shared endeavor in building the Azure Empire, resulting in a mutually beneficial alliance. Typically, once a contract is formed between a human and a jellyfish, it cannot be altered. Those bonded to their jellyfish can expect to live for a century. With prolonged lifespans, humanity proliferates, and the Azure Empire grows increasingly formidable under the governance of 5 prominent families. These deep-sea jellyfish reproduce at an exceedingly slow rate, leading to dwindling populations. Upon capture, they undergo a rigorous selection process, with only the most robust specimens chosen for contracts with human infants. However, not every contract culminates in success, as the selection is inherently reciprocal. Yet, once a contract is successfully established, the jellyfish matures alongside the human child, developing its intellect and fostering a bond that endures until death. The protagonist, Ming Yue, being the scion of a distinguished family, naturally has access to the finest jellyfish offspring. Ultimately, he forms a contract with a delicate lavender jellyfish, resplendent in shades of purple and gold, resembling a crescent moon. This jellyfish, which he names Wan, resides within Ming Yue's spine, accompanying him on his journey of growth. Endowed with the regenerative capabilities of jellyfish cells, Ming Yue possesses an extraordinarily robust physique, enabling him to wield formidable mechs and emerge as a distinguished figure among the 5 prominent families. However, not every human possesses the constitution suitable for forming a contract with jellyfish. Many infants are incapable of this bond and tragically meet an early demise.
Some,
endowed with tenacious vitality, rely on various nutritional supplements to thrive, awaiting their coming of age at 18. By that time, the jellyfish they contract find it exceedingly challenging to develop intelligence, their lifespan and physical attributes significantly inferior to those of individuals who have had a symbiotic jellyfish from infancy. Due to the timing of the contract, humans are categorized into different tiers. Those with an innate high IQ are born with a contracted jellyfish, establishing themselves as paragons among humanity. Individuals who form a contract upon reaching 18 may possess a robust physique, yet they often lack the strength to engage in labor, relegating them to the lower echelons of society, where their sole value lies in procreation. Unfortunately, if their parents possess subpar constitutions, they too are unlikely to bear offspring of high quality. The lower class constitutes a significant portion of the Empire's population, yet the resource-rich water-blue star, coupled with advanced technology, has enabled the development of numerous resource-abundant planets beyond the star domain. Thus, even if they toil not a single day in their lives, they can still secure the most basic means of survival. Ming Yue, positioned at the pinnacle of society, boasts both physical strength and extraordinary intellect. As the heir to one of the 5 prominent families, he serves as the vice commander of an interstellar fleet. One might presume that someone born with a silver spoon would lead a life of ease. However, fate has played a cruel jest upon him. During a mission to an extraterrestrial colony, his fleet encountered an escape pod adrift in space, leading to the rescue of a young human girl, Ru. From that moment on, his life took a decisive turn. Ru, with her delicate beauty and captivating charm, drew the attention of all upon her mere appearance. Upon arriving at Water Blue Star, her physical constitution gradually weakened as a human, and despite Wei Lian's attempts to procure various nutritional supplements, the situation remained unchanged. In a bid to eternally retain the affection of his beloved, Wei Lian sought to find a symbiotic jellyfish that could form a contract with her. The symbiotic jellyfish of Water Blue Star was a rare species, one that scientists had failed to cultivate artificially despite numerous attempts, leaving them to await the natural reproduction of alien jellyfish. Wei Lian took her aboard a warship, embarking towards a space colony in search of materials to enhance her constitution. Ming Yue, his childhood companion, served as the fleet's captain and vice-captain, forming an unbreakable bond forged in life and death. It was he who had initially discovered and rescued Ru. Although she possessed an enchanting beauty that evoked sympathy, Ming Yue remained unmoved, for her frail constitution did not meet his criteria for a partner. Nonetheless, witnessing his friend's deep infatuation, he willingly offered his assistance. Ru unfurled a star map, indicating several uncharted planets ripe for development. After Wei Lian submitted a request to the council, he led the fleet to explore the unknown expanses of space. However, to their dismay, they encountered a mechanical legion on a planet whose energy was nearly depleted, falling victim to a surprise attack that forced them into a hasty retreat. The leader of the mechanical legion, rallying his subordinates, traversed a black hole and pursued them to Water Blue Star. On Water Blue Star, the majority of humanity lacked combat capabilities, but fortunately, a contingent of warriors bonded with symbiotic jellyfish stood ready to fight. Ming Yue and his comrades, piloting mechas, bravely resisted the onslaught. Under normal circumstances, the steel monstrosities posed no match for the technologically advanced mecha warriors of Water Blue Star. Upon encountering the enchanting Ru, Jian Feng astonishingly consented to negotiations. Ultimately, the outcome was that all high-ranking contract water mothers on the planet Water Blue were forcibly released from their bonds, leading to the entire planet falling under the dominion of the Mechanical Legion. Jian Feng unveiled a technology capable of transforming humans into cyborgs, granting the majority of ordinary individuals, who were ill-suited to their environment, an eternal existence. In an instant, both Ru and Jian Feng were hailed as saviors by the masses. Equality in birth is a universal truth. Everyone yearns for immortality and despises the notion of descending to the lowest echelons of society. Though their basic needs were met, they felt akin to domesticated swine, and now, with the promise of everlasting life, the underprivileged of Water Blue unconditionally rallied behind this new hope. Meanwhile, those once revered, such as Ming Yue, were not executed outright but rather kept in a state of captivity. Stripped of their parasitic water mothers, their bodies gradually weakened, and within a few short years, they perished one after another. Ming Yue, having been forcibly severed from his contract water mother, remained confined in solitude until he beheld the announcement. The very water mother that once belonged to him, Wan, now stood beside Ru, alongside his dear friend Wei Lian. Wei Lian retained his symbiotic water mother and, as the first emperor of Water Blue, was set to celebrate a grand wedding with Ru. Witnessing this scene, Ming Yue was consumed by rage, ultimately leading to his demise, which birthed the task of Ming Yue. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, what is the wish? Must he eliminate that despicable couple? Fan Tu immediately conveyed that Ming Yue's wish was to safeguard the Water Blue Empire. Ming Yue frowned. Such a noble aspiration. Did he not harbor hatred for Wei Lian and Ru? Even a fool can discern the invasion of the Mechanical Legion, as well as the transformation of the accompanying jellyfish, all of which are undeniably linked to this woman. Fang Tu paused momentarily, reminding the master to remember that they exist within a world of books, where the protagonist is Ru. She must not be harmed. Ming Yue scoffed, conceding, very well. The unexpected incidents involving the accompanying jellyfish during the war are certainly suspicious. Punishment is warranted. Fang Tu, feeling weary, recalled that she was an inherently gentle and kind individual. When had she become so violent? Punishment is acceptable, but let us avoid any loss of life. What about the personal space? Ming Yue inquired once more. Fang Tu, with a flattering tone, responded, Master, you may not have noticed, but upon accepting the task, this realm of advanced technology possesses spatial links. Thus, there is no need to activate your personal space. Noticing the ingratiating tone in his voice, Ming Yue could not help but smirk. Is this yet another scheme of your master behind the scenes? Ming Yue delved into the memories of the original owner, discovering a small gadget on her wrist. With a gentle tap, a space manifested before her. It contained a set of fiery red mech armor, alongside several compartments housing mechanical parts, clothing, and various nutritional supplements. Ming Yue's eyes sparkled with intensity as she gazed at the crimson mech armor. Although she yearned to practice immediately, she knew she must first deal with the traitor. Wan. Closing the spatial link, Ming Yue rose. This room appeared barren at first glance, yet it concealed a wealth of secrets within. Approaching a smooth wall, it opened automatically upon contact, drawing her inside. Within lay a fully equipped bathroom, and as Ming Yue entered, her clothes spontaneously fell away, her body merging instantly with a massive orb of water. One appears to float in a vacuum, yet is able to breathe freely. Such a bathing experience is rather delightful. After finishing her bath, Ming Yue did not hastily don her attire, but instead stood before a grand mirror, admiring her own physique. Ming Yue is a bona fide gentleman, with a tall and athletic build, devoid of any excess flesh. With striking sword-like brows and captivating starry eyes, he is undoubtedly a paragon of wealth and charm. Fong Tu, who had been attentively observing Ming Yue's progress, felt a surge of excitement as he watched her unabashedly appraise the male form. Ming Yue pursed her lips and coldly remarked to the mirror, "Wanwans, come forth." "Master, you summon me." From the opposite side of the mirror, she clearly discerned a head gradually emerging from her shoulder. This head bore an uncanny resemblance to Ming Yue, yet it was half the size of a normal cranium. The features mirrored her own, yet the expression was imbued with a childlike innocence. The diminutive visage nestled against Ming Yue's ear, a scene reminiscent of a horror film. Unfazed, Ming Yue regarded the head in the mirror as its neck elongated like a flesh-colored tube, serpentine in its movements, bringing the head closer to her. Upon facing each other, the miniature head revealed a charming smile. "Ming Yue, you called for me." This is the accompanying jellyfish, Wanwans, a juvenile extraterrestrial jellyfish that has shared a symbiotic bond with her since childhood, capable of developing intelligence alongside humans. In a true contract, humans take the lead, as only those with sufficiently high IQs can successfully form such a bond. They grow together. Though the intelligence of the accompanying jellyfish is somewhat inferior to that of normal humans, Ming Yue's companion jellyfish, Wanwans, currently possesses an intellect akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old human child. Upon witnessing his foolish grin, Ming Yue suddenly reached out and grasped her slender neck. Wanwan, rather unfazed, was taken aback and chuckled playfully. "Is Ming Yue proposing a game?" With a cruel smile, Ming Yue tightened her grip on the delicate neck, exclaiming, "Indeed. Let us engage in a game." Suddenly exerting force, she yanked downward, causing the diminutive head to involuntarily cry out, "Ouch, that hurts." Although the alien jellyfish could transform, it could not indefinitely extend its neck. Under Ming Yue's vigorous tug, Wanwan emitted a scream of agony. "It hurts. Release me." Instead of loosening her grip, Ming Yue only intensified her hold, and with a swift motion, she forcefully detached it. The head, now liberated from its parasitic form, instantly morphed in Ming Yue's grasp into a jelly-like, semicircular entity, complete with a long, soft tentacle beneath. Indeed, it resembled a jellyfish. Shaking the limp creature in her hand, Ming Yue inquired, "Are you all right?" A faint golden crack appeared on the surface of the jelly-like being, gradually revealing a round eye. The alien jellyfish was undeniably peculiar, possessing but a single eye and a lone tentacle, with no visible mouth, perhaps concealed beneath. In a tone of grievance, it lamented, "Ming Yue, why must you separate from me? You know I cannot survive without water, and you too will weaken in my absence." As a native creature of water blue star, the alien jellyfish thrived in the depths of the ocean, only able to survive outside of water through symbiosis with a human. Ming Yue glanced at the limp parasitic jellyfish in her hand and flung it into the opposing water wall. The intelligent room is indeed remarkable. Upon the jettisoning of the jellyfish, an entire wall instantaneously transforms into a vast aquatic tank, intelligently filled with seawater. As the jellyfish plunges into the water, it springs to life, its limbs stretching, and its slender tentacles unfurling, gracefully gliding through the liquid expanse. The surface of the jellyfish shimmers with a golden-purple ripple, casting an ethereal glow. Many humans who have contracted with jellyfish do not coexist with them at all times. Occasionally, for reasons of convenience, they separate their bodies, allowing the jellyfish to temporarily reside in the aquatic tank of the room. The human body benefits from the genetic enhancement provided by the jellyfish, enabling them to maintain their strength for a period, unlike ordinary individuals. Experiments have shown that humans who successfully form a bond with their jellyfish can remain apart for as long as a month without significant physical deterioration. However, once this period elapses, their bodies begin to weaken, relegating them to live in human settlements isolated by special materials. Without their bonded jellyfish, even donning mechanized armor makes survival on the surface of Aqua Blue Planet exceedingly challenging. This planet boasts a unique atmosphere, devoid of conventional land, teeming instead with colossal and ferocious alien beasts thriving within the omnipresent waters, rendering the external environment perilous for humanity. Ming Yue, having contracted with a companion jellyfish in his youth, regards Wan as his lifelong partner, never contemplating separation. Yet Ming Yue does not intend to keep it, for whatever reason, ultimately. Wan appears in the midst of Ming Yue's adversaries, undoubtedly branded a traitor. Wan, suddenly cast into the tank, feels a profound sense of grievance, asking Ming Yue, "Why must we part?" Ming Yue, with a dismissive pout, replies, "There is no reason, just stay quietly inside." Observing the slight redness on Wan's spine, Ming Yue notes it should recover swiftly. Dressed appropriately, he proceeded directly to the training hall. As the heir of the Zheng family, Ming Yue resided in an expansive mansion, which, apart from a few housekeeping robots, was entirely devoid of company. Here, Ming Yue reveled in the conveniences afforded by advanced technology, dedicating most of his time in the training hall to mastering the manipulation of mechas. Unlike the original host, who would weaken if separated from the accompanying jellyfish for too long, Ming Yue felt no such apprehension. He effortlessly cast aside any concerns, donned his mecha, and frolicked across the skies and seas with unrestrained joy. With a slight pout, Ming Yue acknowledged that, in pursuit of points, he must make some plans for the original host. "When does the plot commence?" he inquired. Fong Tu promptly replied, "In 3 days, General Wei and will lead the fleet on a mission, at which point Qin Ru will make her appearance." 3 days seemed ample time, and Ming Yue, with rare patience, settled down to practice a set of techniques. In truth, he could scarcely recall the reason behind his cultivation. It was an instinctive act of sitting down to regulate his breath and circulate energy. After a period of meditation, he rose and executed a peculiar set of punches, and upon concluding, his presence emanated a notably different aura. To speak candidly, the resources of Ocean Blue Star were abundant. Everything was commendable, save for one drawback. The atmospheric composition contained a substance that rendered humans frail, rendering it ill-suited for prolonged habitation. The spacecraft that had initially fled Earth had meandered through the vastness of space for centuries, its energy nearly depleted, ultimately forced to land on this planet. Despite humanity's frailty, they possessed boundless creativity, and against all odds, they somehow established a foothold on this inhospitable world. Since the original host Ming Yue's aspiration was to preserve the Ocean Blue Star Empire, reliance on the parasitic jellyfish was not an option. After all, those not of my kin must harbor divergent intentions. In the short term, The intellect of these extraterrestrial jellyfish may not seem particularly elevated, yet who can predict whether they might betray us in the future? In the original narrative, Ming Yue's tragic fate stemmed from the erratic behavior of the jellyfish, leading to their disastrous defeat. A surge of energy from Ming Yue remarkably transformed his physique, allowing him to adapt to the climate of Water Blue Star without relying on the parasitic jellyfish. Do not inquire how this was accomplished. The onlooker, Fong Tu, was equally bewildered. In any case, Ming Yue's body underwent a qualitative leap, enabling him to expose himself directly to the atmosphere of Water Blue Star without the need for a mech or a symbiotic jellyfish, while still thriving. 3 days later, Ming Yue received notification that Wei Lian was to lead the fleet into outer space. Before departing, Ming Yue took the jellyfish, Wan Wan, along. Wei Lian, a strikingly handsome figure with golden hair and blue eyes, expressed surprise after embracing Ming Yue, exclaiming, "How is it that you can bear to part with your little treasure, Wan Wan?" In truth, most members of the battleship typically leave their symbiotic jellyfish behind when departing Water Blue Star. Wei Lian likewise left his behind. For as long as one remains outside the bounds of Water Blue Star, human bodies do not inexplicably weaken. Only the original Ming Yue found it difficult to separate from his symbiotic jellyfish, even when tasked with a mission in outer space. He still permitted the jellyfish to remain parasitic. Upon noticing the tank behind him, Wei Lian was astonished. If they had separated, why bring it along? Ming Yue glanced back at the tank where the jellyfish, Wan Wan, wore a look of grievance and retorted with a smirk, "It's not like it was born with me. Separation is perfectly normal. After all, it has been my companion throughout my growth, and I couldn't bear to leave it behind, so I brought it along." Listening to his insincere words, Wei Lian smiled, unable to fathom the thoughts of his good friend. Perhaps, as he claimed, despite their separation, they were reluctant to drift too far apart. It was merely a jellyfish tank, taking up little space, and Wei Lian commenced organizing the fleet's operations. Ming Yue, intrigued by the interstellar fleet and equipped with the original owner's memories, quickly acclimated to life in space. Meanwhile, the long-forgotten Wan Wan felt increasingly aggrieved. Yet he remained trapped within the confines of the small water tank, entirely deprived of the opportunity to communicate with Ming Yue. Days slipped by, and one day, as the fleet traversed a small asteroid belt, Ming Yue noticed a silvery speck on the screen. The plot thickened. It must be Qin Ru's escape pod. Ming Yue commanded the crew to tow the escape pod. Upon receiving the notification, Wei Lian rushed over, and as the silvery escape pod opened, the sight that greeted everyone was that of a girl resembling a slumbering beauty. She was, astonishingly, human. Was she dead or alive? The crew buzzed with speculation. Wei Lian gazed, somewhat entranced, at the girl with closed eyes, instinctively holding his breath. Such a beautiful maiden. He feared she might merely be a corpse. Ming Yue, who had been observing him closely, couldn't help but smirk. Was this love at first sight? Had Qin Ru been an unattractive creature, the narrative would surely have taken a different turn. "Let's get her out first," Ming Yue said in a calm tone. Wei Lian hurriedly replied, "Be careful." "Never mind. I'll do it." He took it upon himself to lift the sleeping girl out, and upon feeling her warmth, joy surged within Wei Lian's heart. She was alive. Quick, help her with a check. After the team doctor examined her, it was confirmed that the girl was merely in a deep slumber. In the vast expanse of space, many opt for the method of hibernation to undertake lengthy interstellar journeys. The young girl soon awakens from her dormant state, and as she opens her eyes, Ming Yue observes a golden halo encircling the edges of her pupils, complemented by hair that shimmers with a purplish hue amidst the black. Indeed, she is akin to the heroine from the pages of a novel, distinctly extraordinary. Wei Lian is utterly captivated by the beauty of the girl's eyes, his expression one of dazed admiration. "Who are you? Why are you here?" the girl inquires, blinking her bright, expressive eyes with a hint of confusion. I am Qinru. What is this place? Ah, so your name is Qinru. This is my fleet. Rest assured, you are safe here. Wei Lian interjects eagerly. By the way, why were you alone in the escape pod? Did you encounter some danger? With her gaze lowered, Qinru speaks softly, tinged with sorrow. My fleet was caught in an interstellar storm. The flagship was destroyed, and the other vessels were swept into a chaotic temporal current. It was all so tumultuous. I was forcibly thrust into the escape pod, and after being ejected, I lost all awareness. She exclaims, "What sector of space is this? Is there any way to search for my family?" Ming Yue finds not a single word of her account credible, yet Wei Lian is entirely convinced. With a sympathetic and tender demeanor, he reassures her, "Do not worry, I will certainly assist you." For the sake of the unfolding narrative, Ming Yue intends to refrain from excessive interference. Wei Lian, in a display of complete openness before Qinru, divulges all matters pertaining to the fleet and the Water Blue Empire. Understanding that Qinru's fleet encountered calamity in an unfamiliar star domain, he speaks to her in gentle, soothing tones, encouraging her. After all, that expanse of stars was exceedingly unfamiliar, likely situated at an immense distance, and the fleet's supplies did not permit an immediate journey to the incident site. Qinru remained with the fleet, and Ming Yue noticed her harmonious interactions with all the crew members. This woman seemed to possess an innate charm, endearing herself to all, particularly to Wei Lian, who appeared utterly captivated by her words. Ming Yue observed discreetly, and under his deliberate leniency, Qinru had already engaged in 2 intimate conversations with his companion, Wanwan. It was evident that Wanwan was quite taken with this enchanting lady. One day, when Ming Yue sought out the water spirit, he found Wanwan joyfully swimming in the tank, colors shimmering upon her form, indicating her delightful mood. "Wanwan!" Ming Yue suddenly called out. Upon seeing him, Wanwan expressed a hint of complaint. "Ming Yue, what have you been busy with lately? Why haven't you come to see me?" Leaning casually against the doorframe, Ming Yue replied languidly, "This is space. I hardly require your presence." Wanwan felt somewhat disheartened by his words and retorted with a hint of indignation, "Yet we have been good friends since childhood. Although you did not consult me and forcibly separated us, I have never held it against you. You left me here all alone, indifferent to my well-being. I feel so lonely." Ming Yue chuckled softly. "Lonely, you say? I heard you made a new friend, a beauty, no less." Upon mentioning Qinru, Wanwan's excitement was palpable. "You think Qinru is beautiful too, right? She is not only lovely, but also kind-hearted. I feel so happy with her by my side." Wanwan's intelligence was akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old human, and whether intentional or not, her words lacked any consideration for the potential impact on Ming Yue. "It appears that you hold her in high regard." The bright moon hints at deeper meanings. "Indeed." Wanwan gleefully twirled, her iridescent surface shimmering with alternating hues of pale gold and purple. "Bright moon, have you noticed? Qinru's eyes possess a soft golden hue, and the tips of her hair are tinged with a delicate purple, quite reminiscent of my own colors. Yes, I too believe you make a splendid pair." Had the original owner, Zhang Mingyue, heard such words, she might have been infuriated. However, Mingyue remained unperturbed, choosing instead to engage in the conversation. Wanwan grew even more elated. "And by the way, Qinru suggested I should adopt a new name, for only those of noble stature could be adorned with gold and purple. She believes I should be a prince." "A prince, you say?" Mingyue replied nonchalantly. "The entire water blue star is home to numerous warriors bound to contract jellyfish. And during times of war, unexpected occurrences may arise. It is improbable that Qinru has bewitched each and every one of them. Perhaps the crux of the matter lies with Wanwan. Indeed, Qinru finds the name Wanwan rather commonplace. Every time she visits, she refers to me as Prince. The colors on Wanwan's surface are increasingly resplendent. How unfortunate it is. You are my companion jellyfish, and thus the name is mine to bestow. I find Wanwan quite delightful." Ming Yue's tone was cool. Wanwan, however, appeared somewhat despondent. "Is it truly impossible to change it? Do you not think that calling me prince would suit you better?" Ming Yue shifted the topic. "You were born in the deep sea, and only a handful of offspring surface after many years. Perhaps beneath the depths of the ocean lies a kingdom of jellyfish, and you are the prince of that realm." Indeed, Qin Ru has suggested the same. She believes my colors are extraordinary due to a more exalted status. Wanwan was once again filled with excitement. "Have you ever contemplated your unique identity?" Ming Yue gently probed. "Ming Yue, if I truly could command other symbiotic jellyfish, would that delight you?" Ming Yue chuckled. "And what about you? Would you be pleased?" "Naturally, I would be elated. After all, I am the jellyfish prince. Is that not a splendid revelation?" Wanwan's tone bore a hint of ambition. For centuries, there had been a semblance of peace. Yet with the emergence of Qin Ru, a jellyfish prince had appeared, capable of rallying other jellyfish. Having perused numerous novels featuring powerful heroines, Ming Yue pondered that since Qin Ru was the protagonist, the entire world revolved around her, rendering the impossible quite plausible. The calamities that befell the original Zhang Ming Yue undeniably hinged upon this Wanwan. Ming Yue felt a surge of impulse. Should she eliminate Wanwan right away? However, if she were to extinguish this individual, it was conceivable that the narrative might compensate with an even formidable character, perhaps another jellyfish king, which would indeed complicate matters further. Alas, how could I have overlooked this? Wanwan's voice was tinged with urgency. "What should we do now?" A subtle smile graced Ming Yue's lips. "It's quite simple. We just need to find her a jellyfish contract." "Indeed, how could I have not thought of that?" Wanwan exclaimed. "But where could we find newly born jellyfish larvae? Are you not the jellyfish prince? I am certain you can devise a solution," Ming Yue coolly remarked before turning to depart. Upon reaching the command bridge, she discovered Qin Ru standing beside Wei Lian. The two engaged in hushed conversation, their words a mystery. Qin Ru wore a radiant smile, akin to a delicate blossom, while Wei Lian appeared foolishly amused. The bright moon feigned ignorance of their presence, stepping aside to gaze upon the azure planet below. Before long, a waft of fragrant air accompanied by a cheerful voice broke her contemplation. "General Zheng, I hear you were the first to discover my escape pod. I have yet to express my gratitude." The moon lowered her gaze, observing the delicate yet resilient girl before her, and offered a smile laden with meaning. "Are you truly resolved to accompany us to the Azure Planet? You must be aware that its environment is not conducive to the survival of ordinary humans." As she lifted her eyes, they sparkled with a twinkle akin to distant stars. "General Zheng, will you assist me?" Seeing her pitiful demeanor, the moon silently admired the resolute spirit of the original owner, Zhang Ming Yue. After all, the girl before her was the beloved protagonist. And Zhang Ming Yue had not succumbed to infatuation at first sight. Returning a courteous smile, she replied, "I am merely the first officer, with Wei Lian's assistance. Are you not satisfied?" Qin Ru cast a shy glance at him. "I naturally trust you. However, the fleet belongs to all of us. I would not wish for my affairs to create a rift between you two good friends." The moon rolled her eyes, sensing that she had not uttered any objections. What did this woman mean by her words? Indeed, she observed Wei Lian's face flush, his discontent manifesting as he remarked, "Zhang Ming Yue, are we not good brothers anymore? Or are you simply afraid to venture into the unknown realms?" The moon rolled her eyes once more. Could it be that a man in love had lost his senses? According to the memories of the original owner, Wei Lian was a calm and astute individual, entirely incomparable to the foolishness displayed before her now. Humph. Are we not on our way back now? Whether we venture into that star region is a matter to be decided by the council. It is not within my purview. I am truly sorry, I apologize. Qin Ru's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she repeatedly bowed in apology. It was my impatience that led to this misunderstanding. She continued to bow, and Wei Lian, unable to bear it any longer, embraced her. Ru, this is not your fault. You are merely concerned for your family. Ming Yue is my dear friend, and he will certainly assist me. Won't you, Ming Yue? Had it not been for the narrative constraints, Ming Yue would have long since sent this fool flying with a single punch. Do not worry, I will help you. Ming Yue, unwilling to witness the intimacy between the two, turned away, while Qin Ru, nestled in Wei Lian's embrace, cast a covert glance at Ming Yue's retreating figure. Among the entire fleet, only Zheng Mingyue regarded her with such indifference. Suddenly, she recalled the purplish-golden symbiotic jellyfish, and her expression darkened. I shall wait until we confirm our arrival at Water Blue Star before making any decisions. Raising her head again, Qin Ru transformed into a picture of delicate beauty. Has General Zheng always been so aloof? I feel as though he does not favor me. Qin Ru immediately broke into a smile. Wei Lian, had I not encountered you, I truly would not know what to do. Turning to gaze at the increasingly close azure planet, her eyes shimmered with a soft light. What a beautiful planet. Could I truly remain here?
Indeed.
Do you still not comprehend my feelings for you? Wei Lian spoke with deep affection. Qin Ru, meeting his fervent gaze, shyly looked away. How vexing. I do not understand what you are saying. Wei Lian clasped her hand against his chest, allowing her to feel the intensity of his heartbeat.
Ruru.
Ever since I laid eyes upon you, I have come to understand the true essence of existence. I love you, and I ardently desire for you to become my wife, to remain by my side for all eternity. His words trailed off, leaving a lingering meaning in the air as he gazed at Wei Lian with profound eyes. Enraptured by his beauty, she found herself momentarily lost. He drew her into his embrace. Qin Ru's lips curved into a faint smile, only to be swiftly concealed as she furrowed her brow and remarked, I have heard that the environment of Water Blue Star is not particularly suitable for humans. Even in an artificially created habitat, one may become weakened without understanding the reasons behind it.